Battleships arrayed across the starry sea, celestial mechas soaring like dragons, ethereal energy cannons capable of obliterating worlds, and an endless legion of mechanical troops. Quietly residing in a personal storage compartment, one individual embodies an entire army. Were it not for the player's intrusion, this narrative would unfold as a serious and earnest tale of traversing alternate realms. As an NPC, I possess all the functionalities expected of a standard non-playable character, issuing quests, imparting skills, and even being the most alluring esports beauty. Is one merely seeking to acquire skills? 001 The Awakening. Test subject number 24 has been infused with Valkyrie solution, surviving for 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Expiration recorded at 4:22 a.m. Alone in my home, who is speaking? Han Xiao abruptly opened his eyes, greeted by blinding white light. The familiar game pod had vanished, replaced by a pristine ceiling, the surrounding walls, cold and metallic, exu. Did a sifi ambiance. The room resembled an intensive care unit, where he lay on a metal platform, his bare torso connected to several instruments by wires, the chill of the metal penetrating his skin. Nearby, a group of individuals clad in lab coats surrounded him, their expressions betraying shock and disbelief. Hadn't I just accepted a client's request to practice a new account, opting for a standard initiation? Where am I? A throbbing headache enveloped Han Xiao's mind, thoughts swirling chaotically as if an overwhelming flood of information had been thrust upon him. His last recollection was of accepting a power-leveling task in the character creation screen in Star C, followed by a strong scent of burnt protein. Quickly notify MS. Hella, the test subject has revived. Call the guards. Come immediately to contain the test subject. The doctors in white coats shouted frantically. Although Han Xiao was unfamiliar with their language, he grasped the essence of their words, terms like test subject, survival time. And guards instilled a sense of foreboding within him. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed outside. Someone was swiftly approaching. Should he remain passive or flee at once? After a brief moment of hesitation, Han Xiao resolutely opted for the latter. Waiting idly was not in his nature. With a swift motion, he tore away all the connections from his body and stumbled towards the laboratory door, the surrounding doctors instinctive. Ly recoiling without making any attempt to obstruct him. Bang! He burst through the door, revealing a long corridor bathed in white light, where a dozen guards clad in black combat uniforms, armed with electric batons, swiftly encircled. Han Xiao recognized the half-sapling emblem on their uniforms and gasped. The Sprout Organization of version 1.0 from Ocean Blue Star wasn't already eradicated. One guard swung his baton with force, striking down upon him. Instinctively, Han Xiao raised his hands in defense. The searing pain of the electric shock coursed through him, causing his entire body to convulse, as if his bones were about to shatter. Half of his body went numb. A dozen robust guards surged forward, and Han Xiao experienced the sensation of being overpowered as he was forcibly escorted to a small, empty dark room. Once the guards locked the door behind him, they all departed. Surrounded by darkness, he found himself utterly alone. Han Xiao grimaced in pain, rubbing his wrist to regain his composure. A throbbing pain surged through his head, and a torrent of chaotic information flooded his mind. After a considerable amount of time, Han Xiao finally unraveled the sequence of events. I have transmigrated to Star C? Han Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. Star C is an immersive holographic game with servers spanning the globe, boasting a peak concurrent user count of nearly 60 million. One need not question the severity of population expansion in the parallel universe of 2060. The game is set against the backdrop of a cosmic expanse, with maps and scenery evolving automatically through the input of parameters by the latest generation of optical brains, CR. Eating an astonishingly vast world capable of accommodating over 100 million players online without any strain. Countless guilds and factions engage in gold farming, map traversal, and dungeon runs, with a single piece of exquisite equipment fetching astronomical prices ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars. A wildly popular game. Its balance is inevitably exceptional, ensuring that affluent players who are willing to spend money possess a certain advantage, while also preventing the advantage from becoming so pronounced that casual players feel aggrieved. The primary means of maintaining this equilibrium is through enhancing the game's competitiveness and tech. Nicality, and Star C is no exception. It has likewise given rise to professional players and competitive leagues. At this juncture, one might assume that I am about to recount the illustrious and legendary feats of Han Xiao as a professional player. However, this is far from the truth. Although Han Xiao earned his livelihood through gaming, the term professional player bears no association with him. He is, in fact, a reviled and persistent laborer in the gaming realm, a solitary figure devoid of any studio affiliation. As a seasoned player of Star C, Han Xiao has experienced all iterations of the game, gaining a modicum of fame as he consistently ranks among the top 100 players in the WHO Axia region. In the latest rankings, he occupies the 47th position. Given his prowess, he could easily pursue a professional career. However, he remains a mere substitute layer, a matter that will be elucidated later. With a resounding slap, Han Xiao chastised himself, pondering the futility of seeking a refund after having traversed into this realm. Am I a fool? His memories appear fragmented, leaving him unaware of the original owner's experiences, and even his name eludes him. He retains only a few fragments of knowledge regarding this world, such as the current year being 687 in the Star C calendar, with the formal public release scheduled for 688. During the era of version 1.0, the three colossal factions of the Radiant Federation, the Crimson Empire, and the Phantom Sect have maintained a peace that has lasted for millennia since. See the end of their exploratory age. The Silver Revolutionary Army has yet to be formed. The source of the psycho-calamity languishes on a desolate planet. The Shining World has yet to be born, and the World Tree Civilization has not yet launched its grand invasion of the unexplored cosmos. The Broken Star Ring, where the planet of Blue Sea resides, remains on the fringes of the observable universe, playing a secondary role in comparison to the cataclysmic interstellar wars of later versions. The nascent organizations seem trivial, however. They present a dire predicament for Han Xiao in the present MO. The modeling of Blue Sea resembles that of Earth, and the nascent organization aspires to overthrow the regimes of powerful nations. If memory serves, the subjects of the Valkyrie experiment undergo brainwashing, ultimately becoming mere cannon fodder. The origins of this body stem from the materials used by the Emergence organization for human experimentation. The memories are fragmented, with only remnants of captivity and experimental scenes remaining, aside from basic knowledge. At around the age of 20, he bears a resemblance to his former self, though his health remains uncertain. He recalls the words of the doctor in the white coat. He had been injected with the Valkyrie solution. This substance is one of the genetic agents developed by the Emergence organization, intended to enhance brain function, with a mortality rate soaring to 70%. However, T has induced mutations within him. Suddenly, a line of ethereal blue text materializes before him. You have been injected with the Valkyrie solution. Stamina potential. 1. Acquired specialization. Heightened focus. Acquired specialization. Basic mental resilience. Panel information. Han Xiao's heart surged with excitement. Before his eyes, a semi-transparent blue holographic screen unfolded, exuding an unmistakable sense of science fiction while remaining unobtrusive. Name: Han Xiao. Race: carbon-based human yellow. Template: NPC 1.0 version public test countdown. 358 days, 11 hours, 03 minutes. Total level: 1. Experience: 0. Secondary occupation: civilian LV 1050. Primary occupation: none. Personal attributes: Strength 2, Agility 2, Stamina 3, Intelligence 3, Mystery 1, Charisma 2, Luck 1. Free attribute points: 0. Vitality: 0, LV 0. Energy level: 12. Rank: F. Mortal. The combat power of a mere 5. A random passerby NPC on the street could easily subdue you 100 times over. Health points: 2,330 sprained. Stamina points: 3636. Specialization: heightened focus increases learning and crafting speed by 10. Low-level mental resilience grants 3 willpower checks. Skills: none. Potential points: 0. Knowledge tree: not unlocked. Influence: none. Legendary status: 0. Equipment: none. The game interface of Star Ocean: thank the heavens, this remains intact indeed. The fates favor the handsome. However, Han Xiao soon discerned some anomalies. NPC template? Am I not a player? Countdown to the 1.0 public beta? Han Xiao furrowed his brow, recognizing several critical factors. Firstly, although it is unclear why the attribute panel accompanied him into this world, it is undeniably real. Every life is vibrant, and upon his demise, he would not respawn ACI in the game. Secondly, he is transformed into an NPC, but possesses a player system panel, which is undoubtedly good news, as it allows him to level up and grow like a player. The fourth point is paramount. His current situation is perilous. Han Xiao currently lacks the ability to respawn. As a player, he has but one life, and it would be a grave misfortune to squander it here. Indeed, his thoughts were tinged with a sense of regret, differing slightly from the typical human sentiment of "I must survive." Concepts such as "I am the master of my fate," not dictated by the heavens. If the heavens wish to extinguish me, I shall extinguish the heavens, or, with a golden elixir swallowed, I shall transcend the gates of life and death, are merely the musings of one in the throes of adolescent delusions. What on earth? Am I the only one trapped in Sword Art Online? Han Xiao lamented. Despite his senses being indistinguishable from reality, a profound confusion lingered within him. What was the essence of his existence? Was he truly alive, or merely a collection of data? Was this a soul's journey through realms unknown? Since I am here, I might as well make the best of it. I can only take one step at a time, Han Xiao contemplated. Regardless of his true nature, if he wished to avoid a heroic demise, he must seek ways to survive. With a year remaining until the public beta launch, he found solace in the fact that he had this time to prepare before the arrival of players. He was acutely aware of the destructive potential they wielded, akin to a locust swarm, synonymous with chaos and madness. Clang! At that moment, the door to the small, dark room swung open, and several figures entered. Due to the backlighting, Han Xiao could not discern their features, but he could vaguely make out the silhouette of the foremost figurine, a alluring woman with an enticing figure. "What is the status of the test subject?" she inquired of her subordinates, her voice imbued with a slight rasp, reminiscent of a rich cup of coffee, exuding a languorous yet seductive. "Allure, it seems you have emerged from the manic phase," remarked Lin Weixian, the lead of the experiment, with a fervent gaze, scrutinizing Han Xiao as if he were a prized possessee. Han Xiao croaked, "Who are you?" "Ah, it appears there is a discrepancy in your memory." The woman raised an eyebrow. "The Valkyrie stimulates the brain. Memory loss is a normal reaction," Lin Weixian replied, narrowing his eyes. As his vision gradually adjusted to the light, Han Xiao beheld the woman's captivating appearance, instantly entranced. Her long, wine-eared curls cascaded down, partially obscuring her face, and she donned a form-fitting black combat uniform that accentuated her voluptuous figure, exuding an allure tend enough to awaken primal instincts. Her features bore a striking blend of Western sharpness and Eastern softness, reminiscent of a stunning mixed heritage, adorned with dark eye makeup that complemented her mature and languid demeanor, akin to a mesmerizing siren. If Daji possessed such beauty, then King Zhou's demise would be justifiable, Han Xiao mused. Hell, the supervisor here, the red-haired beauty, fixed her gaze upon Han Xiao and waved her hand, commanding, "Take him for a blood test. I want the report immediately." Two stoic elite guards approached, one on each side, gripping Han Xiao's arms firmly and escorting him out. Upon glancing at the guards' formidable physiques beneath their uniforms and the firearms at their waists, Han Xiao promptly abandoned any thoughts of resistance. He recognized Crimson, Serpent Hell, a figure from one of the challenge scenarios on Ocean Blue Star, within the Valkyrie Laboratory, a subordinate base of the burgeoning organization. In the initial version 1.0, the formidable boss, Hela, caused countless novice players hailing from the aquatic planet of Ocean Blue to weep in despair. She was dubbed the Discouragement Sister in forums, and later ascended to become an interstellar powerhouse of the Kelden Star Cluster, her strength surpassing that of the Cataclysm level, earning her the moniker Goddess of Death, renowned throughout the Shattered Star Ring. Han Xiao could not help but smile wryly, realizing his predicament felt akin to a frigid winter's chill. Before delving into the narrative, allow me to briefly introduce our protagonist. Han Xiao, undeniably masculine in gender, possesses a name laden with ambiguity. The reason for this peculiar appellation is simple. His mother bears the surname Han, while his father carries the surname Shao, a straightforward combination imbued with profound significance. At 30 years of age, he is the sole provider for his family, and as for his appearance, it can be likened to that of a person who, upon being bribed with 200 yuan by any Ibering elementary school student to pose as a guardian at a parent-teacher meeting, would be affectionately addressed as Big Brother by a 30-year-old classmate. Though he may appear somewhat disheveled within the realm of Star C, he is a well-connected figure, possessing a modest degree of fame. His main account, the old man's whimsical youth, is quite illustrious, placing him in a position where he is admired and envied by casual players as he strolls through the player's CI. TY.in, the official forum. His commentary is noted for its assessment of the elite players from the Huaxia region, describing his combat style as unpredictable, with on-the-spot REA. Tie-ins reflecting professional caliber, excelling in 5 disciplines, particularly in mechanics. The stark reality is that whenever he is interviewed by journalists, he hopes they will commence with an advertisement. Are you still troubled by your continuous defeats in the RN? Hey, are you disheartened by being ambushed in outdoor battles? Star C offers elite gaming services. We accept gold farming, leveling, revenge missions, and ranking assistance. Our prices are negotiable, you won't regret it, and we operate with integrity. Scammers, stay away. Contact ID. It has been proven that even in the parallel universe of 2060, such small advertisements instill fear, resulting in a desolate atmosphere around Han Shao. Alas, one must earn a living life compels such actions. The environmental layout of the base remains unknown, as does the number of armed personnel. Given his nearly non-existent combat capabilities as a novice, any rash resistance would be akin to digging oneself into a pit. The guards patrolling the corridor are likely around level 58, possessing the secondary profession of agent, making them formidable among ordinary individuals. If memory serves correctly, at this moment, Hela is an executive officer of the budding organization, an E-class superhuman specializing in the psychic domain with a power level exceeding 500 onas.it is conservatively estimated that she could defeat 1,000 of him in combat. In the year 23333 of the exploration era, a prodigy devised a method for cultivating chi, establishing a common theoretical foundation across all training systems in the universe. Araby ushering in a new epoch where superhumans began to shine brightly. Star C serves as the grand stage for these extraordinary beings. There exist 5 distinct superpower systems: the extraordinary ability system, the martial arts system, the mechanical system, the magic system, and the telekinesis system. These constitute the primary professions within the realm of Star C, and one may embark upon a career by studying the corresponding profession knowledge books. Professions are categorized into primary and secondary types, with the primary professions comprising only the 5 superpower systems, while the secondary professions encompass a myriad of options requiring no knowledge books. Upon entering Star C, every novice faces their initial challenge, the quest for a profession knowledge book to transition into a primary profession. New characters may commence their journey through 2 distinct pathways. The first is the conventional start, where the system bestows upon them a set of 3 indispensable items. Hat are impervious to lost clothing and footwear to prevent the embarrassment of being unadorned, along with a fixed sum of currency. They then choose from several designated starting locations on a novice planet, typically situated within various factions. This approach offers a sense of stability. The second option is a randomized start, thrusting new characters into extraordinary events that may present both peril and opportunity. Currently, Han Shao's situation bears a striking resemblance to this random commencement. Although the game has morphed into reality, the backdrop remains one he is well acquainted with, providing him with ample experience to draw upon, allowing Han Shao to regain his composure. Before long, the blood report was made available. Hyla received the document from Lin Weixian, her brow furrowing slightly. Is there no anomaly in the blood test? Lin Weixian responded, the Valkyrie solution primarily stimulates the brain. Perhaps we ought to perform a cranial incision to assess brain activity. Will I still be able to live after such a procedure? Han Shao silently pondered. With a swift glance, Han Shao considered that perhaps this identity could be utilized to his advantage. Lin Weixian regarded Hela's words with skepticism. What a splendid resource it would be too lamentable not to delve into it fully. Helen narrowed her cold, piercing eyes and said, "First, we must indoctrinate him." Indoctrination? A wave of unease washed over Han Shao. Indoctrination is a common method of controlling subordinates. Those who fall victim to it automatically align themselves with the faction. Yet his life is undeniably real, and the worst outcome could be a genuine alteration of his thoughts and consciousness. This is absolutely intolerable. The silver lining is that the 1.0 version of the Ocean Star has yet to unveil technology capable of directly altering memories. The methods employed by the budding organization for indoctrination are rather primitive, relying on torment through images and sounds to calibrate and reset one's thoughts. Individuals with an intelligence score above 10 are exempt from indoctrination. The Valkyrie solution has granted him an additional point of stamina potential, a latent attribute that influences overall growth. Among the diverse races in the cosmic sea, humans possess an average level of potential, with intelligence being their greatest asset. Although their vitality is rather fragile, this single point of stamina potential proves exceedingly beneficial for Han Shao. Heightened focus accelerates learning and crafting speed by 10, enhancing efficiency. Low-level mental resilience provides an additional 3 points of mental resistance, effectively adding 3 points to intelligence. To achieve exemption from indoctrination, he currently requires an additional 3 points of intelligence. Upgrading a common profession randomly grants an increase of 1 attribute point and 1 free attribute point, yet the probability of adding it to intelligence is exceedingly low. Han Shao was acutely aware of his own limitations in his previous gaming experiences with lotteries. He often suspected that distant relatives lay in eternal slumber beneath the fertile soils of Africa. If any divine being were to bless him, it would undoubtedly be the goddess of misfortune. In contrast, acquiring a new profession seemed to be a far more prudent course of action. At this moment, Han Shao found himself unable to act freely. Yet a random start could not possibly lead to an insurmountable predicament. It was certain to present players with opportunities. Suddenly, he froze, realizing that he was currently an NPC and might not possess the favor of the system's deities. Could it truly be this unfortunate? Take him for reprogramming, Hela commanded with a wave of her hand before departing the room. The same 2 stern-armed guards flanked him. Moving him along, the guard on the left bore a countenance as if everyone owed him 300,000, while the one on the right appeared as if he had been constipated for 10 days, resembling the landlord's expression whenever he came to collect overdue rent. The group arrived at another chamber filled with a multitude of intricately designed mechanical instruments. Lin Weixian began to calibrate the machines while 300,000 and Constipated Guy restrained Han, Shao, and Chair. 10 meters away, a wall lined with glass bookshelves stood before them. Turning his gaze toward the shelves, Han Shao's eyes widened at the sight of titles such as Tom's Fundamental Mechanical Theory on the Genetics of Humans and Lizards and Red's Hip Thesis. It appeared to be a repository of research materials for scientists. Wait a moment. There are books on professional knowledge among them. Where there is a will, there is a way, Han Shao exclaimed, filled with elation. 2 guards loomed ominously behind, their watchful eyes suggesting that even the slightest movement may provoke an attack. Yet, Han Shao displayed no hesitation. He rose resolutely and approached the bookshelf. This bold maneuver startled the others, prompting 300,000 and Constipation Guy to draw their weapons and aim within a mere 0.6 seconds. With the dark barrels of their guns trained on his back, Han Shao's expression remained unyielding as he continued forward, silently contemplating, "Please don't shoot my health poi. NTS are so low that a single bullet would be fatal." In the next instant, Lin Weixian's voice rang out, "Wait, let's see what he intends to do." 300,000 and Constipation Guy hesitated momentarily, releasing their grips on the triggers. Han Shao exhaled in relief, having correctly wagered that as long as there was no overt aggression, his identity as the first successful test subject would serve as a safeguard. His unconventional actions would merely be interpreted as experimental phenomena. He retrieved Tom's Fundamental Mechanical Theory, a foundational text for mechanical engineering, from the shelf and began to peruse its contents. You have completed a session of self-directed study in fundamental mechanics. Given your intellect, your progress in basic assembly is now at 2.0 with an additional 0.2 from heightened focus. Indeed, it works, Han Xiao rejoiced, even though he could not comprehend the material the system would autonomously evaluate and assist him in assimilating the knowledge. Meanwhile, Lin Weixian wore a perplexed expression, pondering whether the experiment was enhancing the learning capabilities of the test subject. Out of a desire for observation, Lin Weixian refrained from intervening in Han Xiao's actions. Silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the rustling of turning pages. Basic Assembly Learning Progress 15 1.5 29 2.9 48 4.8. The pace of page turning quickened, and while Han Xiao maintained an impassive demeanor, a sense of urgency brewed within him. Each passing second represented not only the passaggio F time, but also his dwindling freedom. With a sudden bang, the door swung open once more, and Hella strode in, her brow furrowing at the scene before her. What's happening here? It's like this, Lin Weixian began to explain, recounting the hypothesis regarding the Valkyrie experiment. Are you suggesting that his learning capabilities have been enhanced? Lin Weixian replied, this is the conclusion drawn from preliminary observations. If you would permit me to conduct a thorough examination of his brain, I could provide a more précis assessment. Han Xiao couldn't help but scoff inwardly. This old fellow is so eager to dissect brains, one must wonder how much he relishes brain matter. She then turned to Lin Weixian and asked, is the mind control device ready? It has been calibrated. Lin Weixian indicated towards the apparatus in the room. Han Xiao's ears perked up. This was indeed the location for mind manipulation. We must expedite our efforts. At that moment, a new notification chimed on the panel. The Basic Assembly Progress 9010. You have acquired foundational knowledge of mechanics, unlocking the mechanical knowledge tree. You have gained a new profession, Mechanical Novice, with Strength 10, Intelligence 1, Endurance 1, awarded 2 free attribute points and 1 potential point. You have acquired new skills, Elementary Mechanical Affinity, Basic Cultivation, Simple Enhancement Modification. A surge of warmth suddenly enveloped me, clearing my mind. Unlike the mere acquisition of skills within the game, the previously incomprehensible mechanical knowledge transformed into profound understanding, embedding itself in my memory as genuine knowledge. This unexpected change nearly shattered Han Xiao's fog of indifference, startling him to the brink of discarding the book. Could it be true that one could learn from a game? What absurdity is this? After over a decade of operation, why has the Earth Federation not yet roared as the sovereign of the me? Lakey Wei, there must be something amiss. Han Xiao was utterly astonished. A transformation appeared on his personal panel. Name, Han Xiao.race. Carbon-based human yellow.template. NPC version 1.0 public test countdown. 358 days, 10 hours, 11 minutes. Total level, 2. Experience, 0. Secondary profession, civilian LV 1050. Primary profession, mechanical novice LV 10200. Health points, 4,350 sprained. Stamina, 80. Personal attributes, strength 3, agility 3, endurance 5, intelligence 4, mystique 1, charisma 2, luck 1. Free attribute points, 2. Chi power, 1010 LV1. Level 110 strength 1, agility 1, endurance 1, maximum stamina 20. Energy level, 34. Rank. F mortal, you are merely 1 point away from the realm of the mediocre. Specialization. Heightened focus increases learning and manufacturing speed by 10. Basic mental resilience grants 3 willpower assessments. Skills. Beginner mechanical affinity LV101000 enhances understanding of machinery. Basic repair LV10 400 facilitates simple maintenance of fundamental machinery. Elementary enhancement modification LV10 600 allows for the strengthening of basic machinery. Potential points 1. Career knowledge tree. Armed. Basic assembly LV1 19 unlearned items. Energy 20 unlearned items. Manipulation 20 unlearned items. Influence 0. Legendary status 0. Equipment none. Strength dictates melee attack power and influences carrying capacity, enabling the use of certain heavy equipment. Agility determines movement speed, attack speed, evasion capabilities, and additionally enhances ranged attack power. Endurance enhances both life and stamina. For every point of endurance, there's an increase of 10 points in base life and 12 points in base stamina. Certain specialties and skills may influence this coefficient. Furthermore, endurance contributes to the natural recovery rate of life and stamina. All actions deplete stamina, including attacking, blocking, running, walking, swimming, and crafting. Endurance also determines physical defense, which does not stack with equipped defense. Defense is categorized into various formulas for damage reduction. For instance, being struck by a bullet while wearing metal armor differs significantly from being hit directly, and if the displayed defense values are identical. The damage reduction rate varies based on a method of attack: melee, ranged, bullet, energy, power, personal attributes, and a material of the equipment. This series of calculations is performed by an advanced computing system, and no explicit algorithm is provided on the official website. Ultimately, players need not dwell on the specifics. A higher defense is undoubtedly preferable. Intelligence pertains to the development of cognitive capacity, determining insight and willpower. A higher intelligence allows for faster skill proficiency, increased experience acquisition, and enhanced learning and crafting speeds. This attribute is vital for the mechanical domain, influencing the quality of the final mechanical products. Mystique refers to the perception of the spiritual realm, governing the potency of psychic and magical attacks, akin to the significance of strength and agility in martial arts. Charisma affects the initial affinity with certain characters and factions, as well as providing discounts in transactions with NPCs. Luck influences various judgments and the drop rates of items. The free attribute points are utilized to enhance 7 attributes: strength, agility, endurance, intelligence, mystique, charisma, and luck. Among these, chi power stands as the cornerstone attribute in Star C, serving as the foundation for all superpowered beings. It can only be augmented through leveling up and acquiring skills. The game elucidates that chi power is biological energy extracted from cells through special training methods. Possessing chi power signifies the initiation into the realm of superpowered individuals. Even those with awakened genetic abilities require chi power to sustain their extraordinary powers. History bears witness to countless individuals drained by their own abilities. Each time chi power reaches a specific threshold, it bestows attribute bonuses. For instance, 10 points of chi power correspond to the standard for level 1, 50 points for level 2, and 100 points for level 3. The attribute increments at each level are not fixed, they fluctuate with the primary class transition. Higher tier professions yield greater attribute enhancements. The utilization of superpowers generally necessitates the expenditure of chi power. Should one's chi power diminish below a certain threshold, the corresponding attribute bonuses will be forfeited. Chi power can recover gradually on its own or be replenished rapidly at the cost of stamina. However, if one exhausts their chi power yet continues to employ skills that deplete it, they will disproportionately consume stamina. Once stamina is entirely depleted, life points begin to wane, and many superpowered beings have met their demise in this manner, drained by their own abilities. Energy levels serve as a metric for evaluating the combat prowess of individuals, determining the tier of superhumans. Dr. Stuart Auna of the Radiant Federation pioneered the theory of energy levels, consolidating all intricate energy algorithms into the unit of measurement known as Auna. The calculation method is neither simple addition nor subtraction, but rather a complex function model, with an overall trend of gradual ascent along a curve. The tiers of superhumans are categorized as E, D, C, B, A, and so forth. The standard for a level superhuman is set at 100 Auna, with characters like Hellas standing out as Formida. Bully entities within this classification. The A level is a significant threshold, often referred to as the Cataclysmic level, capable of unleashing devastating disasters upon planeta. Resurfaces above the A level, there exist even loftier ranks. Han Xiao once belonged to that echelon of strength, yet for him at this moment, it feels like a distant aspiration. Having attained a first-tier profession in the mechanical domain, along with the addition of 2 free attribute points, he finds himself only able to elevate his intelligence to a mere E6 points, still lacking a crucial point needed to resist brainwashing, leaving Han Xiao rather disheartened. Aside from leveling up, he sees no other alternatives. The dilemma lies in how to acquire experience. Engaging in combat seems implausible, and the likelihood of triggering quests appears slim. Despair washes over him. Could there truly be no other options? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignites within Han Shao. Perhaps there is another way. He cast aside his book, pivoting abruptly, fixating intently on the pistol at his waist marked 300,000, his expression vacant and perplexed, as if lost in thought. Hela furrowed her brow, swallowing the command that was on the verge of escaping her lips, and, along with the others, gazed at Han Shao in puzzled anticipation, uncertain of his next move. Han Shao tensed his muscles, deliberately making his movements appear rigid as he approached 300,000. He extended his hand as slowly as possible, ensuring everyone could clearly see his actions as he reached for the pistol at 300,000's waist. Instinctively, 300,000 covered the firearm. Sensing that Han Shao had no intention of snatching it away yet, he refused to relinquish his grip, resembling a child abhorrently clinging to a desired toy. It was also due to Han Shao's deliberate sluggishness that 300,000 refrained from drawing the weapon and firing. Unload the bullets. Hela expressed curiosity, eager to discern Han Shao's intentions. Obeying the command, 300,000 extracted the magazine, allowing Han Shao to take possession of the pistol. The moment he secured the handgun, Han Shao gathered information about the item. Type 73 Hornet pistol. Quality grade, compact, small caliber firearm with an attack power of 2,835, a firing rate of 1 rounds per second, an output energy level of 13, comprising a spring mechanism, pulling sleeve, firing pin, and a magazine missing. The skill of basic assembly endowed him with extensive mechanical knowledge, and the structure of the Type 73 Hornet pistol materialized in his mind, granting him instant comprehension of its assembly. The game's manufacturing process had been simplified by the system, requiring only a progress bar. Now, he was compelled to engage in the task himself. This experience surpassed the immersion of gameplay, affirming to him that he had traversed into some form of reality, rather than merely a game. Suppressing the complex emotions within, Han Shao awkwardly disassembled the pistol into a multitude of parts, then proceeded to reassemble it. The skill bar for simple repair shimmered faintly, in a mere 40 seconds. The pistol was meticulously assembled. To an agent, this pace might seem unremarkable, even somewhat sluggish. However, it was crucial to remember that Han Shao had undergone no formal training, having merely glanced at a book for 10 minutes. Astonishment spread across the faces of the onlookers. Was this truly the result of the Valkyrie experiment? Lin Weixian, visibly exhilarated, exclaimed, "Such remarkable learning ability! If only I could study his brain, perhaps I could replicate." One couldn't help but wonder about Lin's obsession with the intricacies of the mind. Han Shao persistently repeated the process of disassembling and reassembling the firearm. You have completed a mechanical assembly basic, perfection rate 69, gained 28 experience points. You have completed a mechanical assembly basic, perfection rate 73, gained 32 experience points. In the Starsea world, there are myriad ways to acquire experience aside from battling foes and completing quests. Technical and manufacturing experiences serve as vital sources. FO are the mechanical class. In the early stages, the mechanical class exhibits comparatively weaker combat prowess, leaning more towards logistical production. As Han Shao grew more adept, the speed of disassembling and reassembling the pistol accelerated, eventually culminating in a mere 20 seconds for completion. At that moment, he concluded the final assembly, and his experience points finally reached a cumulative total of 200. Invest all into Mechanical Novice. A surge of warmth enveloped him, accompanied by a melodious notification in his mind. Mechanical Novice upgraded to Level 2, Vitality 10, Intelligence 1, Endurance 1, gained 2 free attribute points and 1 potential point. Life is but a play, entirely reliant on performance. Cold shackles bind the hands and feet, while a metal framework secures the head, extending into 2 devices designed to pry open the eyelids, preventing even the slightest blink. Before Han Shao looms a black screen, flanked by speakers. He is immobilized in the chair, forced to gaze unblinkingly at the abyss of the screen. How long will the brainwashing take? 12 hours. You will remain here and observe. After Hyla's command, she departed with her companions. Lin Weixian activated the switch, causing the screen to illuminate with bizarre images, triangles, circles, ripples, constantly morphing shapes, their colors shifting rapidly, delivering a jarring assault on Han Zhao's senses. He felt an unsettling discomfort, the cacophony of the speakers alternating between frenetic and soothing melodies, creating a dissonance that instinctively provoked a desire to close his eyes. Yet, the devices held his eyelids forcibly open, causing his eyeballs to redden and ache. How utterly unbearable. This is a rather primitive method of brainwashing. The brain, akin to a finely tuned instrument, is subjected to continuous visual and auditory conflict, resulting in a chaotic thought process. After recalibration, ideologies are imprinted like a steel brand. Although this approach is rudimentary, it possesses the advantage of not inflicting significant damage to the brain structure. In Lin Weixian's eyes, Han Zhao's mind is of extraordinary value, truly a precious work of art. The greedy glint in Lin Weixian's gaze ignited a fiery anger within Han Zhao. Akin to a butcher contemplating the best cuts of meat from a slaughtered pig, he possessed 4 attribute points of freedom. After some contemplation, he allocated 2 points to elevate his intelligence to 7, reserving 2 points for future use. You are experiencing brainwashing, low level. A mental assessment is underway. Intelligence, 7. Low-level mental resilience, 3. Assessment successful. You have resisted this attempt at brainwashing. The nauseating sensation gradually subsided, and Han Zhao felt somewhat relieved. Lin Weixian, standing nearby, silently lamented that Hela had shifted the troublesome task of brainwashing onto him, unaware that right beneath his nose, Han Zhao had already developed immunity to the process. As the final assessment concluded, Han Zhao endured a grueling 12 hours, his body weary and his eyes dry. Lin Weixian timed it precisely and deactivated the brainwashing apparatus, and Han Zhao instantly felt revitalized. Hela approached once more. The leader commanded her to personally oversee Han Zhao's brainwashing, insisting on no errors. The restraints binding him were loosened, yet the areas where he had been tied were marred with a bluish-purple hue due to poor circulation. Despite the pain, Han Zhao refrained from glancing down, determined to portray the demeanor of one who had succumbed to brainwashing, keeping his gaze vacant and unfocused, staring straight ahead. Suddenly, Hela leaned in closer, her face mere 10 centimeters from his, her warm breath brushing against his lips. At that perilous moment, Han Zhao felt no inclination for any improper thoughts. The gravity of the situation rendered such distractions impossible. The fragrance of her perfume wafted distinctly into his nostrils, provoking a slight itch that he valiantly suppressed. Hela's voice was soft, almost laced with a hypnotic quality as she inquired, "Who are you?" Hiss. After brainwashing, one typically must instill a predetermined identity. In the face of uncertain questions, the most prudent response is silence. Han Zhao activated his facial muscles, displaying an expression akin to that of a marionette rendered senseless. Ignoring Hela's words entirely, "While I may lack talent in certain performances, I can certainly manage a stoic demeanor." Hela leaned in to whisper, her murmured words mingling with warm, moist breath that brushed against his ear. The wine-red curls grazed his neck, causing a slight itch, and from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Hela's open combat suit collar, revealing a vast expanse of smooth, snowy white that nearly blinded him. Yet, Han Zhao's heart remained as calm as a tranquil well, steadfast like a mountain, serene as a sage. The lofty mountains bear a well named Void, and the Pine Sea has an island known as Maple. Amusingly, after having observed the adventures of the Calabash brothers hundreds of times, do you think I would fall for your beauty trap? From this day forth, your name shall be Zero. The budding organization is your home. Your nation, a sanctuary to which you willingly dedicate everything. You shall possess the utmost loyalty to the organization. Every thought of yours must revolve around its interests. You are forbidden from concealing any matter or engaging in actions that would harm the organization's welfare. Your existence is solely to execute the organization's commands, ever prepared to sacrifice your life for its cause. Lin Weixian added with a cold smirk, "You are alive as a member of the organization, and in death, you shall become its ghost. Even if you are turned into a specimen, your only option is to comply." Hela inquired, "Who are you?" Her brow furrowed as she turned to Lin Weixian, her gaze sharp and frigid. Lin Weixian mumbled, "I have consistently followed the procedure for brainwashing. It should not err." At that moment, Han Zhao finally spoke, deliberately elongating his tone to sound as though he were somewhat dull-witted. "I am Zero." Lin Weixian's eyes brightened as he recalled an explanation. The Valkyrie solution had enhanced Zero's learning capabilities, but the side effects may have diminished his ability to engage emotionally. Hela remembered Zero's previous focus on his books, indeed appearing oblivious to the changes in his surroundings, which led her to believe in this assertion. It seemed the experiment was far from flawless. Lin Weixian scoffed. You are mistaken. This is the epitome of perfection. What need does a mere pawn have for emotions? Take him to rest. I will consult the leader. For the time being, they were safe. Han Xiao finally exhaled in relief. During his brainwashing, he had resolved to present himself as slow-witted, a guise that would lower the enemy's guard. Although the circumstances of his crossing were not ideal, the timing was not as dire as it could have been. The Valkyrie experiment he had undergone was merely a prototype of the future super soldier program, which had yet to develop a micro self-destruct chip to ensure the loyalty of the test subjects. Had he crossed over to that time, he felt that an early self-termination would spare him considerable suffering. Fortune had finally smiled upon me. Hela connected to a secure line. Leader, Zero's condition is stable. A hoarse male voice emanated from the phone. Has the brainwashing been completed? I personally oversaw it. There should be no issues. What arrangements do you have for Zero? The purpose of the Valkyrie experiment is to cultivate warriors and train them. Hela remained non-committal. Since it was the leader's arrangement, she voiced no objections. What about my sister? A mocking tone emerged from the male voice. I have granted you the privilege of visiting once every 2 months. Do not overstep your bounds. Hela's fair hand tensed. Veins visible against her skin, her expression fluctuating between stormy and calm. The male voice chuckled hoarsely, the sound grating like sandpaper, and with a sharp click, the call ended. The architectural tone of the Valkyrie laboratory was predominantly white, situated underground, suffused with an oppressive atmosphere. As sentinels passed by, their gazes as piercing as blades. After a night of rest, Han Xiao was escorted to a secluded training ground where Hela awaited him. Uncertain of the organization's intentions towards him, he speculated they would not disregard his capacity for learning, anticipating ample opportunities to acquire mechanical expertise. In the short term, escaping this heavily fortified base seemed improbable. So Han Xiao steeled himself for an extended confinement. Zero, starting today, you will engage in combat and shooting training daily. Hela tossed a set of protective gear to Han Xiao. Observing the setup, it was evident that a confrontation was imminent, and Han Xiao swiftly donned the protective equipment. Hyla pivoted, her high combat boots producing a jarring sound against the floor, unleashing tremendous kinetic energy as she effortlessly closed the 5-meter gap to stand before Han Xiao. Her long legs, ensconced in a sleek black uniform, sliced through the air with a sound akin to a whip crack. Bang! The speed was astonishing. Han Xiao's vision blurred as the blow landed. Despite the protective gear, his sternum creaked painfully, his complexion drained of color as he staggered back several steps, clutching his chest and coughing violently. Truly, a superhuman. Even without exerting her full strength, her speed surpassed that of an ordinary person by several folds. Hyla remarked coolly, "You have 30 seconds to rest, then we continue." The combat training was brutally straightforward, devoid of any dialogue, merely an unending cycle of strikes. After 2 exhausting hours, Han Xiao was utterly spent, every inch of his body aflame with pain. He began to suspect that this woman harbored sadistic tendencies. Did all women with a regal bearing relish such a dynamic? Hyla, LV30, is imparting basic combat to you. Current progress. 5. Upon the conclusion of the training, Hyla uttered not a single word and turned to leave. A burly man then entered, grasping the nearly incapacitated Han Xiao and escorting him to the adjacent shooting range. I am your firearms instructor and also the deputy supervisor of the base. Belota, the imposing man introduced himself, his appearance fearsome, marred by a prominent scar across his forehead and a pair of menacing triangular eyes. He thrust a Type 73 Hornet handgun into Han Xiao's hands, stating, "There are 10 training rounds inside. Ensure that you hit the target's head with all of them." Han Xiao was momentarily taken aback. As the human target moved erratically 30 meters away, the challenge was formidable. Without any shooting skill enhancements, he felt akin to a novice who had never touched a firearm. Merely staying on target would be a stroke of luck, let alone striking the head with precision. Only an Olympic shooting champion could achieve that. Reluctantly, he raised his aching arm to wield the pistol and squeezed the trigger, the recoil sending a jolt of pain through his wrist. After firing 10 rounds, he glanced at the electronic scoreboard beside him, and it was evident that his score fell woefully short. Frustrated, Han Xiao reached behind him, only to find his hand damp with blood. One wall of the shooting range was a one-way mirror, behind which a monitoring room housed Hela and Lin Weixian, who observed the unfolding scene. Lin Weixian shook his head in disdain, remarking, "Such a valuable specimen," and Baroda fails to appreciate it. "Perhaps I should dissect him for research." A flicker of disgust crossed Hella's eyes before vanishing, and she cast a fleeting glance at Lin Weixian. "The organization will not acquiesce to your request." Lin Weixian sneered. "Once the organization has extracted all his value, they will inevitably deliver him to my lab. I created him. He is my personal possession." Hella understood the truth in Lin Weixian's words. This was indeed the organization's modus operandi, and she chose to remain silent. In the eyes of the organization, Han Xiao is merely a tool, scarcely regarded as human. Baroda, LV-15. Imparts basic shooting to you. Current progress 5. Agent. Profession unlock progress 1. His arm bore another shallow cut, each incision not deep, yet he had accumulated over a dozen such wounds, his garments soaked in blood. Baroda watched with keen interest the pale-faced Han Xiao, who remained silent, his eyes narrowed in delight. He relished the sensation of the blade slicing through flesh and the scent of blood, vibrant as blooming flowers, which he considered the most exquisite sight. "Why do you not scream?" Baroda mused, toying with his dagger, his tone laced with ecstasy. "A silent one is not a worthy plaything. You're a sick pervert." Han Xiao inhaled sharply, yearning to land a punch on Baroda's grotesque smile. Yet he understood that such rashness would yield dire consequences. It was akin to being overwhelmed in an online game, charging recklessly at the enemy, only to suffer a more disastrous defeat. The prudent approach was to call for assistance, dragging the jungler into the fray, leading to a spirited argument and laughter, ultimately resulting in a GG, saving the lives squandered in a lost match. In his younger days, he would have retaliated with a flurry of fists and sharp retorts, but now he was not like a player who could respawn. What could he do? He could only emulate a father forgiving others. Let you laugh to your heart's content. Your time to weep will come. Han Xiao gritted his teeth, not out of rage, but from pain. Experience gained. 600,000. After the exasperating shooting training concluded, Han Xiao was escorted by researchers to a nutrient pod filled with healing agents, where he soaked for 2 hours. The wounds on his body had scabbed over, allowing for proper movement, though any activity would elicit waves of nerve pain from the injuries. Within the base, there existed an unoccupied mechanical modification room, where, due to his demonstrated aptitude for machinery, he was granted solitary access. The space was equipped with lathes, materials, and tools for his unrestricted use, and in one corner stood a monitor, an unsurprising presence, as the researchers undoubtedly observed his every move. The walls were lined with shelves brimming with books on foundational mechanical knowledge. Han Xiao discovered several volumes dedicated to this subject. In the year 687 of the Star Ocean calendar, on the planet Hyalon, one of the novice birth planets, civilization was just beginning to interact with interstellar societies, transitioning from an archaic era to a new age. The level of civilization remained grounded on the planetary surface, with technology reminiscent of Earth, and the mechanical techniques available were primarily of an advanced nature. The knowledge tree of mechanics comprises 3 branches: armament, energy, and control, each containing 20 types of knowledge, categorized into 5 levels: basic, advanced, high-end, cutting-edge, and ultimate. Vocational knowledge serves as the growth tree for players, constituting the core framework of their primary profession. The first vocational knowledge is employed to acquire the main profession, while subsequent knowledge necessitates the expenditure of potential points for learning, with knowledge levels ascending through the use of potential points. There are 3 avenues to obtain potential points: leveling up, rewards from certain high-level tasks, and mastering a skill to its fullest extent. Possessing 2 potential points, he has no immediate intention of acquiring new vocational knowledge. The knowledge can wait, for these potential points may serve other purposes. Many players, in their initial stages of leveling up, squander their potential points recklessly, only to find themselves bewildered when the need arises. As one's character develops, these potential points become increasingly scarce, each one becoming a precious commodity. Outside of training, all of Han Zhao's time is devoted to machinery, striving to accumulate enough experience to escape this oppressive enemy camp. Time flows swiftly. Han Xiao garners experience through the dual techniques of assembling and enhancing machinery. As his skills improve, the perfection of basic machinery assembly consistently remains above 90, yielding substantial experience with each endeavor. However, excessive repetition in assembling a single type of machinery diminishes experience gained, eventually ceasing to provide any. Fortunately, the base houses a dedicated armory, abundant with various firearms, supplying ample materials for him to refine his assembly experience. The emergence organization harbors little suspicion towards Han Xiao. A subject stripped of past memories and subjected to brainwashing, they do not anticipate the emergence of rebellious tendencies. Han Xiao maintains a silent, unassuming demeanor, cultivating an innocuous image that alleviates the concerns of those around him. The organization has high hopes for Han Xiao, yet he is acutely aware of the adage that the bird that stands out is often shot first. Thus, he chooses to conserve his experience and refrain from leveling up. The researchers will soon grow disillusioned with him, for this level of machinery assembly is something even trained logistical personnel could accomplish. Failing to meet their expectations for the Valkyrie experiment, after a month of observation, the researchers ceased their incessant 24-hour surveillance, collectively concluding that the Subject Zero was a failure, thus redirecting their efforts towards the enhancement of the Valkyrie serum. Han Xiao was relieved to no longer have to disguise himself under constant scrutiny. He understood all too well that, in accordance with the operational style of the budding organization, he would inevitably fall into the hands of Lin Weixian, a thought that weighed heavily upon him. Gradually, Han Xiao grew numb to the pain. He recalled each spurt of blood from his wounds and awaited silently. Living in a den of enemies, devoid of any means of communication, he devoted more of his energy to the study of machinery. He shaped the cold, unyielding metal on the lathe into various forms, assembling them into useful tools, a process that imbued him with a profound sense of fulfillment. Armed guards began to remove substantial supplies from the mechanical modification room, and Han Xiao observed in silence. "The organization is quite disappointed in you," stated a man with a buzz cut, standing before Han Xiao, his expression tinged with arrogance and disdain, regarding Han Xiao with the condescension of a victor. He was the first experimental subject, the second to survive after Han Xiao. "I've heard that you were the subject before me, that the organization invested significant resources in you, yet you squander them on these trinkets. You are a failure. And the organization's decision to replace you with me is undoubtedly correct." Subject 1's tone drips with disdain. He is a fully indoctrinated test subject, with the organization as his unwavering faith, harboring an inexplicable animosity toward Han Xiao. Han Xiao, unwilling to squander his breath, recognizes that engaging in conflict would merely expose his own folly. He had anticipated this development. Subject 1 exemplifies the intended outcomes of the Valkyrie experiment, displaying remarkable aptitude for combat, a robust physique, and the potential to swiftly evolve into a formidable warrior. Due to the absence of logistical personnel for mechanical maintenance within the laboratory, Han Xiao has managed to retain the mechanical modification chamber, responsible for the upkeep and repair of firearms. However, the monthly allocation of spare mechanical components and materials has significantly dwindled, rendering him a mere failure in the eyes of the organization. As a few guards passed by, they openly mocked the scene before them. "TSK, TSK, what a pair of pitiful wretches, reduced to mere test subjects, transformed into expendable pawns, thoroughly brainwashed. It's better to be dead than to exist like this." They uttered a few dismissive remarks. What does it matter? After all, they have already been indoctrinated. Each pair of eyes held an air of indifference, gazing down upon them as one would regard a pet. Test subjects are nothing but tools and cannon fodder in the eyes of the burgeoning organization. As their chatter faded into the distance, Han Xiao lowered his gaze, concealing the brilliance within his eyes. Time slipped by swiftly, and 6 months vanished in the blink of an eye. The Valkyrie laboratory lies concealed underground, comprising 3 levels. As a clandestine facility, its scale is modest, nestled within a wilderness of dense forest, reliant on airdrops for the replenishment of supplies. This base serves as the principal laboratory for the Valkyrie project, where, including Han Xiao and Subject 1, a total of 78 successful specimens have been produced. Beyond this location, the budding organization operates several other laboratory branches, engaged in the mass replication of expendable subjects. Most of these 78 successful specimens have been transferred to various destinations via helicopter, leaving Subject 1 to lead a select elite squad of 9 exceptionally gifted subjects, who remain here for rigorous training. Since the organization has diminished its scrutiny over him, Han Xiao's existence has become monotonous, filled with training and solitary hours spent in the mechanical modification room, which has essentially transformed into his personal sanctuary. The guards have grown accustomed to disregarding Han Xiao's presence. When their gazes briefly glide over him, they do not linger, as if he were merely a part of the wall, an inconsequential backdrop. This lack of attention affords Han Xiao considerable advantages through his relentless mechanical endeavors. He has amassed a wealth of experience. Much like mistletoe, quietly siphoning sustenance from the budding organization right beneath their noses. In the process, he has memorized the constructions of numerous basic firearms. These commonplace technological weapons, once assembled multiple times, allow him to master their manufacturing techniques, knowledge not recorded in the schematics displayed on panels. Through training under Hela and Belota, he mastered the skills of basic combat and basic shooting, and unexpectedly unlocked a talent specialization known as well-trained, which grants an additional 100 points to his base health, thereby enhancing his life security. He also unlocked the secondary profession of agent, elevating his overall level to 4. After continuous practice, his skills in simple repair and basic modifications advanced to level 4, while basic combat and basic shooting ascended to level 2. The mechanical field requires substantial financial support for growth, which is one of its limitations. Fortunately, the budding organization generously provides materials for free. Up until now, he had assembled 90 of the firearm types in the armory, and the experience he could gain at the base had finally reached its limit, a staggering 600,000 experience points, an accumulation over half a year. In his previous life, the ratio of real time to game time was 6-1, meaning that 6 months equated to 1 month in the real world. Without completing missions or battling monsters, this amount is remarkably substantial in the early stages, and only the mechanical field can generate such abundant experience under limited conditions. Upon approving Lin Weixian's request to dissect Subject 0, a request he had made numerous times, the leader spoke over the phone. Hela frowned, recalling that many such requests had been turned down before. Biting her lip, she acknowledged, understood. However, the matter of Subject 0 was not the focus of this conversation. The leader shifted the topic, inquiring about the training outcomes of Subject 1's experimental team. Very promising, with immense potential. Very well, let them undergo training at the Night Owl base. I have dispatched the Night Owl team to retrieve them. They shall arrive in 2 to 3 days. That coincides with my visit to my sister. Hela's tone darkened. There is no need for you to accompany the Night Owl team on their mission. That is good. 005, lightweight power arm. Drink. Hela exhaled forcefully, her delicate fist unleashing a tremendous force, striking towards Han Zhao's chest like a bullet, producing a series of explosive sounds. Han Zhao braced himself against the blow, enduring the constriction in his chest, and with a firm grip, seized the collar of Hela's combat uniform, twisting at the waist to throw her over his shoulder. Hela remained unfazed, her palms meeting the ground as she gracefully rolled over, effortlessly neutralizing the throw. Observing this, Han Zhao chose not to pursue, standing still while rubbing his chest. Is this the extent of your progress? Hela expressed her dissatisfaction. Han Zhao remained silent. He deliberately concealed his skills. Given his performance, the organization should have abandoned him by now. Yet, for the past 6 months, Hela had continued to train him in combat, and today, she exerted particular effort. Hela did not expect Han Zhao to respond. She understood that Zero was taciturn, resembling an emotionless automaton. Although she was the supervisor, her days were largely unoccupied, with training Han Zhao being one of her few activities. Upon learning that the leader intended to assign Han Zhao to Lin Weixian, Hela felt a tumult of emotions. Although the two rarely engaged in conversation, the passage of 6 months inevitably fostered a peculiar sense of connection. Even the most mundane possessions became objects of fond recollection. Not to mention the people themselves. Perhaps it was a trace of nostalgia. Hela could not bear the thought of witnessing Han Zhao being dismembered into countless fragments on Lin Weixian's despicable experimental table. Countless times, familiar faces had vanished on ordinary days, never to reappear. The organization's ruthless demeanor had cost her many friendships. And then, her sister, Hela sighed. If Zero could demonstrate a talent for combat at the final moment, perhaps the leader would reconsider, which was why she was exerting herself in training Han Zhao today. Unfortunately, such miraculous circumstances were not easily manifested. The leader had consented to Lin Weixian's dissection and research on him. Hela sighed. Strictly speaking, this was the first statement she had made to Zero that was unrelated to training. Hela failed to notice that Han Zhao's gaze sharpened for an instant before fading away. Yet, he harbored no regrets, for the level of attention one received was directly proportional to the scrutiny endured. Should he openly display extraordinary abilities, he would only invite harsher exploitation. His identity could never penetrate the core of the budding organization, forever relegated to the status of a mere tool, valued only for his utility. Otherwise, Han Zhao would not hesitate to work for the organization. Suddenly, he caught sight of a photograph on the ground, seemingly having fallen from Hela's pocket during their earlier tussle. He bent down to retrieve it. This is a group photograph set against a backdrop of azure seas and skies, where the horizon is adorned with a radiant sunset that casts a warm glow. The two little girls standing side by side are the focal point of the image. One is a youthful Hela, beaming with vivacity, while the other girl, who bears a slight resemblance to Hela, possesses a cascade of snow-white hair and an endearing demeanor. Suddenly, a notification pops up on the screen. You have triggered a D-level task. Night Owl Project? Accept decline. Han Zhao's gaze flickers. This marks the first task he has encountered in half a year. There is little room for hesitation. Accept. Task prompt. The dark and bloody rise of the budding organization has long been a closely guarded enigma among the 6 nations of the Azure Star. Hela harbors a past shrouded in secrecy. Is she truly loyal to the budding organization? You have acquired a fragment of a clue. Pursuing it may yield unexpected rewards, but it may also lead to unforeseen dangers. Of course, you could also share this clue with certain interested parties for a reward, or you could keep it to yourself. The choice is yours. The task is evidently triggered by the photograph, and fortuitously, Han Zhao recognizes the white-haired girl. She is Hela's sister, Aurora. Hela's sole concern is her sister. Hela experiences a complete breakdown. The budding organization anticipated her reaction and swiftly dispatched numerous skilled operatives to capture her, imprisoning her. In her confinement, Hela endures inhuman torment, and the searing hatred ignites a fearsome resilience within her. She withstands all suffering until she finally seizes an opportunity to escape from her prison. Although Hela appears indifferent now, she is a veritable paragon of virtue compared to the future incarnation of herself, who regards countless living beings as mere dust and has annihilated entire civilizations. If given the opportunity, Han Zhao would be eager to assist her in altering her tragic destiny. This desire does not stem from pity, but rather from a wish to avert future complications. In his previous life, Hela was akin to a deranged fiend, indiscriminately slaying anyone in her path. And Han Zhao had the misfortune of encountering her on numerous occasions, each encounter resulting in the destruction of his starship and significant losses. The key to transforming Hela's future lies with Aurora. However, at this moment, Han Zhao lacks the capability to effect such a change. His primary concern is to escape. Every 2 months, Hela departs from the laboratory, and in just 2 days, she will leave once again. His reservoir of experience is now sufficient. The opportunity has finally arrived. Returning to his mechanical workshop, Han Zhao summoned the interface. He currently possesses 3 professions: civilian, operative, and novice mechanic. The civilian role can be disregarded, as the latter 2 constitute his means of escaping the laboratory. Among the 5 main occupational systems, the mechanical path is relatively weaker in its early stages. Yet he harbors no regrets, for it is the profession in which he excels. Initially, the mechanical profession leans towards logistics and domestic roles. But with the introduction of the advanced knowledge tree in version 3.0, its combat prowess has surged, rapidly gaining popularity and rivaling even the martial arts system, which boasts the highest number of players. In the later stages, a high-level mechanic can command an interstellar legion. The mechanical discipline is renowned for its plethora of skills. Each blueprint invented signifies a unique proficiency, and with thousands of blueprints available, the potential for future development is immense. The diverse amalgamation of skills gives rise to a multitude of combat styles, including trap strategies, positional warfare, heavy artillery tactics, sniper techniques, legion formations, and mecha configurations, among others. However, the drawbacks are equally apparent. Nurturing an expert in the mechanical field demands an experience that far exceeds that required for other professions. Contemplating this, Han Zhao decided to channel his experience into the profession of mechanical novice, fervently leveling up. Upon elevating the mechanical novice to level 3, he attained 10 strength, 1 intelligence, and 1 endurance, along with 2 free attribute points and 1 potential point. Subsequently, as he advanced to level 10, the maximum, his attributes soared to 30 strength, while intelligence and endurance remained at 1, granting him an additional 2 free attribute points and 1 potential point. Each profession has a maximum level of 10, and one can only continue to progress after a class change. A total of 130,000 experience points were expended to elevate the mechanical novice from level 2 to the cap of level 10, resulting in an increase of 8 endurance, 8 intelligence, 100 strength, 16 free attribute points, and 8 potential points, culminating in a total level of 12. Typically, the primary profession is prioritized for enhancement, as it yields the greatest value in terms of strength. After reaching the level 10 cap for a mechanical novice, Han Zhao found himself temporarily unable to meet the requirements for class change. a situation he had anticipated and thus set aside for the moment. Han Xiao elevated the agent profession to level 9, expending 80,000 experience points. This profession bestowed upon him a total of 12 in strength, 9 in agility, 3 in charisma, alongside 9 potential points and 9 free attribute points. His overall level reached 20. A character may possess an unlimited number of professions, however. Every 20 levels presents a bottleneck, necessitating the completion of advancement tasks to continue leveling up. The maximum level cap is unlocked with version updates, with version 1.0 capping at level 60. In the realm of Star Sea, the multitude of professions offers players myriad combinations. As the game progresses, personalization becomes paramount. There exists no fixed growth strategy, and each character exhibits distinct differences, maintaining a continuous allure. Yet, Han Xiao discovered that his status panel did not display the maximum level cap, implying that he could wield power surpassing that of the player versions. In versions 1.0 and 2.0, players primarily inhabit novice planets, while in the depths of the cosmos, vast interstellar factions persist, inaccessible to players. Thus, the version serves as a constraint for players, whereas as an NPC, he naturally remains unbound by such limitations. The level 20 advancement task, Acquire Advanced Knowledge in Mechanics, requires the prior mastery of 5 foundational knowledge points from a specific branch. The armed branch knowledge within the base is incomplete, rendering him unable to proceed. He subsequently expended an additional 150,000 experience points to elevate Basic Repair and Basic Enhancement Modification to the maximum level of 10, thus acquiring 2 potential points vital for his future plans. Consuming 10,000 experience points, Han Xiao elevates Beginner Mechanical Affinity to level 3. Drawing upon his familiarity with Star Sea, he expends 60,000 experience points to enhance Basic Combat and Basic Shooting to level 6, successfully acquiring 2 new skills, Grappling and Precise Shooting. With the remaining 170,000 experience points, Han Xiao reserves this sum for the gamble of acquiring blueprints. The invention of blueprints constitutes the most pivotal capability within the mechanical domain. Upon upgrading their vocational knowledge, practitioners of the mechanical profession automatically obtain blueprints. This represents the first method of acquisition. The second method involves obtaining special blueprints through quests or from unique NPCs, which are generally scarce. The third method entails dismantling machinery to reverse engineer blueprints, a process demanding stringent conditions and vast experience expenditures. The fourth and primary method is knowledge fusion, wherein 2 or more vocational knowledges are amalgamated. If the combination is correct, it can yield new blueprints, with each fusion consuming experience points. The interplay of 60 distinct types of knowledge offers innumerable combinations, each concealing a multitude of blueprints. Yet each fusion will only result in one specific blueprint. And some blueprints may possess hidden prerequisites, making it arduous to ascertain the total number of blueprints derivable from a single combination. The experience accrued from fusing identical combinations accumulates continuously. Thus, even in the absence of newly developed blueprints, experience will not be refunded, leading to the term gambling for blueprints. This characteristic of the mechanical domain fosters a versatile combat style and serves as the foundation for formidable prowess in later stages. Yet it also constitutes an insatiable abyss for experience consumption. Before his traversal, the player had uncovered thousands of combinations, and with over a decade of experience, Han Xiao retained a vivid recollection of 90% of them. Opting for the mechanical specialization conferred considerable advantages, significantly mitigating the early weaknesses of this path. There existed a handful of rare blueprints, veritable artifacts for the early stages of mechanical engineering. Additionally, there was a seldom utilized feature of free creation, allowing players to design their own machinery based on personal concepts. However, there was a staggering 99% chance that the result would be nothing more than a heap of scrap metal. The success of this endeavor hinged upon the rationality of the concept, the quality of materials, the level of vocational knowledge, expertise, tools, and countless other factors. Even prior to Han Xiao's traversal, no player had fully developed this self-creation feature, and even when one occasionally succeeded in crafting a self-designed machine, its efficacy paled in comparison to that of blueprint machinery, rendering this feature largely regarded as superfluous. His professional advancement bestowed upon him 19 potential points, with 2 additional points granted for reaching the maximum level in 2 skills, culminating in a total of 21 potential points. Han Xiao retrieved the vocational knowledge book he had meticulously prepared from the shelf, took a deep breath, and invested his potential points. Would you like to consume one potential point to learn the ARM branch Fundamental Mechanical Engineering? Would you like to consume one potential point to learn the ARM branch Fundamental Bionics? Confirmed. An overwhelming influx of knowledge surged into his mind, causing Han Xiao's head to throb as if it might burst, the pain contorting his facial muscles, and it took a full 10 minutes for the discomfort to subside. A wealth of previously unfamiliar mechanical knowledge became indelibly etched in his consciousness. Han Xiao expended 2 potential points to elevate both Fundamental Mechanical Engineering and Fundamental Bionics to level 2, thereby enhancing his mastery of these subjects. This combination of secondary foundational mechanical knowledge could yield 6 distinct blueprints, with each amalgamation of the same type doubling the experience gained. The initial fusion of the foundational combination would yield 10,000 experience points, and with 170,000 experience points at his disposal, he could perform 4 fusions. He was determined to succeed. With a heart racing and palms sweating, Han Xiao dragged Fundamental Mechanical Engineering LV2 and Fundamental Bionics LV2 together on the interface. Do you wish to proceed with the knowledge fusion, Fundamental Mechanical Engineering and Fundamental Bionics? This fusion will consume 10,000 experience points. Yes. A moment of dizziness enveloped his mind, and a brand new invention blueprint materialized before him. Fusion successful. Congratulations on developing the Cloud Swallow Glider. Not this. Han Xiao clenched his fists, resolute to continue. This fusion will consume 20,000 experience points. Fusion successful. Congratulations on developing the bionic prosthetic. Good heavens. The most worthless blueprint has emerged, still not what I sought. Again, this fusion will consume 40,000 experience points. Fusion successful. Congratulations on developing the lightweight power arm. Finally, Han Xiao exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table, causing a screw to tumble. The lightweight power arm. This is precisely what I wanted. After half a year of accumulation, nearly all was now expended. Name, Han Xiao Race. Carbon-based human, yellow, template, NPC, 1-0 public beta countdown, 182 days, 8 hours, and 23 minutes. Total level, 20. Progression unfinished, experience points, 100,000 secondary profession, civilian LV1, agent LV9, 025,000, primary profession, mechanical novice LV10, max. Advancement quest unfinished, health points, 320 stamina points, 434 attributes, strength 21, agility 17, endurance 22, intelligence 15, mystique 1, charisma 5, luck 1 free attribute points, 27 energy, 120, LV3, LV1, 10, strength 1, agility 1, endurance 1, stamina cap 20, LV2, 50, strength 3, agility 2, endurance 3, stamina cap 50, LV3, 100, strength 3, agility 3, endurance 5, stamina cap 100, energy level 4855 rank, F mortal, in comparison to the weakest superhuman. You are akin to a giant ant. Specializations, heightened focus, basic mental resilience well-trained, additional 100 base health point skills, mechanical engineering, beginner mechanical affinity, LV3. Basic repair LV10, max, simple enhancement modification LV10, max, blueprint, Cloud Swallow Glider LV1, 05000, blueprint, bionic prosthesis LV1, 02000. Blueprint, lightweight power arm LV1, 010,000. Agent, basic hand-to-hand combat LV6, 016,000. Increases unarmed attack power by 6. Basic shooting LV6, 016,000. Increases shooting accuracy by 6. Grappling LV1, 03000. Increases counterattack rate by 3 and unarmed attack power by 2. Precise shooting LV1, 03000. Increases shooting accuracy by 3 and remote critical hit rate by 2. Potential points, 17. Professional knowledge tree. Armament. Basic assembly LV1, 01. Basic mechanical engineering LV2, 01. Basic bionics LV2, 01. 17 unlearned items. Energy. 20 unlearned items. Manipulation. 20 unlearned items. Influence. 0. Legendary status. 0. Equipment. None. After 6 months of accumulation, advancing directly to level 20, with a significant boost in combat power. A total of 27 free attribute points. with Han Xiao investing 5 points to elevate intelligence to 20, thus meeting the manufacturing requirements for the lightweight power arm blueprint, while reserving the remainder for emergencies. Only one final step remains, which is to equip himself. Observing the myriad of mechanical components strewn across the ground, Han Xiao couldn't help but smirk. I shall enlighten you on the meaning of nurturing a tiger for disaster. With that, 006 commenced its operation. The Valkyrie laboratory was concealed beneath the guise of a dilapidated farm, where the fields lay fallow and the buildings crumbled. An electrified barbed wire fence encircled the estate, with only a single grand gate allowing entry, while the surrounding landscape was dominated by an endless expanse of forest, dotted with the remnants of shattered structures. This vicinity was once a small town from the ancient civilization of Ocean Blue Star, now rendered desolate. Decades ago, Ocean Blue Star had connected with interstellar powers, acquiring a wealth of universal knowledge and entering a new era of civilization. This societal upheaval led to the abandonment of numerous cities, creating a distinct atmosphere reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic world. A Black Hawk helicopter descended upon the forsaken farm, and 6 fully armed operatives clad in dark attire disembarked. They donned sleek, black visors that obscured their expressions, exuding an aura of cold detachment that warned others to keep their distance. This was Night Owl's 3rd squad. I am the captain, codenamed Silverblade, tasked with the extraction of the Valkyrie test subject team. Silverblade's tone was as unyielding as stone. Hela, gathering her windswept hair, remarked nonchalantly. Regardless of the circumstances, there are off-road vehicles in the garage, and I have commandeered the helicopter. Do not waste my time. Number 1, accompanied by 9 test subjects, approached Silverblade with an upright posture, declaring, Test Subject 1, reporting to the commander. Silverblade, his demeanor impassive, responded, Follow us. Indeed. Number 1's face flushed with excitement as he made his way to headquarters for training, which he regarded as the utmost honor. The Night Owl squad and the experimental unit arrived at the garage, unveiling several high-powered, bulletproof off-road vehicles concealed beneath a camouflage tarpaulin. The 2 teams drove through the sole exit, vanishing into the depths of the forest. Hyla boarded a helicopter and ascended into the sky. Suddenly, an unsettling feeling washed over her, an ominous premonition. Oddly enough, she sensed that something had been overlooked. Furrowing her brow, she recalled that today was the day the leader had granted her permission to visit her sister, yet she dismissed the thought. In the mechanical modification room, Han Xiao installed the final hinge, setting down his wrench and wiping the sweat from his brow. Before him lay a hollow exoskeleton mechanical arm, resembling a colossal silver alloy gauntlet. The external armor was crafted from manganese steel alloy, known for its remarkable toughness, making it ideal for forging weaponry and protective gear. To reduce weight and enhance shock resistance, the interior of the power arm utilized lightweight metals for the framework. Each component had been meticulously shaped using the lathe in the modification room, a burgeoning workshop equipped with advanced machinery, ensuring that the parts fit together seamlessly. Although the base had curtailed his allocation of materials for the mechanical modification room, sourcing quality metals proved to be a manageable task. When forging, the left arm served as the reference, allowing the left hand to fit snugly within the mechanical arm for precise control. A simple movement of the fingers could activate the hinge switch, with power derived from a compact engine and air pump concealed within the core of the power arm, all securely shielded by robust armor, capable of delivering immense strength. From Han Zhao's perspective, which transcends the constraints of time, the control system and power system of this lightweight power arm are rather outdated, and the materials employed are quite commonplace. However, at present, this represents the finest weapon he can create. In the initial stages, it serves as an exceptional piece of equipment, enhancing the success rate of escapes by at least 20%. Moreover, he has discovered that although the process of personal manufacturing is significantly more challenging than the game's loading bar, it consequently allows for greater creative freedom, with the benefits far outweighing the drawbacks. Lightweight power arm, left, quality, white, basic parameters, attack power 3558, defense power 1317, power level 38. Durability 270, equipment requirement, strength 25, attribute bonus, speed -3, length 51 centimeters, from elbow to forearm to palm, weight 14.7 pounds. Additional effect, grants an extra 10 strength determination. The equipment levels are categorized from low to high as follows: gray, commonplace; white, ordinary; green, good; blue, superior; purple, excellent; pink, rare; orange, legendary. Han Xiao currently possesses a strength of 21 points. Thus he allocated 4 of his free attribute points to strength, meeting the equipment requirement. During his spare time at the lathe, Han Xiao modified a Type 73 Hornet pistol using simple reinforcement techniques, achieving an attack power of 3,847, surpassing that of the standard version. This marked his first weapon fully enhanced, and naturally, such a fine piece was reserved for his own use. As long as he could procure ammunition, the pistol would unleash its might. Additionally, he fashioned a tactical dagger from leftover materials used for crafting a power arm, its blade infused with tungsten steel, rendering it exceptionally sharp and granting an additional 10 points of close combat attack power. After all, there was no need to waste materials. Due to Han Xiao's prolonged low profile, there was no longer a dedicated surveillance team monitoring him around the clock. He was the sole mechanical logistics personnel at the base. To exercise caution, he crafted each component before welding them together, ensuring that the occasional glance from the guards monitoring the screens could not reveal his true endeavors. They assumed he was merely repairing firearms, allowing the process to proceed smoothly and undetected. Han Xiao securely concealed the lightweight power arm in the enhanced Hornet pistol, for his inventory bore genuine weight rather than existing in a realm beyond dimensions. The conspicuous nature of the equipment prevented him from carrying it openly. With the dagger hidden at his waist, he exited his quarters and made his way to the cafeteria on the underground level. In moments of leisure, most agents would gather here to play cards, and much of his intelligence was gleaned from their casual conversations. They spoke freely in his presence, providing him with ample opportunities to gather information. Indeed, feigning ignorance proved to be a wise strategy. He envied Hela for being able to leave the laboratory, for spending every day in this dreary place was stifling. The individual in question is the organization's executive officer, holding a position far superior to ours. As for Hela, her visage and physique, if I could indulge in her company for a night, I would gladly relinquish 3 years of my life. I assume you are new here. The last person who dared to provoke Hela was left with not a single hair remaining. Do you truly believe she ascended to the role of executive officer by mere chance? You imply that she possesses extraordinary abilities? Of course. Han Xiao's gaze flickered. It was indeed fortuitous that he need not confront Hela directly, for he held no confidence in his ability to triumph over her. He rose from his seat and exited the cafeteria, attracting no attention. Every corridor was equipped with surveillance cameras, and escaping necessitated the prior neutralization of the monitoring room. Located 3 levels below ground, Han Xiao feigned aimless wandering as he approached the surveillance room, the armed guards he encountered along the way disregarding him completely. 2 armed guards stood sentinel at the entrance of the monitoring room, with 2 more on duty within. Thus, he would have to swiftly and silently neutralize 4 guards, a formidable task. However, he had rehearsed this scenario countless times in his mind and felt no anxiety. As he rounded the corner of the monitoring room's corridor, he noticed a surveillance camera. Seeing that no one was around, Han Xiao retrieved a leftover piece of soft bread from his breakfast, moistened it with saliva, and deftly flung it onto the camera lens, obscuring the view. Lacking advanced hacking equipment, he resorted to this age-old method. After a brief pause of 3 seconds, no one emerged from the surveillance room. Han Xiao felt a sense of certainty. It was from a previous encounter with the duty guard lamenting to a colleague that he learned of the underlying situation. The base had never faced any peril, thus the duty guards approached their responsibilities with a lackadaisical attitude, indulging in idleness. Steeling himself, Han Xiao approached the door of the surveillance room, only to be halted by 2 armed guards extending their hands. No entry for unauthorized personnel. This was Zone 0, and conversing with him was futile. They merely needed to be dismissed. The guard on the left nodded and reached to push Han Xiao's shoulder. Yet in a moment of unguardedness, Han Xiao made his move. He swiftly seized the left guard's wrist while his other hand, like lightning, drew a tactical dagger from his waist, plunging it into the right guard's jaw, penetrating directly into the brain. The blunt sensation of the blade piercing flesh reverberated through the handle to his wrist. The right guard's expression froze, unable to emit a sound, and he perished in an instant. In the next heartbeat, Han Xiao twisted forcefully, and with a sharp crack, the man in his grasp ceased to struggle. In less than a second, he had claimed 2 lives. You struck a fatal blow. Ordinary attack transformed into a lethal attack. Above their heads appeared faint blue damage values of -162 and -171, indicating the lethal damage equated to the target's maximum health. You have slain an armed guard of the budding organization, earning 360 experience points. X2 grasping the lifeless body and allowing it to collapse silently. Han Xiao took a deep breath. The swift and precise act of killing had, in fact, been rehearsed countless times in his mind. The act of murder did not evoke discomfort within him. Rather, he found himself secretly alarmed, pondering whether his recent oppressive existence had led him to a state of perversion. In his previous life, the largest creature he had slain was likely a timid rodent from his rural hometown, yet now, taking a human life felt no different. He sensed an urgent need for psychological counseling. A notification appeared, revealing the details of two individuals, Agent Level 7, Strength 10, Endurance 15, and approximately 150 health points. This was the standard level of most armed guards in the laboratory, with slight variances in individual health due to physical constitution. You have acquired 4 magazines of handgun ammunition. The dim blue glow from dozens of surveillance screens illuminated the room, and Han Xiao beheld a scene that rendered him utterly dumbfounded. There, he witnessed the duty officer, San Juan, intimately embracing Brother Constipation, their lips mere centimeters apart. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, they turned in panic, and an awkward silence enveloped the three of them, creating a decidedly tense atmosphere. Han Xiao stood in shock, a surge of blood lodged uncomfortably in his throat. Unable to rise or fall, his eyes burned with discomfort. 007, in disbelief. What should I do? It is rather awkward. Should I nonchalantly exit and utter a phrase like "please cease your performance"? Regarding this peculiar relationship, Han Xiao neither supports nor discriminates against it. He perceives not merely two men, but rather two lonely souls. The immense pressure from their demanding jobs leaves them with no outlet, and thus, unique feelings blossom among colleagues who interact daily. This is not your fault. It is the fault of the world, or rather, the circumstances. Although his mind wanders into troublesome thoughts, Han Xiao's reactions are swift. He reverses his grip on the dagger, charging forward like a leopard towards the target known as 30,000. Awakening from his stupor, 30,000 hastily draws his firearm. Seizing the opportunity, Han Xiao swings his blade. And had it not been for Constipation Brothers swiftly kicking 30,000 aside, the edge of the knife would have narrowly missed severing his wrist, the ambush having been evaded. Han Xiao remains undeterred. With a flick of his finger, he rotates the dagger from an inverted grip to a standard one, thrusting it forcefully into Constipation Brothers' abdomen. Then follows with a powerful strike to his neck, executing the moves with seamless fluidity, rendering him unconscious on the ground. -42. -45. Your strength is 25. Target strength is 10. Strength check successful. You exceed target strength by twofold. This attack inflicts an additional 50 crushing damage. Target is now in a dazed state. Han Xiao's strength surpasses that of these guards by a factor of 2, enabling his strikes to deliver overwhelming effects, including dizziness, broken bones, and other negative statuses. Excellent. A threat has been neutralized. Han Xiao's mind is resolute. With a forceful shove, 30,000 was sent tumbling backward, creating a safe distance. Drawing his weapon, he prepared to fire. If the gunshot echoed, it would alert the entire base. Han Xiao reacted swiftly, leaping forward to tackle 30,000. And they grappled fiercely on the ground. In an instant, his finger locked onto the trigger, while he forcefully slammed 30,000's wrist against the ground. A pained cry escaped as the handgun slipped from his grasp. Without pausing, Han Xiao drove his forehead into 30,000's nose, a strike amplified by his strength of 25. A muffled grunt followed as the nasal bone shattered, blood gushing forth, leaving 30,000 dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Han Xiao swiftly rolled to 30,000's back, locking his legs around his waist and wrapping his arms around his neck, applying pressure. Instantly, 30,000's complexion turned purple, gasping for breath, unable to voice a sound. Flailing like one struggling to stay afloat. A naked choke. You have employed a locking technique. Your strength is 25, while the target's strength is 11. Strength determination successful. The target cannot break free. After a tense struggle lasting several seconds, 30,000's resistance gradually diminished, succumbing to the pressure around his neck and losing consciousness. That was close. Han Xiao, panting heavily, rose to his feet, reflecting on the ordeal. If he had been trained in martial arts, he would not have felt such exhaustion. The martial arts class stands as the most popular profession in the realm of Star Sea, and the reason is simple. It exudes an undeniable charm. It is extraordinarily captivating. The names of the techniques are so resplendent that they could ignite the very spirit of youthful exuberance. Names like Flame King Earth-Shattering Wave, Demonic Piercing Light Cannon, and Celestial Collapse Fist resonate with grandeur. Whether their power truly matches their titles is uncertain, yet they undeniably spark a flicker of the adolescent spirit. One cannot fully unleash their potential without vocally declaring the technique. The many players find this to be a source of embarrassment. However, drawing from Han Zhao's past experience with a martial arts character, once one embraces this narrative, it becomes quite exhilarating. After all, who has not traversed the landscape of youthful idealism? Moreover, the combat style of the martial arts class is refreshingly straightforward. It is a relentless barrage of strikes, in stark contrast to the mechanically complex class that requires a steep learning curve. The difference between playing Angry Birds and Dark Souls is akin to the disparity between two games of entirely different aesthetics. The martial arts class is remarkably accessible. Han Zhao possesses a foundational skill set in combat and grappling, complemented by his prior experience with a martial arts character, rendering his fighting prowess commendable. He can easily contend with the average strongman. With a dagger, he swiftly dispatched the two unconscious individuals. Feeling that a tinge of mercy would only serve as a cruelty towards himself, he deftly retrieved 4 magazines from the bodies of the 30,000 and the constipated guy. There was no time for respite. He dragged the 2 corpses from outside into the room, stripped one of their combat gear to clean the blood from the corridor, and shattered all the surveillance monitors with the butt of his gun. After ensuring everything was in order, he locked the door behind him and departed from the monitoring room, his expression as serene as a gentle breeze, leaving no trace of the fact that he had just taken 4 lives, marking his inaugural act of killing. It must be said that maintaining a facade of indifference is a commendable habit, as it conceals one's thoughts from scrutiny. The surveillance room has been cleared, akin to lifting a watchful eye that loomed overhead, liberating one from the shackles of secrecy. Upon returning to the 2nd floor, a guard suddenly intercepted Han Zhao. "Mr. Lin Weixian wishes to see you." Han Zhao paused momentarily, his gaze flickering. Indeed, Lin Weixian could no longer contain himself. He had anticipated this day, though he had not expected the timing to be so fortuitous. Upon reflection, this may prove advantageous for him, as Lin Weixian is the esteemed head of significant experiments. A figure of considerable stature, one of the few possessing access to the base's security card. Han Zhao had intended to take action against him, and now, the opportunity presented itself quite conveniently. Following the guard, he arrived at Lin Weixian's private laboratory. The ambience was dimly lit, with shelves adorning the walls, each containing transparent containers submerged in formaldehyde, preserving human organs that resembled a collection belonging to a deranged murderer. Lin Weixian's gaze burned with eagerness as he appraised Han Zhao. He appeared elated, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "The organization has finally entrusted you to me. Once I dissect you, I shall uncover the reasons that differentiate you from other test subjects. Once I have extracted your value, your remains will be worthy of becoming my specimen." The first test subject, how profoundly significant. Han Zhao remained silent, as unyielding as a stone, his expression obscured by the shadows. "Secure him properly. Do not allow him to struggle and jeopardize my experiment," Lin Weixian commanded, turning his back to the 2 men. He retrieved an assortment of oddly shaped surgical instruments from a toolbox, scalpels and cranial saws, instruments that had undoubtedly sliced through the flesh of countless individuals, emanating a chilling gleam that sent shivers down one's spine. Suddenly, Lin Weixian was startled by the dull thud of a body falling behind him. Turning in confusion, he found Han Zhao standing there, towering over him, monopolizing his field of vision. Before he could process the situation, a searing pain pierced his chest. Dully, he glanced down to witness a dagger embedded deep within his heart. Strength rapidly drained from him, and the surgical knife clattered to the floor. In a state of utter horror, Lin Weixian locked eyes with Han Zhao. Those eyes, which he had always remembered as dull and lifeless, now glimmered with a sharpness akin to blades, plunging him into an icy abyss. As his gaze drifted beyond Han Zhao's form, he noticed the guard sprawled on the ground, his neck grotesquely twisted, his still-functioning body convulsing in a reflexive dance of death. "Ah, the cameras." Lin Weixian clung to a shred of hope. Glancing toward the surveillance camera in the corner, Han Zhao spoke with an unsettling calm. "Give up. Everyone in the monitoring room is dead." The tone he used was unmistakably not that of the dull-witted Zero he had known. Lin Weixian trembled, his face ashen, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to rasp. "So, all this time, you were merely pretending?" Han Zhao nodded. "How could this be possible? Everyone has been deceived by you." Lin Weixian seemed to hear something incredible. "In this world, nothing is impossible." Han Zhao forcefully twisted the dagger. Lin Weixian, filled with reluctance and astonishment, collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open, refusing to close even in death. "I am your creator," until his last breath. He could not believe that he would fall victim to Han Xiao. In the underground society, my brother Xiao is ruthless and verbose. Han Xiao donned the guard's uniform and departed from Lin Weixian's laboratory. Many in the base were aware of his abduction by Lin Weixian, rendering him unable to present himself in his true identity for the time being. Only 4 individuals had made a significant impression on him: Hela, number 1, Lin Weixian, and Baroda. The first 2 were absent from the base, and Lin Weixian had been eliminated by him. As long as he did not encounter Baroda, he would remain temporarily safe. The entrance to the underground laboratory was an 80-centimeter thick door made of special alloy. Even exhausting the entire arsenal of explosives would not suffice to breach it. The only means of access was through electronic authorization. Only 3 individuals possessed identity cards capable of opening the door, one of whom was Lin Weixian. A pristine white card now lay quietly in the pocket of Han Zhao's jacket. However, beside the entrance, a sentinel stood watch, and on the lower level, there was a guard's dormitory. Every individual here was acquainted with 3 holders of the white card, making it impossible to go unnoticed. Adjacent to the sentinel was an emergency door closure mechanism. Pulling down the lever would manually deactivate the access control system, completely locking the main entrance. If Han Xiao brazenly approached with the white card to unlock the door, he would find himself trapped, ensnared within 10 seconds. At that moment, it would be akin to shooting fish in a barrel. A single bullet could deplete his health significantly, and should he be targeted by concentrated fire, with a stroke of luck, he might endure for a mere 0.8 seconds. Ah, a valiant demise indeed. This version shall remain as an option. Han Zhao's strategy was to sever communications, granting himself a few hours of a vacuum period, the most prudent course of action. Initially, the plan involved sabotaging the energy supply. However, the access control system required power to function. Disrupting the energy would lead to its cessation. The transmitter for the communication signals was concealed within the walls of the 3rd underground level, necessitating mechanical arms to breach the wall. Yet, plans are ever susceptible to change. As he approached the mechanical modification room, a mere 50 meters away, a large hand suddenly reached out, pressing against his chest. Han Zhao's gaze sharpened. The individual who had intercepted him was none other than Baroda. What misfortune it was! In such an expansive base, how could he possibly encounter Baroda, the very person he wished to avoid? Who could he blame for such ill fate? Was Murphy the embodiment of destiny itself? Which team are you from? I don't believe I've seen you before, Baroda inquired, puzzled. Han Xiao lowered his head, pulling his hat down to obscure his features. I am a newcomer. Assigned to Team B, Baroda, with a face full of skepticism, questioned, when did a newcomer arrive? How was I unaware of this? I feel as though I have heard your voice before. Raise your head, and allow me to see your face. Han Xiao, catching a glimpse from the corner of his eye, noticed Baroda's hand moving towards the pistol at his waist, preparing for an imminent confrontation. The 3 guards, sensing something amiss, drew closer. What to do? If discovered, Baroda would undoubtedly send someone to find Lin Weixian. The moment Lin Weixian's corpse was uncovered, his actions would be exposed. Should he have dismembered the body before departing? No, no, no. Considering his appetite for the coming days, such an act should be avoided. To die here? Such thoughts must be banished. Confidence is essential in any endeavor. It is unwise to anticipate failure before striving for victory. This is troublesome. I had no intention of resorting to Plan B. What are you talking about? Baroda failed to comprehend. Suddenly, Han Xiao lifted his head, revealing a perilous grin. I have long wanted to tell you, you ought to see a psychologist. 0. Seizing the fleeting moment of Baroda's astonishment, Han Xiao acted first, thrusting his dagger forcefully towards Baroda's chest. Baroda's pupils dilated in alarm, and he instinctively recoiled, the blade grazing his jaw and slicing through flesh, drawing forth a trail of blood. -48. The forceful punch that followed left Baroda dazed, causing him to stumble and collide with his 2 companions, all 3 tumbling to the ground. Clutching his bleeding jaw, Baroda's expression darkened as he raised his gun, firing wildly at Han Xiao while charging forward. All agents, heed my command. Reinforcements are urgently required at the 2nd floor mechanical modification room. Subject 0 has gone rogue. Baroda bellowed into the tiny intercom at his collar. The guards patrolling each floor wore expressions of disbelief, questioning their own senses. Subject 0 has lost control. Surely, this must be a mistake. Wasn't that test subject brainwashed? Could this be a drill? Are you foolish? I can already hear gunfire. The bullets whistled past, and a sense of crisis prickled at Han Zhao's back. Suddenly, he entered an extraordinary state of calm. His mind became as cold as ice, detached and rational. A multitude of information converged in his mind, transforming the world before him into an intricate web, akin to a spider's silk, where everything was interconnected. He could reach the mechanical modification room in 2 seconds. Baroda would take 7 seconds to catch up, and the 3 guards posed no threat within 2 seconds. Reinforcements would arrive within 25 to 35 seconds. Han Xiao had endured countless battles, and his wealth of combat experience laid the foundation for maintaining this state. He maneuvered like a serpent, entirely focused on evading gunfire. Baroda relentlessly pursued him, unconcerned with the reasons behind Subject Zero's rebellion. He was acutely aware that his duty was to apprehend Han Xiao, even permitting lethal force if necessary, acting first and justifying later. How intriguing, the little toy wishes to resist. Baroda licked the blood from his chin, his gaze fierce. This is the death you have chosen for yourself. Despite being ambushed by Han Xiao, Baroda retained a profound sense of confidence. After all, he was a seasoned operative with 2 decades of experience. Even though Zero possessed remarkable learning abilities, he had only undergone 6 months of training. How could he possibly withstand more than a few strikes? Moreover, it was evident that Zero was now in a state of panic. Han Xiao barreled into the mechanical modification room, slamming the door behind him with a resounding thud. Choosing to hide in that room was a fool's errand. It was a path to certain doom. He was far too inexperienced. Baroda sneered as he rushed to the door, poised to kick it down. He swiftly changed his magazine, preparing to unleash a barrage the moment he breached the threshold. Yet, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The door exploded violently into a cloud of splintered debris, as a metallic fist, glistening with a sheen of silver, burst through with an ear-splitting roar of vengeance. The steel fist struck Baroda squarely in the chest with a resounding thud, -95. The deafening crack of shattering bones echoed through the air. Baroda was sent hurtling like a broken sack, crashing violently against the wall. Several ribs shattered, his handgun was sent flying, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, staring in horror at the transformed figure of Han Xiao. At that moment, Han Xiao was a vision of power, his left arm encased in an exoskeleton, resembling an oversized armored gauntlet. The intricate mechanisms of hinges and gears whirred and clicked, emitting a cacophony of mechanical sounds. His metallic fingers moved with dexterity, while exposed conduits expelled plumes of engine smoke, swirling like dark clouds around his arm. What on earth is this? Baroda's eyes widened in terror. In the distance, 3 guards raised their weapons, aiming. Han Xiao was swifter, lifting the enhanced version of the 73 style Hornet equipped with a loaded magazine in his right hand, and fired 2 shots with a resounding bang. His agility influenced his shooting accuracy, and his skills provided precision correction. At that moment, Han Xiao's marksmanship was astonishing. The bullet struck the eye sockets and throats of the 2 men, hitting vital areas and triggering lethal damage, instantly killing them. The 3rd guard opened fire, the bullet whistling through the air. Han Xiao preemptively raised his mechanical arm, and with a clang, the bullet ricocheted off the outer armor of the arm. Lightweight power arm, left, lost 8 durability points. Han Xiao then fired another shot, sending the 3rd guard to his demise. The guard's eyes widened in disbelief before he perished, unable to fathom that the silent and dull Zero could be so formidable. Wasn't it said that the test subjects had been brainwashed? It was all a lie. The corridor fell silent, leaving only Han Xiao and Baroda. The nearest reinforcements would take approximately 30 seconds to arrive. Han Xiao moved his mechanical arm, calmly stating, "I would very much like to personally snap your neck to express my gratitude for the 420 cuts you've inflicted upon me over the past 6 months." Baroda's gaze was fierce as he spat out a mouthful of blood, drawing a dagger from his military boot, crouching low as if ready to pounce, and coldly sneered. "That punch was quite powerful, but if you think you can defeat me with this scrap metal, you are merely dreaming. Prove it to me. 30 seconds is ample time for me to end your existence 10 times over." Baroda bellowed, lunging forward with his dagger, akin to a leaping cheetah. Han Xiao's mechanical arm surged protectively before him, colliding fiercely with Baroda. The blade scraped against the armor, producing an impressive shower of sparks. In the fleeting moment as they passed each other, Baroda swiftly twisted his body, unleashing a kick from his calf, reminiscent of a scorpion's venomous tail aimed at Han Xiao's knee. The intention was to incapacitate his foe with a decisive strike, a maneuver honed through rigorous training. Anticipating this tactic, Han Xiao reacted with lightning speed, thrusting his mechanical arm backward to collide with Baroda's calf, the sound of cracking bone reverberating through the air. -87. With a mechanical arm powered at level 38 and Han Zhao's own energy level, they almost reached the standards of an E-level superhuman. The lightweight power arm effectively doubled Han Zhao's offensive capabilities. Even if it could not completely overwhelm Baroda, each strike still dealt around 90 points of damage, a significant amount. Baroda's health was barely over 300, even with his combat training. Coupled with the previous punch that had broken through the door, Baroda's vitality had dwindled to below half. A reality reflected in his growing weakness. Baroda let out a muffled groan, enduring the pain as he pressed the attack, his dagger aimed menacingly at Han Zhao's eyes. However, his movements had slowed considerably, and his weapon was seized firmly by the mechanical arm. Impossible. How can I be defeated? You. Baroda roared in defiance, desperate to retaliate with everything he had left. Boom. Debris flew, and blood was shed, with a chilling glint in his eyes. Han Zhao forcefully pressed Baroda's head against the wall, dragging it down to carve out a deep crimson streak. Baroda's face, which rubbed against the wall, was now a grotesque mass, unrecognizable and bloodied. Releasing his grip, Baroda crumpled to the ground like a lifeless heap, devoid of any breath. A stark contrast to the bravado he had displayed moments earlier. I apologize for not fulfilling my promise to snap your neck. Care to rise, so I may strike you down once more? Han Zhao raised an eyebrow. You have slain Baroda, the deputy director of the Valkyrie Laboratory, earning 1,500 experience points. Both Lin Weixian and Baroda, the two individuals he loathed most, had perished by his hand. Han Zhao felt a sense of euphoria akin to indulging in a large scoop of ice cream on a sweltering summer day, utterly invigorated and exhilarated. 009 Intense battle. The A and B teams of guards rushed to the second floor, aghast at the sight of Baroda's mangled corpse. The deputy director had been murdered. What transpired here? Where had the enemy fled? Why was there no response from the surveillance room? They needed to report to Dr. Lin Weixian immediately. Team C discovered Dr. Lin Weixian's lifeless body. My heavens! All the guards gasped in shock, their expressions filled with disbelief. Was this chaos truly wrought by the seemingly powerless Zero? The entire base had descended into disarray at Zero's solitary hand, with significant leaders either departed or deceased. The guards were stunned to realize that no commands were forthcoming. Was that test subject not brainwashed? Could it be that he harbored hostility all along, waiting for the opportune moment? This unsettling possibility struck the guards as they abruptly realized that Han Zhao, cloaked in feigned modesty, resembled a razor-sharp blade poised above their heads, capable of taking their lives at any moment, much like an assassin concealed in the shadows, of whose presence they remained blissfully unaware, neglecting Han Zhao entirely. A chill of dread coursed through everyone, leaving them drenched in cold sweat. Do not panic. There is but one enemy. Conduct a thorough search and fire at will. Team A, proceed to the armory. Team B, assess the surveillance room. Team C, safeguard the experimental data in the laboratory. Team D, secure the entrance. Regardless of Zero's intentions, should he attempt to flee, he will undoubtedly head for the main door. Move out. In this critical moment, the leader of Team A seized command. His thoughts clear as he issued commands with authority. The orders were unmistakable, and the guards sprang into action. The 60 armed personnel within the base were organized into 4 teams: A, B, C, and D, typically stationed at various posts, but capable of swiftly assembling in response to emergencies. Yet, Han Zhao had devised multiple contingency plans for every conceivable scenario. Boom. The radio crackled with the sound of intense gunfire, interspersed with frantic shouts. Team C has encountered the enemy in the laboratory. I repeat, Team C has encountered the enemy. Damn it. Zero has detonated a grenade. The laboratory is on fire. Where did he acquire a grenade? Roared the leader of Team A, his fury palpable, as he and his team stood guard outside the armory, utterly alone. Reinforcements. We need reinforcements immediately. Which team is closest? Our group B is also located on the 3rd underground level, where the monitoring room has been rendered inoperative. We are hastening towards the site of the confrontation. In the dimly lit corridor, Han Zhao concealed himself around the corner, while the laboratory just 10 meters away was engulfed in billowing black smoke, flames raging ferociously. He detonated 3 grenades bound together, incinerating Valkyrie's experimental data. Over a dozen guards from Group C were unleashing gunfire towards his hiding spot. Given that the plan to stealthily escape had faltered, Han Zhao was compelled to alter his strategy. The laboratory, situated on the 3rd underground level, housed all the experimental data and could be regarded as the nucleus of the entire base. Destroying it would undoubtedly disrupt the enemy's arrangements to some extent. What? You may inquire about the origin of his grenades. He had meticulously assembled and studied nearly all the equipment from the armory during this process. He discreetly pilfered a bit of gunpowder and steel balls, crafting new grenades to conceal. It was hardly a challenge. A touch of substandard craftsmanship, a spark of innate talent, understand? Additionally, he possessed 77 rounds of pistol ammunition and 5 improvised grenades. 12 guards, armed with 3 light N9 submachine guns and 973 style Hornet handguns, boasted superior firepower. Han Xiao glanced at the clock. A minute had elapsed since the attack on the laboratory, and Group B would arrive within 3 minutes, affording him little time. Technically, he should not have been privy to this information, yet he had gleaned the enemy's deployment from a walkie-talkie he had salvaged from a guard's lifeless body. The sudden turn of events rendered the guards oblivious to the fact that their communications had betrayed their movements. Han Xiao activated a grenade, deftly hurling it away, followed by a thunderous explosion that sent Group C's guards scrambling for cover, momentarily halting the gunfire. Seizing this opportunity, Han Xiao's expression hardened. His mechanical arm shielded him as he charged forward, swiftly closing the distance between both parties. Before the smoke had dissipated, he burst through the haze, confronting a guard directly. His iron fist struck the guard's abdomen with brutal force, causing the guard to expel a mouthful of blood mixed with internal fragments. The devastating blow depleting over half of the target's health and shattering the enemy's combat effectiveness. Fire. Shoot now. The air was filled with gunfire as Han Xiao pushed the guard's body forward as a shield. The other adversaries, unrelenting, decisively opened fire. Blood sprayed from the guard's back, transforming him into a grotesque mass of flesh. Utilizing the body for cover, Han Xiao successfully closed the distance, akin to a tiger among sheep. The roar of his mechanical arm echoed as each punch and kick shattered the guard's bones and ligaments, ruthlessly dispatching 3 of them. The guards of Group C hurriedly dispersed to widen the distance. Han Xiao rolled while using his mechanical arm to deflect bullets, the metallic clangs resonating as the durability of his shield plummeted. He drew his handgun and retaliated, emptying an entire magazine and killing 3 guards on the spot. Just then, pain erupted in his arm and thigh. You have been hit in the right arm by a Type 73 Hornet pistol. You have sustained 17 points of damage. You have been hit in the left leg by a light N9 submachine gun. You have sustained 21 points of damage. You have been shot. You are in a state of slight bleeding, losing 1 point of life every second for a duration of 15 seconds. Please bandage yourself as soon as possible. The likelihood of suffering from bleeding effects due to gunshot wounds is significant, proving to be quite troublesome in the early stages. Han Xiao's gaze sharpened. He was already mentally prepared for this moment. He felt a twinge of gratitude for Belota's torment, which had accustomed him to pain, rendering injuries inconsequential to his actions. Han Xiao had no time to seek cover and engage in a futile exchange of gunfire with others. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly activated a grenade and hurled it away. The agents quickly dropped to the ground, and the gunfire ceased once more. Boom! The explosion of the grenade sent a sharp pain through Han Xiao's eardrums, prompting a low growl as he charged forward once again. 1 minute later, all members of Team C perished under the relentless assault of his lightweight powered arm, costing him 5 gunshot wounds. After the battle, he hurriedly bandaged his wounds, having lost a total of 110 life points, which was more than a third of his vitality. Engaging in a direct confrontation had proven to be a costly endeavor. He wished fervently for an active skill, as both basic combat and basic shooting only provided passive enhancements. Han Xiao shook his head and retrieved his walkie-talkie. Team C, respond quickly. What is the situation? He croaked. C-Team has suffered heavy casualties. We have cornered the target in the laboratory, and the target has been shot. Hurry to provide reinforcements. As he spoke, he picked up a submachine gun from the ground and indiscriminately fired, creating the illusion of intense gunfire. Hold on. Team B is on the way. The adversaries remained oblivious to his ruse, as Han Xiao's feigned taciturn demeanor had deeply ingrained itself in the minds of others, leaving them unprepared for such a cunning strategy. Han Xiao bound the remaining 3 grenades together and affixed them to the laboratory's entrance, a thin wire suspending the pole ring, ingeniously crafting a rudimentary booby trap that would detonate upon the opening of the door. He then positioned a table horizontally to serve as a makeshift barrier, swiftly scavenging an abundance of magazines from the surrounding corpses to reload the 3 submachine guns, laying them within arm's reach. With a pistol in hand, he fired randomly to create the illusion of a firefight, crouching behind the cover and awaiting the enemy's entrance. The cacophony of footsteps grew louder, culminating in a resounding crash as the door was kicked open. Boom! A violent explosion erupted as anticipated. Flames surged forth, and shockwaves sent shards of glass, spent cartridges, and debris flying, mingled with several agonized cries. Without hesitation, Han Shao seized a submachine gun in each hand, using the swirling dust as concealment to rush toward the entrance. He extended the barrels beyond the threshold, unleashing a hail of bullets against the walls on either side. The acrid smoke enveloped the area, drowning visibility as the dull thuds of bullets striking flesh echoed relentlessly, continuing until the magazines were depleted and silence finally descended. The standard method of breaching a door typically involves one individual kicking it open while others conceal themselves alongside. Although Team B was fortunate enough to evade the initial wave of grenades, they could not escape the subsequent barrage. The kill notifications on the panel cascaded like a waterfall, revealing that Team B had suffered near total annihilation, with only 3 guards still clinging to life, sprawled in pools of blood. Upon witnessing Han Shao emerge from the smoke, their eyes widened in sheer disbelief and terror. Could this truly be the same unassuming and taciturn Subject Zero, now adept at employing such cunning traps? Han Shao casually picked up a few firearms, firing indiscriminately in a feigned panic, exclaiming, "Team B is ambushed, engaged in combat with the enemy in the laboratory." Requesting immediate assistance, the A-team swiftly mobilized for reinforcement. The A-team leader, taken aback, led his team down to the 3rd-floor laboratory, his mind plagued with unease, sensing he had overlooked a crucial detail. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, a sudden realization struck the A-team leader, and he urgently commanded, "Everyone, pay attention. Zero may have infiltrated our communication network. From now on, all actions are to adhere strictly to my instructions." The faces of the team members paled as they finally considered the possibility that Zero had acquired a walkie-talkie. It was astonishing that Han Zhao's previously taciturn demeanor had caused them to overlook such a vulnerability. If Zero had indeed obtained a walkie-talkie, then the earlier distress signal from Team B could very well be a ruse. Throughout the ordeal, no other members of Team B had uttered a word. A disturbing thought crossed the A-team leader's mind. Could it be that both Teams B and C had been completely annihilated by Zero? A shiver ran down his spine. If that were the case, it would mean Zero single-handedly decimated half of the base's defensive forces. He was loath to accept such a hypothesis, however. Every piece of evidence pointed to the undeniable truth, no matter how implausible it seemed. He was almost certain that the earlier member of Team B was an impersonation by Zero, aimed at luring a team into a trap. Or perhaps Zero's intention was merely to distract a team while attempting to escape through the main entrance of the base. For the moment, there was no way to ascertain. The captain of Team A let out a sigh of relief. He must not allow Zero to take control of the situation. With over half of the guards fallen, the situation had spiraled out of control. It was no longer realistic to hope that the remaining personnel could eliminate Zero. Immediate communication with Ms. Hella was imperative. The captain of Team A made a resolute decision to gather everyone to guard the entrance, awaiting reinforcements from the organization. This was the most prudent approach, ensuring absolute safety. Regardless of Zero's intentions, as long as he could not escape, it would inevitably lead to his demise. 010 Night Owl, Team BC may have been entirely wiped out. I am preparing to call for assistance and hold the exit door. The captain of Team A glanced at the personnel present. A total of 31 guards. 31 rifles aimed at the corridor. Should Zero appear, they could unleash a metallic storm that would rend the target to shreds in an instant. Suddenly, the captain felt that something was amiss. Wait, weren't there only 30 of us? Beep beep. The access control lit up with a green glow, and the door swung open unexpectedly. Goodbye. This individual abruptly pulled down the locking mechanism, rolled on the ground, and escaped just before the door could close and lock behind him. All the guards stood frozen, bewildered, as if time had stopped. The captain of Team A's forehead tightened with veins bulging. The locked door seemed to mock him in silence. When had Zero managed to infiltrate? The 80-centimeter thick alloy door thunderously slammed shut. At last, he had escaped. The long-awaited sunlight bathed him in its warm embrace, bringing a comforting sensation as the pent-up tension within him gradually dissipated. Glancing at the sky, he estimated it to be around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, with the radiant star suspended high above, illuminating the canvas of white clouds and blue skies. Within this picturesque view, the faint outlines of several planets could be discerned, some distant while others were closer, with the nearest even revealing the craters of meteors, a source of the moonlight for aquamarine, refracting the stellar brilliance during the night. Taking a deep breath, the refreshing air cleansed his nostrils, and the essence of freedom invigorated Han Xiao's spirit. From the very beginning, Han Xiao had no intention of confronting all the guards, even though the base was at its most vulnerable state. Whether he could overpower them was secondary. Should the guards suffer significant casualties leading to a sense of hopelessness, the sentinel at the gate would undoubtedly activate the locking mechanism without hesitation. Even if he transformed into Rambo and eliminated all the guards, once the doors were secured, any escape plan would be rendered futile, leaving Han Xiao utterly bewildered. Disguising himself as a member of Team B to lure Team A away, he stripped a relatively clean uniform from the bodies strewn about, stowed his lightweight powered arm into his tactical backpack, and concealed himself in the corner between the second and third floors, a vantage point shrouded from view. Having lingered in a secure environment for too long, the guards had grown complacent, a fact Han Xiao was acutely aware of. Team A was entirely focused on providing support, and as they hurried past the corner, Han Xiao quietly followed at the rear, maintaining a low profile and keeping the brim of his hat pulled down. The group of A-team guards clearly did not anticipate Han Xiao's audacity, who would take the time to count their teammates. For a moment, no one noticed that an extra person had joined the rear of the formation. Thus, Han Xiao safely followed the A-team to the entrance. When the guard's attention wavered, he stealthily approached the gate, executing a clever maneuver that left the guards locked inside the base. This was a perilous gamble. Should anything go awry, he could be riddled with bullets from dozens of guns at close range. If given a choice, he would have preferred to avoid such risks. But the original plan had been thwarted by Belota, leaving him no option but to take chances. With a success rate hovering around 50%, Han Xiao was willing to take the plunge. Surrounding him was an abandoned farm, and he soon discovered tire tracks leading away from an all-terrain vehicle. Following the tracks, he located a garage, where several sleek, black armored vehicles rested silently. The keys hung conveniently by the garage door, readily accessible, and now they were certainly advantageous for him. With reinforcements potentially on the horizon, lingering was not an option. Escaping the laboratory was merely the first step. The ensuing hunt would undoubtedly follow swiftly. He tossed the backpack containing the mechanical arm onto the passenger seat, grabbed the keys, and started the vehicle. His hands felt the leather-wrapped steering wheel, which was surprisingly luxurious. Pressing the accelerator to the floor, the powerful engine roared to life as the all-terrain vehicle burst through the farm fence and plunged into the dirt path of the forest. Han Xiao was unfamiliar with the terrain, relying solely on instinct to choose a direction. Meanwhile, a Black Hawk helicopter hovered nearby, and Hella's phone rang. She furrowed her brow and answered the call, inquiring, "Who is it?" "Director Hella, there's been an incident at the base. Subject Zero has gone rogue, claiming the lives of over 30 guards, as well as Deputy Director Baroda and Dr. Lin Weixian, and has destroyed the experimental data." The team leader of Group A spoke with a tone of despair, acutely aware that they bore the brunt of the failure. If they did not alert the director soon, not only would their future be jeopardized, but their very lives would also be at stake. To make matters worse, their comrades remained locked within the base. And if no one came to their aid, would they be left staring at each other until the end of time? Hella's expression turned to one of disbelief. "Are you jesting with me? She had personally conducted the brainwashing of Subject Zero. Could it be that it was all an act?" The other test subjects had shown no signs of failure in their conditioning. Had she been deceived from the very beginning? Hella hastily contacted the leader, relaying the words of the Group A team leader. The leader's breath grew heavy over the line, as if he were suppressing his fury. "Turn around immediately and pursue." Reluctantly, Hella replied, "My sister." "Silence. You have no right to bargain with me." "Executive Hella, the aircraft needs to land for refueling. Make haste." As she surveyed the grim scene at the base, Subject One's face contorted with rage and disbelief. Pointing an accusatory finger at the Group A team leader, he fumed. "You lot couldn't stop him? Are there traitors among us?" He felt incapable of achieving the task, just as he doubted that Han Xiao could succeed. The guards' expressions shifted dramatically. None could bear the weight of the accusation of betraying the organization. "Enough, cease the chatter. The leader has commanded us to pursue." Silver Blade interrupted the conversation, his expression impassive as he led the Night Owl team to the vehicle. "Wait, our experimental unit will accompany us," Number 1 declared loudly, ushering his team into 2 additional vehicles. He had always considered himself the epitome of a perfect specimen, harboring disdain for Han Xiao, the code name that preceded his own. However, Han Xiao's impressive record inevitably plunged him into self-doubt, causing considerable agitation. Number 1 believed that only by defeating Han Xiao could he affirm his worth to the organization. Throughout, the Night Owl team disregarded the surviving guards. Their indifferent demeanor clearly indicating their belief that the few dozen of them could not possibly hinder Han Xiao, merely a band of ineptitude. The guards simmered with discontent, unaware that upon truly encountering Zero, they would comprehend the nature of their adversary. Ironically, these guards secretly hoped for Zero's successful escape. If even the Night Owl team were to falter, their own failures would seem justifiable. As night descended, glimpses of several small asteroids emerged through the gaps in the woods, casting a faint blue glow across the sky. The various moons, ethereal and enigmatic, adorned the starry expanse, which sparkled with breathtaking beauty. Each celestial body within the starry sea boasted its own unique environmental aesthetic, and in a previous life, there were dedicated leisure players who relished interstellar travel, capturing the exquisite vistas of different planets and compiling them into albums that became bestsellers on the official forums. At this moment, the moonlight struggled to penetrate the forest, rendering visibility quite obscure. Han Xiao drove cautiously, fearful of crashing into a tree. The night was decidedly against him. The engine's roar betrayed his position, and the obscurity of the surroundings prevented him from accelerating. Driving under the cover of night proved to be exceedingly disadvantageous. He resolved to proceed on foot. Deciding to abandon the vehicle, he turned off the ignition and removed the keys. With the engine's sound silenced, the tranquility of the forest enveloped him, and the shadows of the trees danced like elusive specters under the moonlight, creating an eerie atmosphere. You have acquired military-grade compressed biscuits X5, bottled water X3. In the trunk of his car lay several bottles of water and military rations. Han Xiao packed them into his bag and ventured alone into the woods. The vehicle had left tire tracks on the forest path, and he could not erase the evidence. Thus, he altered his course after exiting the car to evade capture. Without the automobile, the darkness became his cloak of protection. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, and his stamina was dwindling, yet Han Xiao dared not pause. Aware that he had not yet fully escaped peril, as he traversed the woods, the distant rumble of engines echoed behind him. Han Xiao swiftly concealed himself behind a tree, peering cautiously to observe 6 beams of headlights flickering through the foliage, dispersing towards 3 separate directions. 3 enemy vehicles. Han Xiao pressed his lips together by abandoning his car. He had obscured his trail, compelling his pursuers to split up in their search. Stealthily, he shifted towards an alternate path. Suddenly, the silence of the night was shattered by the crack of gunfire. A surge of alarm coursed through Han Xiao. He dropped to the ground, feeling a searing pain in his shoulder. A swift glance revealed a bullet had grazed his right shoulder, leaving a crimson streak, while a tree trunk over 10 meters away bore the mark of a gunshot wound. A vehicle was stationed over 300 meters away. The entire Night Owl Team 3 disembarked, donning sleek, dark goggles. The one firing was none other than their captain, Silverblade, who wielded a sniper rifle. 6 laser sights? Han Xiao was momentarily taken aback by their appearance, only to quickly realize it was night vision equipment. Cursing his ill fortune, Han Xiao hastily concealed himself behind a tree. You have been grazed on the right shoulder by an SWP sniper rifle. You have sustained 18 points of damage. Goodness. Even being grazed by a sniper rifle inflicts damage comparable to that of a handgun. You have entered combat mode, based on your level. You have acquired detailed information about the enemy. Night Owl Agent. Total level, 15. Profession, Agent, LV10, Elite Agent, LV5. Attributes, Strength 18, Agility 15, Stamina 25, Intelligence 10. Mystery 3, Charisma 8, Luck 1, Energy, 0. Energy level, 40 health points, 350 specialties. Well-trained, increases base health by 100 points. Pain insensitivity, combat effectiveness does not diminish due to injury. Skills, Basic Combat LV4, Basic Shooting LV5, Precision Shooting LV2. Sniping LV1, Captain Configuration, Equipment. SWP Sniper Rifle, Captain Configuration Quality, Gray, Large Caliber Sniper Rifle, Attack Power 7088, Rate of Fire 0, 5 rounds S. Magazine Capacity 5 rounds, Output Energy Level 30, Usage Requirement, Mastery of Sniping, LV1, Thermal Imaging Night Vision Goggles, Quality Gray. An essential for nocturnal combat, Type 73 Hornet Handgun, Quality Gray, a compact small caliber firearm, Attack Power 2835, Rate of Fire 1 rounds S, Magazine Capacity 10 rounds. Output Energy Level 13, G-Type Fragmentation Grenade, X3 inflicts 50-80 points of area explosive damage within a 20-meter radius, with a chance to deal multiple damages. Output energy level 45. Jason submachine gun. Quality, gray, attack power 3642, single fire rate 1, 5 rounds S, burst fire rate 4 rounds S. Theoretical maximum rate of fire 10 rounds S, 3 seconds overheating, magazine capacity 30 rounds, output energy level 33, Kyra lightweight bulletproof vest, quality, gray, long-range defense 1012. Durability 50, alloy dagger, quality, gray, attack power 812, length 0, 28 meters. These 6 Night Owl operatives are elite foes, although their overall level is lower. They possess specialized second-tier combat professions, boasting high panel attributes and are fully armed. This is troublesome. Han Zhao's expression was grave. 011 If there are feelings in the heavens, even the heavens grow old. I stand for Brother Xiao. With only 130 points of durability remaining on his lightweight powered exoskeleton, an enhanced Type 73 Hornet handgun, a light N9 micro submachine gun, and 15 magazines. This constitutes Han Zhao's entire wealth. Compared to the well-equipped Night Owl squad, it felt painfully meager. With a resounding crack, the sniper rifle fired once more, sending a searing bullet whistling through the foliage where he had taken refuge, narrowly missing him. Han Zhao silently lamented his predicament. The enemy possessed night vision goggles, while he could only ascertain their position through the fleeting glow of his gun's muzzle. The power of the sniper rifle was formidable, given his current health. He feared that 3 shots would spell his demise. With 18 available attribute points remaining, he deliberated briefly before allocating 14 to endurance and 4 to strength, the former for survival, the latter to ensure he could deliver overwhelming force against the Night Owl agents. He had discerned that engaging in a direct shootout would only highlight his weaknesses, while close-quarters combat, though perilous, offered a glimmer of opportunity. In this dire situation, harboring thoughts of escape would only expose him to further danger. The enemy's night vision rendered retreat futile unless he eliminated them entirely. Having observed the Night Owl team for a moment, he noted their formation, which was designed to prevent his escape, fanning out in a semicircular encirclement without forming a tight-knit support system. The sparse arrangement of the enemy, coupled with the darkened woodland, provided a brief window of 5 to 8 seconds for any assistance. This meant he had only a fleeting few seconds to engage in close-quarters combat. Failure to swiftly eliminate his chosen target would undoubtedly lead to his undoing. Having slain numerous foes at the base and with the experience he had accrued, he found himself with a total of 116,000 experience points. With his life hanging in the balance, hesitation was not an option. He invested all his experience into his combat skills. Grab skill upgraded to level 5, increasing parry and counterattack rate by 7, and unarmed attack power by 10. Basic combat upgraded to level 8, enhancing unarmed attack power by 8. With a foundational combat level reaching 8 and grappling skills exceeding 3. One must choose from the following advanced skills: special combat, jujitsu, or bare-knuckle boxing. Special combat leans towards instantaneous bursts, assassination, and weapon usage, while jujitsu focuses on submission techniques. And bare-knuckle boxing enhances striking power and resilience, each representing a distinct developmental path. At this moment, Han Zhao's most pressing need is for explosive power. Acquired advanced skill, special combat level 1, increases close-range critical hit rate by 6 and unarmed attack power by 4. With experience exhausted, his close-range attack power surged by nearly 15, significantly elevating Han Zhao's combat capabilities. He felt an instinctive mastery of various combat techniques, executed with remarkable finesse. Regrettably, he lacked combat-oriented active skills that utilized energy. Han Zhao silently lamented the scarcity of early-stage active skills in the mechanical system, which hindered the manifestation of energy's potential. The primary role of energy lay in the activation of active skills, rather than mere attribute enhancement. In the next moment, Han Zhao propelled himself forward with explosive force. Akin to a cheetah launching into a sprint, dashing towards the chosen target, the far left flank of the enemy formation, specifically the nearest Night Owl operative. As he leaped, gunfire erupted. 6 Jason submachine guns immediately converged their fire, tracing his silhouette and sending dirt flying. The forest environment served as a natural shield. As Han Zhao raised his mechanical arm to shield his side, weaving around trees to evade a barrage of bullets. In his other hand, he wielded a submachine gun, returning fire to suppress the Night Owl squad's assault, the faint acrid scent of gunpowder filling his nostrils. In a mere 3 seconds, Han Zhao dashed towards his target, swiftly hurling his submachine gun, which deflected the Night Owl agent's gun muzzle. With a ferocious strike, his mechanical arm collided with the agent's hastily raised arms, producing a bone-cracking sound as the arm bone met metal, clearly favoring the latter. Despite the excruciating pain, the Night Owl agent drew his handgun, aiming for Han Zhao's head. Yet Han Zhao's agility was no mere feade. Reacting with lightning speed, he grasped the gun's muzzle with his iron palm, the force of the shot reverberating as he effectively crushed the bullet in his grasp. With his right hand, he trapped the agent's armed arm under his armpit, yanking fiercely to destabilize his foe. The Night Owl agent stumbled into Han Zhao's embrace, and seizing the opportunity, Han Zhao swiftly raised his knee, delivering a heavy blow to the enemy's groin, acutely aware of the deformation caused by the pressure on the two spherical objects beneath. You have struck the enemy's vital point, inflicting double critical damage. The enemy is immobilized for 2 seconds, though he could not discern the expression behind the agent's goggles. The agonized screams confirmed the efficacy of his strike. In this life-and-death moment, Han Zhao paid no heed to the ruthlessness of his tactics, taking advantage of the agent's immobilization. He unleashed a relentless barrage of knee strikes to the vulnerable area. Thud, thud, thud. -78. -81. -84. The two spherical objects oscillated under the assault. My apologies, brother. I can sense your lament, but the bulletproof vest was not designed to protect against such vulnerabilities. The enemy's vitality ebbed away like water through a sieve. In a final, decisive blow, Han Zhao's mechanical arm delivered a crushing elbow strike to the fragile throat of an enemy operative, causing the Night Owl agent to collapse limply. A nauseating stench filled the air, likely a grotesque mixture of bodily fluids. Han Zhao had no time to revel in his victory. A sudden, sharp pain shot through his back. He swiftly dropped to the ground, dragging the lifeless body to shelter behind a nearby tree. You have been struck in the back by an SWP sniper rifle. You have sustained 68 points of damage. You have suffered a severe gunshot wound, entering a state of moderate bleeding, losing 3 health points per second for 15 seconds. Please apply a bandage promptly. There was no time for bandaging with formidable foes closing in. Han Zhao's face paled as the gunshot robbed him of a significant portion of his health. The assault was overwhelmingly fierce. Damn it! The remaining 5 Night Owl operatives, evidently incensed by the ruthless slaughter of their comrade, swiftly encircled him, their weapons blazing with fiery wrath, sending splinters flying as they maintained a relentless barrage. Han Zhao could barely afford to expose himself. He scavenged the corpse of the Night Owl operative, donning the bulletproof vest he found. This might provide him with some protection against a shot or two. The most valuable acquisition, however, was 3 G-type fragmentation grenades, a true treasure. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled one of them into the fray. Boom! The explosion erupted, forcing the enemies to scramble for cover, and the suffocating gunfire abruptly ceased. Let them shoot at me. Han Zhao seethed with resentment and tossed out another grenade, causing the 5 Night Owl operatives, who had just begun to rise, to hastily drop back down. Once more, a third dark object was hurled forth, prompting the 5 to instinctively drop to the ground. After a brief 2 seconds, they realized there was no explosion. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that what they had encountered was not a grenade, but rather a mere stone. The 5 quickly comprehended they had fallen into a trap. At that moment, Han Zhao seized the opportunity to charge forth, wielding a submachine gun, unleashing a relentless barrage of fire, indifferent to the overheating of his weapon. In a mere instant, he emptied the magazine, and a Night Owl agent concealed in the underbrush was mercilessly reduced to a sieve. Han Zhao discarded the submachine gun, pivoted, and launched a grenade, once again halting the remaining 4 in their counterattack. He then lunged forward, colliding with another Night Owl agent. However, this time, he did not emerge unscathed amidst the chaos. A silver blade had fired, striking his calf and inflicting further injury. Gritting his teeth, Han Zhao felt the impact of the wound on his mobility. He struggled to drag the subdued Night Owl agent behind a tree, swiftly dispatching him. With his enhanced combat prowess, these Night Owl operatives were no match for him in close quarters. Only 3 enemies remained. His health had dwindled to half. Faced with such dire circumstances, Han Zhao grew increasingly composed, his mind racing through and discarding tactical options. A seasoned veteran, he understood both himself and his adversaries. In any situation, panic was futile. If he was not mistaken, the enemy would soon. Han Zhao's gaze narrowed, an ominous realization dawning upon him. Silver Knife's complexion turned ashen. He had initially dismissed the test subject, never anticipating the loss of half his personnel. He retracted his contempt and, having lost his patience, bellowed, "Blow him to smithereens." The remaining 3 swiftly deployed grenades, tracing elegant arcs as they landed behind the tree where Han Xiao was concealed. Boom! A burst of blinding fire, a thunderous roar. And a whirlwind of dust ensued, and when the chaos subsided, silence enveloped the area. Was he dead? Uncertain. Silver Knife shook his head and signaled for a tactical advance. The trio crouching low as they cautiously approached the explosion's radius. Upon reaching the tree, they discovered a charred corpse lying still on the ground, emitting wisps of smoke. From the tattered uniform, it was identifiable as Subject 0. At last a kill. One agent exhaled in relief. But wait. Silver Knife's eyes widened in alarm as he instinctively recoiled, shouting, "Get down immediately." Before his 2 companions could react, a spinning bullet erupted from the nearby thicket. Striking with precision, the 3 grenades concealed beneath the corpse's palm. In such close proximity, the explosion inflicted multiple grenade wounds upon the 2 Night Owl agents, the searing flames consuming them in an instant. You inflicted 60 points of explosive damage on the enemy. X8, you killed Night Owl agents. Earned 1,500 experience points. X2 in the rustling grass. Han Xiao rose to his feet, appearing disheveled and battered, with half of his body charred and his health dwindling to a mere 50 points. He remained in a state of bleeding, his stamina nearly depleted, his life flickering like a candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. Darkness clouded his vision, and fatigue surged through his nerves like a relentless tide. He fought valiantly to maintain consciousness. Utilizing the corpse of the Night Owl operative he had slain as a makeshift shield, he survived a barrage of grenades, enduring pain as he draped his clothing over the body. He then hastily arranged 3 newly acquired grenades into a deceptive trap, retreating into the nearby grass like a hunter lying in wait. Only Silver Knife sensed the impending danger and narrowly escaped. Blood blurred Han Xiao's vision. His condition was dire, with his limbs trembling uncontrollably. The last remaining enemy, however, was in pristine condition, and Han Xiao immediately recognized the urgency of not allowing any distance to form between them. Just as Silver Knife regained his footing, a bloodied shadow lunged forward. "You are courting death." Silver Knife seethed, drawing a dagger from his waist and thrusting it fiercely. The airplane's searchlight illuminated the forest as a Black Hawk helicopter descended with a soft ladder. Hela descended to the ground, where the area was littered with bullet holes and scorch marks, clearly indicating a fierce battle had taken place. The first team of test subjects arrived, collecting the scattered bloodstains across the scene. Subject 1's face turned ashen, fists clenched tightly, remaining silent. Hela gazed in shock at the 6 corpses lined up before her. The Night Owl's 3rd squad has been entirely annihilated. 0 has vanished without a trace. The outcome is utterly astonishing. Hela was momentarily rendered speechless. The corpses possess a story of their own. Hela crouched down to examine them. 2 had perished in an explosion, 1 was shot, and 3 had succumbed to close-quarters combat. Silver Blade's goggles lay shattered, with shards embedded gruesomely in the eye sockets. A harrowing sight, indeed. She reached out to touch Silver Blade's lifeless body. It felt soft and yielding, with a significant portion of the bones shattered, particularly the pelvis and lower body, reduced to mere fragments. The severity of these injuries clearly indicated that a martial arts expert had delivered the fatal blows, and it was evident that 0 could not possibly be responsible. Hela was acutely aware of Han Xiao's self-proficiency in close combat, which was merely a notch above that of an average individual. No, perhaps even inferior to an ordinary person. Mastery in combat cannot be achieved overnight. Each of these operatives had undergone years of rigorous training, and the Night Owl squad was particularly elite. Even if Han Xiao had concealed his true capabilities, he could barely claim half a year of training. Were it not for the undeniable evidence before her, Hela would have found it hard to believe. Could it be that he, like me, has awakened extraordinary powers? Hela felt a pang of regret. Had she paid more attention to Han Xiao, perhaps she would have discerned the signs earlier. At the moment 0 escaped, she just so happened to be absent from the base, which left her feeling quite vexed. Had she been present, she was confident she could have apprehended 0 without fail. Was this mere coincidence, or did 0 deliberately seize the opportunity? While the Night Owl squad's equipment has disappeared, we have discovered this item. An agent approached, wielding a lightweight powered arm, which was smeared with blood, a dagger embedded between its gears, having pierced through the engine, now rendered inoperative. A day later, a substantial number of personnel from the budding organization arrived at the base to gather the unscathed surveillance footage and collect clues, with the leader himself making an appearance. Clad in a black trench coat, black mask, and black gloves, he was enveloped in darkness, reminiscent of a character emerging from a film set of a detective story. Within the organization, no more than 5 individuals were privy to his true identity. "Where is Zero?" the leader inquired succinctly. "We lost track of him," replied one, gritting his teeth. "If only I had more time." The leader abruptly raised his palm, a gesture that conveyed impatience and ire, prompting one to fall silent, begrudgingly. The leader was furious. Just days prior, Zero had appeared to him as a worthless pawn, yet in a mere span of time. This discarded piece had inflicted tremendous losses upon him and managed to escape successfully, a miscalculation on his part. A failed experimental subject had slain 30 armed guards, obliterated experimental data, and annihilated an elite team of night owls, resulting in the loss of Linway's Inn, and ultimately had managed to flee. Was I being told a fairy tale? The crowd exchanged glances. The leader spoke coldly. "I demand to know when Zero began to exhibit signs of resistance. What endowed him with such formidable combat prowess?" The researchers hastily remarked, "We have scrutinized the surveillance footage preserved over the past 6 months and have arrived at several conjectures." They continued, "Subject Zero exhibited a significant transformation in his behavioral patterns before and after the experiment, according to the report provided by the team responsible for capturing human subjects. Subject Zero was originally named Xiao Han, the 3rd son of the second-in-command of the Overmella family." The assembly gasped. The Overmella family was a renowned warlord dynasty and a partner of the Tilius nation. The individuals subjected to the organization's experiments were predominantly prisoners and drifters from the wilderness. How could they have captured someone of such prominence? Our investigation revealed that Xiao Han was the most unremarkable son of the Overmella's second-in-command, lacking any awakened powers and extraordinary leadership qualities, possessing a notably feeble disposition. The researchers perused the report, which detailed the discovery of Xiao Han among the corpses on a battlefield, barely clinging to life. According to our findings, Xiao Han was accompanying his elder brother, Xiao Hai, as they transported a shipment of supplies when they were ambushed en route. Continuing, it was noted that Xiao Hai was the commander of the convoy, and the assailants aimed not at the supplies, but rather at the assassination of Xiao Hai. As a promising figure within the Overmella family, it was anticipated that he would inherit the role of the second-in-command, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Intelligence reports suggested that this ambush stemmed from internal strife, instigated by someone intent on eliminating the heir to the second-in-command's position. In a desperate act, Xiao Hai compelled Xiao Han to don his clothing as a decoy, allowing them to escape separately. Ultimately, Xiao Han was struck by an artillery shell, while Xiao Hai managed to evade capture. The leader frowned. "Our informant possesses such detailed knowledge?" Indeed, Xiao Hai did not conceal any critical information, including his coercive actions against Xiao Han. He acted with impunity. Xiao Han's demise did not provoke any dissatisfaction from his family towards Xiao Hai. The words of the second-in-command of the Overmella family were, "As long as Xiao Hai is safe, that suffices." As you are aware, the Overmella family venerates strength, and Xiao Han's status within the household was inconsequential. His siblings appeared utterly indifferent to his death. Subsequently, we inadvertently discovered that Xiao Han was not entirely deceased. The fate of the original body was akin to a mere ripple on the surface of water, disregarded by all. In the eyes of the Overmella family, sacrificing an ineffectual younger son in exchange for the survival of an exceptional heir was an acceptable cost. The benefits outweighed emotional ties. Han Xiao retained none of these memories. Upon his transmigration, the original's recollections had been violently purged by the Sprout organization. The researchers stated, "We speculate that the Valkyrie experiment has induced mutations in Subject Zero, with effects potentially beyond our comprehension. He has acquired not only mechanical aptitude, but also an extraordinary level of intelligence. Within 6 months following the Zero experiment, he exhibited harmlessness. There was a 90% probability that this was a facade. From 6 months prior, he had begun plotting his escape." Hela interjected, "Are you suggesting that brainwashing had no effect on him?" "It seems so," came the reply. Hela's expression was one of frustration. "Can you guarantee this?" The leader's tone was icy. "It is impossible." Researchers are left with a bitter taste, uncertain of the true nature of Zero. This is merely the most plausible conjecture. Number 1 could not help but remark, "Could it be due to luck?" The leader stared at him as if he were a fool, suggesting that if one could replicate Zero's achievements through mere fortune, then the position of leader should rightfully belong to him. At last, there was a glimmer of good news, slightly lifting the leader's spirits. Finances were not an obstacle, as long as they could deliver a finished product. A chill ran through the crowd. Zero was a unique experimental subject, possessing immense research value. Acquiring his body, even in death, would enable further refinement of experimental data. While reviewing previous surveillance footage, Zero's 6 months of disguise and remarkable endurance instilled a profound sense of dread in all the researchers, yet simultaneously, they were consumed by an intense desire to study Han Xiao. Number 1 sensed the longing in the eyes of the researchers, and his expression darkened. The thought of being outdone by Zero was intolerable to him. From the very beginning, Number 1 was aware that he was the second test subject, with another individual's codename preceding his. Thus, he had always regarded Han Xiao as a hypothetical adversary. Just when he believed he had finally subdued Han Xiao, reality dealt him a staggering blow. The leader recalled a crucial matter. Before addressing the risks associated with the Valkyrie serum, all experiments must be suspended, and a new round of indoctrination should be administered to all existing test subjects. I refuse to witness the emergence of another Zero. With fury blazing in his eyes, Number 1 felt his loyalty had been insulted and declared loudly, "I am willing to lead the team in pursuit of Zero." The leader glanced at him, harboring high hopes for the experimental squad, and replied slowly, "Can you guarantee the completion of the mission?" Sensing the leader's regard, Number 1's spirit soared as he boldly pledged his commitment. In the midst of the sprawling forest, sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. A hand parted the underbrush, revealing a haggard face. After 7 days of fleeing, Han Xiao had endured a week of life in the jungle, having consumed the last of his military rations and fresh water. His backpack now contained only an assortment of equipment seized from the Night Owl team. Regardless, he had the blueprints and materials to recreate the gear, feeling no remorse. It was all too commonplace for a mechanic to encounter damaged equipment in battle. The medical conditions in the jungle were dire, yet fortunately, his stamina was sufficiently high to prevent worries about infection and other complications. Enduring the pain, he extracted the bullet from his wound, which would gradually heal. The injury inflicted by the sniper rifle was particularly troublesome, lodged within the gap of his scapula. It took Han Xiao half an hour to recover his composure after the excruciating extraction. The scene resembled a grim portrayal from spring and autumn, yet Han Xiao felt no connection to it whatsoever. Throughout the journey, the goddess of fortune bestowed her blessings, sparing him from encountering ferocious beasts, while the few long-eared rabbits he encountered ultimately found their way into his belly. The creatures of Ocean Blue Star are exceptionally fierce, and there exist cunning beasts that have historically besieged cities. Among them are the formidable amphibious whale elephants, towering over several dozen meters in length, width, and height, impervious to gunfire, capable of single-handedly obliterating an entire city. Although Han Xiao retained a memory of the map of Ocean Blue Star, he found himself at a loss regarding his current location. He could only emulate Kwafu, racing towards the direction of the rising sun, while at night he sought refuge in the trees, often disturbed by insects that roused him 7 or 8 times throughout the night. He came to a profound realization that mosquitoes are indeed the most vexatious creatures on the planet, without exception. When would he finally emerge from this forest? Han Xiao panted heavily. At that moment, a campsite appeared in the distance. Its peculiar barriers and ground spikes formed from wood, concrete, and scrap metal serving as rudimentary defenses. Within the encampment lay dozens of felt tents, wisps of smoke rising into the air, unmistakably indicating a common dwelling place for wanderers on Ocean Blue Star. Han Xiao's spirit soared. He was in urgent need of supplies. However, after advancing a few dozen meters, his expression abruptly changed, and he retreated hastily. Before him, the ground stirred, and a large net woven from thick rope suddenly sprang up, its mesh ensnared with thin metal shards, a perilous blade net trap. Fortunately, his quick reflexes saved him, or he would have found himself riddled with holes. This fellow actually managed to evade it. A young man with long hair emerged from behind a tree, clad in a patchwork of various animal skins that marked him as a vagabond. With malice gleaming in his eyes, he aimed a crude shotgun at Han Xiao's head and arrogantly commanded, "Stop. Don't move." It was evident that this youth was a resident of the settlement. Han Xiao, wishing to avoid conflict, raised his hands in surrender, stating, "I am merely a passerby." "Just a passerby?" The long-haired youth's gaze fell upon Han Xiao's bulging bag, and greed ignited in his eyes. "What do you have in that pack? Empty it out for me." Realizing he was likely facing a robbery, Han Xiao sighed inwardly. It became clear that the traps resembling a person's size were designed for capturing individuals. In these chaotic times, human life was as cheap as grass. Most vagabonds were remnants of fallen nations, refusing to join the Six Kingdoms. The harshness of the wilderness had bred in them a dogged greed, with murder and plunder becoming commonplace. Are you deaf? Hand over your belongings. The long-haired youth cursed as he advanced, pressing the shotgun menacingly against Han Zhao's forehead. The backpack contained firearms and ammunition, specifically from the budding organization's standard equipment. There was no way he would reveal them. Han Zhao remained unfazed. Don't understand my words? Do you believe I won't put you down in one shot? The youth cocked the shotgun, his expression fierce. At that moment, Han Zhao sprang into action with lightning speed. He drove his elbow forcefully into the youth's chest, causing him to scream and fly backward. In one swift motion, Han Zhao seized the crude shotgun from the youth's grasp. This is bad. I've encountered a formidable opponent. The long-haired youth clutched his chest, panic-stricken, scrambling backward with all his limbs, desperately wishing to distance himself from this formidable individual. Han Zhao released the blade net trap, extracting a coarse rope to bind the whimpering long-haired youth to a tree. He picked up a rudimentary shotgun and examined it closely. The craftsmanship was crude, the barrel crooked. Firing it would likely result in a catastrophic misfire. To attempt a robbery with such a weapon suggested a severe lack of intellect. Yet it also indicated that this youth had undoubtedly never taken a life, merely a blusterer. Upon seeing Han Zhao seize the gun, the long-haired youth panicked and hastily pleaded for mercy. Brother, I was blind to your might. I beg you, spare me. Han Zhao slapped him on the head and demanded. Only now do you realize your folly. The long-haired youth, devoid of any backbone, quickly replied, I was wrong, I was wrong. In what way were you mistaken? Han Zhao pressed. The youth hesitated for a moment before cautiously inquiring, should I have brought an additional gun? Han Zhao found himself amused despite his irritation. You are quite the joker. The long-haired youth, with a mournful expression, pleaded, Your Grace, please let me go. Get lost? I have no need for your kind of nonsense. Han Zhao retorted. With a swift motion, he struck the long-haired youth with the butt of the gun, rendering him unconscious. Shaking his head in exasperation, he realized that this individual was a resident of the settlement. He needed to enter the community to procure food and water and did not wish to escalate matters further. Thus, he opted to bind and incapacitate him instead. Consider yourself fortunate, Han Zhao muttered under his breath. After traversing for half an hour, Han Zhao finally arrived at the wanderer's settlement, where the inhabitants regarded him with wary glances. The wilderness is fraught with peril, and the nomadic dwellers of the wild tend to be insular. Although outsiders are a rarity, they have not been entirely absent in the past, which is why Han Zhao did not find himself subjected to the scrutiny akin to that of a zoo monkey. The lifestyle of these nomads resembles that of the gypsies, perpetually on the move. Beside each tent, one can often find a small pickup truck covered with a dust cloth. Most of these vehicles are modified, rusty relics, with some even lacking an outer shell, revealing their skeletal frames to the elements. Each pickup truck symbolizes a family, and though this encampment is modest in size, comprising merely a few dozen families, it is complete in its essentials. Han Zhao successfully located the marketplace, where a bearded white man was conducting business from the back of his truck. An outsider? The bearded merchant cast a disinterested glance at Han Zhao, inquiring if he was aware of the local customs. What customs? Han Zhao replied. We only engage in barter, the merchant stated matter-of-factly. That suits me fine. I have not a single coin to my name. I require a map, 3 barrels of water, and 5 kilograms of food. Jerky or bread will suffice. Han Zhao rummaged through his bag and produced a handful of bullets. I would like to use these as payment. The merchant's eyes brightened at the sight of the ammunition, instinctively glancing at the bulging backpack of Han Zhao, a glimmer of greed reflecting in his gaze. Ammunition serves as a hard currency in the wild. Every wanderer has a demand for bullets. The craftsmanship of ammunition surpasses that of crude firearms. And even if small groups of nomads can manufacture some, their production capabilities are alarmingly low. Every shot fired reduces their stock. 150 bullets, the bearded merchant declared. Han Zhao's expression darkened as he exclaimed, Your prices are outrageous. All he sought were mere daily supplies, which, at market value, would not exceed 100. Even accounting for the scarcity of resources in the wilderness, a markup of 500% was utterly ludicrous. As for the bullets, the cheapest ones cost at least $3 each, and Han Zhao had offered high-quality brass ammunition, produced on an assembly line, with gleaming, pristine casings. $10 was hardly exorbitant. 150 rounds would be valued at a minimum of 1,500. With only 300 rounds in his possession, this demand would consume half of his supply, clearly an attempt to exploit him. Feel free not to buy, the burly man said nonchalantly, polishing his fingernails, exuding an air of confidence as if he had Han Xiao completely at his mercy. Supplies were of paramount importance to Han Xiao, who sighed deeply and prepared to pay for 150 rounds. However, the burly man shook his head dismissively, raising the price to 180 rounds. Han Xiao's eyes flared with anger. "You unscrupulous merchant. This is sheer extortion, akin to demanding a fortune for childbirth." In response, the burly man exaggeratedly cried out, "Oh my! What a frightening glare! Do you intend to murder me? Everyone, come and witness this. Someone here wants to commit murder." At this declaration, dozens of drifters gathered around, some brandishing crowbars and iron rods, their eyes glinting with menace. "This is our territory. Do you dare to cause a ruckus? Very well, you are impressive. 180 pieces at this price is quite the feat." Han Xiao seethed with frustration, gritting his teeth, not wishing to escalate the situation further. He spat the words out and tossed the bullets onto the ground. The burly merchant smirked triumphantly, instructing his men to bring forth the items and hand them to Han Xiao. After verifying the map and supplies were in order, Han Xiao gave the merchant the finger, eager to depart without a moment's delay. At that moment, the merchant spoke again. "Hey, do you intend to walk out of this forest? What, you have a problem?" Han Xiao retorted, halting his steps. "I have an old pickup truck. Would you be interested?" The merchant spoke nonchalantly, as if their earlier unpleasantness had never occurred. "I cannot afford your price," Han Xiao shot back. "You can," the merchant insisted, pointing at Han Xiao's backpack. "With so many bullets, you must have brought quite a few firearms. You could use those as payment." High-quality firearms were highly coveted by wanderers, who typically relied on hunting for sustenance. Possessing an excellent weapon could mean an additional hunter. Han Xiao's bag contained equipment from the Night Owl squad, all of superb quality, including sniper rifles and bulletproof vests, more than sufficient to exchange for an old pickup truck. Yet, he shook his head in refusal of the merchant's proposition. Driving through the forest would leave conspicuous traces, essentially announcing to pursuers, "Look, this is the path I took." If he wished to avoid a race with helicopters, walking was undoubtedly the better choice. Moreover, he harbored another layer of concern. These firearms were nascent standard weapons. Should a fledgling squadron arrive at this settlement and discover the organization's standard weaponry, the settlement would face catastrophic consequences. Selling these firearms equated to indirect murder. Although Han Xiao had just been swindled by a merchant, he was not yet so deranged. The bearded man remained undeterred, eager to peddle his wares further, when suddenly a voice like a tolling bell resonated through the air. "Kailuo, you are once again deceiving outsiders." A burly man clad in animal hide stepped forth, parting the crowd as he walked, clearly a figure of great esteem in this settlement. The bearded man, Kailuo, grimaced. "Hu Hongjun, I have finally secured a deal. Do not meddle in my affairs." Hu Hongjun swiftly snatched the bullets from Kailuo's grasp and presented them to Han Xiao with a flourish. "The items you seek are hardly worth a few coins. Consider this a gift. Here are your bullets." Han Xiao paused, scrutinizing Hu Hongjun. This man was of Asian descent, robust in stature, with graying temples and piercing eyes. His grand demeanor and the chivalrous act of returning the bullets instantly endeared him to Han Xiao. "What am I to do now?" Kailuo protested in exasperation. He was furious that after finally managing to make a sale, Hu Hongjun had introduced a fair exchange, oblivious to the principles of commerce. Hu Hongjun, ever the gracious host, replied, "You are a guest from afar, given your weary appearance. It seems you are unaccustomed to life in the forest. Therefore, I invite you to stay at my home for the night, and you may resume your journey tomorrow." Han Xiao hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. He indeed yearned for a moment of respite. Moreover, Hu Hongjun's initial impression was that of a straightforward and generous man, not resembling a villain in any sense. Of course, even if the other party harbored ulterior motives, Han Xiao would not back down. As he entered the tent, he encountered a woman referred to as An. She possessed an unremarkable appearance, clad in a simple cloth skirt. Han Xiao noticed her eyes were devoid of light, clearly indicating her blindness. "This is my wife," Hu Hongjun remarked with a smile. "Hello," and responded, her voice brightening as she turned toward Han Xiao, fumbling to retrieve pots and pans, along with dried meat and wild vegetables, which she proceeded to prepare over a rudimentary stone stove in the center of the tent. Given the warmth of their hospitality, Han Xiao relaxed his demeanor, seating himself on the ground and engaging in conversation with Hu Hongjun. After a thorough exchange, Han Xiao ascertained that Hu Hongjun had no ulterior motives. He was simply a man of genuine hospitality, which allowed Han Xiao to lower his guard somewhat. I noticed that the majority of this settlement consists of Caucasians. How did you come to ally with them? Han Xiao inquired. The sentient species of ocean blue star is humanity, comprised of 4 races: black, white, yellow, and Shanu, all products of natural selection. Darwin once stated that in the struggle for existence, the most formidable life forms emerge from the harshest environments. Thus, the Shanu possess a physique even more robust than that of the black race. There was no particular reason, amidst the chaos of war. I fortuitously encountered a band of wanderers at that time, and was unwell and required care, so I chose to remain. Although we hailed from different nations and ethnicities, we were all remnants of a bygone era, exiles of fallen states. What significance lies in the distinction between you and me? We are merely kindred spirits, united in our shared plight, seeking warmth in one another's company. Hu Hongjuan's tone was filled with melancholy. Originally, the Sea Blue Star boasted over 100 nations. Upon encountering interstellar powers, it became evident that the existence of so many nations on a single planet was a sheer waste of its limited resources. Disunity breeds endless internal strife. If this persists, when the planet's resources are fully depleted, civilization will find itself ensnared on its surface, forfeiting the chance to venture into the cosmos. Thus, under the influence of those with foresight, a profound transformation swept through the social fabric over several decades. Through warfare, negotiations, and economic pressures, whether through peaceful means or otherwise, a natural selection occurred, ultimately reducing the number of nations to a mere 6. Those who lost their homelands chose either to align with the 6 nations or to join the burgeoning movement, while the remaining individuals became wanderers. The world of the Azure Blue Star is currently enduring the agonizing transition from an old era to a new one. The citizens of nations that have been annexed, annihilated, or disbanded find themselves enveloped in sorrow and disillusionment. Each individual yearns for the survival of their homeland. Yet, when the inexorable wheels of history deem it time to forge ahead, certain elements that once seemed indispensable must resign themselves to the fate of being cast aside by the march of time, reduced to mere footnotes in the annals of history. Consider, for instance, the wave of unemployment that swept through in the early 1990s, shattering countless iron rice bowls. Or reflect upon the 5 millennia of Chinese history, which, until the Republic era, witnessed the collapse of a dynastic system that had persisted for thousands of years. Before this upheaval, the existence of emperors was regarded as an unquestionable reality. Additionally, we may ponder the dark religious fervor of the Western Middle Ages. The advancement of civilization flows like an unstoppable river, where every individual, every event, and even entire nations are merely carried along as sediment within its currents. Those with limited personal power can only vent their grief through online platforms or protests, or wallow in the melancholic reminiscence of their nation's former glories. The more radical among them refuse the invitations of the 6 nation citizens, opting instead to become drifters in the wilderness, banding together in isolated communities, with these wanderers constituting a staggering 30% of the planet's population. Meanwhile, some warriors who have once devoted their blood and sweat to their country resort to more extreme measures to oppose the 6 nations. The burgeoning organizations that arise from this societal climate are colossal entities, driven by the ideology of overthrowing the 6 nations and united in their shared animosity. Standing as the undisputed leaders of the underground world, it is easy to maintain the status quo, yet reform invariably accompanies suffering. Even universally acknowledged knowledge encounters stubborn individuals resistant to acceptance when faced with the choice between personal gain and societal advancement. There will always be those who opt for the former, embodying the sentiment of "I care not for the deluge after my demise." Such individuals frequently serve as impediments on the path of evolution, for self-interest yields tangible rewards, while the greater good remains an ethereal belief. Those who embody selflessness are rare creatures. Otherwise, selflessness would not be regarded as a virtue. If not, the annual Touching China selection would hold no purpose, serving merely to remind us that there are still good people in the world, an encouragement for others to emulate, thus alleviating the burden on organizations. Hu Hongjian remarked. Since the Battle of Andia, history has been bifurcated. The millennia preceding are termed the Old Era, while the present is the New Era. Sometimes, one ponders what was so wrong with the past, a time of peace and stability, now disrupted by the so-called theory of internal strife, which ignites conflict. The repercussions of such wars are likely to be graver than the internal discord itself. Furthermore, should conflict arise, it would only manifest centuries later, leaving future generations to grapple with the issues. What concern is it of ours? Han Xiao sighed. Who knows? Perhaps in the eyes of most. Internal strife resembles a frog in boiling water. Enduring a prolonged pain may indeed seem less desirable than a swift one. Han Xiao shrugged. The Battle of Andia marked the conclusion of a protracted war and established the essential configuration of the Six Nations. Andia is the name of a landmass that once harbored several nations. When war erupted, nations from other continents seemingly reached a tacit understanding, designating Andia as the principal battleground, thereby controlling the scope of the conflict and striving to prevent the devastation of the planet's ecology. Countless missiles, tanks, and aircraft bombarded the land, resulting in the loss of millions of lives on the Andean continent. Following the cessation of hostilities, Andia lay barren, its flora and fauna withered, the earth scorched, and its inhabitants subjected to immense suffering. The rivers and lakes reeked of decay, while the once fertile fields and verdant mountains were shrouded in a pallid gloom, transforming the region into a desolate wasteland. Meanwhile, the Six Nations withdrew, leaving behind a chaotic aftermath, entirely forsaking Andia, akin to a heartless scoundrel abandoning a former lover. Now, the survivor population on the Andean continent is sparse, harboring intense animosity towards the Six Nations. Han Xiao noticed the calluses on Hu Hongjuan's palms. Were you a soldier before? He inquired. Indeed, I served in the military for over a decade. I had thought that soldiers from a fallen nation would choose to join the burgeoning organization. Hu Hongjun shook his head, replying, my homeland was annexed by the Star Dragon through military negotiations, and those in power capitulated. As a soldier, why should I harbor such hatred? Although I am not fond of the Six Nations, I cherish the hard-won peace. After so many years of conflict, it appears to be concluding. Yet, the emergence of the burgeoning organization, calling for the overthrow of the Six Nations, has drawn countless disgruntled soldiers eager for vengeance, seeking to reignite the flames of war. Alas, I am but a simple man, unable to comprehend the ideologies of the Six Nations in the burgeoning organization, and I have no desire to be ensnared in conflict once more. Indeed, the ravages of war are exceedingly brutal. My eyesight was extinguished by a suddenly detonated flashbang. Old who led me through a frantic escape before we finally found some semblance of stability. Although the life of a wanderer is somewhat austere, it is far better than it once was. As the aroma of the meat began to waft from the pot, Han Xiao, intrigued, inquired, how do you manage to cook without sight? And replied, do not underestimate me. Although I am blind, my other senses, smell, hearing, and touch, are keen, and my hands and feet are nimble. I am far from helpless. Hu Hongjun chuckled wryly. Her stubborn nature means she refuses to let me care for her. I cannot be a burden. His tone was imbued with tenderness. Feeling a bit awkward, Hu Hongjun scratched his head, seemingly unaccustomed to jesting with his wife in the presence of others, and hastily changed the subject. By the way, let me show you my treasure. Han Jiao's expression shifted slightly as her mind conjured images of unsavory items, prompting her to discreetly inch back. Fortunately, Hu Hongjun did not unveil anything inappropriate. Instead, he opened a nearby box and retrieved an old rifle wrapped in cloth. With a sense of pride, he declared, let us see if you can recognize its worth. Old bayonet rifle, quality, gray, white. Basic attributes, attack power 3840, rate of fire 0, 9 rounds S, magazine capacity 20 rounds, effective range 200 meters, output energy level 25, durability 5, 300, attribute bonus, agility 1, length 0, 77 meters, weight 7, 1 pounds, additional effects, precision ballistic stability, minimal wind influence. Note, this weapon has accompanied its master in numerous battles. A fine firearm. The skilled technician Han expressed his admiration, exclaiming, though it has been many years, the feel remains exquisitely smooth. The barrel is long and straight, with ample acceleration distance for the ammunition, delivering a formidable force. Its exterior is a deep, glossy black, exuding an air of menace and standing tall with an imposing presence, truly a lethal weapon. Ah, why has the atmosphere suddenly shifted? Could it be an illusion? This has been my old companion, accompanying me for nearly a decade. Hu Hongjun chuckled heartily. Do not be deceived by its pristine appearance. That is merely due to my frequent maintenance. In truth, its internal components have aged, and I have not used this gun for hunting in quite some time. The two engaged in delightful conversation, and before they knew it, night had fallen, and prepared a meal, a pot of rich, aromatic meat soup, the broth thick and pure white, possessing a texture akin to milk. The meat was tenderly stewed, and the oily surface of the soup was adorned with vibrant greens, enticing the appetite. The savory aroma wafted through the air, capturing Han Zhao's gaze as he swallowed hard. His stomach, having endured a week of meager rations, rumbled insistently. And his fondness for Hu Hongjun soared to new heights. After devouring the meal with fervor, Hu Hongjun invited Han Zhao to stay the night. Unable to refuse such warm hospitality, and considering the perils of traveling at night, Han Zhao agreed, partitioning a space within the tent with a curtain. While Hu Hongjun and then prepared a bed for him. Your backpack is excessively large. I shall place it outside. The tent offers limited space, and his compartment is rather confined, accommodating only a single bed, indeed unable to house a backpack brimming with various firearms. After a moment of contemplation, he requested a piece of animal hide from Hu Hongjun, extracted the surplus weaponry from his backpack, discharged all the ammunition, dismantled the triggers, and meticulously wrapped them in the hide, setting it aside in a corner. He remained astute, inserting a leaf within the hide wrap, ensuring that if the bundle were disturbed, he would be alerted by the following day. The backpack now contained all the ammunition, fitting snugly at the foot of the bed. Han Zhao loaded a 73-style Wasp handgun with bullets and concealed it beneath his pillow, while he felt grateful for Hu Hongjun's warm hospitality. He understood the necessity of remaining vigilant. However, as soon as Han Zhao's head touched the pillow, the exhaustion from 7 days of tension surged forth, and he swiftly succumbed to the depths of slumber. Hu Hongjun heard the faint sound of snoring, chuckling softly as he shook his head, and quietly remarked to him, "It appears he is quite fatigued. Let us not disturb him," and nodded, lightening her cleaning efforts, and carried the pots and pans outside to wash them. Uncle, I am hungry." Hu Fei burst in clumsily, his face covered in dirt, a large bump on his forehead from a blow by a hard object. Had Han Zhao been awake, he would have recognized this individual as the long-haired youth who had robbed him earlier in the day, and also as Hu Hongjun's nephew. Hu Hongjun furrowed his brow and inquired, "Where have you been today? I have not seen you all day." "I ventured outside to hunt." Hu Fei, timid and hesitant, had been living under the care of his uncle Hu Hongjun ever since his father sacrificed himself. He harbored a profound fear of his uncle. Observing his nephew's cowardly demeanor, Hu Hongjun instantly deduced that he had been dishonest. Grasping Hu Fei's ear, he reprimanded him in a low yet stern voice. "Have you been gallivanting about again? I warned you last time. If I catch you scaring passers-by with that wretched gun of yours again, I will break your legs." With his ear twisted painfully, tears welled up in Hu Fei's eyes, feeling an overwhelming sense of grievance. "Today, I stumbled upon a tough situation, got beaten up, and was tied to a tree for half the day, starving to the point of dizziness. I'm the one suffering here, uncle. Could you not be so unreasonable? Please, spare me a leg." Hu Fei's face was a picture of despair. "Which leg would you prefer to keep, the left or the right?" Hu Hongjun inquired. "The one in the middle." Hu Hongjun interjected, "You can forget that. I would undoubtedly break it." Just as he raised his hand, he remembered not to disturb Han Zhao's sleep and released Hu Fei, muttering, "I'll deal with you tomorrow." Noticing an additional figure inside the tent, Hu Fei curiously peeked through the curtain to discern the identity of the guest. Upon seeing the person, his face turned ashen. "Isn't this the fierce individual from earlier?" He lamented, "Oh dear, my forehead aches even more now. What are you staring at? Get out and sleep outside today," Hu Hongjun said, his tone laced with irritation. To his surprise, Hu Fei did not retort. Instead, he appeared utterly bewildered, scrambling out as if he had seen a ghost, leaving Hu Hongjun perplexed. He touched his own face, pondering whether he truly looked that unattractive. In a state of panic, Hu Fei dashed out of the tent, only realizing in the cool night breeze that something was amiss. "What am I running for? This is my home." Though fear lingered, it would be disingenuous to claim that Hu Fei bore no resentment towards Han Zhao. He dared not confront Han Zhao directly, but was unwilling to let the matter rest. Hu Fei, muster some masculine resolve. Revenge for grievances must be sought. With determination, he devised a plan for retribution. Curiosity piqued. He recalled the bulging backpack belonging to Han Zhao, which he had noticed earlier in the tent. He distinctly remembered that such an item was not among his possessions, indicating it must belong to that formidable individual. In the dead of night, as silence enveloped the settlement and everyone succumbed to slumber, Hu Fei finally set his plan into motion. Stealthily, like a thief, he crept into the tent on tiptoe, cautiously reaching for the beast's skin-wrapped package. "Let us see what treasures you carry," he thought, peeling back the layers of hide. His eyes widened in astonishment, nearly causing him to stumble in shock. Firearms. An array of exquisite weaponry lay before him. Hu Fei's expression morphed into one of ecstatic delight, his gaze greedy. Indeed, these were remarkable finds. He yearned to confiscate all the firearms, yet the fierce visage of Han Xiao caused his courage to wane. If that formidable individual discovered the absence of his belongings, he would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. It was impossible to take everything. Hu Fei wore a reluctant expression, gritting his teeth as he grasped two Type 73 Wasp pistols, lacking the audacity to seize more. After all, my uncle has graciously entertained you. Taking just these two pistols is not unreasonable, he reasoned within himself, restoring the animal hide package to its original state before stealthily departing. With merely two small handguns missing, that fierce personage should remain oblivious, he hoped. The following morning, Han Xiao awoke feeling remarkably refreshed, the fatigue of his escape having been completely swept away. "Brother Han, you are awake," Hu Hongjun greeted him, stretching at the door with a smile. This family was indeed warm-hearted, providing him with food and shelter, though somewhat reluctant to leave. Han Xiao expressed his intention to depart. "I am grateful for your hospitality, but regrettably, I cannot stay long. If the opportunity arises, I shall repay your kindness." And approached carrying a small bundle, smiling as she said, "I made some pancakes. Take them with you for the journey." Han Xiao's heart warmed. He accepted the parcel with both hands, the comforting warmth of the pancakes transferring from his palms to his heart, eliciting a smile. He then realized that he was unable to see, and sincerely added, "I slept very well last night, and I truly appreciate your hospitality," and chuckled softly, covering her mouth. "No need for formality. We are all brothers across the seas," Hu Hongjun proclaimed with great enthusiasm. Han Xiao packed his belongings, slinging his backpack and animal skin bundle over his shoulder. Suddenly, he noticed the absence of leaves from the animal skin wrap, his expression darkening as he remarked, "Someone has tampered with my package." Hu Hongjun, taken aback, exclaimed, "Surely not." And I did not." He paused. "Wait, Hu Fei, come out this instant." Cowering behind the tent, Hu Fei trembled and emerged, his demeanor sheepish. Han Xiao's gaze flickered, a smirk playing on his lips as he said, "So it is you." Hu Fei, shrinking his neck, dared not meet Han Xiao's eyes. Hu Hongjun, frustrated, kicked him in the rear and scolded, "Did you steal someone else's belongings? Hand them over immediately." Biting his lip, Hu Fei reluctantly produced a 73-style Wasp pistol and handed it to Han Xiao. "Brother Han, feel free to give him a beating. This brat deserves it." Hu Hongjun contemplated how best to chastise his nephew. Hu Fei, pouting, dismissed the situation, thanking Han Xiao petty for being unwilling to part with any of his numerous firearms. "When mountains do not yield, rivers will shift. Fate shall bring us together again. Farewell," Han Xiao declared formally. Hu Hongjun nodded, advising caution on the road. Han Xiao hoisted his pack and turned to leave. It is said that one should repay even the smallest kindness. Should the opportunity arise, Han Xiao vowed to repay the favor of that fortuitous night. At last, the formidable figure had departed. Hu Fei wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his face lighting up with mischief. "Phew. Good thing he didn't realize I had stolen 2 guns. Yet," he pondered, "but why does this one lack a trigger?" The map sketched by the wanderer resembled the whimsical doodles of a primary school child, yet it effectively indicated his current position, which sufficed for Han Xiao. As he recalled the complete map of the aquamarine star, he found himself within the borders of the Star Dragon Kingdom. By referencing the map, he estimated that in 3 days he could traverse the woods and locate the railway, from which he could then hitch a ride to the city. As noon approached, Han Xiao sought a suitable spot to replenish his energy. He noticed that his animal skin pack had acquired several gashes from thorns and branches. As he unfolded the pack to stow his weapons, his movements suddenly halted, and he voiced a soft exclamation. It seemed he was missing a firearm. After recounting his possessions, it became evident that this was not a mere illusion. A sense of dread gripped Han Xiao's heart. If the gun had been left behind in the settlement, it would spell disaster. Without a moment to spare for food, he hastily organized his belongings and strode purposefully back along his path. Meanwhile, 2 sleek, black-armored vehicles arrived at the wanderer settlement. The leader, accompanied by a fully armed experimental squad, brandished their weapons, coercing all wanderers to congregate in the square. Crouching with their hands clasped atop their heads, the wanderers recognized the emblem of the budding organization, and anxiety permeated the air. "Have you seen this individual?" the leader inquired, pressing a button on his handheld terminal, causing a holographic image of Han Xiao to materialize before them. "I have not seen him," they all declared in unison, fervently denying any acquaintance. The reputation of the budding organization was well known. As long as they could dissociate themselves, the wanderers had little to fear from them. The 6 nations in the budding faction stand as opposing camps, while the wanderers remain indecisive, often straddling the fence, generally maintaining neutrality, yet they may sway towards either side. Consequently, both the Six Nations and the budding organization have established strict protocols against engaging the wanderers lightly. Hu Fei trembled, with guilt almost visibly etched upon his face. Number 1, filled with anger and frustration, had tracked Han Shao for 7 days, only to encounter a settlement where everyone claimed to have never seen Han Shao, indicating he had pursued the wrong direction. "Let us go." Number 1 huffed angrily, preparing to board the vehicle. Just as he turned, he suddenly noticed Hu Fei's expression. A suspicion arose within Number 1, prompting him to halt and command, "Bring that boy out." Hu Fei was taken aback, pulled from the crowd by a soldier of the experimental body, trembling like a quaking quail. Number 1 narrowed his eyes and inquired, "Do you recognize the person in this photograph?" Hu Fei quickly shook his head, denying any acquaintance. Number 1 then caught sight of something hard bulging at Hu Fei's waist and barked, "Search him." Hu Fei was forced to the ground, helplessly watching as the 73-style Hornet was retrieved. "This is our weapon." Number 1's expression turned icy as he aimed his gun at the crowd, furiously declaring, "Zero clearly came here, yet you dare to conceal the truth. Do you all wish for death? Speak. Where has he gone?" The intimidation of the gun caused the wanderers to stir, casting their glances towards the first individual who had come into contact with Han Shao, the bearded Cairo. Kaluo cowered in the corner like an ostrich, paralyzed by fear. In a moment of panic, he exclaimed, "What are you all staring at? I merely sold him a few items. That's how Hu Hongjun discovered his whereabouts." The people surrounding Hu Hongjun immediately scattered as if fleeing from a plague. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hu Hongjun slowly rose and replied in a grave tone, "I am not certain." Eager to absolve himself, the bearded Kailuo quickly retorted, "How could you possibly not know? You defended him and even hosted him for a night." The atmosphere turned icy, and the wanderers trembled in fear, urging Hu Hongjun, "Quickly reveal what you know. Do you wish to endanger us all for the sake of an outsider?" Cursing Kailuo inwardly, Hu Hongjun took a deep breath, resolved to speak, and pointed in a direction, saying, "That person went that way." "Excellent, you possess a modicum of wit," Number 1 replied with a chilling smile, and without warning, he fired his weapon. Bang! A gaping wound appeared in Hu Hongjun's forehead, freezing his expression in shock as his body swayed and fell to the ground. A pool of blood rapidly expanding beneath him. Hu Fei screamed in terror, gazing in horror at Hu Hongjun's lifeless form. Is he really dead just like that? Number 1's demeanor remained unchanged, as if he had merely dispatched a chicken. The concealment by the wanderers incensed him, particularly after learning of Hu Hongjun's hospitality towards Han Shao, which ignited his murderous intent. Anyone with the slightest connection to Han Shao was destined to face his wrath. As Number 1 had no qualms about sending them to hell for penance, Old Hu sensed something amiss. His complexion turned pale as he unsteadily rose to his feet, groping his way toward his husband, stumbling along the path. A figure, identified as Number 1, drew a pistol and, from a considerable distance, shot him in the head. The bullet shattered the back of his skull, splattering brain matter and blood across the ground, and collapsed midway, mere arm's length from Hu Hongjun. Yet it felt like an insurmountable chasm, his vacant eyes stained crimson by the spattered blood. Number 1 cast a sidelong glance at the lifeless body, sneering coldly. Seeking death, Hu fell into despair, crumpling to the ground in a fit of inconsolable weeping. He was consumed by regret, lamenting the moment of greed that led to the demise of his uncle's family. The drifters, unable to voice their anger, gazed upon the corpses of Hu Hongjun and sharing a poignant sense of sorrow. The terminal on his palm was connected to the surveillance feed of the leader of the budding faction, who demanded, "What are you doing? Who authorized this killing?" Number 1, filled with trepidation, quickly acknowledged his fault. "These drifters failed to report, and I merely sought to establish authority. We shall leave at once." The leader shook his head, stating, "Enough, since the deed is done. Ensure it is clean. Do not let word escape." Number 1 nodded, his expression turning icy as he signaled. The relentless gunfire startled countless birds from the trees. Arriving too late, the once bustling settlement lay in eerie silence, revealing a scene of carnage. Bloodstains marred the ground, and the earth beneath was soaked, soft, and viscous, each step leaving a bloody imprint. As Han Shao beheld the lifeless bodies of Hu Hongjun and his pupils constricted, and a surge of rage welled within him. At that moment, a figure crawled from amidst the sea of corpses. Han Shao recognized him as the unscrupulous bearded merchant who had extorted him. "Kalo." still shaken from the fright that had rendered him unconscious at the onset of the massacre, had miraculously escaped death. Yet, before he could revel in his fortune, he caught sight of Han Xiao, who stood nearby, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Han Xiao swiftly closed the distance, seizing Kalo by the collar and demanding, "What transpired here?" "The Seedling Organization. It was the work of the Seedling Organization. We did not betray your whereabouts, yet they slaughtered indiscriminately out of spite. Our people suffered dreadfully. In light of Hu Hongjuan's hospitality towards you, you must avenge us." Kalo wailed, tears streaming down his face, performing with such conviction that it was almost believable. He dared not reveal the truth, instead seeking to incite Han Xiao to confront the Seedling Organization, hoping to distance himself from the impending consequences. Cough, cough. A weak cough echoed from a short distance away. Han Xiao approached and found Hu Fei, riddled with 5 or 6 gunshot wounds, still clinging to life, though barely. The sight of the Type 73 Wasp in Hu Fei's hand elucidated everything for him, stirring a tumult of emotions. "I warned you of the danger. Why did you refuse to heed my counsel?" Hu Fei, trembling, reached out and grasped Han Xiao's pant leg tightly, weeping inconsolably, his cries piercing the air with their raw agony. "I should not have been so greedy. I deeply regret it. I was wrong. I was truly wrong." Hu Fei trembled as he pointed at Kailuo, exclaiming, "Do not trust him. He betrayed my uncle, Hu Hongjun." As he spoke, he coughed up a large quantity of blood. "You cannot be saved. I can only spare you some pain." Han Xiao shook his head, extending his hand to snap Hu Fei's neck. "Do not listen to him." Kailuo hastily attempted to defend himself, but Han Xiao suddenly rose, drew his gun, and fired. The bullet penetrated Kailuo's skull. Stunned, Kailuo collapsed to the ground, unable to close his eyes in death. "Everyone has perished. You shall accompany them now." Han Xiao lowered his gaze. Ever since he uncovered the tragedy of the settlement, the surging tide of murderous intent within him was restrained by his icy rationality, akin to a fierce tiger confined within a cage. The more agitated he felt, the more composed he became. Han Xiao approached Hu Hongjuan's lifeless body and followed the direction indicated by Hu Hongjuan's finger, leading to the path the experimental team had pursued. The tire tracks delving deep into the forest, strikingly opposite to the direction he had taken. Hu Hongjun had not betrayed him. A sharp pang of realization struck Han Xiao, as if a nail had been driven into his heart, causing him profound anguish. Even in his final moments, Hu Hongjun never forsook this outsider. Was it worth it? You have triggered E-level mission, Revenge. Mission prompt. Eliminate the experimental team. Mission reward, 15,000 experience. Han Xiao turned away from the corpses of Hu Hongjun and entered the tent, and retrieved the treasured old military knife and rifle that belonged to Hu Hongjun. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but the surface of the knife and rifle glimmered with a dark light. "You yearn to avenge your old comrade, do you not?" Han Xiao's expression was taut as he extracted all the firearms from his backpack, alongside disassembling the knife rifle into a scattered array of components. Using the knife rifle as the foundation, he gradually began to modify it with these parts. Both basic maintenance and basic enhancement modification had reached level 10. Though the name may lack flair, they were essential skills in the early stages of mechanical expertise, and their maximum effects were remarkably impressive. Han Xiao was adept at modifying basic firearms. Knife rifle, sniper modification, quality, white, basic attributes, attack power 66-69, rate of fire 1 rounds S, magazine capacity 10 rounds. Effective range 450 meters, output energy level 37, attribute bonus, agility 2, length 0, 86 meters, weight 8, 3 pounds, additional effects, stable trajectory. Minimal influence from wind, additional effects, enhanced penetration through special modifications, capable of utilizing sniper caliber ammunition, offering superior penetrating power. Note, it longs for vengeance. After counting the ammunition, he found only 25 sniper rounds, all confiscated from the Silver Blade. For tire tracks marked the ground, indicating that the pursuers had 2 vehicles, with no more than 12 individuals at most. Han Xiao slung the rifle over his shoulder and headed in the direction from which the pursuers had departed, his silhouette fading into the forest. Traveling by foot could never match the speed of a vehicle, and Han Xiao had no intention of chasing them down. Indeed, if Han Xiao were to turn and flee at this moment, his adversaries would undoubtedly be unable to locate him. Yet, an inner voice urged him that if he did not release his pent-up fury upon the enemy's blood, he would be consumed by regret. Even in the absence of a mission, he would make the same choice. Budding with rage, he gritted his teeth, his murderous intent palpable. The forest was shrouded in darkness, impenetrable to sight, while the distant, mournful howl of wolves echoed through the night. Han Shao lay in silence among the trees, his eyes partially closed, the military knife and rifle resting beside him. He had maintained this position for 3 hours, akin to a patient hunter, awaiting the unsuspecting prey to fall into his trap. Suddenly, the roar of engines drew near, and Han Zhao's eyes snapped open as 4 speeding headlights emerged within range. They had arrived. His tone was as serene as if welcoming guests into his abode. He donned the infrared night vision goggles seized from the Night Owl team, and 2 orange-red vehicles came into view. With a swift pull of the bolt, he locked onto the target through the sniper scope, meticulously adjusting the range. Holding his breath and focusing intently, he aimed for a full 8 seconds before pulling the trigger with a resounding crack. Amidst the flash and smoke, the golden sniper bullet surged from the barrel, slicing through the gaps in the trees, covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye, and striking the tire of the speeding vehicle with deadly accuracy. Bang! The tire exploded. The leading armored off-road vehicle crashed violently into a tree, forcing the following vehicle to come to an abrupt halt. The driver, disoriented, stumbled out and shouted, "Do you even know how to drive? Captain, the tire has burst." How could a low-pressure tire explode? One of the team members crouched down in shock, exclaiming, "There's a bullet lodged in it." Enemy attack. A sudden realization struck number 1. Just then, gunfire erupted from a distance, and the team member inspecting the wheel had his head blown apart right before number 1. Blood splattering all over him. "It's a sniper. Quickly locate the enemy's position. Everyone, take cover behind the vehicle." However, this was the experimental squad's first encounter with genuine combat, and in their panic, they fumbled to find shelter according to the battlefield theories they had learned. During this chaotic scramble, the deadly gunfire rang out once more, claiming another team member. Number 1 shouted, "Get down." All members hastily dropped to the ground. And only then did the gunfire cease, replaced by a chilling silence. Panic engulfed everyone, but number 1 managed to maintain a semblance of composure, urgently seeking assistance through his handheld terminal. The standoff persisted. No one dared to rise and expose themselves to the sniper's line of sight, as if a demon lurked in the darkness, poised to reap lives at any moment. Who is attacking us? Unclear. It's so dark around. They must have night vision. What should we do now? Stay down and await reinforcements. Number 1 shouted, "Stop being foolish. Do you really think the enemy won't flee? There is only one adversary. Yet we resemble a flock of frightened ostriches burying our heads in the sand. How will the organization perceive us? A band of cowards." The expressions of the experimental team members shifted dramatically. Number 1 asserted fiercely, "It's merely one enemy. We are armed with vehicles, weapons, and personnel. Can we not prevail? Indeed, we must strike back. First, ascertain the sniper's position." One team member steeled himself, swiftly rising before dropping to the ground, attempting to lure the sniper into revealing their location. However, a lethal bullet struck his heart in an instant, blood bursting forth as the force propelled him several meters away, landing silently on the ground, extinguishing any thoughts of imitation among the other team members. Number 1 felt a chill run down his spine. Just who possesses such precise marksmanship? The sacrifice of the team member was not in vain. The experimental team caught sight of the fleeting gunfire in the darkness, found it 300 meters to the south. "Get in the vehicle and move out." Han Shao observed through the night vision goggles as the cowering enemy simultaneously rose, sprinting toward another intact armored off-road vehicle. He immediately comprehended the enemy's intention to charge using the armored vehicle. The thermal imaging revealed 7 enemies remaining, evidently banking on the sniper's slower rate of fire, prepared to sacrifice 1 or 2 individuals to get everyone on board. Han Shao could not eliminate all 7 instantaneously. He calmly fired twice more, taking down 2 more foes, watching helplessly as the remaining enemies boarded the vehicle. The engine of the armored off-road vehicle roared to life, charging recklessly forward, rapidly closing the distance. The bayonet rifle could not penetrate the heavy armor, rendering it impossible to aim directly at the enemy's wheel hub. Han Shao found himself in a perilous situation, alone. The correct strategy was evident, yet it was too easily anticipated. "You have no idea how vast the world is. Die." The first assailant sneered, driving towards Han Zhao's position. Unbeknownst to anyone, a rope was tied between 2 trees, with a cluster of grenades secured in the middle. As the armored vehicle crashed into it, the rope suddenly tautened, nearly uprooting the trees, while the vehicle jolted violently, throwing its occupants into disarray. Before they could comprehend the situation, The grenades detonated with a thunderous roar, sending flames skyward and shattering the armored vehicle's bulletproof glass into a myriad of crystalline fractures. Given the ambush, it was inconceivable that Han Xiao had not prepared in advance. He had set up a rudimentary blockade trap using a thick rope and the last few G-type fragmentation grenades. At the moment of the explosion, Han Xiao swiftly removed his night vision goggles. Illuminated by the blaze, the darkness gave way to clarity, and without hesitation, he aimed at the front window of the armored vehicle, firing his weapon. The recoil surged from the stock to his shoulder, causing even his strength to tremble slightly. A testament to the formidable power of the bayonet rifle. Bang! Round after round struck the window, the cracks spreading rapidly, with the target unmistakably being the driver's seat. Number 1 gritted his teeth, yanked the teammate from the passenger seat, and positioned him in front as a shield. In the next instant, the glass shattered violently, and a bullet penetrated, shattering the skull of the sacrificial pawn, splattering brain matter across Number 1's face, the stench overwhelming. Abandon the vehicle. The squad hurriedly sprang into action. In this life-and-death moment, Number 1 disregarded the issue of range, unleashing a torrent of ammunition from his submachine gun, firing towards Han Xiao's position from a considerable distance. With the remaining team members following suit, Han Xiao paused his assault, taking cover on the ground while reloading his magazine. Bullets whizzed past his head, and he sensed that the opposing team had fallen into disarray. After a round of coordinated fire, all the enemies would need to reload, at which point he would be free to reap havoc. Soon, the experimental squad tasted the bitter fruit of their impulsiveness as they simultaneously emptied their magazines. The sound of sniper fire rang out ominously, like the tolling of death spell. One shot after another, precise and lethal. Bang! Bang! One enemy after another fell victim to his precise aim, with Han Xiao consciously avoiding Number 1, intending to keep him for the final confrontation. One by one, his comrades collapsed around him. Number 1 trembled with rage, wildly spraying bullets and bellowing, "Who are you? Show yourself." He had initially harbored unwavering confidence in the experimental squad. Yet in his debut battle, he faced such a disastrous defeat that it shattered all his self-assurance. Click, click, click. Number 1's magazine was once again empty, and he roared, "Come out." Han Xiao, his expression icy, revealed himself. Number 1's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "How could it possibly be you?" In his view, Han Xiao's escape from the base would undoubtedly resemble that of a lost dog fleeing in desperation. He could never have imagined that Han Xiao would dare to turn and launch an assault on his pursuers. Even if Number 1 harbored doubts about Han Xiao's achievements in evading the laboratory, he was painfully aware of his own erroneous judgments and how egregiously mistaken they were. Number 0 surpassed him by an insurmountable margin. This revelation ignited a fierce jealousy within Number 1's heart. "I am the most exceptional. You are merely a failure. Worthless." Old grudges and new animosities surged forth, overwhelming Number 1's reason as he drew his pistol, intending to strike. Han Xiao merely elevated the muzzle of his weapon slightly, and with a resounding crack, a high-caliber sniper round shattered Number 1's right arm, leaving only a thin layer of flesh connected. Blood and gore erupted. Number 1 stared blankly at his severed limb, lost in a haze of confusion. Han Xiao fired again, shattering one of Number 1's legs, causing him to collapse to the ground. At this juncture, Han Xiao leisurely reloaded his magazine before methodically breaking the remaining limbs of Number 1, helplessly sprawled on the ground. Number 1's gaze burned with an intense and malevolent hatred as he fixated on Han Xiao. 0. The howl that escaped his lips was hoarse and chilling, akin to that of a wounded beast. Too loud. Han Xiao strode forward and delivered a powerful kick that shattered Number 1's jaw. "Do you know why I allowed you to linger until the end? Because I wanted to prolong your suffering." Number 1 could not articulate a response, only managing to emit muffled sounds from his throat, akin to a snail writhing and struggling on the ground, blood gushing from the stumps where his limbs had once been. At that moment, the handheld terminal beside him illuminated automatically, revealing the virtual image of the leader, who spoke in a tone imbued with the authority of someone long accustomed to power. 0. Enough. Han Xiao furrowed his brow but remained silent. "I am the leader of the budding organization." The leader's voice was laced with a commanding dominance. Han Xiao's expression remained impassive. "What path to survival are you offering?" Upon hearing this, Number 1's eyes flared with intense fury. How could 0 be afforded better treatment than he, who had slain so many within the organization? Why then? Was there an attempt to win him over? Han Xiao discerned the turmoil in Number 1's countenance and, with a hint of amusement, inquired, "I have taken so many lives, And yet you wish to recruit me? Number 1 trembled, his spirit seemingly extinguished. What makes you think I would serve your cause? Han Xiao replied coolly. I harbor no interest in your ideology. You have murdered my friends. We are adversaries, and there is little point in further discourse. The leader's tone turned icy. Should you refuse me, despite the vastness of the world, there shall be no refuge for you. I will annihilate you, Han Xiao stated with unwavering seriousness. The budding organization would not be swayed by anyone, nor would they feel the slightest twinge of remorse. The only solution to violence was greater violence. The leader seemed to find the notion laughable. Annihilate the organization? By your hand. What do you think you are? Compared to the organization, you are but a pitiful ant easily crushed underfoot. You believe that having dispatched a few worthless souls has inflated your sense of power. Thinking you can stand against the organization alone? Such arrogance, such folly. Just wait and see. By the way, you have no idea how vast the world truly is. Han Xiao shook his head and aimed at the chest of Subject 1, firing 3 shots that found their mark in his heart. The light quickly faded from Subject 1's eyes. The experiment team was utterly annihilated. The masked leader's expression was obscured, yet even through the virtual communication, one could sense his seething rage. You will come to regret this, the leader coldly pronounced, severing the connection. You have slain Subject 1, Valkyrie, earning 900 experience points. Revenge has been completed, granting 15,000 experience points. The military rifle disassembled with a series of clicks. The internal mechanisms of the old weapon had long succumbed to wear. This battle marked the end of its service. The SWP sniper rifle, seized from the Night Owl team, required mastery of the sniping skill, thus Han Xiao dismantled it into parts to modify the military rifle. The extermination of the experiment team netted him thousands of experience points. And combined with the mission rewards, he amassed over 20,000 experience points. Now that he had made an enemy of the budding organization, Han Xiao not only needed to flee but also sought ways to inflict harm upon them. His current personal strength was indeed negligible compared to the budding organization. Yet he possessed the potential to deliver a significant blow to their influence. The multitude of advanced intelligence in his mind was his true trump card. To leverage this intelligence effectively, he must find a powerful ally capable of standing toe-to-toe with the budding organization. Thus, the choice is reduced to 6 nations: Xinglong, Hongfeng, Tilius, Ruelan, Haixia, and Otterfina. Among them, Xinglong is the closest to him. In contrast to the cold-blooded ruthlessness of Ruelan, the bureaucratic rigidity of Hongfeng, the profit-driven mentality of Haixia, the opportunism of Tilius, and the cunning nature of Otterfina, Xinglong's internal atmosphere is the most temperate, and it harbors a deeply rooted animosity towards the Mingya organization. Considering all factors, Xinglong emerges as the most favorable option at present. $1 million bounty. An A-level mission. At dawn, the Black Hawk helicopter arrived tardily, with the leader, Hela, and a group of cleanup personnel coming to the site where the experimental team had been annihilated. Casting a glance at the distorted corpse of the first subject, the leader emitted a dissatisfied cold snort beneath the mask. Useless wretches. The researchers gathered the bodies of the experimental team and remarked, they are all beyond saving. With his hands clasped behind his back, the leader gazed silently at the distant valley for a long while and declared, in the name of the organization, we shall issue a bounty of 0 for the fugitive on the dark web, with no regard for life or death, the reward set at 1 million. The crowd was taken aback. The Mingya organization is a behemoth in the underworld, a ruler that had not issued a bounty in at least 3 years. Was it truly necessary to make a fuss over a defector from an experimental project? You seem to place too much importance on him. 0 is merely fleeing. What harm can he inflict upon the organization? Humph, since he has the audacity to declare war on the organization, let him come to know his insignificance and utterly annihilate that laughable resolve of his. The leader's tone was ominous. The researchers gestured towards the corpse of Subject 1. What shall we do with these individuals? The leader initially intended to dismiss them, but suddenly reconsidered and inquired, what is the status of the Super Soldier Program preparations? The foundational theories have been perfected. The next phase involves cellular and animal testing, which is projected to commence human trials without after effects in approximately 8 months. The leader interjected, skip the cellular and animal testing and proceed directly to human trials. The risks are substantial. Only the Valkyrie test subjects can endure the modifications. Such subjects are rare, and accelerating the timeline could lead to unnecessary losses. The leader's tone was inscrutable. Experiments merely create cannon fodder. Hatred is the crucible that forges true demons. He pointed at Subject 1. He is the finest material. Hatred will drive him to endure the agonies of transformation. Hatred is his motivating furnace. I understand, the researcher nodded. The leader turned to Hela. Summon the spirits. Hela exhaled a breath of murky air, her hands glowing with a faint gray light. The temperature in the vicinity seemed to plummet by 10 degrees in an instant. A mournful wailing emanated from the gray light emanating from Hela's palms, akin to the cries of specters. The corpse of Subject 1 appeared to resonate, and tendrils of drifting gray mist materialized in the air, gently infiltrating the bloodied features of Subject 1, as if being absorbed. The leader opened his coat and retrieved a vial of vibrant red serum from his pocket. Hela's expression shifted slightly, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in her eyes, which she quickly suppressed. The Aurora Resurrection Serum. The marrow extracted from her sister was refined into an extraordinarily potent healing elixir. As the vial was tipped, the crimson liquid cascaded onto the corpse designated as number 1, instantly dispersing and penetrating through the pores into the skin. A miraculous transformation ensued. The once cold body began to regain warmth. Wounds healed at an astonishing rate, the jaw reattached, and severed limbs began to sprout flesh. The sound of a heartbeat gradually intensified. Number 1 abruptly opened his eyes, his expression twisted with malevolence, unleashing a chilling roar filled with boundless hatred that sent shivers down the spine of all who heard it. 0. You have activated the Budding Organization faction relationship. Budding Organization affinity decreased by 1,000. Budding Organization, hatred, -1,000 traitor, system notification. You have triggered an A-level mission, Seeds Slumber in Dust mission hint. This is a long-term mission. The rewards depend on your level of disruption to the Budding Organization, both direct and indirect. Current progress, 0. Note: progress is not fixed. If the Budding Organization expands, progress will decrease accordingly. This mission can be terminated at any time. If you choose to conclude the mission with progress below 20, it will be deemed a failure. Only progress above 20 will be considered a success, with rewards contingent upon the final progress. Generally speaking, missions rated B or higher pertain to the shifting powers on the current planet. The primary event of version 1.0 on the Ocean Blue planet revolves around the conflict between the 6 nations and the Budding Organization, with players divided into different factions. According to Han Zhao's recollections, a considerable number of players indeed opted to join the Budding Organization, significantly contributing to its development. If he wished to attain substantial rewards, he would inevitably find himself in opposition to those players who would choose the Budding Organization in the future. The task at hand required Han Zhao to inflict damage, either directly or indirectly, upon the Budding Organization. In the original timeline, although the Budding Organization neither triumphed nor faltered, it undeniably suffered considerable losses. He realized that potential competitors for this task existed, namely other factions that were adversaries of the Budding Organization, whose assaults would not be counted towards his task completion. A requirement of 20% destruction seemed to imply that he alone must inflict grievous harm upon the Budding Organization. Such a notion could hardly be described as anything but a trap. Despite the daunting nature of this undertaking, Han Zhao accepted without hesitation, as his enmity with the Budding Organization left no room for refusal. It appeared that this would serve as his primary quest for the time being. The Budding Organization represented a pivotal event in the main storyline of the Aqua Star 1.0 era, and Han Zhao would remain there until he had matured, making the factional conflict unavoidable. When creating a new character in the game Star C, the system inquires about the player's preferences, such as their favorite type of world or profession. Based on the responses gathered from the questionnaire, the system assigns new players to various stylistically distinct novice planets. The Star C universe boasts an array of civilizations, allowing players to embark from worlds they cherish, be it ancient, magical, urban, or science fiction. Each planet features one or more main storyline events. This is also one of the attractions of the game, as many casual players enjoy exploring the universe and experiencing various civilizations and planets. The Azure Star is one such beginner planet, characterized by a low science fiction urban environment, reminiscent of Earth. Naturally, the core worldview of Star C remains the vast cosmos. With each version upgrade, the overall narrative of the world will gradually unfold to the players. In truth, Han Zhao could have sought refuge in a secluded wilderness location, hiding until the Emergence organization suffered significant losses. However, this would hinder his growth, while safe. It would be utterly meaningless and inevitably lead to being surpassed by other players. Following the main storyline events of the planet allows for the triggering of numerous quests. and the tumultuous era presents an excellent opportunity for growth. Countless events are vividly etched in his mind, making the idea of retreat inconceivable. After 3 days, Han Shao emerged from the forest, which lay within the borders of the Star Dragon Kingdom. One must admit that the Emergence organization possesses remarkable audacity to establish a base deep within the heart of the Star Dragon territory. Fully aware of the dangers lurking in the shadows, upon exiting the forest, Han Shao discovered railway tracks and boarded a long-distance train transporting livestock to the capital, West City. Given the perilous conditions of the wilderness and the undercurrents of tension among the Six Nations, which are perpetually on the brink of war, most highways connecting the cities have fallen into disrepair. The military has established rail connections between various cities for the transport of supplies. Fierce beasts roam the land, and each city is garrisoned with troops who have set up checkpoints. The tall, electrified barbed wire fences serve as the first line of defense for the cities. Upon sighting the barbed wire, one knows that the city is not far away, having traveled free for 2 days by train. The silhouette of the electrified railway network finally emerged in the distance. Han Shao brushed aside several clucking hens that flitted about him, exhaling a deep sigh, his gaze stretching far into the horizon. Xinglong, Shidu, Shisanju, I am coming. Xinglong, one of the Six Nations, predominantly inhabited by individuals of East Asian descent, bears the totem of the celestial dragon that reigns over the heavens. Each city's periphery is encircled by an endless expanse of electrified barbed wire, with military checkpoints serving as the sole gateway into the city, where soldiers stand guard, scrutinizing all who seek entry. The train halted at an open-air platform beyond the barriers of the wire, surrounded by extensive military installations, bunkers, watchtowers, and sniper posts, all manned by soldiers who rigidly monitored the arriving trains. Thousands of drifters congregated in the station square, forming a long queue, each undergoing inspection to ensure they bore no weapons, were not wanted, and carried no contagious diseases before being permitted to pass through the checkpoint. The Six Nations have adopted a policy of welcoming drifters, aiming to absorb the talents and elites scattered abroad to enhance the domestic population potential. Naturally, Han Shao is reluctant to undergo inspection. The burgeoning organization must have issued a bounty on his head, and any check would expose him. Although his objective was to connect with the intelligence agency Shisanju of Xinglong, he could not afford to be ensnared by the military. By chance, there existed a method to bypass the checkpoint. In his previous life, players marked as wanted could not pass inspections. However, by locating a hidden NPC responsible for smuggling and providing a sum of money, one could successfully cross into the city undetected. In the corner of the square sat an inconspicuous man, neither queuing nor departing, exuding a profound sense of anonymity. This individual was a smuggler, a mastermind behind the clandestine trade of illegal crossings, whose presence often went unnoticed by the average passerby. He typically conducted business only through referrals from familiar clients. At that moment, a gaunt and slender young man approached him, inquiring directly, "Is it safe?" The smuggler looked up at Han Shao, recognizing him as a newcomer. He feigned ignorance, replying, "What do you mean by safe?" Han Shao, disinterested in small talk, tossed a backpack filled with firearms toward the smuggler. The latter hastily unzipped the bag, peered inside, and quickly zipped it shut again. Goodness! How audacious to carry such an arsenal around. What kind of individual was this young man? In West City, firearms were heavily regulated, and since Han Shao had no intention of causing trouble, these weapons were of little use to him. Sufficient, indeed, the smuggler conceded, though perplexed. "How did you come to know of my smuggling operations?" "That is of no concern to you," Han Shao replied curtly. "In this line of work, the unspoken rule was to conduct business without prying into the details." The smuggler suppressed his curiosity and rose to lead the way. Outside the station, a box truck awaited, already occupied by several passengers who cast scrutinizing glances at Han Shao. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he chose a seat. The windows were obscured by opaque black tape, rendering the outside world invisible. The vehicle would transport its occupants to a concealed entrance behind a barbed wire fence, where officers, having been bribed by the smuggler, would turn a blind eye as long as the number of illegal entrants remained manageable. Beside him, a diminutive man, languid and disinterested, sought to engage in conversation with the seemingly youthful Han Shao, for he believed such a naive young man would be easily manipulated. "Ah, young man, this is your first visit to Shidu, isn't it?" Han Shao cast a sidelong glance at him. "Indeed, but I am uncertain how to address you." "Ma Jia." "And you are?" Han Shao, Ma Jia, with an air of condescension, remarked, "Since this is your inaugural visit to Shidu, Allow me to enlighten you. The city is divided into 8 districts. The first district serves as the political epicenter, the domain of high-ranking officials, where entry is strictly forbidden to outsiders. The remaining 7 districts each possess their own unique characteristics, yet are covertly governed by powerful figures within the gray areas. I must caution you, do not provoke these gray characters, for you may find yourself in dire peril before you even comprehend your fate. Han Xiao inwardly shook his head. The so-called gray areas comprised a nefarious network of drug trafficking, the flesh trade, smuggling, and arms dealing. Every city harbored its share of unscrupulous individuals. But compared to official power, they were insignificant. However, the common folk instinctively feared the malevolent gray figures while dismissing the authority of official forces. Fully aware that the latter posed no threat to them, unlike the former, this is merely human nature. It is akin to encountering an armored truck accompanied by armed guards. Few would feel trepidation. Yet, should a menacing figure, devoid of uniform, brandish a weapon, the majority would instinctively retreat as far as possible, while Ma Jie attempted to showcase his supposed wisdom before Han Xiao. The latter chose not to expose the man's pretentiousness, instead humorously indulging him. What about the military? Hey, what can the military do? Are they really going to storm the city? Ma Jie scoffed, holding a deep admiration for the gray area, his demeanor brimming with bravado as he boasted. My cousin is a prominent figure under a gang leader, with immense potential. I'm here to lend him a hand. Impressive, Han Xiao replied nonchalantly, encouraged by the attention. Ma Jie became increasingly animated, his words flowing like a torrent. Of course. My cousin is a well-known personality in the West City. Have you heard of the Spotted Leopard? Oh, I forgot. You've never been to West City before. Are you in the city to seek refuge with relatives? Han Xiao fabricated a response. Not really. I'm looking to find a job and settle down. Ma Jie's mind began to race with possibilities. If he could recruit a young man to support his cousin, he would certainly gain favor. What do you say? Do you want to join me? I assure you, your future will be bright. Han Xiao politely declined. In Ma Jie's eyes, it was merely youthful arrogance, and he scoffed. Suit yourself. You'll regret this later. When you want to curry favor with me, it may be too late. Han Xiao closed his eyes, signaling his disinterest in further conversation. Frustrated, Ma Jie shot him a glare and ceased his attempts at dialogue. A military officer awaited behind the gate, and a smuggler handed a stack of money through the iron mesh to the officer, who smiled with satisfaction. To everyone's surprise, he opened the gate to the arms transport corridor, allowing Han Xiao and the other undocumented immigrants to enter freely. Following the officer, he will escort you to the outskirts without any scrutiny, the smuggler remarked. The officer remained silent, leading the way as Han Xiao and his companions navigated through various military installations, finally emerging from the checkpoint base to behold the towering skyscrapers of the western capital glimmering in the sunlight. The smugglers dispersed like birds and beasts, each taking their own path. Ma Jie shot Han Xiao a fierce glare before turning away. As Han Xiao walked down the street, his tattered clothing drew disdainful glances from passers-by, who steered clear of him. After trekking through the forest for 10 days and spending several more aboard a livestock transport train, his body emanated an overwhelmingly pungent odor that could bring one to tears. With no money, he found it arduous to move, and thirst compelled him to seek relief at a fountain in the square. The most valuable possession he had was likely his 20-year-old virgin body, unwashed for 7 days. Of course, these were mere trifles. Half an hour later, Han Xiao emerged from a department store. Having donned a fresh outfit, a crisp white shirt and black trousers, while leisurely puffing on a cigarette, the smoke curling around him. You have unlocked skill pickpocketing LV1. Pickpocketing increases the success rate of theft. Possessing certain abilities in reality often translates into the realm of the game. For instance, being a soldier may grant one foundational combat and shooting skills. As the saying goes, a skillful hand never goes to waste. In the past, to outsmart the thieving gangs that roamed the neighboring blocks, he had taught himself the art of pickpocketing, primarily to counteract theft. Yes, I even convinced myself of that. Thief? Without evidence, be cautious lest I accuse you of defamation. I, Honda, a technician, abide by the law and cherish my homeland. Throughout middle and high school, my scores in ideological and political exams have never fallen below 80. I have received the honor of being a model student and scholarship recipient year after year. And I am merely one step away from completing the trifecta of achievements within the Young Pioneers, the Communist Youth League, and our party. I am known for my disdain for evil, akin to the heroic figures of folklore, and I believe in winning hearts through virtue. To suggest that I have stolen is preposterous. I have never even engaged in peeping. As for the notion of currently borrowing a passerby's wallet, one must understand that desperation drives such actions. The political textbooks wisely state that specific issues require specific analysis. Thus, it is understandable, it can be forgiven. I have heard that the old man playing chess employs certain strategies. Han Xiao does not intend to become a wanderer. After defecting from the budding organization, he no longer enjoys free resources. The growth of mechanical engineering is exceedingly costly, with numerous pieces of equipment, materials, and components holding significant value. Financial resources pose a considerable challenge. The wilderness, while liberating, is fraught with scarcity and instability, leading to painfully slow development. Furthermore, he is currently weak and requires the protection of a powerful faction before he can grow. If he were to be located by the budding organization in the wild, they would act without restraint. They might even resort to launching a thermal tracking missile array for a carpet bombing, leaving him no chance to escape. Han Zhao's decision to join the Six Nations is primarily motivated by the fact that, apart from the budding organization, only the Six Nations possess the knowledge necessary for advancement. To fulfill his progression mission, aligning himself with the Six Nations is imperative. The pressing matter at hand is to select a base in the Western capital. The moment Han Xiao decided to come to the Western capital, he already had a target in mind. This is a concealed plot point. In his previous life, he acquired this opportunity through the study of others' materials, rather than through personal endeavor. Now, with no competitors in sight, Han Xiao can seize the moment. Before him lies a repair shop, its entrance wide open, resembling that of an automotive service center. The establishment bears no name. Only a sign adorned with the image of a wrench, merely informing passers-by that it is a mechanical repair shop. However, it is unlikely to attract any pedestrians, as the shop is tucked away in an inconspicuous alley, flanked by walls on either side. Approximately 200 meters from the alley's mouth to the shop, one might easily mistake it for a dead end without venturing inside. This opportunity did not belong to me in my past life. I must not let it slip away this time. Han Zhao's gaze flickered with determination, despite its unremarkable appearance. This repair shop conceals a rare and unique opportunity for the early stages of the mechanical domain. At the entrance of the shop, a chess table is set up, where two elderly gentlemen with graying hair face each other in a game. One is short and scruffy, his Mediterranean long hair cascading wildly, giving him the air of an artist. The other, tall and dignified, sports neatly groomed gray hair and maintains an upright posture, resembling a resilient pine tree. He is intently focused on the chessboard, his left sleeve conspicuously empty, indicating a disability. The two old men cast a brief glance at Han Xiao before returning to their game, their expressions serious and resolute, as if confronting a formidable adversary. Han Xiao cast a glance, slightly taken aback. How impressive! They were engaged in a game of Go, the black and white stones entwined in a fierce struggle. The elderly gentleman was crafting a formidable dragon, while the shorter elder pursued and obstructed him, their efforts proving insufficient. The players moved their pieces with the grace of antelopes. The atmosphere charged with tension and peril. Upon closer inspection, however, it was revealed to be a game of Gamoku. Such a waste of expressions. Are you in need of any repairs? A melodious voice inquired. A woman emerged hastily from the repair shop, instantly captivating Han Zhao's attention. Her complexion was fair and radiated a healthy glow. Standing approximately 165 meters tall, her beauty was not striking, but rather of a captivating nature. Her gentle features and warm smile resembled that of a friendly neighbor, likely in her mid-20s, the most enchanting age for a woman. A towel draped gracefully over her long, fair neck, and her hair was elegantly pinned up with a black hairpin. She wore a simple black elastic tank top paired with denim shorts that showcased her straight, fair legs. Beads of perspiration glistened on her forehead, reflecting the sunlight, and she held a wrench in her hand, suggesting she had just been working. In the realm of admiration for women, youthful rogues often fixate on faces and bosoms, while the more experienced focus on legs and waists. Seasoned connoisseurs, however, primarily appreciate poise. Of course, there exists a peculiar group, akin to teddy bears, indiscriminate in their appetites, regardless of gender. As the saying goes, a woman in her 20s is like a cherry, beautiful yet unpalatable. A woman in her 30s resembles a grape, both lovely and delectable. Han Xiao has always believed that the years between 20 and 30 embody a woman's most exquisite period. As for women in their 40s, they are akin to pineapples, delicious but not particularly attractive. What? Are you inquiring about a woman of 50? A 50-year-old woman is akin to a tomato, still considering herself a fruit. May I ask if you are hiring apprentices here? The woman's eyes instantly sparkled, sending a shiver down Han Zhao's spine. To describe her gaze in a more refined manner, it resembled that of a famished individual who has not eaten for 3 days upon encountering a lavish banquet, or a weary traveler who has traversed a desert for 10 days upon discovering an oasis. To put it more plainly, it was like a puppy spotting a treat or a baby catching sight of its beloved grandmother. Come in quickly and take a seat, lest you catch a chill. The woman hurriedly approached, grasping Han Zhao's arm and pulling him into the shop as if fearing he might flee. Glancing up at the scorching midday sun, Han Zhao, squinting, remarked, "Is catching a chill a local idiom for heatstroke?" The repair shop's architectural style predominantly featured white, yellow, and black hues and was divided into 2 floors. The first floor housed the workshop, with several load-bearing columns delineating the space into 3 work areas, each furnished with numerous lathe workbenches and a complete array of mechanical tools such as grinding wheels, cutters, drill bits, and welding guns. The workbenches bore the scars of time, suggesting they had seen better days. Along the walls stood several multi-tiered iron racks, stacked with various mechanical components and metals, reminiscent of a hardware store. "My name is Lu Qian, and I am the proprietor of this repair shop. You may call me Sister Qian." Lu Qian introduced herself with poise. "Sister Qian," Han Zhao replied, unconcerned with titles, "I wish to become an apprentice here and would like to know the requirements. Please share your situation." Lu Qian smiled warmly. She had a favorable first impression of Han Zhao. She quite appreciated the look in his eyes, those lifeless, fish-like orbs that reflected a dispirited youth, seemingly resigned to a life of mediocrity, suggesting a modest salary expectation. Han Zhao, at the tender age of 21, had come from afar and possessed a rudimentary understanding of mechanical technology. "You may refer to me as Technician Han." Technician Han. Lu Qian found this title rather odd. "You came from out of town. Are you not a student at Shidu Academy?" The universal knowledge acquired by the Blue Star includes fundamental training for superpowered individuals. Shidu Academy serves as the official institution of Xinglong, where the nation's most exceptional talents are selected, systematically imparting knowledge in martial arts, mechanics, and superpowers. Outstanding graduates frequently assume significant roles within the government, acting as the nation's reservoir of talent. However, the likelihood of becoming a superpowered individual is exceedingly rare. Even with comprehensive training courses, the success rate remains dismally low. "I have merely dabbled in superficial mechanical theory." Han Zhao was a humble and unassuming individual, keenly aware of the principles of honor and shame. What a pity. Lu Qian felt a twinge of regret, but quickly recognized that her sentiment might come off as disrespectful, hastily clarifying, "I apologize. That was not my intention." "It's all right. I must assess your capabilities. While I am in need of an assistant, I will not hire anyone lacking requisite skills." "Quite reasonable." Han Zhao naturally had no objections. El Qian produced a malfunctioning appliance, intending to have Han Zhao repair it. Just then, the short elderly man playing chess at the door suddenly spoke up. "Young man, why do you wish to apply as an apprentice?" El Qian, perplexed, thought the question rather odd. After all, one naturally seeks employment. The old man merely grunted dismissively and, pushing aside the chessboard, rose to approach her. "I am the proprietor of this establishment, and only through my trials shall you be permitted to remain." The elderly man, poised to connect 5 white pieces in a row, sighed in resignation. "Hey, you are being unreasonable. I have important matters to attend to." Unfazed and without a hint of embarrassment, El Qian retorted, "How shameless." The elderly man, visibly exasperated, found himself unable to continue his game and reluctantly followed. In the Strategic Defense Bureau of Xinglong Kingdom, referred to as the 13th Bureau, Han Zhao's thoughts raced. The old man El was a pivotal figure in the hidden narrative and the very target of Han Zhao's mission. Encountering the elderly chess player was purely incidental. He was a person of considerable stature. Han Zhao understood that while he could conceal his identity from others, he could not do so from the elderly man. The original plan had been to anonymously submit preliminary intelligence to demonstrate goodwill, and then reveal himself when the time was ripe. However, circumstances had shifted unexpectedly, necessitating a modification of his approach. Engaging with the upper echelons of the 13th Bureau too hastily placed him in a somewhat precarious position. Nonetheless, Han Zhao rarely succumbed to despair. If the situation altered, he would simply contemplate new strategies. Since anonymity has become ineffective, one might as well reveal oneself and demonstrate one's worth, making the other party feel inclined to form an alliance, awaiting the 13th Bureau to seek them out. The adage that the enemy of my enemy is my friend rings true for Han Xiao and Xing Long, who share a latent foundation for collaboration. Fortunately, having already entered the city, the 13th Bureau will exercise caution, concerned about causing disruption in the urban area, thus proceeding with prudence. Should one's identity be unveiled at the checkpoint, one would find oneself besieged by the military, vulnerable to their whims. Altering the plan is not necessarily a detrimental course. With the esteemed status of Old Gao, gaining even a modicum of his trust would signify significant progress in the endeavor. Contemplating how to initiate a conversation, Han Xiao inquired, "What kind of test?" Old Lu glanced around, unable to identify a suitable challenge. Until suddenly his eyes brightened as he pointed to Old Gao's amputated arm. "You are to craft him a prosthetic limb. Only if he is satisfied will you have passed the test." "Why am I involved in this?" Old Gao exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. However, upon noticing Old Lu's mischievous gestures, he quickly discerned that Old Lu intended to make things difficult for him and drive Han Xiao away. "Grandfather, you are being unreasonable. Why must you be so harsh? What if you scare him off?" Lu Qian protested. "You spend your days drinking, playing chess, and wandering about. How long has it been since you tended to the store? Am I not allowed to find an assistant?" Han Xiao regarded the situation with bemusement, reiterating, "Are you certain you wish for me to create a prosthetic limb that satisfies this elder? If you are too timid to accept, then you should depart promptly." "I accept. You have merely 3 hours. I have no inclination to wait while you labor for 1 or 2 days," Old Lu retorted with a cold snort. "Grandfather," Lu Qian, filled with indignation, realized that in order to construct a prosthetic limb, she first needed to measure the dimensions of the old man's arm, subsequently sketch a design, and ultimately produce the finished product. Merely drafting the design could consume several hours. Even with the lathe streamlining the manufacturing process, it would still require no less than 2 hours. This left almost no time for Han Xiao to conceptualize, and moreover, the final product must receive the old man's approval, which felt like an intentional act of vexation. The treatment of designers rarely approached such dire circumstances. Nonetheless, Lu Laotu, as the head of the family, rendered Lu Qian's protest futile. Han Xiao, however, displayed little reaction. He merely produced a measuring tape and inquired, "Elder, may I?" The old man generously removed his coat, indicating that he could be measured without reservation. As Han Xiao took the measurements, the old man observed him closely. Despite the evident attempts to complicate matters, Han Xiao displayed no sign of displeasure. Rather, he appeared composed and confident, suggesting he possessed genuine ability. Yet, the reason behind the $1 million bounty placed on him by the Sprout organization remained a mystery. Upon seeing Han Xiao for the first time, the old man instantly recognized his identity. The bounty from the Sprout organization had stirred considerable upheaval in the underworld, and nearly all intelligence agencies had memorized the appearance of Zero. Given the old man's position, which involved oversight of such incidents, he was well aware of the situation. The sight of the bountied Han Xiao striding confidently into town indicated that corruption had once again infiltrated the stationed officers at the checkpoint, necessitating a thorough internal cleansing of the ranks. What is Han Xiao's purpose in coming to the Western capital? Is there any threat involved? These are the concerns of Old Gao. At present, the behavior of the other party appears quite normal, thus Old Gao continues to observe. In contrast, Old Lu, having once navigated the perilous waters of life and death in his youth, possesses a wealth of experience. He keenly detects the ominous aura of death that clings to Han Xiao, prompting him to deliberately create difficulties, wishing to prevent Han Xiao from lingering in the repair shop for fear of attracting trouble. However, Old Lu has long since distanced himself from the underworld and remains unaware that Han Xiao is an emerging target for a bounty. Old Lu's demands are indeed stringent, placing the decision in my hands, seemingly seeking my assistance. A glance exchanged between Old Gao and Old Lu reveals their unspoken agreement. Unexpectedly, Han Xiao declines her help, smiling as he states, "No need for drawings. I already have a complete concept." Lu Qian's eyes widen in disbelief. "In just 2 minutes, you've come up with an idea? Did you blow the cowherd star up to the heavens?" Old Lu scoffs, incredulous that anyone could conceive a complete blueprint in such a brief span. Even he, a mechanical expert, could not achieve that. "Nonsense," he exclaims. Han Xiao, however, offers no further explanation, swiftly jotting down a list of materials and equipment needed on paper. As the shop manager, Lu Qian can procure the items far more quickly than he could. She promptly gathers the necessary materials, feeling quite disgruntled with Old Lu's behavior. Yet she strives to assist Han Xiao, though her hopes remain low. Under such demanding conditions, she truly doubts Han Zhao's ability to succeed. Han Zhao selects the materials and begins his work. Various raw materials, shaped from metal, gradually transform into the vision that Han Zhao holds dear. Under the meticulous craftsmanship of devices such as stampers and grinding wheels, the skill of elementary mechanical affinity bestows upon Han Zhao an extraordinary perception of metallic components. As he caresses the metal, he can faintly sense the eager emotions emanating from the material about to be polished. This sensation is fleeting, akin to an illusion. The mechanical affinity skill stands as the cornerstone of the mechanical discipline, influencing every aspect of equipment utilization and machinery fabrication. Each level of improvement in elementary mechanical affinity enhances mechanical quality and manufacturing speed by one. The pinnacle of bionic prosthetics is capable of capturing myoelectric signals. The wearer merely needs to contemplate, and the neural electrical signals from the brain can command the arm, indistinguishable from a natural limb. The metal arm of the Winter Soldier serves as an enhanced version of this technology, yet it necessitates surgical intervention to establish a neural link with the body. Employing the principles of fundamental electromagnetism and neural integration from the mechanical control branch. As this technology progresses, it evolves into a form of mechanization, potentially enabling the replacement of not only limbs, but even the brain with mechanical constructs, thereby transforming individuals into mechanized warriors. This approach signifies a pathway toward mechanical existence, wherein artificial bodies lack the capacity for vitality and are perpetually compelled to seek superior mechanical enhancements, relying on external forces to augment their own capabilities. The sole advantage of such existence may be an extraordinarily prolonged lifespan, devoid of concerns regarding hunger or thirst. However, the forfeiture of sensory perception leads to a vulnerability to the insidious whispers of the cosmos, making one susceptible to the subtle indoctrination by certain powers or entities, ultimately resulting in a loss of self-identity. Unless one can program their thoughts, establishing a logical loop to become a mental immune entity, they would inevitably sacrifice the freedom of independent thought, becoming mere automatons governed by preordained algorithms. Such methods are typically employed by advanced civilizations to create expendable soldiers, rendering this developmental path unattractive to most individuals. Slightly inferior bionic prosthetics may utilize voice-activated controls, yet they similarly necessitate foundational acoustics for operation. The realm of mechanical knowledge is intricately interconnected, with each creation yielding boundless possibilities through diverse applications of knowledge. Mechanical expertise resembles a grand tree, branching out increasingly as one ascends. In a pragmatic shift, Han Zhao opted to adapt the principles of lightweight power arms to bionic prosthetics, centering on mechanical power while diminishing its intensity. Utilizing batteries as a power source, he aimed to prevent the environmental pollution associated with lightweight power arms emitting black smoke. The transfer of force is facilitated by traction cables interwoven within the prosthetic framework, functioning akin to tendons, harmonizing with the movements of the wearer's amputated limb to achieve seamless coordination. Old Lu, unaware of how he had procured a bottle of green glass beer, sipped leisurely while observing, eager to see what marvel Han Zhao would create. Should he inflate his claims beyond reality, Old Lu would not hesitate to mock him. As various parts were swiftly crafted, assembled, and welded together, it became clear to all that a rudimentary prosthetic limb was taking shape. What astonished them further was that Han Zhao had not fabricated a single superfluous component, nor wasted a moment, proving that he had indeed conceived the design within a mere 2 minutes. My goodness, could he truly accomplish this? Old Lu murmured, eliciting a glare from Lu Qian, who recognized her grandfather's mischievous intent. Noticing the astonishment among the onlookers, Han Zhao could hardly contain his laughter. The blueprints were readily available, and failure was merely a matter of skill. You have created bionic prosthetic, left arm, mechanical powered, earning 2,000 experience points. A gleaming metallic prosthetic skeleton materialized, the entire process taking 2 hours and 33 minutes. All present were connoisseurs, and the form of the prosthetic skeleton was evidently in accordance with human biomechanics, featuring intricate machinery, chains, and a high-capacity battery for power, all pristine and radiant. The crowd was left in awe. He truly did it. Lu Qian covered her mouth in disbelief, her eyes sparkling with wonder, as a thought crossed her mind. What a treasure they had found. Once a layer of silicone skin is applied over the skeleton, it will be indistinguishable from the real thing, Han Zhao explained. Without further ado, let us proceed. Old Lu swallowed hard. Although Han Zhao had indeed astonished him, The initiative remained firmly in the hands of his longtime friend, and he was confident that he could dismiss Han Xiao. Old Gao, feeling helpless, picked up the bionic prosthetic and examined it closely, instantly developing a fondness for it. Upon attaching it to his severed arm, he discovered the sensation to be remarkably soft. Unlike other prosthetics that chafed against the skin, it felt akin to sinking into a sponge, yet it fit snugly. Previously, Old Gao had been reluctant to wear a prosthetic due to its hindrance to mobility, but the bionic limb crafted by Han Xiao bore none of these limitations. In fact, it even provided the delightful illusion that his arm was still present during movement, with the tension of the cables allowing him to execute simple arm motions effortlessly. Perfect. Only these two words could encapsulate Old Gao's feelings at that moment. What do you think? Is this thing any good? Old Lu inquired nonchalantly while sipping his drink. Fully aware that he held the reins of the situation, leaving the performance to Old Gao, Lu Qian watched Old Gao anxiously, fearing the emergence of any negative remarks. Old Gao found himself ensnared in a dilemma. On one side lay the request of a friend, and on the other, his personal sentiments, which held greater significance. This question required no contemplation. The product is excellent, and I am thoroughly satisfied. Old Lu suddenly spewed his drink everywhere, coughing violently, and glared at Old Gao in exasperation. Where's the promised camaraderie? You're not playing by the rules. If you like it, then it's yours, Han Xiao replied, unfazed. Old Gao nodded, acknowledging the favor he had noted. Old LV was taken aback, realizing that the materials used were from his own household. If we were to speak of favors, it should rightly be mine, should it not? Have you sought my permission to borrow flowers to offer to the Buddha? Am I not entitled to stay? Han Xiao wore an enigmatic smile. Old LV's face shifted from pale to crimson, ultimately conceding with a pinch of his nose. He turned and ascended the stairs, seeking solace in the absence of sight and worry, leaving behind a disgruntled remark. Humph, if you stay, then stay. I shall see how long you last. LV Qian's expression was jubilant as she excitedly waved her small fist. With matters resolved, Old Gao smiled at Han Xiao, waved his hand, and departed. Upon exiting the alley, he entered a long-awaited sleek black armored vehicle. The driver respectfully presented an encrypted phone, and Old Gao made a call, his demeanor transforming dramatically. The serene elder was now imbued with an imposing authority. He spoke in a deep tone. Defectors from the Mingya organization have always been coveted by the Six Nations to glean intelligence. Unfortunately, previous defectors were mere trifles, whereas Han Xiao stands as the sole defector from Mingya for whom a bounty has been placed. Perhaps he possesses crucial information. With this consideration, Old Gao resolved to proceed with caution in his inquiries. His own conduct should convey to Old Gao that he posed minimal threat, thus laying a solid foundation for future interactions. Arriving at the repair shop offered three distinct advantages. First, Old LV possessed a wealth of comprehensive mechanical knowledge, saving him the time of scouring for vocational expertise. The second advantage is that the repair shop can serve as a refuge, allowing one to evade the relentless pursuit of the burgeoning threats. All Six Nations have spies from the burgeoning forces, yet this repair shop remains one of the rare locations unknown to them. Even if the enemy were to come in hot pursuit, the sky could fall with an elder like L standing guard. Conservatively estimating, L's combat prowess could rival that of a considerable number of the current Hellas. Do not be deceived by L's seemingly carefree demeanor and rogue appearance. He conceals formidable combat capabilities and is one of the few D-class superhumans on the Azure planet. In the novice realm of version 1.0, the strongest individuals are at most C-class, already capable of claiming dominion and considered a formidable force even in interstellar contexts. The mechanical system holds a significant position within the superpower hierarchy, underpinned by a well-known theory. If machinery is constrained to the capabilities of an average person, it will limit more than 90% of inventions. Only those with extraordinary strength can wield more advanced machinery. As one matures, the restrictions on the use of mechanical creations become increasingly stringent. Some powerful machines can only be operated by specialized mechanics, rendering them inaccessible to practitioners of the other four systems. The mechanical discipline does not solely revolve around wielding massive guns and armor-clad combat. Senior mechanics employ various machines as tactical core elements, enabling a multitude of combat styles, be it aggressive assaults, control tactics, stealthy strikes, defensive maneuvers, or long-range engagements. This includes robotic armies, gunners providing fire coverage, armored warriors, and weapon masters engaging in close-quarters combat with high-tech melee instruments. The possibilities are abundant, ranging from virtual illusions and fortifications to even the transformation into mechanical entities. The official information provided by Star C presents the following introduction to the mechanic class, adept in combat with mechanical weapons, possessing the remarkable ability of rapid assembly, and demonstrating exceptional versatility. The most crucial term here is rapid assembly. Upon mastering high-density material compression technology and elementary spatial technology, a mechanic can compress enormous weapons into diminutive metallic fragments, conveniently portable, which can be instantaneously deployed in battle, reverting to their original forms. The energy source for the mechanic class, known as chi power, serves various roles. It fuels the abilities of the psychic class, enhances the attack power of the martial class, and provides the magical essence for the mage class. In the case of the mechanic, chi power transcends mere decoration. When sufficiently amassed, it takes on the functionalities of hands, lathes, and equipment, enabling the swift creation of new machinery from nothing during combat, as long as raw materials are available. However, prerequisite knowledge such as second-level disassembly and reassembly and other vocational expertise is essential. As players' inventory reflects real weight, only the mechanic and mage classes, along with the exceedingly rare spatial manipulator, can achieve the effects of a spatial pouch. The third advantage, of paramount importance, concerns the repair shop, which is tied to a hidden storyline that grants access to several legendary blueprints for the mechanic class in its early stages. In the future, the old mechanic will depart the repair shop, leaving behind a coded chest containing years of research blueprints to be entrusted to his daughter, Lu Qian, for delivery to her father, Lu Cheng, a wandering warlord. The relationship between the old mechanic and his son has always been fraught with tension. The drawings in question are the early artifacts of the mechanical department, and Han Xiao need not engage in the intricate preliminary tasks. He was privy to the password from the very beginning. The hidden narrative revolves around a competitive task, although only one individual can complete it. Other players who finish the preliminary tasks will also discover the password. Subsequently, someone posted an informative thread on the forum, through which Han Xiao acquired this knowledge. The old man Lu left behind the password box only after the public beta. Han Xiao, being in close proximity, was the first to cultivate a favorable relationship. For the sake of those artifacts, it is indeed worthwhile. Allow me to elucidate the apprentice's remuneration, a monthly salary of 1,000, inclusive of meals and accommodation, with vacant rooms available on the second floor. The regular duties entail mechanical maintenance and fulfilling customer orders. Is that acceptable? Lu Qian, feeling apprehensive as she gazed at Han Xiao, was concerned that such compensation might deter him, yet she found herself lacking in surplus funds. I can accept it. Lu Qian was overjoyed, instantly developing a favorable impression. The second floor comprises a complete living area, including a lounge, restroom, kitchen, and several bedrooms. Lu Qian escorted Han Xiao to his room, which featured a wooden bed without a mattress, a wardrobe, a bookshelf, and a small workbench. This is your room, Lu Qian said, handing Han Xiao the key and enthusiastically assisting him in tidying up the space. A salary of 1,000 may scarcely cover a month's worth of sustenance. Lu Qian could not be more satisfied with Han Xiao. Where else could one find such inexpensive yet high-quality labor? This young man seems somewhat oblivious. I must treat him well and ensure he does not slip away. Han Xiao, bemused, found it amusing that he, the applicant, was at ease while the shop manager appeared to tread on thin ice. What a peculiar situation. Water? That is non-existent, Lu Qian remarked as she finished tidying the room and departed. Lying on the bed, Han Xiao comfortably closed his eyes, allowing himself to relax. Now awaiting the arrival of the 13th Bureau, his current abilities were still insufficient. Han Xiao understood that confronting the burgeoning forces required more than mere opportunism. True reliance lay in his own strength. Moreover, to gain the 13th Bureau's esteem, one must possess substantial prowess. At present, opportunities for undertaking quests and battling foes were scarce. Leaving only technical work as an option, the fabrication of machinery necessitated funds, making it imperative to seek additional work. The West brims with opportunities, yet transforming them into personal strength would require considerable effort. A classic song aptly encapsulates this journey. Zhang Guolao, with hooves facing west, carries the monk Shao alongside the Calabash brothers, embarking on the long road to the west for scriptures, a journey spanning thousands of miles. With half a year remaining until the public beta, he needed to prepare himself adequately. Lu Qian wiped the sweat from her brow and stated, "The orders are all in the drawer." The repair shop was rather quiet, with most orders backlogged. Han Xiao casually selected an easy task and busied himself at the lathe. After laboring until 7 in the evening, the repair shop closed for the day. Elchian changed into a flowing white long dress, letting her dark, lustrous hair cascade over her shoulders, exuding a warmth and gentleness akin to that of an elder sister. The dress bore signs of mending, hinting at a modest financial situation. Han Xiao couldn't help but speculate whether Elchian's choice of such revealing attire during work was an attempt to conserve fabric. As dinner time approached, Lao Tu finally emerged, having isolated himself in his room throughout the day. The meal was served. With his carefree, Mediterranean-style long hair, Lao Tu hardly resembled someone engaged in household chores. The culinary responsibilities fell entirely upon Elchian. As Han Xiao savored a piece of braised pork, rich and succulent, his eyes lit up in delight. Delicious, isn't it? Elchian beamed with joy. This is what food should taste like. What have I been eating these past 6 months? There's plenty more. Take your time, she said, clearly pleased that her culinary skills were appreciated, as she continued to serve him more dishes. After a while, Lao Tu suddenly inquired, "What exactly is your background?" Han Xiao paused, his chopsticks hovering mid-air. "I am merely an ordinary person. Such a feeble lie will not deceive me. Come on, boy, give me the truth," Lao Tu scoffed, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he stroked his bald head, reminiscent of a hairy egg. Han Xiao raised an eyebrow in response. "What if I choose not to divulge?" "Not divulge?" Old Master L raised his voice, suddenly tossing his hair with a dramatic flair, evoking the wildness of a heavy metal guitarist and the audacity of a celebratory toast. A wave of solitude and sorrow wafted towards Han Xiao. How perilous is the vast expanse of our homeland, shrouded in snow. Han Xiao's gaze sharpened as he swiftly spun away, leaping 5 meters, crossing his arms in a defensive posture, ready for any eventuality. Old Master L squinted, recognizing the skill. Could it be the legendary ballet steps of the 4 old black geese? Impressive indeed. Humph, but merely trivial. I possess a technique known as white fragments of 3,000 zhang, which will surely bring death to those who touch it. Dare you face this move? With a slight curl of his fingers, he grasped his long hair, resembling a weapon, exuding an aura of mastery. Is there truly such divine prowess in this world? Han Xiao's expression shifted. You cannot comprehend the realm I inhabit, Old Master L chuckled. Elchian wore a friendly smile, yet behind her, a storm of dark clouds gathered, reminiscent of a celestial manifestation. With a gentle tap of her chopsticks against the table, she calmly instructed, "Sit down, let us dine." The western capital spans a vast area, divided into 8 districts, accompanied by 3 fortified cities, all interconnected by military railroads. District 1 serves as the heart of the city, housing all government offices, strictly prohibiting entry to any citizens. Amidst the turbulent currents among the 6 nations, although the burgeoning organization serves as a common adversary, an underlying rivalry persists among them, with no nation possessing absolute allies. Assassinations targeting the upper echelons of each nation have never ceased, while publicly attributing these incidents to the burgeoning organization and certain notorious criminals. The intelligence agencies are acutely aware that at least 70% of these assassinations are orchestrated by rival nations. The intelligence agencies, alongside the burgeoning organization, roving warlords, arms dealers, information traffickers, notorious criminals, assassins guilds, and hackers, constitute the underworld of this planet. The Dragonhorn Tower stands as the core governmental institution of the Star Dragon, housing the offices of its highest leadership. In theory, the external walls of the Dragonhorn Tower can withstand intercontinental missiles, allowing the nation's leaders to conduct meetings without the fear of a missile descending upon them. Beneath the Dragonhorn Tower lies the stronghold of classified departments. In the depths of the Dragonhorn Tower, on an unmarked floor of the elevator, resides the headquarters of the National Strategic Defense Bureau. Dozens of immense black screens hang upon the walls, displaying a torrent of matrix data, while the rhythmic clattering of keyboards creates a symphony of activity. Countless intelligence personnel bustle about like gears within a machine, sustaining the operations of this agency, colloquially known as the 13th Bureau. Here, myriad pieces of intelligence, both significant and trivial, converge, are processed, and subsequently dispatched to their designated departments. The 13th Bureau serves as the eyes and ears of the Star Dragon, a concealed dagger hidden within its sleeve. Report to the Minister. The whereabouts of Zero have been located. The bespectacled, demure secretary hastily knocked on the door of the Intelligence Minister's office. There sat the Minister, a serious expression etched upon his face, a glistening droplet of water lingering at the corner of his mouth. He spoke in a low voice. Proceed. Minister, were you perhaps indulging in a moment of idleness just now? Inquired the secretary, her gaze somewhat vacant. Enough of that. The minister glared, his tone sharp. Speak of the matter at hand. Zero is currently concealed within a mechanical repair shop in Sector 7. The minister turned his chair away, contemplating for a moment before facing her once more, his demeanor grave. The directive from above is to engage in a gentle approach. Was your earlier action merely to wipe your mouth? He continued, exuding frustration. I truly regret promoting you. The secretary adjusted her glasses, the lenses catching a flash of light. What precisely should be our course of action? Since Zero has ventured alone to the Western capital, it implies a search for refuge, already indicating a willingness to cooperate. We must prepare for dual strategies. Implementing a confidential informant protection protocol to ensure that no operatives from the budding organization within the Western capital become aware of his presence. Direct the hackers to intercept any communications regarding Zero's whereabouts, preventing any information from leaking onto the internet. Simultaneously, dispatch individuals to discreetly probe whether he is a deliberate agent sent by the budding organization. Do not engage hastily until we have confirmed his intentions. The emergence of 1 million defectors presents two possibilities. Firstly, he possesses crucial intelligence. Secondly, he wields formidable strength, rendering his danger exceedingly difficult to assess. It is imperative not to alert the enemy. I certainly do not wish to replicate the disastrous operation against the Black Spider, which resulted in the detonation of 2 streets and an abject failure, leaving me to endure the director's scathing reprimand for 2 hours. At the repair shop, where the pace is leisurely, Han Xiao finds ample time to pursue his own ventures, often stepping out to seek additional income. The Kluo scrapyard, the largest dump in the 7th district, is a veritable mountain of waste, with various large-scale machinery tirelessly processing refuse. This territory belongs to the notorious Raccoon, the kingpin of the 7th district's gray area. As long as there exists law and civilization, one cannot evade the presence of such shady figures who thrive on forming cliques and engaging in illicit dealings akin to shadows under the sun, particularly in such a chaotic social environment. Although the West is the capital of the Xinglong Empire, numerous agents from other nations, arms dealers, intelligence brokers, and dark web assassins operate clandestinely within this city, harboring corruption. These gray forces are akin to local tyrants. Despite their notoriety in the West, they remain unacknowledged in the mainstream. Wearing a mask, Han Xiao strides into the scrapyard, only to be confronted by several menacing figures. Kid, this is no place for you. A burly bald man blocks his path, casting a predatory gaze over Han Xiao's slender frame, which appears as vulnerable as a sheep in their eyes. I wish to see the raccoon, Han Xiao states calmly. The workers erupted into hearty laughter, as if they had just heard the most ludicrous joke. Could it be that a mere minion like you would speak on behalf of the raccoon? What do you say? The burly bald man, filled with rage, seized Han Xiao by the collar. Han Xiao, with his lifeless fish-like eyes, remained silent, his palm resting gently on the man's wrist, applying a slight pressure. The bald giant felt a sudden jolt of pain in his wrist and instinctively released his grip. Glancing down, he was astonished to find several dark purple fingerprints marking his wrist. Friend, which path do you tread? The bald man's expression shifted, his face now a mask of caution. At that moment, he tilted his head slightly, listening intently to the miniature earpiece nestled within his ear, his hostility dissipating as he stepped aside, stating in a deep voice, "The boss wishes to see you." Following the muscular Wuku, they entered a resting area within the scrapyard. A diminutive man lounged on the sofa, one leg crossed over the other, swirling a glass of red wine between his fingers. At first glance, it was hard to believe he was the one who governed the gray area of District 7, the raccoon. Indifferently, the raccoon remarked, "I've heard you wish to meet me. What should I call you?" Han Technician, Han Xiao replied casually. The raccoon smirked coldly. "If I sense that you are wasting my time, you should be quite aware of the consequences." It had been a long time since a stranger had dared to boldly seek him out for collaboration, especially one so young and inexperienced. Out of sheer curiosity, he had decided to grant Han Xiao an audience. Han Xiao raised an eyebrow, suddenly extending his hand and sweeping past the waist of the burly bald man beside him like a phantom. Before Li Mao could comprehend the situation, a pistol had materialized in his grasp. The bald man, his face a mask of astonishment, hurriedly reached for his lower back, only to discover that his concealed firearm had been snatched away. The few subordinates behind Li Mao immediately drew their weapons, their expressions tense as they aimed at Han Xiao. What do you mean by this? Li Mao halted, his heart racing. He was acutely aware of the bald man's formidable prowess. A reliable aide capable of taking on 10 foes single-handedly, yet he was utterly unable to keep pace with this youth's movements. Who was this person? Han Zhao's fingers danced, manipulating the pistol as one would a Rubik's Cube, transforming it into a cascade of disassembled parts that clattered to the ground like withered petals. Firearms are the lucrative products of powerful factions, and I can assist you in minimizing costs, requiring only a modest fee in return. Li Mao's interest was piqued. This young man could manufacture guns. Firearms are the hard currency of the gray market, and the prices for weapons in the black market are exorbitant, akin to extortion. The ability to wield a gun and the ability to create one are two distinct concepts. A skilled gunsmith is a rare treasure. Local powers like Li Mao's could hardly attract knowledgeable craftsmen, and now a legitimate mechanic had approached him directly, making Li Mao perceive an opportunity. How do you propose we collaborate? He inquired. I will prepare a list shortly. You will supply the materials and parts, and I shall handle the manufacturing and assembly. I will come to work for 2 hours each morning, charging a fee of 1,500 for each pistol. And I will take with me any mechanical scraps that catch my eye. Han Zhao has thoroughly studied the firearms of the budding organization, and he can effortlessly manufacture basic weapons. The raccoon, attempting to drive a hard bargain, declared, "The materials are all mine. I can only offer you 1,000. Without uttering a word, Han Zhao turned on his heel and walked away. This sudden reaction startled the raccoon. He had merely intended to test Han Zhao's limits. Never anticipating such a strong response, he hurriedly called out, Wait, let us go with your price. In the black market, a handgun typically costs around 3,000 to 4,000, and Han Zhao's labor fee was within the raccoon's tolerance. Prepare the lathe equipment and materials. I will come by tomorrow. I need to gather some mechanical scraps first, Han Zhao stated. He was acutely aware that a technician possessing expertise holds significant leverage in such negotiations, especially since the other party was still unaware of his true identity and combat capabilities. Han Zhao selected numerous reusable parts and departed leisurely, only to discover a tail had emerged behind him. He understood the raccoon's intentions, to ascertain his identity and whereabouts. After leaving the scrapyard, Han Zhao quickly navigated several streets to shake off his pursuer. In this way, the 13th Bureau will also come to know of my mechanical prowess, he mused. Given the intelligence capabilities of the 13th Bureau, it would be effortless for them to uncover his side work for the raccoon, which would serve as a subtle demonstration of his abilities. Simultaneously, he required opportunities to fabricate machinery. Although technicians are initially at a disadvantage, they possess both merits and drawbacks. They are favored by factions far more than combat professions, allowing them to accrue contributions at an accelerated pace. I went to the scrapyard to scavenge for goods. A scrap station? Such places are notorious for their poor security. It is advisable to visit them sparingly. El Qian did not dwell on this. As long as it did not interfere with order fulfillment, she remained indifferent to Han Zhao's leisure time. She harbored a natural affinity for individuals who did not demand high remuneration, readily accommodating their needs. Han Zhao set aside the components and immersed himself in the control panel. Aware that numerous potential points remained untapped, he seized the opportunity to complete the last 2 foundational courses of the armed branch. The repair shop housed a comprehensive collection of mechanical engineering fundamentals. Few places could rival it for the early development of mechanical studies. The knowledge texts were El Laudu's personal treasures, and when Han Zhao approached him for the books, he was unsurprisingly met with refusal. I wish to see the mechanical knowledge books. Get lost. There are no books for you to peruse. Do not be so stingy. Consider it an investment in a promising youth, nurturing a potential employee. Your audacity surpasses my expectations, yet it is futile. I simply do not wish to grant you access. What can you do about it? A pertinent question indeed. What could Han Zhao do? The following day, when El Qian handed the stolen books to Han Zhao, El Laudu was left seething with indignation. How did I end up with such a granddaughter who turns against me? El Laudu was fuming, his teeth grinding in frustration. You wait. I shall have my revenge and ensure you are sent packing. The texts included fundamentals of weaponry and comprehensive materials, the last 2 foundational vocational courses of the armed branch. Han Zhao's level 20 advancement task entails mastering an advanced knowledge, with the prerequisite of acquiring 5 fundamental skills from the same branch. The advancement tasks for players are not fixed. His level 20 task is among the most demanding. On the novice planet, advanced knowledge is exceedingly rare, and Han Zhao's requirements would be formidable even as a level 40 player's advancement task. A typical level 20 player may struggle to gather even one branch's foundational knowledge, with the unfortunate ones not having unlocked their primary profession. The repair shop lacks advanced knowledge, necessitating the acquisition of basic skills first. However, Han Xiao is already quite content. The search for knowledge tomes is a vexing endeavor for all players. Some level 40 and 50 players have yet to complete their foundational knowledge. Yet, the repair shop possesses a comprehensive set of mechanical foundational knowledge, placing its patrons at an extraordinary advantage, standing at the finish line before the race has even begun. Thus, on the Blue Ocean planet, no advanced technological knowledge has been obtained from interstellar powers. Advanced knowledge represents the pinnacle, strictly controlled by major factions and regarded as confidential. Would you like to consume one potential point to learn basic weaponry? Would you like to consume one potential point to learn Comprehensive Materials Handbook? Confirming. 026 Robot. Ranger, Basic Weaponry, encompasses the manufacturing knowledge of basic firearms and melee weapons, reducing the number of assembly attempts required to master basic firearm blueprints and enhancing the efficiency of weapon manufacturing. The Comprehensive Materials Compendium constitutes the essential knowledge of the armament branch. The fundamental attributes of mechanical equipment are contingent upon raw materials, and the advent of a new generation of materials has the potential to instigate a technological revolution, elevating the overall quality of machinery to a new echelon. Numerous synthetic materials serve as prerequisites for advanced machinery. You have mastered 5 foundational concepts of the armament branch and have acquired the skills of elementary refinement and overload. You have grasped the blueprint for Robot, Ranger. Elementary refinement enables the refinement of materials, enhancing their grade. Despite its elementary designation, this skill serves as the primitive version of core occupational abilities. The advanced variant, molecular refinement, permits the alteration of material properties through the application of energy. Materials, akin to equipment, are categorized by grade. The higher the quality, the greater the value. Even among materials of the same quality, distinctions exist. For instance, a common raw material, rock iron, is priced at 13C blue coins per pound, while its refined counterpart, dark rock iron, commands a value of 45C blue coins per pound. Despite both being classified as grade quality, each material possesses unique characteristics. For example, certain metals are suitable for energy transmission but are ill-suited for armor construction. At long last, I have acquired an active skill. Han Zhao's face radiated excitement, for the early stages of the mechanical system are marked by a scarcity of active skills. Had he possessed such a skill during his escape from the budding organization, his flight would not have been so frantic. Robot Ranger. One of the easily obtainable blueprints in the early stages is a low-tier multifunctional robot. It can be equipped with various devices and machinery, serving purposes such as combat, reconnaissance, defense, assistance, and even self-destruction. Its versatility is high, reflecting a lack of specialization, yet it possesses substantial potential for modification. Han Xiao is aware that many guilds utilize auxiliary rangers for exploration and mining within their logistical production teams. The blueprints comprehended by mechanics vary. Some are already in existence while others have yet to be discovered, depending on the circumstances of each planet. Acquiring such a plethora of skills for merely 2 potential points is indeed a significant gain. Old Lu ambled over, his face a mask of curiosity. Since a while ago, you have worn an expression of excitement. What are you up to? Han Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Old Lu, remarking, "Do you not feel your presence here is somewhat incongruous?" Incongruous? Why would it be? Old Lu glanced down at his beach shorts, jiggled the bottle of liquor in his hand, and belched, entirely oblivious to any impropriety. Lu Qian set her welding gun down with a thud, her face flushed from the heat, a fine sheen of sweat forming. Through her protective goggles, she rolled her eyes and stated in a firm tone, "During working hours, please remove any distractions as far away as possible." "You little brat," Old Lu grumbled, taking a swig of his drink before leisurely stepping out for a stroll, relishing his carefree life. "Boss, do you repair things here?" Just as Old Lu left, a customer entered. A middle-aged man walked in. Han Xiao glanced over and discovered that the middle-aged man was also observing him. Their gazes met momentarily before the man averted his eyes. Han Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then lowered his gaze, noting the man's steady and powerful stride. Suddenly, he comprehended the situation, maintaining an impassive expression. There was an 80% likelihood that this individual was an intelligence officer from the 13th Bureau, specifically sent to assess him. LV Qian approached with a polite smile, customary for client interaction. "Hello, How may I assist you today? My car has broken down just at the intersection, the middle-aged man replied, his gaze drifting past LV Qian to scrutinize Han Xiao. Very well, LV Qian responded, preparing to grab her toolbox and head outside. However, the man suddenly pointed at Han Xiao and said, I would like that young man to help me with my car. LV Qian was taken aback, feeling somewhat disheartened. Did she appear inadequate in her skills? Are you discriminating against women? She thought. I'll handle it, Han Xiao said as he took the toolbox from a visibly frustrated LV Qian. The two made their way out of the alley to find an old sedan parked by the roadside. This is the car, the man indicated. Han Xiao opened the hood and took a cursory glance before retrieving his repair tools from the toolbox. The middle-aged man leaned against the car, feigning casualness as he attempted to strike up a conversation. Young man, you don't seem very old, do you? I am 30, Han Xiao replied. 30? Do you take me for a fool? The man nearly choked, his lips twitching. What should I call you, young brother? Without lifting his head, Han Xiao understood that before inquiring about another's name, one must first exhibit sincerity. The middle-aged man reluctantly introduced himself. I am Feng Jun. A fine name, Han Xiao remarked with an expression devoid of any discernible admiration. However, you have misinterpreted my intent, he added, rolling his eyes. I merely wish for a cigarette. Feng Jun's countenance stiffened as he offered a cigarette to Han Xiao. Han Xiao squinted, taking the cigarette between his lips, and resumed his work on the vehicle. You may call me Han Xiao, he stated. Feng Jun silently noted this and continued to probe. Han Xiao, you are not from Shidu, are you? Where are you from? All done, Han Xiao interjected, leaving Feng Jun's prepared inquiries stifled within him, his expression akin to that of constipation. What on earth? I have barely begun my probing. Is your skill really that exceptional? Han Xiao, maintaining a stoic demeanor, extended his hand, stating, the hydraulic pipe is broken. That will be 60. Please pay. Of course, I am well aware that the issue lies with the hydraulic pipe, which I myself caused. Feng Jun chuckled awkwardly as he slowly retrieved his wallet, as if it were a bottomless pit, attempting to prolong the moment for a few more questions. Your skills are truly impressive. Where did you learn them? Self-taught, Han Xiao replied. Oh, quite remarkable. Where do you hail from? A rural area. Observing Feng Jun fumbling for an extended period, Han Xiao raised an eyebrow and remarked, Are you hinting that I should offer you a discount? Feng Jun cleared his throat and finally produced the money to hand over to Han Xiao. What choice did he have? He certainly could not refuse to pay, though he was uncertain whether the organization would reimburse him. Han Xiao chuckled lightly, remarking on the unfathomable depths of the wallet before him, half expecting it to take a good half-hour to retrieve anything. Feng Jun would swear to the heavens that had it not been for the completion of a probing mission, he would consider even an additional second there a loss. With a furrowed brow, Feng Jun made a phone call, reporting preliminary observations. The target was a mechanic, and the danger level remained indeterminate. The conversation lasted 4 minutes and 38 seconds, during which the target identified himself as Han Xiao. It was advised that further testing and investigation be conducted without inciting any conflict. As for the personality analysis of the target, exceedingly malevolent. Feng Jun's tone was laced with frustration. In the following days, tranquility reigned as Han Xiao adhered to a disciplined routine, visiting the clock scrap yard each morning to craft firearms for the raccoon, receiving daily payments while uncovering numerous salvageable mechanical parts. In secret, he was assembling a ranger robot, concealing the completed components in his room until all were finished for welding and assembly. During his other hours, he primarily occupied himself at the repair shop, managing orders. The intelligence agency had not relinquished its attempts at probing. Different operatives would come round 2 or 3 times each day. Lu Qian, under the impression that business was finally thriving, delightedly prepared 5 dishes and a soup each day to treat Han Xiao. Occasionally, as Han Xiao passed by her, he would overhear her excitedly discussing expansion and chains, which sent chills down his spine, as he feared she might be harboring some misconceived notions about their enterprise. Occasionally, old Lu would linger beside Han Xiao, attempting to discern his origins through the intricacies of his assembly techniques, yet it proved futile. Han Xiao was entirely self-taught, leaving no trace of his methods. Old Gao frequently engaged in chess matches with old Lu. To be frank, Han Xiao found little merit in the competition of Gamoku, often striking up conversations with Han Xiao, who relished these interactions, gradually enhancing old Gao's affection towards him. In the realm of mechanical engineering, experience in manufacturing was paramount, followed by reinforcement, with assembly being the least practiced skill. With no immediate opportunity to acquire advanced knowledge, Han Xiao opted to allocate his experience to elevate the 3 skills closest to their maximum levels: Beginner Mechanical Affinity LV3, Basic Combat LV8, and Basic Shooting LV6, aiming to garner additional potential points. Coincidentally, the prerequisite for the Mechanical Initiate class transition was to comprehend Intermediate Mechanical Affinity, necessitating Beginner Mechanical Affinity to reach its upper limit of level 5. Mechanical Affinity stood as the cornerstone skill within the mechanical domain, serving as a prerequisite for numerous blueprints and skills. Despite possessing 15 potential points, which seemed substantial, Han Xiao had a profound realization that when the time came to utilize them, they would vanish faster than water flowing through one's fingers. He lamented that had he not squandered potential points in the past, he would not have been compelled to spend millions of anars, the universal currency of the cosmos, on the magical civilization's water of oblivion to reset his points, leaving him financially drained by those unscrupulous merchant sorcerers. At the Clow scrapyard, Han Xiao operated the lathe, skillfully assembling a Type 73 Hornet pistol into its final form. The raccoon handed a stack of banknotes to Han Xiao, who, without counting, slipped them into his pocket. "That will suffice for today. I am leaving." The arsenal under his command had reached saturation, yet it was not yet the right moment to betray his allies. He coveted Han Xiao's firearm manufacturing expertise and had often envisioned the immense profits that would accompany mastering such a skill. "As you wish." Han Xiao understood that his side income had reached its limit. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he departed from the scrapyard, navigating through several streets to shake off his pursuers, ultimately arriving at a large machinery market. This marketplace was a hub for various metals and components, frequented by many students from the Western Capital Institute of Technology seeking supplies. Han Xiao had amassed a total of 70,000 sea blue coins in side earnings, purchasing all the necessary materials for the Ranger and additionally acquiring components for a lightweight power arm. Money flowed in swiftly but departed just as quickly. Days later, all parts were complete. In his room, Han Xiao meticulously assembled the Ranger robot, standing at a height of 1.2 meters. Its exterior was clad in a thin layer of armor, safeguarding the intricate gears, delicate components, wiring, and energy source within. The upper body resembled a humanoid form, with an oval head nestled within the torso, devoid of a neck. A pair of mechanical eyes were equipped with a basic remote control and imaging system, while the chip was a standard purchase, offering mediocre processing speed. On either side of the torso, a pair of mechanical arms is affixed, with elbow and shoulder joints functioning on bearing torque, enabling them to rotate akin to human limbs. The fingers have been ingeniously transformed into gun barrels, with a firing range encompassing a formidable 170 degrees ahead. The waist is capable of a 90-degree rotation in either direction, while the sides are equipped with magazines. The lower body features track-based tires, reminiscent of a diminutive tank. The system prompts him to assign a name to the finished product, and Han Xiao, adhering to the customs of his previous life, dubs it the First-Generation Ranger. First-Generation Ranger, tracked, type, robot, quality, gray, basic attributes, armor value 800, defense 18, power level 58, maximum speed 23 km/h, energy value 1,2120, height 1.18 meters, weight 143 pounds, control method, remote control. Electric signal transmission, remote control range radius, 50 meters, energy source, battery pack, combat consumption, 8 energy minute, core power, 3680 ohm, right arm module, small caliber automatic machine gun. Attack power 3540, rate of fire 4 rounds S, maximum rate of fire 7 rounds S, 10-second overload. Ammunition capacity 30-60 rounds, belt, output energy level 40. Power consumption 18, left arm module, small caliber automatic machine gun, as above. Additional ability, self-destruct inflicting 280,430 points of flame damage within a 30-meter radius. Destroyed upon use. Additional ability, 8 additional damage reduction against any harm other than metal penetration. Note, do not underestimate this little creature. It can leave you in a state of bewilderment at critical moments. The term Ranger serves as a generic designation, encompassing various types based on differences in power systems, weapon systems, and control systems. Most mechs, robots, and large machinery adhere to this nomenclature. The attributes of the final product are influenced by the raw materials used. The primary materials for the first-generation Ranger include steel alloys and AS resin plastic, both of which are commonplace. Should Han Xiao opt for superior steel or alloys, The defensive capabilities and armor value of the first-generation Ranger would be significantly enhanced. The technologies embedded within machinery are interconnected and mutually influential. Each component harbors distinct technological elements. If certain parts cannot be manufactured independently, ordinary components can be procured as substitutes. As knowledge accumulates, the process of crafting machinery becomes increasingly liberated, allowing even the smallest screws to be meticulously crafted. Consequently, each iteration of the product will surpass its predecessor in strength. For instance, mastering advanced control chip technology or high-level energy sources enables alterations to the robot's remote control mode and power levels, showcasing the allure of mechanical engineering. Every robot, vehicle, and mech is subject to energy power limitations. Attaching new modules increases the power load, and stronger attachments impose greater burdens on the modules, thus preventing unlimited addition of components. Only by upgrading energy technology can one facilitate generational advancements. The energy source employed by the first-generation Ranger consists of conventional batteries, which possess relatively low power output. Mastery of energy branch knowledge is essential for self-manufacturing energy sources. Upon completing the first generation of the Ranger, Han Xiao immediately acquired 24,000 experience points. The experience gained from crafting is substantial, contingent upon the production cycle, the quality of the finished product, and the level of technical expertise involved. Han Xiao dedicated another day to skillfully create the lightweight power arm. You have crafted a lightweight power arm, left, earning 2,500 experience points. The newly fashioned lightweight power arm remains an attachment for the left hand, though the materials used this time are more rudimentary, resulting in a decrease in quality. Lightweight power arm, left, quality, gray, basic attributes, attack power 2845, defense power 812, power level 26, durability 205-205. Equipment requirement, strength 23, attribute bonus, attack speed -4, length 0, 51 meters, elbow to forearm to palm, weight 13, 5 pounds, additional effect, grants an extra strength assessment of 6. His most formidable skill lies in hand-to-hand combat, making the lightweight power arm the most suitable weapon. The mechanical discipline of martial arts combat, known as the mechanized martial flow, is not the style Han Xiao intends to maintain indefinitely, as the mechanical advantage lies in ranged attacks. However, the mechanized martial flow is one of the highest combat power factions in the early stages of the mechanical discipline and serves as a viable transitional phase. After dismissing a client, Lu Qian wore a peculiar expression, pondering why so many individuals inquired about him. I must be quite popular, but they are all men. Han Zhao's expression stiffened. You have misunderstood. Rest assured, I will not discriminate against you. Lu Qian giggled, and no matter how he looked at it, Han Xiao found that smile rather peculiar. You must be mistaken. Suddenly, Han Zhao's mind stirred. The system had a new prompt. You have triggered an E-level mission pursuit. Accept reject? Han Xiao was momentarily taken aback, wondering how this task had been activated. Accept. Mission prompt. Certain individuals have set their sights on your substantial bounty, unseen. They harbor hostility and are poised to strike. Meanwhile, some organizations are also awaiting your performance. What will you choose to do? Mission requirements. Successfully evade the pursuit. Reward. 10,000 experience. Special reward. A skill upgrade card. Basic. It was evident that someone had fixated on his bounty. And the mention of certain organizations in the mission prompt elicited an eye roll from Han Xiao, as it was obvious it referred to the 13th Bureau. Connecting the dots, Han Xiao formed a new hypothesis. Perhaps the 13th Bureau had intentionally leaked his information to a pursuing group, aiming to test his combat prowess. If that were indeed the case, this group would likely possess limited destructive capability and be easily manageable. As the 13th Bureau would not tolerate significant damage occurring in the national capital, nor would they casually disclose his intelligence. E-level tasks typically offered modest rewards. Yet the special reward captured Han Zhao's attention. The skill upgrade card could instantly elevate the level of a corresponding skill, proving to be quite beneficial to him. The hidden requirements corresponding to the special rewards for the task are concealed within the task prompts. Han Xiao surmised that the covert objective of this mission was to eliminate all pursuers. Given that adversaries could emerge at any moment, it would be prudent not to linger in the shop. Han Xiao mused that since the pursuers were not particularly formidable, he preferred to refrain from relying on Old Man L's assistance. After a brief contemplation, an appropriate battlefield materialized in his mind, the Kluo junkyard. 028 Jealousy. El Qian blinked and suddenly inquired, Is everything all right? Han Xiao was taken aback by the question. Why did she ask that? Elqian, astute as ever, had noticed the shift in his demeanor. Ordinarily, he appeared languid and devoid of vigor, his eyes resembling those of a lifeless fish, as if he were perpetually distracted. However, just moments ago, his aura had transformed drastically, a change that Elqian had keenly observed. She found it challenging to articulate the sensation that washed over her. It was as if Han Xiao had suddenly become somewhat perilous. If you encounter any difficulties, I will assist you, Elqian stated earnestly. Han Xiao gazed intently into Elqian's bright eyes for an extended period, causing her to feel slightly uncomfortable. She averted her gaze, brushed her hair back, and teased, "It is quite impolite to stare at someone for so long." Elqian felt a twinge of disappointment. She had initially intended to let him sample her latest culinary creation, peppered pineapple braised kelp with baked ribs garnished with cilantro. Han Xiao shuddered at the thought, exclaiming, "What kind of dark cuisine is that? Boss, is that kid the target?" They are mercenaries, part-time bounty hunters, known as the Scorpion Squad, having successfully completed numerous missions and earned a commendable reputation on the dark web. By chance, they stumbled upon Han Xiao's whereabouts. The Scorpion Squad recognized this as a prime opportunity for personal gain. Monetary rewards were secondary. If they could garner the favor of the budding organization through this endeavor, they would secure a formidable ally. Is that kid really worth $1 million? He appears to be just an ordinary individual, posing no significant challenge. The second-in-command, a long-haired man, scoffed with a mix of skepticism and disdain. Captain Kelly, while inspecting the firearms, replied in a low voice, "This is the capital of Xinglong. Our operation must be swift. After eliminating the target, we must retreat immediately." The target has already set off. A black jeep without license plates trailed Han Xiao from a distance, occupied by a team from the 13th Bureau's field operations. Captain Li Hui was the lead for this mission, with Feng Jun serving as the operational advisor. 8 field agents donned full combat uniforms, equipped with tranquilizer darts. As Han Xiao had anticipated, the Scorpion Squad pursuing him was indeed a final test orchestrated by the 13th Bureau through intermediaries. This group of agents was tasked with covertly observing Han Xiao's performance and, if necessary, intervening to eliminate the mercenaries, ultimately inviting Han Xiao to the Bureau for a meeting. The Scorpion Squad was merely a pawn, selected for their limited destructive capabilities, and once their utility was exhausted, the 13th Bureau would ensure all traces were meticulously handled. Feng Jun shifted the scene, stating that Han Xiao's route was towards the Claw Scrapyard in the 7th District, where the Hornet Squad was closely tracking the target. Should a confrontation occur at the scrapyard, the resultant economic damage would be minimized. The intricacies of the cat's influence and connections were thoroughly understood by the 13th Bureau. Should they choose, they could make the cat vanish without a trace, a testament to the confidence of the National Intelligence Agency. To the average person, the cat was a formidable figure. However, there was no comparison to the national institutions. As the sun dipped in the west, it cast a golden hue over the towering edifices of the western capital. At the Claw Scrapyard, the cat was taken aback by Han Xiao's arrival, as the latter typically adhered to a routine of arriving in the morning and departing precisely 2 hours later without lingering. "What was the reason for this deviation today?" "I have come to your territory to procure some materials," Han Xiao casually evaded. The cat, not suspecting anything amiss, symbolically inquired about sharing a meal, initially assuming that the taciturn technician would decline. To his surprise, Han Xiao immediately nodded in agreement, as if he had been waiting for the invitation. The cat paused momentarily before processing the situation. As Han Xiao removed his mask, it was the first time the cat beheld his true visage. A sense of familiarity washed over him, yet he dismissed it without further contemplation. Although there was a bounty on Han Xiao in the dark web that represented a conflict of a different nature, most factions were unaware of his true background. The cat's influence was confined to the small realm of the 7th District in the western capital, with little interaction with the dark web, leading to a vague impression of the burgeoning bounty, akin to a police wanted notice, which most would glance at and soon forget. Han Xiao wore a mask for the sake of confidentiality, yet now it was no longer necessary. The 13th Bureau would not allow his identity to be compromised and would assist him in dealing with the troublesome raccoon. The rest stop at the scrapyard was adorned with a lavish banquet, and the two took their seats, engaging in casual conversation. "Was the firearm you produced last time effective?" "The Type 73 Hornet is renowned for its excellence. Even the military employs it. Other arms dealers charge 6,000 to 7,000 for a single gun. Yet you have saved me a considerable sum." The raccoon spoke with evident satisfaction as he retrieved a cigar, clipped its end, and after igniting it, inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Moreover, the weapons you manufacture far surpass their second-hand wares." Han Xiao remained noncommittal. The raccoon then noticed the bulging backpack and cart that Han Xiao had been carrying, and curiously inquired, "What do you have in there?" "Some components," Han Xiao replied, reluctant to elaborate further, prompting the raccoon to cease his inquiries. As their conversation continued, the evening sky darkened. The golden hues of dusk were gradually consumed by the encroaching night, with the boundary between day and night painted in gradations of orange-red and blue-purple. The final rays of sunlight rendering the sky a muted gray. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in, declaring, "Boss, someone wishes to see you." "Decline. Do you not see that I am entertaining esteemed guests?" The raccoon frowned. The subordinate hastily whispered a few words in his ear, and the raccoon's eyes flickered with significance as he cast a meaningful glance at Han Xiao, then donned a smile. "I must excuse myself for a moment." With that, the raccoon rose from his seat. Han Xiao squinted thoughtfully. "Half an hour ago, cousin, I have made the arduous journey to Shidu, eagerly anticipating your guidance to the finest delicacies. You cannot abandon me." Ma Jie trailed behind a young man with bleached hair, incessantly chattering. Having come to Shidu seeking a better life, he found his cousin rather dismissive, relegating him to the role of a cleaner. Unsatisfied, Ma Jie clung to the young man, attempting to leverage their familial bond, yet he was cautious not to overstep, fearing his cousin might cast him aside. Thus, his demeanor was excessively obsequious. The young man, exasperated, retorted, "How many times must I tell you? Do not refer to me as cousin in public." Ma Jie, forcing a smile, replied, "It is my fault. I shall punish myself." With that, he struck his own face twice. "Look at you. What a disgrace," the young man scoffed. "Out of consideration for our kinship, I begrudgingly allow you to guard my territory. Do you have any idea how many drifters feast on moldy food, and yet you dare to complain? This time, I am going to meet someone important. Do not follow me." "Someone important?" Ma Jie's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he shamelessly inquired, "Who is it?" "The boss of the 7th district, my superior, Mr. Liu." The young man, noticing Ma Jie's bewildered expression, smugly continued, "Aside from the 1st district, each of the other 7 districts is governed by a boss who controls the drug trade and the flesh trade, wielding a significant gray market influence. Just imagine the stature they possess." As they spoke, the pair arrived at the entrance of Keluo recycling station, and Ma Jie stubbornly persisted in following, prompting the young man to bristle once more. Upon witnessing the scene, Ma Jie hesitated to follow any further and was on the verge of departing when, unexpectedly, he turned to see Han Xiao being escorted inside by a raccoon. He was instantly taken aback. Wasn't that the lad I encountered while attempting to cross the border? One of the raccoon's direct subordinates approached, frowning as he inquired, "Do not linger here." Huang Mao, in an instant, adopted a submissive smile, seemingly shrinking in stature, and ingratiatingly remarked, "I am also one of the raccoon's subordinates. I have come to provide information today." Ma Jie pointed towards Han Xiao's retreating figure and asked, "Who is that person?" Huang Mao, barely suppressing his frustration, retorted, "Is it your place to speak here?" The mention of the raccoon's esteemed guest startled Ma Jie, and a wave of envy and discomfort washed over him. He had toiled tirelessly to seek refuge with relatives, yet he found himself overshadowed by the mere fraction of treatment afforded to someone named Han. How could that ungrateful brat be faring better than I? Memories of his earlier boasts resurfaced, leaving Ma Jie feeling utterly embarrassed. "Do you know Technician Han?" he stammered. "I wouldn't say I know him. We exchanged a few words during our border crossing." The raccoon's subordinate's eyes brightened. "Follow me. The boss wishes to see you." Both Huang Mao and Ma Jie stood there in astonishment. They were led by the raccoon's subordinate into a room where Ma Jie, filled with trepidation, inquired, "What is it that you require of me?" "Rest assured, it is not a matter of concern. That individual is a mechanic, well-versed in firearm schematics. The boss has long harbored intentions towards him but has refrained from taking action due to uncertainty regarding his background. Seeking you is merely to gather information." In an instant, Ma Jie's mind began to race, a subtle thrill coursing through him. The prospect of meeting the elusive cat boss presented an unparalleled opportunity. Perhaps it could herald a meteoric rise, liberating him from his desolate fate. A fleeting glance at his cousin with the yellow hair revealed a face awash with envy and bewilderment. There was no hesitation in betraying Han Xiao, after all. They were not related, and he could hardly be bothered with his fate. After an uneasy half-hour of waiting, the cat boss finally entered. Huang Mao and Ma Jie quickly offered their respects, but in his haste, Ma Jie accidentally toppled a chair. Do you know about Technician Han's background? The cat boss's expression remained impassive, intensifying Ma Jie's anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he stammered. His name is Han Xiao. He is a drifter, having crossed paths with me during our clandestine passage. This is his first visit to West City, and he has no acquaintances here. The cat boss's gaze flickered momentarily. Is that all? Ma Jie, fearing the cat boss's dissatisfaction, pondered earnestly and quickly added, when he arrived in West City. He possessed nothing of value, dressed in rags, and appeared utterly destitute. Excellent. The cat boss turned to leave. Ma Jie, displaying keen insight, respectfully remarked. As long as the boss is satisfied, that is all that matters. The cat boss paused, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. You have potential. From now on, follow me. Ma Jie's eyes widened in astonishment, ecstasy enveloping him. I am destined for greatness. As the raccoon departed, Huang Mao hurriedly approached, a face full of ingratiation, saying, Ma Jie, I will rely on your guidance in the future. This time, Ma Jie felt emboldened, casting a sidelong glance at Huang Mao and asserting, What did you just call me? Cousin. Huang Mao replied. The roles of Huang Mao and Ma Jie had abruptly reversed, yet both wore expressions of ease, unashamed. Ma Jie's vanity found its satisfaction as he patted Huang Mao on the shoulder, beaming with a smile. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to inquire of the raccoon's subordinate. My friend, may I ask how the boss intends to deal with Han Xiao? Isn't it obvious? He will be captured and tortured until he reveals the blueprints for the firearms. Once we possess the blueprints, we can cultivate our own gunsmiths, and then eliminate him. Came the reply. That is reassuring. Ma Jie nodded, feeling a sense of relief. It seems you are aware of my name. Han Xiao sensed the impending storm, his expression remaining inscrutable as he discreetly reached into his backpack, feeling for the groove of his lightweight powered arm. With a click, it tightened, ready for activation at any moment, allowing him to breathe a little easier. Although he had come to the junkyard with the intention of deceiving the raccoon, he had always been cautious, a lesson learned from experience. When he first engaged with the Star Sea, Han Xiao was a mere novice, mistaking NPCs for the rigid programs of other games, recklessly encountering failure time and again. Even a pig would know to exercise caution. How did he encounter such failure? You ask. Being hunted by players at the respawn point was bearable for Han Xiao, but being cornered by NPCs for 3 days. Cease this chatter about dark pasts, for those who do shall be taken outside. The cat, with fingers neither too heavy nor too light, rapped on the table and spoke slowly. I have long pondered your origins, yet I am taken aback to discover that you are merely a drifter who has recently arrived in the Western capital. I must commend your caution. It has taken me until today to uncover your true nature. And what of it? The cat's demeanor shifted abruptly, her expression turning icy. It would be prudent for you to relinquish the intricate details of your firearms manufacturing techniques. Upon realizing that Han Xiao is isolated and vulnerable, the cat resolved to take action, discarding the facade of feigned friendliness to reveal the fangs hidden beneath her smile, akin to a wolf shedding its sheep's clothing. Is there no semblance of camaraderie between us? Han Xiao inquired. What bond do we share? This is merely a transaction. Are you not concerned that I might resort to violence? He continued, baring his teeth. The cat smirked mockingly, snapping her fingers. At her signal, 4 of her subordinates drew their pistols, aiming them squarely at Han Xiao. Did you truly believe I would come unprepared? How ironic that the very weapons pointed at you were crafted by your own hands, with 6 armed henchmen surrounding him. Across the table sat the cat and her 4 accomplices, while 2 guards stood watch at the entrance behind her. The confines of the small room left Han Xiao with little room for evasion. Remaining composed, he replied, Even if I were to surrender the technology, you would still eliminate me. The cat chuckled coldly, for this was precisely her intent. She understood well that only possessions held by a select few possess true value, and she was adept in the art of eradicating threats at their roots. I hope you will cooperate, as it may spare you some physical discomfort. But what if I refuse? Some of my subordinates excel at coercion, and you will inevitably divulge the truth. Han Xiao abruptly abandoned his nonchalant demeanor, his piercing gaze causing the raccoon to shudder. Do you believe I have no escape? The raccoon noticed Han Xiao's left hand persistently delving into his backpack, and he shook his head. Perhaps there is something in your bag that you rely upon, but should you make any sudden moves, my subordinates will not hesitate to fire. What if I were to say that my bag contains explosives? The backpack was merely unzipped slightly, leaving its contents obscured from view. The raccoon scoffed, dismissing such absurdity. The arrival of Ma Jie was purely coincidental, and Han Xiao could not have anticipated it, nor could he intimidate anyone. Han Xiao replied in a leisurely manner. It is unclear who has disclosed my secrets, but evidently, that individual possesses limited knowledge of me. You may attempt to access your computer, delve into the dark web, and search for the latest bounties. The raccoon furrowed his brow. Han Zhao's self-assured demeanor instilled a sense of unease within him. Although he held some sway in the West capital, in the vast underworld, he was merely a minor player, lacking the breadth of vision to engage in dark web affairs, thus rarely paying attention to it and remaining unaware of the burgeoning bounties. The raccoon suspected that Han Xiao was merely stalling for time. After all, as a leader, it would be quite undignified for him to be compelled to act at another's behest. Han Xiao, with an air of leisure, remarked, "If you do not believe me, would you care to wager? Life is invariably replete with surprises. In this confined space, explosives can unleash their maximum lethality. First comes the explosion. Shrapnel propelled by the shockwave enveloping every corner, its force surpassing that of bullets. Following this is the searing heat, igniting the very structure, ensuring that all within shall be consumed by flames. Yet fear not, for you shall not perish in the fire, as you will have already been dismembered by the shrapnel from the initial blast." The subordinates behind the lynx could not help but take a step back, unnerved by Han Zhao's ominous words. The lynx barked, "Enough. I have no desire for jest. Stand up obediently, or I shall command my men to open fire." Han Xiao shrugged and sighed. "Can we not negotiate? I have the diagram." At that moment, the last vestiges of sunlight sank beneath the horizon, surrendering the sky to the night. Just as he had spoken half of his sentence, Han Xiao, without warning, sprang into action, his left hand clenched into a fist, the mechanical arm awakening like a beast from slumber, his backpack shredding into a flurry of fabric. He upended the dining table before him, hurling pots, bowls, and dishes directly at the lynx and his four henchmen. "Negotiate? Surely you jest. Do you truly believe that?" With a swift assessment, he noted the four in front and the two behind. He flipped the table to obstruct the fire from the front, creating a temporary barrier. He then pivoted and charged towards the doorway, his mechanical arm raised defiantly, exuding an aura of ferocity akin to a cavalry charge. Clatter and crash ensued as the dining table toppled over the four henchmen. The raccoon, with blood streaming from its forehead after being struck by a dish, clutched its wound and roared, "Open fire." At that moment, only two minions at the entrance were able to shoot. The sound of gunfire erupted. Bullets clanged against the mechanical arm, swiftly diminishing its durability. One stray bullet struck Han Xiao in the shoulder, inflicting 16 points of damage. He felt a slight sting, but paid it little mind. His endurance was high and his muscles resilient, with the bullet lodged in flesh, refusing to penetrate further, a trickle of blood staining his clothing. With a heavy strike, the mechanical arm slammed into the chest of one minion, producing a resounding thud as it caved in the chest cavity, killing him instantly. Han Xiao seized another minion, using him as a human shield. At that moment, four minions behind the raccoon finally stood up and opened fire, their bullets riddling the shielded minion, transforming him into a sieve. With a powerful thrust of his back muscles, Han Xiao unleashed immense force, snapping the bolt lock with a crisp crack. The door spun and flew open, screws clattering to the ground like tiny, leaping metal sprites. Han Xiao turned and dashed outside. "Chase!" The raccoon bellowed as footsteps echoed throughout the scrapyard. Dozens of patrolling minions, alerted by the gunfire, rushed to the scene. The claw scrapyard was the raccoon's stronghold, filled with foes and fraught with peril. Han Xiao encountered a group of supportive minions and, at the cost of 20 more durability points from his power arm, fiercely struck down the opposition, seizing a handgun in the process. Basic shooting, combined with precision shooting, corrected the accuracy of his marksmanship. In the heat of battle, he dispatched enemies with no more than 2 shots. Han Xiao exhibited lightning-fast reflexes, always outpacing the thugs. With a single shot aimed at the torso to interrupt the enemy's assault, he immediately elevated his aim for a headshot, the interval between shots not exceeding 0.5 seconds, swift and precise, with not a single bullet wasted. When surrounded by multiple foes, Han Xiao rolled and dodged with fluidity, retaliating and eliminating adversaries in the process. The only limitation he faced was ammunition. Each wave of enemies he vanquished allowed him to scavenge their bodies for more cartridges, sustaining himself through combat, leaving a trail of corpses and blood that was a stark sight to behold. The cat, astonished, could hardly believe that a single man had effortlessly slain over 20 of his subordinates. Yet, the sheer number of thugs was overwhelming. Closing in from all directions and gradually forming a tight encirclement, making it increasingly difficult for him to emerge. Han Xiao took refuge behind the shell of an abandoned car. As dozens of gun muzzles flickered in the darkness, the cacophony of bullets striking his cover drowning out even his own breath, leaving him with little choice but to counterattack sporadically. Fortunately, this was his territory. No matter how skilled he was but one man and would eventually be captured. The cat's heart hardened with resolve. Once he apprehended Han Xiao, he would make him regret ever being born into this world. Just as he contemplated this, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The rapid-fire sound of submachine guns erupted, akin to a tempest, carrying a sweeping air of lethal intent that surged from the side of the battlefield, mowing down a swath of thugs like ripe wheat, their screams echoing in the chaos. The Hornet squad, shrouded in the cloak of night, charged into the battlefield, each member wielding a submachine gun. They maneuvered with agility, their movements a testament to their extensive combat experience, evading and advancing with precision. The underlings of the Raccoon were unable to mount a single effective counterattack, scattering in disarray under the onslaught. Where did this band of mercenaries emerge from? The Raccoon, taken aback, feared these hired guns were there to eliminate him, perhaps coveting his territory or possibly seeking vengeance. In the midst of his chaotic thoughts, the unfolding situation left him utterly bewildered. The mercenaries, fierce and relentless, suddenly pivoted, directing their lethal intent towards Han Xiao, ignoring him entirely. These merciless assassins had chosen Han Xiao as their target? The Raccoon's eyes widened in disbelief. Those who navigate the murky waters of the underworld understand a profound truth. One can discern a person's standing by the enemies they attract. The fact that these mercenaries dared to operate in the Western capital indicated that their benefactors' compensation was commensurate with the risks they undertook. Thus, it could be inferred that Han Xiao was far from an ordinary individual. The Raccoon recalled Han Xiao's words. You might try turning on your computer, accessing the dark web, and searching for the latest bounties. Could it be that Han Xiao spoke the truth? Who exactly was he? The sound of submachine guns filled the air. Han Xiao's ears perked up. The target had finally revealed itself. Using the muzzle flash as a guide, he discerned the position of the Hornet squad. 300 meters to the west, 6 individuals armed with submachine guns. Han Xiao swiftly calculated that the enemy's firepower was ferocious. Engaging them head-on would surely lead to his downfall. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance and brought along a first-generation ranger. Han Xiao secretly rejoiced as he retrieved a remote control device with a screen from his pocket. This remote was a product of his own craftsmanship, designed to operate the first-generation Ranger. The chip for the Ranger was a readily available commodity, and the operation was simplistic, requiring only the input of a basic program to create the remote. As he powered it on, a cacophony of static electricity crackled for 2 seconds, and the imaging devices in the robot's eyes connected to the remote, displaying everything on the screen. At that moment, a warning indicated that he had exceeded the operational range. The recent skirmish had pushed Han Xiao beyond the 50-meter radius of control. Resolutely, he rose and, shrouded in the cover of night, retraced his steps. The Stinger squad unleashed a barrage of gunfire in his direction. He maneuvered with agility, adeptly using the debris of the scrapyard as cover, darting through the hail of bullets. Damn it, there are too many obstacles here, cursed the long-haired member of the Stinger squad, swiftly reloading his magazine, moving with the speed of a rabbit. Initially, the Stinger squad intended to assassinate Han Xiao, but he had engaged with the Raccoon first. A sudden realization struck. Perhaps they could exploit the chaos of the gang confrontation to further their own objectives. Thus, they boldly advanced. He is already fleeing. Quickly, catch up and eliminate him, Kelly commanded. After the recent onslaught, the morale of the Raccoon's subordinates plummeted, causing them to scatter in panic, unimpeded in their retreat. Observing Han Xiao's disarrayed flight, the Hornet squad grew ever more fearless and aggressive. In his frantic dash, Han Xiao ducked instinctively as a stray bullet severed a strand of his hair, which danced in the turbulent air he created. Executing a swift slide, he maneuvered past 2 wrecked vehicles and sought refuge behind cover. The rest stop lay just ahead. The remote control in his hand finally indicated it was within operational range, and the screen confirmed the connection. Activation. Amidst the chaos of the rest stop, the dust cover on the handcart suddenly fluttered, revealing 2 gleaming red lights, eyes of the Ranger. The engine roared to life, and the treads began to turn as Han Xiao piloted the first-generation Ranger out of the rest stop. At that moment, the Hornet squad was not far behind, and the armor of the Ranger might not withstand the concentrated fire from 6 submachine guns. A direct confrontation would be fraught with peril. His true advantage lay in the element of surprise. No one would anticipate his robotic reinforcements. An ambush was his optimal strategy. Han Shao scanned his surroundings, and his eyes lit up as he identified a suitable hiding spot. Not far off, 2 vehicle shells formed an angle, creating a visual blind spot right along the Hornet Squad's path. Han Shao steered the first-generation Ranger into the nook, holding his breath in anticipation of the perfect moment to strike. The scrapyard was engulfed in a cacophony of noise, the relentless gunfire drowning out the roar of the legendary Ranger's engine, which barely garnered any attention. Only Kelly sensed an ominous presence. It was an instinct honed from his numerous brushes with death. He paused momentarily and remarked, "I have a foreboding feeling." "What have you discovered?" the long-haired man inquired. "That is precisely the issue. I have uncovered nothing. There will be no mishap. Our target has been cornered, and his demise is inevitable," the long-haired man defiantly declared. Just as the words escaped his lips, the Stinger squad stepped into the firing range of the legendary Ranger. Simultaneously, Han Zhao's eyes gleamed with resolve as he gently pressed the trigger. The legendary Ranger's finger unleashed a torrent of fire and smoke, a barrage of steel raining down. The encroaching shadow of death froze the expressions of every member of the Stinger squad. Your mechanical creation, the legendary Ranger, tracked, has slain a mercenary. You gain 800 experience. X3031 elimination. Behind the cover, Kelly gasped in terror, his face marked by a gash carved by a bullet. Flesh rolling back as blood mingled with sweat dripped down. He had narrowly escaped the fate of his comrade, who had perished beneath the sudden deluge of bullets. What manner of monster is that? The long-haired man bellowed in horror, his complexion pale, blood oozing from a gunshot wound in his abdomen. In the darkness, 2 points of red light flickered ominously, reminiscent of a beast poised to strike. Under the horrified gazes of Kelly and the long-haired man, the prototype Ranger revealed its full form, its tin gun barrels exuding smoke. The headless figure appeared oddly endearing, making it difficult to associate it with the lethal machine it had just been. A robot. Kelly's eyes widened in disbelief. He deeply regretted not heeding his instincts. His negligence had nearly led to the annihilation of their team. What should he do now? A thought of retreat began to form in Kelly's mind. Money could always be earned again, but a life lost was irretrievable. After his initial terror, the long-haired man was consumed by a profound rage, unleashing a torrent of bullets toward the prototype Ranger, shouting for its demise. The metallic clang of gunfire echoed as the Ranger's fragile armor contorted under the onslaught. Seeing this, Kelly and another team member joined the fray. Your mechanical creation, prototype Ranger, tracked, has lost 14 points of armor value. Your mechanical creation, prototype Ranger, tracked, has lost 17 points of armor value. The armor of the prototype Ranger was rather ordinary, unable to withstand the damage as its armor value plummeted. After a barrage of fire, 2 ammunition belts were exhausted, rendering it a mere hunk of useless metal. There was little to be done. Resources were scarce, and Han Shao had not equipped the prototype Ranger with additional weaponry. The installation of 2 small-caliber machine guns was already a stretch. Financial constraints weighed heavily. Alas, why had the 13th Bureau not yet made a move? Han Shao quietly spat out a toothpick, harboring doubts about whether the covert agents would tolerate the mercenaries' rampant behavior for much longer. Indeed, he did not have to wait long. The sound of military boots striking the ground approached rapidly. Just from the sound alone, one could envision the image of fully armed soldiers moving with steadiness and precision. "Surrender your weapons." A voice called out from the darkness, its tone grave and resolute. "We must retreat." Kelly's heart sank. The long-haired man, still seething with anger, vented the last few rounds of his magazine into the nearly obsolete Ranger before stating, "All right, let us depart." At that moment, Han Shao maneuvered the Ranger, propelling it at high speed towards the cover of 3 mercenaries. Suddenly, the chest of the Ranger swelled with fire and erupted with a thunderous explosion, producing a deafening roar. Flames and shock waves radiated outward, stirring up a tempest of dust, instantly enveloping the surroundings in a sea of fire. It was a self-detonation. The orange flames illuminated the night. Several dozen meters away, agents from the field team, including Li Hui, were taken aback by the explosion. "This is disastrous," Feng Jun cursed under his breath. The orders from above were to avoid causing a significant commotion, yet the flames could be seen from several kilometers away. He could already foresee the headlines in tomorrow's newspapers. From the moment Han Shao engaged in combat with the raccoon, the situation had spiraled beyond their control. The gunfire was too conspicuous, drawing the attention of numerous civilians. While the Hornet squad had yet to take action, leaving Li Hui and his team compelled to obey orders and anxiously await developments. As the Sting B squad entered the battlefield, the agents could hardly contain their eagerness to act, hoping to mitigate the impact. However, the self-detonation of the first-generation Rangers rendered their plans futile. Han Shao shook off the sand clinging to his hair, showing no signs of regret. The combat style of the mechanical faction inherently involved the consumption of various machines. Possessing the blueprints meant he could recreate them whenever resources were available. Gaining manufacturing experience was already a profit, not to mention he had eliminated several foes in the process. Li Hui, unable to contain his fury, vented his anger on Kelly. Unleashing a barrage of gunfire from a distance, the atmosphere thick with murderous intent. Do they dare to snatch my kill? Han Shao raised an eyebrow. Knowing that to fulfill the hidden requirement, he had to eliminate all the mercenaries. If Kelly fell to another's hands, his efforts would be in vain. With this in mind, Han Shao sprang into action, maneuvering in an arc to avoid Li Hui and the others, positioning himself to intercept Kelly ahead. Kelly halted in shock. Sensing an entirely different aura emanating from Han Shao, one that exuded an overwhelming sense of danger. Die. Kelly gritted his teeth, raising his weapon. Just as his finger was about to pull the trigger, Han Shao suddenly bent low, grounding himself with his feet, swaying his body side to side like a seasoned boxer. Light and elusive as a specter, swiftly closing the distance. In a panic, Kelly opened fire. Yet every bullet was either evaded by Han Shao or deflected by his mechanical arm. Not a single shot found its mark. Kelly wore an expression of disbelief. He had observed Han Zhao's physical prowess, which was comparable to that of elite mercenaries, yet it fell short of the standards of a superhuman. It was inconceivable that he could outpace a bullet. This indicated that Han Shao had anticipated each angle of his gunfire. Such extraordinary intuition could only be possessed by a battle-hardened ace warrior. Throughout his mercenary career, he had encountered only 2 or 3 elite mercenaries who exhibited such remarkable skills. Han Shao chuckled softly. Compared to the days of maneuvering a mech to evade countless floating artillery, the level of anticipation he faced now was trivial. As Kelly's ammunition was exhausted, he hurriedly retreated, frantically changing magazines, only to be confronted by Han Shao, who closed the distance in a straight sprint. Terror etched across his face. Han Zhao's back arched, his bones cracking as power surged through his legs like an avalanche, flowing into his left hand. This momentum propelled his lightweight power arm to carve a sweeping arc, delivering a devastating swing. The fusion of strength and steel was flawless. Overloaded. The sounds of the pneumatic pump and the grinding of gears intensified abruptly, and the cooling pipes released a plume of black smoke, with power surging instantaneously by 30. Han Zhao's steel fist struck Kelly squarely in the face. A critical blow. The force was overwhelming. Kelly's face was instantly crushed, crimson liquid splattering everywhere. A lethal strike. At last, Li Hui and the others arrived. Greeted by this harrowing scene, Kelly's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, resembling a marionette whose strings had been severed. Han Zhao's face was splattered with blood, as flickering flames cast mottled shadows across his expressionless visage. His left hand, adorned with a menacing exoskeletal mechanical arm, bore large stains of flesh and blood, droplets of searing crimson cascading down. Even the seasoned field agents felt a chill creep into their hearts. E-level mission, assassination completed. Earning 10,000 experience points. Hidden condition fulfilled. Eliminated 6 pursuers, awarding skill upgrade card, basic. Would you like to claim it? No. Now is not the moment for that. Don't move. Li Hui, as if awakened from a dream, hurriedly raised his weapon. Han Shao, maintaining his stoic demeanor, removed his lightweight powered arm and raised both hands. 2 agents swiftly approached him to place a black hood over his head. As his vision plunged into darkness, Han Shao sensed himself being pushed forward, fully aware that he was being taken to the 13th Bureau. At last, you have arrived. Feng Jun glanced at the battlefield. Inhaling sharply, he had single-handedly eliminated 6 mercenaries. Was he relying solely on these mechanical warriors? Li Hui's expression was grave as he instructed. Take away the parts he left behind and notify the police department to handle the aftermath. With that, the group escorted Han Shao into the vehicle and departed swiftly. Their presence felt as fleeting as a whisper, leaving the field agents feeling utterly frustrated, as if they had merely observed without making any impact. Han Shao sat in the back seat, sandwiched between 2 agents. Though obscured from sight, he could sense the collective attention of the other agents fixated upon him. Beneath the black hood, a sinister smile emerged. Though there was a slight deviation, the situation remained within his expectations. Silence reigned within the vehicle, a tense atmosphere enveloping the occupants, with only the sound of the car's movement echoing in their ears. Li Hui and his companions were instructed not to engage with their target until they reached their destination, while Han Zhao's composure drew their frequent glances. As if he had anticipated their appearance all along, the lynx gazed at the severely wounded subordinates, his expression darkening. "Bring me the computer," he demanded. Logging into the dark web, he swiftly navigated to the bounty section and was immediately met with a reward featuring Han Zhao's likeness. 0, it read, with a bounty of 1 million, posted by the budding organization. The lynx's countenance changed drastically, his hands trembling as the computer slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground. Indeed, he was a wanted criminal, and not just any criminal, but one sought by the underground's foremost authority, the budding organization. Had he known Han Zhao was such a perilous figure, he would never have dared to act against him. Ma Jie and Huang Mao arrived, breathless, their eyes wide with shock as they surveyed the remnants of the battlefield, trembling in fear. The lynx, incensed at their presence, kicked Ma Jie to the ground, roaring, "Damn it, this is all you're doing. I will not spare you." Ma Jie, clutching his stomach in pain, lay on the ground quaking like a quail, bewildered as to where he had erred. Suddenly, the wail of police sirens pierced the air as 7 or 8 police cars sealed off the entrance to the scrapyard. Heavily armored officers storming in. The perpetually tardy officer. The raccoon adjusted his attire and approached, viewing himself as the true victim. With connections in the precinct and influence in the 7th district, he felt no apprehension. Yet, before he could utter a word, the heavily armed officer advanced swiftly, pinning him down and swiftly applying handcuffs. The raccoon was momentarily stunned, struggling as he shouted in anger, "What are you doing? I am the victim here. I know your chief's secretary." "Save your breath," the imposing officer replied coolly. "This is an order from the 13th Bureau." The raccoon's eyes widened in disbelief. The 13th Bureau was responsible for matters of national security. Why would they target him? He must have inadvertently become entangled in a significant incident. The image of Han Zhao flashed through his mind, and he could conceive of no other possibility. Was the 13th Bureau backing him? Suddenly, a clear thread of understanding emerged within him. Betrayal. 13th Bureau. Xinglong. Intelligence. The raccoon realized with dawning horror. This was a silencing. From the moment Han Zhao had deliberately removed his mask in front of him, the outcome had been sealed. Heavens! The raccoon could no longer maintain his composure, shaking uncontrollably, consumed entirely by fear and rage. "Han Zhao, damn you!" Ma Jie was rendered unconscious by the spectacle, frothing at the mouth and collapsing to the ground. The black hood was torn away, and Han Zhao opened his eyes, the blinding white light compelling him to squint. After a few seconds, he gradually adjusted and perceived his current predicament. He found himself seated on a cold, metallic chair, with a table before him and a one-way mirror on the adjacent wall, a typical interrogation room setup. Opposite him sat 2 individuals, Li Hui and Feng Jun. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am an intelligence officer from the Strategic Defense Bureau of Xinglong Nation." Feng Jun spoke in a gentle tone. "We have met before." "Do you remember me?" "I do," Han Zhao replied lazily, the man with a profound wallet. Feng Jun fell silent, clearly wishing to avoid that topic. 13th Bureau, Li Hui. Li Hui interjected, his expression rigid and his tone even more so, suggesting that even his excrement might be as hard as his demeanor. The Strategic Defense Bureau of Xinglong Nation comprises 13 departments, known as the 13th Bureau. "Should we address you as Han Zhao or Zero?" Feng Jun asked directly. "Whichever you prefer," came the indifferent response. Li Hui interrupted, his attitude firm as he cut to the chase. "Enough with the pleasantries. Explain your 1 million bounty. Why does the Menya organization target you? Do you possess any intelligence worth revealing? Speak it all." Han Zhao, intrigued, replied, "Why should I divulge anything to you?" Li Hui smirked coldly. "Do you believe this is merely a place of casual conversation? Here, if we desire you to speak, you shall comply. And if I refuse?" Han Zhao retorted with a semblance of amusement. "Will you shoot me? Do you think I am afraid?" Li Hui exclaimed. Feng Jun hurriedly interjected, "All right, calm down. Han Zhao, you are aware that we are a national agency. Cooperating with us will be beneficial for you." Han Zhao shifted his posture, adopting a more comfortable stance, and replied with a smile. "One plays the role of the stern figure, while the other takes on the softer approach. How many years has this routine been in use? Can't we try a different tactic? I have a penchant for schemes involving beautiful women. Looking at the 2 of you serious gentlemen, I can hardly muster the desire to converse. Understand the value of a smiling demeanor. Do not maintain such rigidity. Come now, share a smile." Feng Jun's expression faltered, and he cleared his throat, discreetly signaling to Li Hui. Li Hui understood and feigned maximum indignation. abruptly standing and pointing at Han Xiao, declaring, "This is not a place for your jesting. I could easily have you thrown into prison for an indefinite period." What a grand display of authority! Han Xiao suddenly withdrew his playful demeanor, his gaze turning piercing. "I hail from the Sprout organization. Are you attempting to threaten or intimidate me? Do you believe such tactics will prove effective? Spare us the childish antics. If you wish for my cooperation, I implore you to demonstrate some sincerity and have someone of significance speak with me. You are not worthy." Feng Jun and Li Hui exchanged glances. Their objective was to gauge Han Xiao's attitude. Han Xiao was acutely aware of this and deliberately chose to appear unperturbed, intending to convey to the observers behind the one-way mirror that he held the upper hand. At that moment, the intercom in the interrogation room emitted a deep male voice. "As you wish, I will speak with you. Who are you?" Han Xiao glanced at the one-way mirror, fully aware that it was the person behind him who had spoken. 13th Bureau, Minister of Intelligence. Do I possess the qualifications for such a role? Han Xiao chuckled lightly, albeit begrudgingly. Li Hui and Feng Jun exchanged glances, astonished by the audacity of this individual. The Minister of Intelligence was unfazed, stating, "You just mentioned that you were a member of the budding organization." Han Xiao interjected, correcting him, "I was once." "So, you claim to have defected?" "Indeed," Han Xiao replied with a subtle smile. "What position did you hold?" "A logistics researcher." "What did you research?" "Mechanical weaponry." "You are lying," the Minister of Intelligence asserted firmly. "That does not justify your 1 million bounty. Intelligence is only valuable when wielded by a force capable of action. My revealing of my whereabouts signifies my willingness to cooperate. I am an enemy of budding, not of you." The Minister of Intelligence spoke in a low tone. "Why should we collaborate with you? Look around. This is our territory, and we have numerous methods to compel you to speak." Han Xiao remained composed and suddenly remarked, "Communication record, Stellar Sea Calendar, year 687, June 14th. Signal origin, Ocean Blue Star, target, Dark Star Fortress number 8, content classified as top secret." The Minister of Intelligence fell silent, remaining so for a full 10 minutes. Li Hui and Feng Jun trembled in unison, realizing that the incomprehensible information they had received had captured the utmost attention of the Intelligence Minister, to the extent that he felt compelled to consult higher authorities. When the Intelligence Minister spoke again, his tone was laden with gravity. "Can you ascertain this? Had I not witnessed Dark Star with my own eyes, I would remain oblivious." Han Xiao smiled. "Now, may we discuss the possibility of collaboration?" The Intelligence Minister, still solemn, acknowledged the significance of Han Xiao's words, recognizing that this intelligence held paramount importance for Xinglong and indeed the entire planet. Han Xiao silently reveled in his strategy, one he had meticulously prepared. The cosmos is never solitary. Each star glimmers brightly, with countless races thriving in the myriad corners of the universe. Interstellar fleets, as numerous as the stars, traverse this vast, waterless ocean of space. An endless array of information wanders through electromagnetic waves and optical communications, yearning to be captured. Countless thoughts and intentions intertwine, manifesting as whispers of the soul, akin to invisible currents stealthily navigating the void. Silence is but a fade. The universe is bustling with life. The explored visible universe is delineated into numerous star domains, such as the fractured star ring, the ancient star desert, the luminous silver spiral arms, and the sea of star spirits, among others. Within each domain lie dozens of star clusters, meticulously categorized into various star systems, followed by numbered star regions, culminating in countless celestial bodies, tier upon tier, forming an astonishingly vibrant cosmic realm. The grand coordinates of the planet High Blue are Fractured Star Ring, Kelton Star Cluster Garden Star System, 9th Star Region, High Blue. As for the precise coordinates, they are represented by a multi-dimensional coordinate system composed of multiple axes, utilizing a complex algorithm that combines letters and numbers. The interstellar force in contact with the aquamarine star is the advanced civilization of the Ghidorah from the Garden Galaxy. While the Dark Star mentioned by Han Xiao is an ambitious faction that has separated from Ghidorah, constantly plotting to overthrow its regime and alter the course of power. The two are sworn enemies. Should the budding organization establish contact with the Dark Star and receive support in resources or even military aid, the six nations would find themselves in grave peril. Such nefarious and ambitious factions as the Dark Star are unlikely to adhere to the Universal Civilization Contact Treaty, 7th Revised Edition, established by the three major cosmic civilizations during their exploratory history. In truth, the budding organization has never engaged with the Dark Star. After all, the latter cannot verify such claims, allowing for a degree of deception. By releasing explosive intelligence, Han Xiao aims to elevate the significance of the 13th Bureau's attention towards himself and enhance the perceived threat of the budding organization in the eyes of the Star Dragon, which would be beneficial for his primary mission. Why not seize the opportunity? Aligning with the Star Dragon is merely a strategic necessity. Han Xiao will not remain dependent indefinitely. The 13th Bureau cannot place complete trust in him. Their collaboration is but a fade, a means to leverage resources for personal gain. Wholeheartedly working for others is out of the question. With the power of the Star Dragon at his disposal to counter the budding organization and gain experience. Once he has sufficiently developed his capabilities, Han Xiao will sever ties and strike out on his own. The special treatment you grant me is duly noted. I shall settle the accounts with you in due course. Han Xiao thought as he rattled the handcuffs. Each novice planet resembles an independent server, with main storylines that diverge significantly. Intrigued by this, Han Xiao has devoted himself to studying the events experienced by various factions in the Star Sea world throughout different eras, transforming this knowledge into invaluable intelligence. The novice planets are widely separated, and specialized interstellar travel agencies offer their services by simply utilizing an interstellar communicator. One can connect with these travel agencies, which will automatically pinpoint the source of the communication. Relying on the cosmic powers that have established teleportation gates across various star clusters and galaxies, one can traverse vast distances provided one can afford it. Even if one wishes to cross the entirety of the visible universe, it is feasible. After all, the professional league must accommodate players from all planets if they cannot convene. How can competitions take place? Generally, large-scale events and activities for ordinary players are staged on neutral or uninhabited planets. Give me a map of the Star Dragon and a pin, Han Xiao suddenly announced. Feng Jun unfurled a map of the Star Dragon Kingdom on the table. Han Xiao picked up the pen and circled 3 locations, jotting down brief descriptions. These are the 3 secret subbases of the budding organization located within the Star Dragon territory. Serving as a gesture of my sincerity and cooperation. Is that all you know about? Certainly not. There is much more. But I will reveal it only after you verify the accuracy of my intelligence. Revealing everything at once would not serve his interests. And Han Xiao would not easily expose his hand. What are your conditions? The Minister of Intelligence inquired, focusing on the crux of the matter. While Feng Jun and Li Hui leaned in attentively, Han Xiao smiled enigmatically. I simply wish to collaborate against the budding organization. Is it really that simple? I shall report your situation to my superiors. In the meantime, you must endure being here. The Minister of Intelligence has severed communication. Han Xiao raised an eyebrow and shook the handcuffs, urging, do not keep me waiting too long. I have only requested a day off. In the internal conference room of the 13th Bureau, the Director, Deputy Director, 13 ministers, and 15 high-ranking officials gathered to discuss a singular matter, how to handle Han Xiao. Han Xiao possesses a wealth of confidential information. With his assistance, we can precisely strike at the nascent bases. And he is also a mechanic with a certain level of combat capability, akin to that of a trained elite operative. Though he does not meet the criteria of a superhuman, he demonstrates a willingness to cooperate. The Minister of Intelligence concluded his extensive report and offered his perspective. I believe we can tentatively trust Han Xiao and collaborate with him. The assembly exchanged glances, falling into silence for a few seconds before the Minister of Internal Affairs was the first to object, declaring, no, what if Han Xiao provides false intelligence? Indeed. The tension arose. Each minister perked up. As the 13th Bureau divided into 2 factions, the hardliners led by the Minister of Internal Affairs and the conservatives led by the Minister of Intelligence. The lines were distinctly drawn, reminiscent of the historical divide between the Chu and Han dynasties, with both sides poised for confrontation. The Minister of Intelligence defended his stance. The probability of deception is minimal. He is a fugitive from the nascent organization. To survive, he must rely on our protection. So we need not question his sincerity. He might very well be a clandestine agent sent by Mingya to perform a tragic ruse. The Minister of Internal Affairs insisted resolutely, stating, I propose we detain Han Xiao, confine him in secrecy, and extract all intelligence from him. The 13th Bureau need not negotiate terms with anyone. Such a stance is a cowardly compromise. You are acting irrationally. Under the leadership of the 2 ministers, the factions began to hurl accusations at one another, their faces flushed with indignation. Despite both factions seeking intelligence from Han Xiao, their opinions collided sharply. The hardliners advocated for his imprisonment, while the conservatives favored a cooperative approach. The altercation escalated to a fervent exchange, as if they were ready to roll up their sleeves for a physical confrontation. The director and deputy director remained composed. As the 13th Bureau boasted two heads, the director, the true power holder, and the deputy director, a bureaucrat dispatched to oversee, often referred to as the administrative director. Typically, such an organizational structure would invite fierce power struggles. However, this deputy director maintained an exceptionally low profile, rarely engaging in affairs, and at this moment, appeared utterly lost in thought, likely pondering what to have for dinner after work. Given that his predecessor, an ambitious figure seeking to usurp power, had inexplicably fallen into disgrace for treason, his reticence is quite understandable. The director, a man of imposing presence and formidable authority, pondered aloud. Is it not feasible to both collaborate and exert control over him? Why not simply invite him into the bureau? The room fell into a sudden hush. The hardline ministers left in bewilderment. Are you attempting to stir up trouble, Director? The hardliners erupted in outrage. Absolutely not. What if Han Xiao is a spy infiltrating our ranks? This contravenes the confidentiality regulations. The director asserted firmly. Let us adhere to the rules and hold a vote. The conservatives smirked, rallying around the director's stance, and aside from one neutral minister, the factions were evenly matched with 6 members each. With the director's vote, the proposal was seamlessly passed. The hardliners immediately felt disheartened, their minds seething with outrage, accusing the others of collusion. Since the decision to recruit Han Xiao into the 13th Bureau had been irrevocably made, the discussion shifted to which department he ought to join. The Minister of Internal Affairs suggested, I believe the logistics department is well suited for him. He could remain at headquarters, allowing us to monitor him closely while utilizing his skills as a mechanic. Surprisingly, the conservatives concurred. This proposal was indeed sound. The logistics department was the most fitting choice for Han Xiao, ensuring he would not venture outside, remaining under their vigilant watch, thereby stirring no trouble. Suddenly, the director interjected. Doubt the untrustworthy, but trust the capable. Since Han Xiao possesses combat prowess, why not assign him to the secret operations department? He may surprise us. The atmosphere became palpably tense, all ministers silently casting glances at the neutral party member, who happened to be the head of the secret operations department. Why is this my concern? The Minister of Secret Operations pondered, utterly bewildered. Thus, it was settled. Actions may deceive, words may mislead, but intentions remain true. As long as we ascertain that the intelligence Han Xiao provides regarding our budding organization's subbase is accurate, he shall be inducted into the Secret Operations Department. The director decisively waved his hand, finalizing the matter. All the ministers covered their faces, acknowledging, well, you are the boss, as long as you are happy. The deputy director stifled a yawn. Is it time to clock out? What culinary offerings does the cafeteria have today? After the meeting concluded, the Minister of Intelligence and the Minister of Logistics made their way to the Logistics Department, enlisting the assistance of the staff to examine the confiscated lightweight power arms. They were eager to discern the exceptional qualities of the machinery crafted by Han Xiao, and if feasible, to reverse engineer the blueprints, thereby acquiring further insights into Han Xiao's innovations. The individual tasked with researching the lightweight power arms was the esteemed Luo Xian, renowned as the Logistics Department's ace. A former top student in the mechanical department at West City Academy, he was directly recruited into the 13th Bureau's Logistics Department post-graduation, consistently showcasing remarkable performance. It appeared that there were intentions from above to cultivate him for a role in the Secret Operations Division. Apart from a slight tendency towards arrogance, he had no other flaws. Adorned with rubber gloves, Luo Xian maintained a placid demeanor. Having dismantled machinery numerous times before, he proceeded with ease. Let us begin. As he commenced the disassembly, he suddenly paused, astonished. There are confidentiality measures in place. These measures were designed to prevent the disassembly from yielding blueprints, intricately linked to the overall structure. Han Xiao's foundational assembly knowledge encompassed methods of confidentiality, combined with his mastery of simple enhancement modifications. Unless one achieved the formal standard of an E-level mechanic, it would be impossible to decipher these safeguards. He had placed great emphasis on the lightweight power arms, anticipating their potential acquisition by the 13th Bureau, and thus had implemented these security measures well in advance. The Ranger Corps had established confidentiality measures, but they had already self-destructed, thus rendering them insignificant. Can you decipher it? Inquired the Minister of Intelligence. Absolutely, Luo Xian replied with unwavering confidence. The process of dismantling confidentiality measures was an indirect duel between the creator and the decipherer. Luo Xian, an obscure mechanic, believed there was little merit to the skills of the creator, especially since he was a distinguished graduate of the mechanical engineering department at Shidu Academy. However, 20 minutes later, Luo Xian found himself drenched in sweat and utterly incredulous. For layers of confidentiality. Has the creator of this machine lost his mind? The complexity of 4 layers of confidentiality was immense. A single misstep could lead to a complete disintegration of the machine's internal structure. Luo Xian felt uncertain. The Minister of Intelligence furrowed his brow. Are you capable or not? Do not squander my time. Luo Xian felt his composure faltering. Unable to express his frustration towards the minister, he reluctantly conceded. This confidentiality measure is exceedingly intricate. I require more time. Enough, I am not so idle. Share your insights, the minister ordered. Sensing the minister's skepticism, Luo Xian's expression darkened, and he vented his frustration. Technically, there is nothing remarkable. It is merely the confidentiality that stands out, leading me to perceive the creator as a rustic who mistook refuse for treasure. The minister raised an eyebrow but remained silent, allowing the mechanics to be escorted from the logistics department. Since Han Shao was able to dispatch a battle-hardened mercenary with a single blow from his mechanical arm, he believed that employing agents in real combat would serve as the most effective method of validation. Fortunately, the Bureau planned to send personnel to dismantle the 3 budding strongholds that Han Shao had informed them about, presenting an opportune moment. Unfortunately, the robot had been reduced to a pile of unrecognizable charred fragments, which left him more intrigued by the first-generation Ranger. Although the 13th Bureau wielded considerable power, no one would ever dismiss the need for advanced equipment. The fools in the research department, having idled away the past few years while enjoying the largest allocations, merely produced nonsensical contraptions, sticky bombs with adhesive on both sides, curved machine guns that were impossible to aim, and false breasts designed to evade metal detectors for concealing narcotic needles, complete with gendered variations. After 2 agents inadvertently found themselves hospitalized by their own poison needles, the research department was promptly placed on the blacklist by the active agents. The director, holding his phone, conversed with the elder Gao. I have recommended Han Shao for the secret operations department. Thank you for your efforts. The director inquired, Old man, does he truly warrant such significance in your eyes? Elder Gao replied with a chuckle. His worth extends beyond mere intelligence. I have a premonition that he will prove to be a pivotal asset in our confrontation with the budding organization. 034 Lethargy strikes, reluctant to craft a title. The dilapidated skyscrapers were ensnared by creeping vines, the fractured bridges were cloaked in green moss, and the desolate streets exuded a chilling emptiness. The shop windows along the roadside lay shattered, with shelves toppled over, clearly having endured a violent pillaging. A yellowed newspaper, whose age is indeterminate, dances across the ground, propelled by a gentle breeze that stirs up dust, permeating the atmosphere with a sense of desolation. The moonlight filters through the particles, tainted and dim, serving as the sole beacon of illumination in this forsaken city. Once a vibrant metropolis belonging to a grand nation, it now lies abandoned. Swept away by the tides of a transformative era, its citizens have long since departed this lifeless realm, and even the most wayward souls shun its desolate expanse. Over the decades of societal upheaval across the globe, numerous cities have been forsaken, reverting to become part of the planet's ecological fabric. From the cold embrace of steel and concrete, they have gradually transformed into lush, verdant landscapes, evoking contemplation on humanity's significance to the Earth. According to intelligence gathered by Han Shao, 3 hidden outposts of the burgeoning organization lie within the borders of the Star Dragon Nation, one of which is concealed in this ghost town, akin to a thorn embedded in the flesh, inciting both fury and alarm among the upper echelons of Star Dragon. Within 24 hours, troops were dispatched from the nearest military base to assault this outpost, executing their orders with precision. At this moment, the desolate city awakens to the cacophony of artillery. A dozen armored military vehicles from Star Dragon charge towards the outpost, the air filled with the relentless sounds of gunfire. Explosions and anguished cries intermingled with roars of defiance. Yet, the front line is not the focal point of this operation. 3 members of the Covert Operations Department stealthily approach the outpost from the flanks, their mission to infiltrate and extract intelligence amidst the chaos of battle. This secretive division, responsible for infiltration, sabotage, theft, and assassination, is known as the Special Operations Unit, comprising the elite among the elite. The clandestine trio circumvented the battlefield, approaching the subbase from an alternate route until they reached the side entrance, where the Team's hacker set to work on the access control system. Li Yalan, a member of the covert operation, was a 4th-level agent, a radiant and enchanting young woman clad in a sleek black bodysuit that accentuated her alluring figure, draped in a loose yellow hoodie that exuded an athletic flair, with her fair complexion and lively demeanor reminiscent of a sprite. She adorned herself with silver hoop earrings and a subtle touch of eyeshadow, her high nose bridge and well-defined features adding to her charm. Li Yalan stretched languidly, her graceful waist displaying astonishing flexibility, a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere surrounding her. Chewing gum, she complained, finally, with the captain on leave to recuperate. The department assigns us an urgent mission. They truly treat agents as mere tools. Lambert silently polished his gleaming dagger, his demeanor as unyielding as stone. Once a top soldier in a unit whose designation remained classified, he had transitioned to the 13th Bureau's covert operations after retirement. Dressed in military fatigues, he wore a belt adorned with a multitude of daggers, and a sleek, collapsible sniper rifle was slung across his back. This operation seems to hold significant importance for the Bureau, Lin Yao stammered, standing just over 1.7 meters tall, exuding a youthful shyness. As the team's hacker, he carried a small backpack filled with an array of electronic devices, currently engaged in bypassing the side entrance's security. His fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard as lines of code cascaded forth like a waterfall. Before long, the program was breached, and the metallic door swung open automatically. The three exchanged glances and infiltrated the base. Li Yalan led the way, with Lin Yao in the middle and Lambert bringing up the rear. All access points were compromised and opened by Lin Yao, who had infiltrated the system, as they made their way toward the main server room. The Sprout organization placed great emphasis on confidentiality. Should a subbase come under attack and face the risk of being compromised, the remaining guards would immediately initiate a system format, obliterating all data, and trigger an EMP to sever power and destroy the electronic components of the servers, much like a lizard shedding its tail with resolute decisiveness. It is this very secrecy that has allowed the Sprout organization to remain enigmatic, shrouded in a veil of mystery. And the 13th Bureau's heightened interest in Han Shao stems from the rarity of such intelligence. With a perilous yet uneventful journey, they arrived at the second underground level. The server room now within sight. Suddenly, Lin Yao, glancing at the hacked surveillance feed, exclaimed, "There's an enemy squad around the corner." Before he could finish his sentence, a team of guards appeared in their line of sight, and an ambush ensued. Li Yalan was the first to react, unleashing an ethereal speed as she surged toward the guards before they could draw their weapons. She leaped into the air, as light as a feather, and executed a perfect split, delivering a powerful kick to the heads of the foremost two guards. The two impacted guards spiraled away, their cervical vertebrae shattered. Her physical prowess was extraordinary. Not only was her flexibility astonishing, but her strength was equally formidable. With her hands firmly planted on the ground, she executed a handstand, gracefully extending her legs while emitting brilliant streams of bright yellow energy that resembled spiraling propellers, sweeping through the crowd. Even attempts to block with firearms would result in the weapons shattering into countless fragments, and her leg power was sufficient to bend metal. A martial artist. The last remaining guard turned pale with shock, about to call for reinforcements when, in the distance, Lambert swiftly drew a knife from his waist. A throwing knife glinting with silver, which instantaneously pierced the guard's throat. A fully armed squad was swiftly dispatched by Li Yalan and Lambert. At that moment, the corridor light shifted to a blood-red hue, filled with the blaring sound of alarms. Lin Yao exclaimed, "We've been discovered. A large number of guards are rushing toward us, and the base system is initiating a format." Li Yalan grew anxious as well, urging, "You must quickly bypass the access control to the mainframe." "I'm working on it, but it will take at least 3 minutes, and the enemy will arrive in no more than a minute. I really can't find a way to circumvent the firewall and unlock the access in such a short time. I'm so sorry." Lin Yao was drenched in sweat, frantically tapping on the tablet, his hands moving with a speed that seemed to defy time itself. Yet the steel door to the mainframe remained unyielding. Soon, the chaotic sound of footsteps echoed from both ends of the corridor. It was a straight passage with no place to hide. They had confidence in their ability to fight their way out, yet the mission was undoubtedly doomed to failure. Indeed, prior to our departure, did not the higher-ups provide us with new equipment? Suddenly recalling something, Li Yalan hastily retrieved a sleek, elongated package from Lin Yao's backpack. As she unzipped it, a mechanical arm, exuding a metallic allure, lay quietly within. The lightweight power arm. How does one operate this contraption? Has anyone perused the instruction manual? Lin Yao promptly interjected, Simply insert your left hand. A flick of the thumb will activate the hinge. By the way, is it truly safe? The imbeciles in the RD department, you know them all too well. A saying circulates within the 13th Bureau, products from RD invariably bear risks. With no other option available, one must gamble with a dying horse as if it were alive. Summoning her resolve, Li Yalan donned the mechanical arm, her expression betraying a readiness to sacrifice her limb, a testament to the RD department's poor reputation. The mechanical arm activated successfully, buzzing to life. Astonishingly, it did not malfunction. With a determined grit, Li Yalan unleashed a powerful punch against the metallic door of the main control room, creating a conspicuous dent. Filled with elation, she unleashed a flurry of blows, her mechanical fist striking the metal door with resounding force, echoing like thunder. Bolstered by both the machine and her own strength, the door suffered deformation, accompanied by the agonizing sounds of tearing metal. In the blink of an eye, 20 seconds slipped away, and just as the guards rounded the corner, the metal door, unable to withstand the relentless assault, was finally hurled away with a thunderous crash. Li Yalan and her companions hurriedly took cover, narrowly escaping a dire situation. Lin Yao swiftly connected the equipment to the mainframe, with the system formatting reaching 57. He needed to act quickly to back up the remaining data and, before the network and power were cut, infiltrate the Mengya organization's information database to procure intelligence. With the room providing shelter, Li Yalan and Lambert unleashed extraordinary combat prowess. Li Yalan drew a metal baton from her pocket, dispatching the guards in the server room with her swift, almost ethereal agility. With her right hand wielding the baton and her left hand controlling a mechanical arm, which blazed with a bright yellow flame, she dealt devastating blows that shattered bones despite the guards' bulletproof vests. Meanwhile, Lambert's throwing knives ricocheted off the walls, striking enemies outside, eliciting anguished cries from the guards. The duo alone inflicted significant casualties, leaving hundreds of guards helpless. Before long, the base's system completed its self-formatting, promptly followed by a power and network outage, plunging the facility into darkness. "Charge out," Li Yalan shouted, launching a ferocious assault with punches, kicks, and strikes from her baton, carving a bloody path. Lambert pulled Lin Yao closely behind. The air was filled with screams, and chaos reigned in the dark. After a fierce battle, the trio finally burst out of the base. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Lin Yao collapsed onto the ground, while the other two remained unfazed. It had become customary for him to appear terrified after each mission's conclusion. Li Yalan toyed with the lightweight power arm, utterly captivated by it. Lin Yao cast a glance, astonished, and inquired, "Who is the inventor of this mechanical arm? Could it possibly be Luo Xian from the logistics department? Who knows? It has been rumored that there is an intention from the higher-ups to bring him into the secret operations division, which is not entirely implausible." Li Yalan's big eyes sparkled with curiosity. 2 hours later, the battle concluded. This operation by Xinglong against the budding organization marked their most successful endeavor yet, dismantling the base and gathering a wealth of intelligence, thanks to Han Zhao's information. The senior officials of the 13th Bureau were exceedingly pleased. However, they were particularly concerned about two pieces of information: the communication records of Dark Star and the significance of Han Zhao's codename Zero within the budding organization. Lin Yao was unable to uncover either. The former was non-existent, while the latter pertained to the budding organization's experimental subject program, heavily encrypted and thus impossible to divulge. It turned out that this device was called a lightweight power arm, a rather formidable piece of equipment that greatly appealed to Li Yalan. She nodded, stating, "The success of this mission was largely due to this equipment. Who manufactured it? I cannot disclose that information. Will the department continue to supply lightweight power arms in the future?" Li Yalan asked, her face brimming with anticipation. "That will depend on the higher-ups' decision." Undeterred, Li Yalan's eyes twinkled with determination as she shifted her focus from the superiors to the logistics department, seeking out Luo Xian, the individual most likely to be the creator. The emblem upon her chest bore the insignia of the Secret Operations Department, allowing her to traverse seamlessly through the throngs of onlookers from the logistics division. Her exquisite beauty captivated these personnel, who were accustomed to the foul odors of grease and sweat. Although the 13 departments were ostensibly equal in rank, their powers varied significantly, leading to a hierarchy in the minds of many. The Secret Operations Department was renowned for its formidable talents and enchanting women, a place where elite individuals congregated, enjoying exceptional benefits, and thus remained the object of admiration. Li Yalan surveyed her surroundings and proclaimed, I am here to find Luo Xian. All eyes turned towards Luo Xian, brimming with envy. Indeed, he was the logistics department star. Without uttering a word, he had managed to attract the attention of a beauty from the secret operations department, who had come specifically to seek him out. Perhaps he might even ascend to that distinguished department in the future. Many contemplated whether to extend their congratulations to Luo Xian in advance, hoping to curry favor. Luo Xian, unfamiliar with Li Yalan, was taken aback. Could it be that the secret operations department was considering recruiting him? His heart raced at the thought, and he became increasingly convinced of its possibility. Suppressing his excitement, he feigned nonchalance and inquired, I am Luo Xian. May I ask your name? Li Yalan. How may I assist you? Luo Xian believed he maintained an air of utmost gentlemanliness. Are you the inventor of that mechanical power arm? The mechanical arm? Luo Xian immediately recalled the lightweight power arm that had caused him embarrassment before the director. He feared it might have malfunctioned, prompting her to seek him out for reprimand. Secretly relishing the irony, he adopted a serious demeanor and asked, Is there a problem? Indeed, I find it exceedingly useful and wish to place a private order. This situation has become rather awkward. The logistics personnel wear peculiar expressions, recalling Luo Xian's disdainful views on the mechanical arm, their gazes fixated upon him, evoking a desire within Luo Xian to disappear into the ground. His countenance darkened, for a device he had dismissed as worthless garnered the admiration of secret agents, with users even seeking to place orders. This misunderstanding left him feeling as though he had swallowed a fly, and with no outlet for his frustration. He could only muster a forced smile, clarifying that he was not the inventor of that contraption. Li Yalan, perplexed and displeased, retorted, You should have mentioned that sooner. It wasted my time. Luo Xian's expression soured further as he observed his colleagues suppressing laughter and departing, deepening his sense of annoyance. Feng Jun approached, maintaining a formal demeanor, stating, The identity of the creator is classified. Please refrain from discussing or speculating. Li Yalan appeared astonished, exclaiming, Classified? Yet, a flicker of anxiety surfaced within Luo Xian. Sensing that the Bureau placed undue emphasis on this enigmatic mechanic, fearing it could jeopardize his own standing, as competition existed among peers. If he were to join the logistics department, he would undoubtedly face suppression. Thus, Luo Xian silently resolved his course of action. In a certain base of the organization, the leader declared, Base 45 has been destroyed. Who is responsible? The Star Dragons. From where did they obtain their intelligence? Uncertain. The leader felt perplexed. The branches of the were scattered across the globe, with some clandestine bases concealed within the borders of 6 nations, serving as a trump card for future large-scale warfare, remaining in a state of frozen dormancy, with no activities that could possibly expose them. How could they have been discovered? Was it possible that an insider had leaked information, that there were spies within the organization? The locations of these secret bases were known only to the upper echelons. If any high-ranking officials were to defect, it would deal a severe blow to the organization. He silently resolved to conduct a thorough purge within the ranks. The leader had no suspicion directed towards Han Xiao, a lowly test subject who had never been privy to organizational secrets. How could he possibly be involved? He was the first to be ruled out as a suspect. The mere thought of Zero filled the leader with ire. The dark web had offered a bounty for so long, yet there had been no developments. The little pest was indeed quick on his feet, audaciously declaring war. Sooner or later, he would be crushed. With his solitary strength, it was a mere fantasy to think he could unsettle even a single brick of the organization. The leader sneered disdainfully. Meanwhile, Han Xiao had been missing for 3 days. Where could he have gone? Lu Qian paced anxiously, consumed with self-reproach, murmuring, Could he have lost his way? It's all my fault for not buying him a phone. Now I can't reach him. What will he do? Being a stranger in the Western capital, so unfamiliar with his surroundings? Old Lu consoled her. Be optimistic. Perhaps he has simply perished. El Qian was at a loss for words. Grandfather, why do you harbor such a strong bias against him? El Lautu picked his nose, choosing not to respond. Suddenly, El Qian's eyes sparkled as she leaned closer to her grandfather and said, Grandfather, could you please enlist someone to help find him? What a fanciful notion, El Lautu muttered. Consider it a favor for my granddaughter. Huh. When you pilfered my books, did you ever contemplate that I am your grandfather? Those are trivial matters. Please forgive me. You may as well abandon hope. You truly want to assist? Absolutely not. With a smile that masked her darkening aura, El Qian said, Perhaps I could sell the exquisite wines hidden beneath your floorboards. El Lautu jolted, exclaiming, What are you insinuating? Your grandfather is not the sort to be stingy. It's merely a matter of finding someone. Leave it to me. Thank you, grandfather. El Chin beamed. El Lao sighed heavily and, stepping aside, dialed the phone to Gao Lao Tu, saying, "Old fellow, has Han Xiao been taken by your lot? Did you guess? What crime has he committed?" "No crime. We simply need to collaborate with him. That contravenes regulations. I find myself in a predicament." Gao Lao Tu replied helplessly, "Very well, I understand." El Lao Tu rubbed his bald head, lamenting deeply. 036 new blueprints in collaboration in a luxurious solitary cell. Han Xiao had resided for 3 days, displaying no signs of impatience. Instead, he found the opportunity to refine his abilities and claimed the skill upgrade card as a reward for his tasks. With his basic combat skill at level 8, he recognized that ascending to level 9 would be the most advantageous use of the skill upgrade card, basic. Without hesitation, he elevated his basic combat to level 9 before choosing to receive the skill upgrade card. A card radiating a warm brass glow materialized in his hand. With a mere thought, it transformed into a streak of light and penetrated his brow. A tremor coursed through his limbs and bones as a surge of newfound power surged through his muscles. Han Xiao felt invigorated, acutely aware of his enhanced physical capabilities. Basic Combat LV10, Max. Increases unarmed attack power by 10, Strength 2, Endurance 1. Many skills, upon reaching specific levels, bestow attribute enhancements. Once a character reaches the level cap, combat power can still be amplified through skill advancement. In Star C, each version features a distinct level cap, and a saying will emerge in future versions. Reaching max level is merely the beginning. Your basic combat has reached the level cap. You have gained 1 potential point. Excellent. Now possessing 16 potential points. Han Xiao then allocated some experience to elevate basic shooting to LV8, leaving him with just over 20,000 experience points. He resolved to take a gamble on 2 blueprints. The blueprints for mechanics serve 2 purposes. One as a personal trump card for combat, never to be revealed. Another approach involves trading, accepting orders from others to earn experience and currency. Ordinary mechanical players can only set up stalls to sell to other players, while large guilds and clubs control the opportunities for transactions with NPCs. However, Han Xiao faces no competition and can seize the initiative. Currently, he desperately needs blueprints for sale to gain manufacturing experience. The 13th Bureau represents a potential market with significant customer potential, offering more opportunities than the nascent organization's base. He recalls several blueprints that should sell quite well. Would you like to conduct knowledge fusion, basic weaponry fundamentals, and basic assembly? This fusion will consume 10,000 experience points. Confirmed. Fusion successful. Congratulations, you have developed the folding combat knife. Would you like to conduct knowledge fusion, basic weaponry fundamentals, and comprehensive materials? This fusion will consume 10,000 experience points. Fusion successful. Congratulations, you have developed high-energy ammunition. Han Zhao's eye sparkled. High-energy ammunition was the most anticipated invention in his mind. This ammunition is suitable for various platforms and is relatively easy to manufacture. In his previous life, ammunition items had the highest sales, and due to the involvement of chemical knowledge, they were exceedingly difficult to replicate, inherently ensuring confidentiality. The folding combat knife, on the other hand, is inexpensive with low technical complexity, making it easy to replicate. Even the confidentiality measures are ineffective. A formal mechanic could discern its structure with just a glance, which is somewhat embarrassing for Han Xiao. If only it were a ranged weapon. Such a melee weapon without special effects is hardly in vogue. One good, one bad. Could it be that I am the fabled hybrid? A confluence of the bloodlines of the nonchalant and the fortunate? Thankfully, the blue planet lacks these 2 schematics, providing Han Xiao with ample opportunities for action. The theories acquired by the mechanic are uniform, yet their applications are myriad. Mastering the fundamental principles does not guarantee the creation of every conceivable invention derived from those theories. Even prior to Han Zhao's traversal into this realm, every year saw grassroots inventors conjuring new innovations. Regardless of their practicality, the possibilities were abundant. These 2 schematics will be the focal point of Han Zhao's forthcoming endeavors. Having amassed 600,000 experience points over 6 months of assembling firearms at the budding organization's base, he is assured of even greater opportunities with the Star Dragon. Once he officially joins the 13th Bureau, that shall be his moment of harvest. At this juncture, a new notification appeared on his panel. A-class task. The seeds slumber in the dust. Current progress. 1-6. The 13th Bureau has initiated action. Han Zhao's gaze flickered as he relayed intelligence regarding 3 bases to the Bureau, which could be considered as his indirect progress on the task. The 1.6 is not merely a trivial amount. On the contrary, it is substantial. He is acutely aware of the unfathomable power wielded by the budding organization. Logically, a subbase should not yield a progress of 1.6. However, what Han Zhao did not anticipate was that the assault on the subbase had incited the budding leader's suspicions towards the higher-ups, and therein lies the crux of the matter. In his previous life, the conflict between the budding organization and the 6 nations persisted until the end of version 1.0. If one disregards version 2.0, the cataclysm of aberration, the outcomes of their confrontations could be deemed evenly matched. This is a pre-established automated missile retaliation program. Once the organization faces imminent collapse, the burgeoning organization will, in accordance with the predetermined protocol, release all stored missiles to automatically strike preset targets, conducting a global purge. Even if the 6 nations manage to intercept 95 of the missiles, the remaining ones will inevitably inflict irreversible damage on the planet's ecology. Thus, achieving a 100 success rate in one's mission is nearly impossible unless the Doomsday System can be deciphered. The Doomsday System is the trump card revealed only at the last moment of the burgeoning organization. While it has averted the organization's annihilation, it has also shaken the resolve of many members. For those working within the burgeoning organization, the primary objective is vengeance against the 6 nations, followed by the aspiration to forge a new regime in line with the organization's ideals. When the Doomsday System conflicts with these ideals, a significant number of members may defect. No one desires the world's destruction. If there were a way to expose this artificially, Han Zhao shook his head, acknowledging that this matter was still too distant, and chose to bury it deep within his thoughts. Before long, Feng Jun finally arrived, leading Han Zhao to the interrogation room, where the Minister of Intelligence continued the dialogue with him. The intelligence from the branch base has been verified, and we believe in your willingness to cooperate. The higher-ups have decided to accept you as a member of the 13th Bureau. Success. Han Zhao secretly sighed in relief. His connection with the Elder Gao had indeed proven effective. He was not naive enough to think that the higher-ups would unanimously agree to his inclusion in the 13th Bureau. There must be unspeakable dealings behind the scenes. The organization has decided to assign you to the Secret Operations Department, where you will be allocated to an action team. Han Zhao's expression became peculiar. In this new era, countless elites who have lost their nations find themselves adrift, as the intelligence agencies of the 6 countries have relaxed their recruitment criteria, beginning to hire non-nationals. However, the Clandestine Operations Division, a hallmark department, maintains certain expectations regarding the loyalty of its members, undoubtedly orchestrated by the elderly gentleman. Why does he hold me in such high regard? For him, my admission into the Secret Operations Division presents a favorable opportunity. It grants access to numerous formidable individuals and the chance to engage in external affairs, events and opportunities occurring beyond the confines of Xinglong, where I might have the chance to intervene, which is crucial. Initially, according to Han Zhao's conjecture, if the 13th Bureau were to restrict his freedom, he would immediately defect once the public testing commenced. However, it now appears there is no urgency to depart. A new notification has appeared on the interface. You have unlocked a new faction reputation. The Xinglong National Strategic Defense Bureau has increased its favorability by 300 points. Xinglong National Strategic Defense Bureau, 13th Bureau Neutral, 300-1000, Level 1 Authorized Member. This new faction relationship signifies fresh opportunities, tasks, events, and benefits. Faction relationships are categorized into 8 levels: archenemy, hostile, adversarial, indifferent, neutral, friendly, respectful, and revered. Generally, the initial favorability of all new factions begins at indifferent. Reaching a favorability of 300 points elevates it to neutral, and only upon attaining the friendly level can one exchange favorability and contribution for resources. Feng Jun produced a black mobile phone and handed it to Han Zhao. It contained only his phone number. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "From this day forth, I shall be your point of contact. Please do not turn it off." "Oh, so it's merely an inconsequential communication device, is it?" Han Zhao replied, irritation evident in his tone. Feng Jun felt a sense of helplessness. The black phone bore no embellishments, and its interface was remarkably simple, featuring only the functions for making calls and sending messages. As Han Zhao toyed with the device, he inquired, "Is it immune to eavesdropping?" "Rest assured. The lines are specially encrypted," Feng Jun assured him. "There is another matter. We request that you submit the mechanical blueprints you possess." including those for the lightweight power arm and the robot you employed to eliminate the Wasp Squad. While submitting the blueprints could enhance his contribution to the faction, Han Xiao was more inclined towards creating machinery for his own development and advancement. If he relinquished the blueprints, the 13th Bureau could learn from them and mass-produce them on an assembly line, thus rendering him obsolete. Han Xiao desired a collaborative approach where others provided the materials, and he would handle the manufacturing. He shook his head in refusal. What if an agent approaches me privately with an order? That is beyond our concern, came the response. Upon hearing this, Han Xiao smiled. As long as it's not an issue, all agents from the 13th Bureau are potential clients for me. Time was on his side. The senior officials of the 13th Bureau would not jeopardize their favorable collaboration with Han Xiao over a few preliminary blueprints. Their primary interest lay in the burgeoning intelligence. At least the conservatives were rational. The hardliners, who viewed him with disdain, were an unknown factor. One of the notable advantages of joining the 13th Bureau lies in its abundant resource inventory, which spares him the hassle of scouring for materials. With monetary expenditure, he can procure a multitude of components and raw materials, including rare items not typically found in the marketplace. Upon finalizing the collaboration, Han Xiao donned his black mask once more and was escorted through a labyrinthine corridor, eventually taking an elevator to exit the headquarters. As the vehicle came to a halt, Han Xiao felt a shove as he was urged to disembark. He stood alone for a moment, feeling the breeze, until the sound of the car's exhaust faded into the distance. It was then that he removed the black mask and glanced around, realizing he was at an intersection a few streets away from the repair shop. The sky was adorned with several luminous moons, adding to the air of mystery. Han Xiao smirked, feeling that his objectives had largely been accomplished. He hummed a cheerful tune as he strolled leisurely until he reached the exterior of the repair shop, where he noticed the lights were still on. A sense of dread washed over him. Having been missing for 3 days, he feared that Lu Qian might be quite anxious. Feeling guilty, he adopted a nonchalant demeanor, akin to a dead fish with no fear of boiling water. "What on earth have you been doing?" Lu Qian demanded. "Taking a walk," he replied casually. Her anger flared. "Can't you come up with a more plausible excuse?" "I find it quite credible," he retorted. "Just yesterday, I saw a news report about a shootout at the Kluo scrapyard and thought you might have encountered an unfortunate incident." Realizing that Lu Qian's worry stemmed from this news, Han Xiao listened to her scold him without a hint of impatience. Instead, he felt warmth enveloping his heart. It is not easy to have someone who genuinely cares for you. Yet, this feeling of gratitude was abruptly shattered by the old man Lu. That old fool. After a thorough scolding, Lu Qian finally vented her frustration and clenched her teeth, lamenting, "In a few days, I shall purchase a mobile phone for you. Do not disappear on me again. The expense will be deducted from your salary." "No need, I already possess a phone," Han Xiao retorted, producing a black device. "The 13th Bureau mentioned that this phone's number is not to be shared with anyone? Ignore it, like a turtle reciting scriptures." Old man Lu's gaze flickered as he pulled Han Xiao aside, frowning as he inquired, "Is this an encrypted phone from the 13th Bureau? Have you joined their ranks?" "Oh, you possess keen insight." Han Xiao offered a perfunctory compliment. If you have indeed joined the 13th Bureau, why are you still working in my shop? You should leave at once. If anyone is to leave, it shall be you. I will not go." "Oh, you insolent brat. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you have ulterior motives for remaining in my establishment?" Old man Lu was visibly agitated when suddenly his expression shifted dramatically. He fixed his gaze on Han Xiao, enunciating each word with intensity. "You cannot possibly have taken an interest in my granddaughter. You have misunderstood." Han Xiao felt an ominous sensation wash over him. Old man Lu's face underwent a myriad of transformations, transitioning from hostility to contemplation, then to relief, excitement, scrutiny, satisfaction, and finally a benevolent warmth. The rapidity of these changes was more astonishing than a Sichuan opera's face-changing act, leaving Han Xiao with an unsettling shiver, as if he were being assessed as a potential son-in-law. "Wait, this is not how the script goes. Xiao Han, my little Qian is not so young anymore. How about you come?" Han Xiao's expression stiffened. "Old Lu, as the saying goes, a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. If you don't force it, you won't even have a melon. My unfortunate son's only contribution is giving me a granddaughter. Our family needs to carry on the next generation. So do your best to bring forth my great-grandson. Who are you to dictate our family matters? Don't stir up trouble for me." "Oh, young people should pursue love with fervor. How can it be so languid? I can only assist you to this extent." Old Lu patted Han Xiao's shoulder with an enigmatic smile, leisurely walking away, leaving Han Xiao in a state of disarray amidst the wind. The anticipation of an elderly person's desire to hold a child is truly daunting. Han Xiao turned around, only to find Lu Qian standing behind him, her eyes shimmering as if they could spill over with tears at any moment. Fixated on Han Xiao, lips pressed together in silence. "Do you believe me when I say this is a misunderstanding? You bad person." Lu Qian covered her flushed face and hurriedly ran upstairs. "Well, it seems she doesn't believe me." Han Xiao felt a headache coming on, slapping his forehead in exasperation. Today's events are simply too bizarre. Recently, Luo Xian has been restless, worried that Han Zhao's future involvement in the logistics department might affect his own standing. Finally, unable to contain himself, Luo Xian sought out the minister to inquire about Han Zhao's background. His specific intelligence is classified. The logistics minister is a jovial, portly man, perpetually adorned with a cheerful smile. After glancing around to ensure no one was listening, he whispered, "I can only tell you that he has joined the 13th Bureau." Luo Xian felt his heart skip a beat and anxiously inquired, "Will he be joining the logistics department or the research and development department?" If he joins the logistics department, he can suppress the opposition. If he joins the research and development department, he will be out of reach. The logistics minister shook his head. Neither. He has been specially recruited into the secret operations department and will report for duty in a few days. Luo Xian was taken aback by this revelation. The individual had no intention of engaging with him in the logistics department, rendering any notions of suppression futile. After diligently working for several years, he had yet to earn the right to join the secret operations department, while that enigmatic rival who had bested him was being specially recruited on their very first day. The coveted position in the secret operations department, which he had long pursued, was snatched away without a sound, leaving Luo Xian seething with indignation. This is utterly unjust. 1 week after the gunfight at the Kluo scrap station, the leaders of 6 other districts in Shidu gathered to discuss a significant recent event, the loss of control over the territory of the 7th district, where the elusive raccoon had seemingly vanished. Through various channels, the other leaders pieced together fragments of information, revealing that the disappearance of Raccoon was shockingly linked to the formidable 13th Bureau, which left all the leaders astounded. What had Raccoon done to provoke such a powerful entity? The leader of the 2nd district subtly emerged as the foremost figure among the assembly, and, being the initiator of this meeting, spoke gravely. "The Raccoon has vanished. He has crossed paths with those he ought not to have provoked, and it is likely we shall never see him again." The leaders present shared a sentiment of melancholy, akin to that of a rabbit mourning a fallen fox. Despite their formidable exteriors, it was well understood that the 13th Bureau could erase any one of them from existence at any moment. These underground forces were, in truth, mere mice scavenging for scraps in the shadows, far inferior to arms dealers and intelligence operatives thriving in the slums, who enjoyed the protection of powerful patrons. In contrast, these leaders were but tools in the hands of high-ranking officials. On a day when they proved inconvenient, a single word could seal their fate. Who would take over the territory of the 7th district? The leaders exchanged glances, silence enveloping the room. The prospect of seizing territory should have incited a fervor of competition for profit, yet none dared to speak. Their reluctance stemmed not from a lack of desire for the raccoon's domain, but from an uncertainty that rendered the 7th district a den of peril. None could ascertain whether they might find themselves in a predicament akin to that of the raccoon. The leader of the 2nd district surveyed the room and, in a somber tone, inquired, "Does no one wish to take over?" The room fell silent. "Very well, let us await the ascension of newcomers." The leader of the 2nd district remained expressionless. The loss of control over the gray area of Zone 7 inevitably heralds a tempest of bloodshed. Some astute individuals, previously suppressed, will discern a fortuitous opportunity to advance. It is undoubtedly advantageous for the existing stakeholders to diminish the number of competitors vying for a share of the proverbial pie. They will not permit the emergence of a new leader who stands on equal footing with them. Han Xiao lingered in the repair shop for several days, employing both charm and persistence to advance his first month's salary, subsequently placing an order for a batch of materials from the 13th Bureau. A dark red bullet lay quietly in the palm of Han Zhao's hand, its tip adorned with flame-like engravings. High-temperature ammunition. Upon striking a target, it ignites within a 3-meter radius, inflicting sustained burn damage. The description is straightforward, yet Han Xiao is acutely aware that the actual efficacy surpasses the mere words. The principle behind the high-temperature bullet involves the use of a highly flammable, adhesive gas as the projectile's combustion agent. This method simplifies the combustion conditions compared to armor-piercing incendiary rounds, allowing for spontaneous ignition without the need for combustible materials. It is a specialized type of ammunition designed exclusively for combustion. This volatile gas must be collected through a chemical reaction and mixed in precise proportions with an inert gas to prevent ignition. Utilizing gas as a combustion agent is more challenging to extract than liquid or granular propellants. Once the projectile's casing is breached, even in a vacuum, the flammable gas can briefly combust itself, naturally ensuring confidentiality. The extraction method for the gas is documented in the schematics, which outline rigorous experimental procedures. Han Xiao has yet to master the foundational biochemical principles of energy branches, remaining oblivious to the underlying mechanics. He simply needs to follow the instructions provided. Ammunition can be crafted in various calibers, ranging from handgun bullets to sniper rounds, and it is relatively easy to produce, making it highly practical with a broad market. Recently, he took the opportunity to manufacture dozens of high-explosive rounds. The experience gained from creating high-explosive ammunition and folding combat knives was utilized to enhance his basic mechanical affinity, elevating it to level 4. The maximum level 4 basic mechanical affinity is 5, and he still requires 15,000 experience points. Currently, his basic shooting skill stands at level 8, and reaching its maximum requires 45,000 experience points. With an additional expenditure of 60,000 experience points, he could obtain 2 more potential points. Each nation possesses distinct advanced knowledge, treated as confidential, one of its applications being the attraction of solitary, formidable superhumans. The Blue Ocean Star only encompasses 3 primary vocational knowledge systems: the superpower system, the martial arts system, and the mechanical system. No novice planet possesses the complete spectrum of 5 primary vocational knowledges. The vocational inclination questionnaire that players complete at the outset determines the type of novice planet to which they will be assigned. For instance, on a novice planet with an ancient backdrop, is it conceivable to develop machinery? Surprisingly, it is indeed possible. However, one must engage in manual blacksmithing, forging, and smelting. Without lathes or equipment assistance, all creations must be crafted by hand. Moreover, many items remain beyond reach due to incomplete raw materials, resulting in excruciatingly low efficiency. The 13th Bureau possesses advanced knowledge pertaining to the armed branches of the mechanical system, accessible only to individuals with high-level permissions, requiring at least a respected relationship to view, which is a time-consuming endeavor. Han Xiao pondered that if he wished to acquire advanced knowledge in a short span, he must seize the opportunity to act unorthodoxly, placing his advancement tasks squarely upon the shoulders of the 13th Bureau. Presently, with no opportunity at hand, he could only bide his time. He had not forgotten the orders at the repair shop, which, to him, hardly constituted work. It was exceedingly effortless. In recent days, Lu Qian had been avoiding him, unable to meet his gaze, and after exchanging only a few words, she would blush and flee in embarrassment, leaving Han Xiao in a state of helplessness. This was all the fault of old Lu. The old bald man was nearby, chuckling as if to say, "Come here, and I shall show you a great treasure." Lu Qian's feelings towards Han Xiao were quite intricate. She had asked herself on more than one occasion, "Do I detest Han Xiao?" The answer was negative. But do I harbor affection for him? Again, the answer was negative. It was certainly not a romantic inclination. A more accurate description would be admiration. However, if she were to explicitly reject Han Xiao, would he, in a fit of anger, resign? Lu Qian was reluctant to part with such a capable and inexpensive assistant. While she remained entangled in her own thoughts, Han Xiao's phone chimed. Feng Jun sent a message. "Your documents have been approved. Report today." At last, the moment had arrived. Han Xiao's gaze flickered. The 038 Secret Operations Team's headquarters, located in the Dragon Horn building, the political epicenter, was not open to outsiders. The 13th Bureau was situated underground, accessible through numerous covert passages. Following Feng Jun, Han Xiao traversed a subterranean air raid shelter for half an hour before finally arriving at the headquarters, marking his first visit to the 13th Bureau without a blindfold. This place is truly difficult to locate. The challenge of finding it only adds to its security. Feng Jun swiped his credentials at the entrance, and the metallic gate swung open. Before him lay a vast hall bustling with activity. Han Xiao had anticipated an atmosphere of dread typical of secret organizations, yet he was surprised to find that the 13th Bureau was brightly lit, though situated underground. The air was remarkably fresh. Had Han Xiao been privy to the blueprints, he would have realized that the 13th Bureau was suspended at a depth identical to that of the Longjia building, a formidable underground base. Feng Jun handed Han Xiao a mask and a level 1 access card from the Star Dragon National Strategic Defense Bureau. It's best if not too many people recognize your face, so put this on, he advised. The mask was black, adorned with the embroidered image of a muscular figure with a bare bottom, perfectly aligned with the mouth area. Han Xiao squinted, turning to Feng Jun, who was stifling laughter. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Why are you staring at me? Hurry up and put it on. Feng Jun replied, pressing his lips together, a suppressed cough escaping through the seams of his mouth, hastily covering it with his hand. Han Xiao tugged at Feng Jun's sleeve, tearing a strip of fabric to fashion a makeshift mask, and nonchalantly stuffed the revealing mask into Feng Jun's pocket. You can keep this delightful item for yourself. Feng Jun's expression reflected dismay. This is my new uniform. Suddenly, Han Xiao sensed someone watching him and turned to find a young stranger in a white lab coat glaring intensely, his eyes filled with indignation. As if Han Xiao were the embodiment of his deepest enmity. What could possibly provoke such anger? Han Xiao found himself utterly perplexed. Feng Jun recognized Luo Xian, but found himself at a loss for words. With a wry smile, he remarked, well, just consider him as heir. Although Luo Xian had never seen Han Xiao's true visage, he could ascertain that the masked man beside Feng Jun was indeed the main figure. He watched as the two proceeded to the Secret Operations Department, his eyes nearly ablaze with indignation. The Secret Operations Department occupied a separate floor, noticeably less populated than other divisions. The rendezvous point was the squad's meeting room, and Feng Jun departed after escorting Han Xiao to the door. Upon entering, Han Xiao found Li Yalan, Lan Beat, and Lin Yao already waiting. Li Yalan had her legs casually propped up on the conference table, while Lan Beat silently polished his military knife, and Lin Yao sat upright, hands firmly resting on his knees. So, you are the logistics member specially approved by the director to join our squad? Li Yalan rose and circled around Han Xiao, curiously assessing him from head to toe. Special approval from the director? A logistics team member? Han Xiao's gaze shifted, scrutinizing Li Yalan. She was tall and shapely, clad in a sport-style yellow hoodie over a black-fitted outfit. Her features were exquisite and charming, her eyes sparkling with vivacity, easily scoring above 90 in attractiveness. Among the women Han Xiao had encountered, only Hyla could rival her in beauty. I am Han Xiao, a mechanic, he introduced himself. Lin Yao stood up awkwardly, his sudden movement causing his chair to scrape against the floor. Hesitantly, he extended his hand and said, Hello, I am Lin Yao, the hacker of the team. Lan Beat remained seated, his demeanor calm as he stated, I am Lan Beat, the sniper. Han Xiao and Lin Yao exchanged a handshake, indifferent to Lambert's frosty demeanor. The burly man clearly belonged to the taciturn type. Why are you wearing a mask? Li Yalan inquired, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity, eager to unveil Han Xiao's concealed visage. Han Xiao evaded her attempts. Are you hiding something? Do you not trust us? Li Yalan muttered in dissatisfaction. After a brief pause, Han Xiao replied, My identity is classified. Being assigned to Li Yalan's team indicated that the higher-ups deemed these individuals trustworthy, and revealing himself would pose no issue. However, Han Xiao believed that remaining anonymous would mitigate complications. With a moment's contemplation, he could already envision the ensuing dialogue. Aren't you that wanted criminal? How could the Bureau allow you to join? Why is the organization pursuing you? What have you done? Just the thought of it was a headache. To avoid a barrage of time-consuming inquiries, Han Xiao concluded that it was best to keep his mask on. He would not remain in the 13th Bureau indefinitely. This was merely a stepping stone for him, and the fewer people who recognized his true identity, aside from the higher-ups, the better. Your identity is classified? Wait. Li Yalan suddenly had a realization and hurriedly approached Han Xiao, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Did you create the lightweight power arm? Han Xiao was taken aback. How did you know? Ha, so it really is you. Li Yalan exclaimed joyfully, casually draping her arm around his shoulder, unabashedly declaring, As long as you can help me craft a mechanical arm, I'll have your back. Han Xiao twitched the corner of his mouth and declared with righteous indignation, I must charge a fee. Li Yalan laughed heartily and then quietly inquired, Is there a possibility of a discount? No. So stingy, Li Yalan murmured. I still do not know your name. Han Xiao felt somewhat speechless in response to this overly familiar beauty. Li Yalan, responsible for close combat, she replied, pouting slightly. Han Xiao cast a glance at the three of them and asked, So we four constitute a small team? No, there is also the captain. He is the assault specialist. Where is he? Han Xiao looked around, searching left and right, even rummaging through a trash bin, but found no one hiding. No need to search. The captain is recovering from injuries. Han Xiao's tone grew serious. if even the captain was not immune to injury. It seemed the operations of the covert action department were quite perilous. The three exchanged glances, feeling a bit awkward. Lin Yao shyly stated, "The captain is hospitalized due to food poisoning." Han Zhao's eyes were vacant, lacking the strength to retort. Lin Yao cleared his throat and took the initiative to explain the structure of the covert action department. The Special Operations Department is responsible for particularly challenging tasks, and its organizational structure is team-based, consisting of 4 to 7 members per team. Each month, we are required to complete mandatory tasks assigned by the department. The time between assignments can be arranged freely. Such a loose structure? Han Xiao expressed his astonishment, having presumed that such an elite department would undoubtedly be exceedingly busy. The members of the Secret Operations Division are all elite individuals, and some of the covert agents are specially recruited outsiders, not directly affiliated with the 13th Bureau. Uncle Lambert is one such individual. He was once a distinguished member of a Special Forces unit and was specially invited to join the 13th Bureau. Lin Yao, feeling a bit embarrassed and fearing he might sound boastful, scratched his face, as he did not possess the same thick skin as Han Xiao. Your role is to serve as logistical support for the team, responsible for providing equipment, coordinating supplies, and during specific operations, you will gather, organize, and analyze intelligence. Acting as our eyes and ears from a secure position, this is your duty. That seems relatively easy, but I want to fight monsters. Han Xiao understood this arrangement. He held significant intelligence, and the upper echelons of the 13th Bureau would not place him in peril. The mechanical division is somewhat disadvantaged in the early stages, with relatively weak combat capabilities, leaning towards logistics, where technical work is the primary source of experience. The firearms and ammunition consumed in battle require funding, unlike the martial arts division, where the abilities division inherently possesses formidable lethality. Do we have a name for our team? Han Xiao suddenly pondered. A team name? Li Yalan curled her lips. We do not indulge in such frivolities. Practicality, Han Xiao appreciated this approach. The four of them exchanged a few words, marking their first acquaintance with potential future teammates. Lin Yao glanced at the computer and suddenly said, "The department has assigned us a task to apprehend the black spider hidden in West City." Han Xiao raised an eyebrow. A task right after joining? It must be the Bureau's intention to facilitate their team integration. Li Yalan languidly remarked, "The black spider. I am familiar with this individual. A notoriously infamous bounty hunter and a solitary mercenary. During the last field operation, he detonated explosives and obliterated 2 streets after the capture attempt failed. I cannot believe he dares to linger in the western capital." Lambert succinctly inquired, "When shall we depart?" "No need to rush," came the reply. "The intelligence department has confirmed his location, and the evening presents a more advantageous opportunity for action." Lin Yao addressed Han Xiao. "This is your inaugural mission. You should first acclimate yourself to the logistics work." The trio paid little heed to Han Zhao's identity. Being accepted into the Secret Operations Department signified the upper echelon's trust in him. "You have triggered an E-level mission, the Black Spider. Accept decline?" "Accept." Mission prompt. The Black Spider, a notorious assassin and bounty hunter. This marks your first operation with the Secret Operations Department. As support, your responsibility is to assist the team in accomplishing this mission. Mission requirement: defeat the Black Spider. Reward: 5,000 experience points. Special reward: 40,000 experience points or a mind stabilizer. 039 First Operation, Part 1, the Black Spider. This individual qualifies as a minor boss. Logically, such a task should be classified as D-level difficulty, with standard rewards exceeding 30,000 experience points. Some commercial players harbor a disdain for slaying monsters, opting instead to specialize in manufacturing and logistics. When they join a team to undertake quests, they find the difficulty and rewards diminished. For instance, in monster hunting tasks, the foremost combat-oriented players who bear the brunt of responsibility receive the highest rewards, followed by the healing and support roles, while the logistics players, who merely tag along to gain experience, garner the least. This adjustment has curtailed the phenomenon of affluent individuals hiring studios to expedite experience grinding. In his previous life, Han Xiao harbored a deep-seated aversion to this system, which resulted in a rather lackluster performance in his leveling business, while his most lucrative venture became avenging others. Honing his exceptional PK skills, Han Xiao found himself in such a predicament, with the reduction in rewards evidently linked to his role as support during this operation, where he did not engage directly with the Black Spider, thus correlating the task rewards with difficulty. Alas, while the rewards may be lesser, they are still preferable to a complete absence of experience. Han Xiao consoled himself with this thought. At least it presented an alternative source of experience. Based on his understanding of the Black Spider, this task seemed akin to a free gift of 5,000 experience points. Li Yaolin's secretive team could defeat the Black Spider with their eyes closed. What truly piqued his interest were the special rewards. He did not require extensive contemplation, as Han Xiao was acutely aware of the hidden requirements. Just as Lin Yao had stated, the capture of the Black Spider. The Black Spider's supernatural abilities are notoriously troublesome. Capturing him is tenfold more challenging than defeating him, and as of now, no one is aware that the Black Spider is an Esper. It was only after the public test that his powers were revealed. However, Han Xiao possessed a keen insight into the Black Spider's vulnerabilities. The system is inanimate, merely assessing the disparity in strength based on the panel's metrics, and deducing that the likelihood of fulfilling the concealed requirements is rather slim. Should the team heed his guidance? He is confident he possesses an 80% chance of capturing the Black Spider. It seems worth a try, Han Xiao mused. Li Yaolin, still fixated on the lightweight power arm, inquired, how much would it cost to order one, and how long would it take to receive it? A lightweight power arm is priced at 20,000, with a prepayment of 10,000. You provide the materials, and I shall manufacture it for you within 2 days. Li Yaolin's expression soured. The cost approached her monthly salary. Nevertheless, she resolved to purchase it. Action was imperative that night, and time was of the essence. Undeterred, she pressed. Do you have any other machinery available? Something ready-made? Han Xiao pondered briefly, reluctant to disclose the high-energy bullets, and instead produced a folding combat knife. The 10-centimeter black metal handle drew the attention of the trio. What use is this? Li Yaolin queried, her tone laced with skepticism. This is called a folding combat knife. Li Yaolin's eyes sparkled with interest. Having selected a baton for its portability, she recognized that the folding combat knife offered even greater discretion and superior striking power. She reached for the knife, but Han Xiao deftly evaded her touch. 1,000 for each blade, he stated with a chuckle. Knowing the production cost of the folding combat knife hovers around 300, his offer of 2,000 was already a generous concession. Iron Rooster, desperate for money, Li Yaolin, fuming with indignation, pulled out her wallet and handed over 1,000. Only then did Han Xiao present her with the folding combat knife, explaining its operational intricacies in detail. Li Yaolin immediately became enamored, eagerly toying with it. Suddenly, Lambert interjected, expressing his desire to order 10 units, inquiring if they could be reduced to about 30 centimeters in length. Business was knocking at the door. Han Xiao, elated, nodded in affirmation, stating, no problem. I hope to have them in hand before the evening operation. Certainly, as long as the materials are available, he added. The initial shaping and polishing of the folding combat knives could be efficiently accomplished through batch processing on a stamping lathe. Lin Yao hesitated before expressing his own interest in acquiring a self-defense knife. Han Xiao was somewhat taken aback. The folding combat knife, being beginner-esque gear, was garnering such favor among agents? Unbeknownst to him, the agents of the 13th Bureau, starved for innovative equipment due to the RD department's chronic inactivity, were eagerly seeking new tools. Though the folding combat knife boasts a simplistic design, its portability and discreet nature make it suitable for the complex tasks agents often face. Typically, agents wield daggers for close combat. Consider the scenario. If an agent encounters one from another faction who brandishes a dagger exceeding 10 centimeters, and they themselves draw a blade nearing a meter in length, the latter has an immediate advantage, akin to a contest of lengths in a restroom between men. The materials were provided by Lambert and Lin Yao, while Han Xiao borrowed a private workshop from the logistics department. Equipped with advanced technology that significantly reduced the manufacturing time of the folding combat knives. Before the evening operation, Han Xiao successfully produced 11 custom folding combat knives in bulk. Earning 11,000 marine blue coins, he merely incurred technical costs, while also gaining considerable manufacturing experience, approximately 8,000 points, resulting in a modest profit. This further solidified his belief that private orders from the 13th Bureau agents represent a potentially vast market. The pinhole cameras and miniature earpieces of his 3 teammates were linked to the 3 computer screens before Han Xiao, with visuals and audio synchronized. He could observe the experiences of Li Yaolin and her companions, his responsibility being to monitor any changes in circumstances and provide prompts and directives, essentially assuming the role of a commander. However, as a newcomer, Han Xiao was aware that although Li Yaolin and her team did not voice their skepticism, they would not fully trust his judgment. Given the relatively low difficulty of the mission, which primarily served to foster team cohesion, Han Xiao was appointed as the commander. Nevertheless, Expecting absolute compliance from them was unrealistic. All three were seasoned agents with their own discernments, rendering Han Zhao's directives merely a reference point. Han Zhao remained remarkably composed. Aside from his past experience commanding a 50-member team in dungeon raids, his intelligence advantage rendered him capable of fulfilling this role. The Black Spider, a psychic superhuman, was notoriously formidable and had earned a spot on the list of the most challenging bosses to defeat in version 1.0 of Marine Blue Star. As night fell, the stars twinkled in the sky. The slums are situated in the 8th district, starkly contrasting with the vibrant city centers. Here, decay prevails. The houses lack roofs, with only makeshift canopies fashioned from scrap metal and tarpaulin, tightly packed together, yielding narrow and cramped streets. Various patched-up garments hang from balconies, while refuse litters the streets. Left unattended, a multitude of drug dealers, addicts, thugs, and homeless individuals inhabit this area, harboring filth and contributing to the dismal public order. Intelligence reports indicate that the Black Spider is hiding within this very locale. Li Yalan and her companions are fully armed. Although Lin Yao is a hacker, he has also undergone firearms training, possessing a degree of combat capability. The trio stealthily traverses the streets saturated with sewage, illuminated by flickering streetlights that struggle with unstable voltage, creating an eerie atmosphere in the deserted streets. The small building ahead is the lair of the Black Spider. He resides on the 3rd floor and is likely very alert. "We must remain silent," Li Yalan whispered. A voice crackled through the earpiece, revealing Han Zhao. "There is no need for caution. The Black Spider is already aware of your presence." "How do you know?" Li Yalan retorted, skepticism evident on her face. No sooner had she spoken than a cacophony of gunfire shattered the night's stillness, a barrage of bullets raining down from above. Instantly, the trio rolled to evade the attack. Seeking refuge behind the corner of an adjacent alley, their expressions grave. When had they been discovered? Though the three individuals would not be harmed by such a simplistic ambush, had it not been for Han Zhao's timely warning, their reactions would not have been as swift. Reflecting on this, Li Yalan's expression became somewhat serious as she adjusted her headphones with care. A man loomed above, surveying the trio from a high vantage point, his smile twisted and sinister, exuding an unmistakable air of arrogance. Notably, a Black Spider tattoo adorned the left side of his face, and he was clad in a dark combat uniform, wielding an assault rifle. With a mere wave of his hand, 10 masked figures emerged from various alleys, brandishing their weapons and subtly encircling Li Yalan and her companions. The intelligence had been flawed. How could he have allies? Lin Yao's eyes widened in shock. A heavy sense of foreboding settled in Li Yalan's heart. The Black Spider sneered. "I dare to remain in the West City. Do you think I would be unprepared? The last encounter with the 13th Bureau left me at a disadvantage, and I, the Black Spider, am one who never forgets a slight. Since you dared to extend your claws towards me, I shall sever them." The Black Spider was a solitary bounty hunter and assassin, notorious in the underworld for his ruthless reputation, often setting a series of traps before his targets even realized, ensnaring them like a web. Suddenly, Li Yalan pivoted, delivering a powerful kick to the wall. A flash of bright yellow light illuminated the area as the wall collapsed with a thunderous roar, the falling debris forming a barrier that obscured the enemy's line of sight. In the early stages of martial arts, her strength infused into her fists and feet granted her extraordinary power. Li Yalan, at an E-level rank, possessed an energy level exceeding 300 units, approximately around level 25. The Black Spider and his masked squad formed a tightening circle, unleashing a frenzied barrage of firepower upon the trio. Li Yalan and Lambert, accompanied by Lin Yao, deftly navigated the alley's terrain, evading danger at every turn. Remarkably, despite the perilous circumstances, the trio had not been struck by a single bullet, yet they found themselves cornered in a dead end. The Black Spider, flanked by his men, blocked the alley's exit. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and with a look of rapture murmured, "Little insects ensnared in my web, every strand of your being radiates fear. Do you truly believe victory is yours?" Li Yalan raised an eyebrow, discreetly signaling Lambert. The Black Spider, seemingly incredulous, exaggeratedly glanced at his 10 companions, arms outstretched, proclaiming, "With a mere command, I could turn you into Swiss cheese. What audacity do you possess to challenge me?" In a low voice, Li Yalan retorted, "Then why do you hesitate to act? Killing you offers me no advantage. Capturing you as hostages allows me to demand a ransom," the Black Spider replied, wagging his finger. Fully aware of the power he wielded, He relished the thought of his words being transmitted to the ears of the 13th Bureau through the agent's earpieces. Suddenly, he grinned maliciously, declaring, "But I need only one of you alive. Eliminate her." The black spider's expression darkened as his subordinates opened fire on Youneng. Yet, they struggled to aim accurately at the nearly phantasmagorical speed of her movements. Only a few bullets struck her, transforming upon contact with her attire into mere metallic discs. Youneng donned a form-fitting outfit, lined with ceramic fiber ballistic fabric, rendering her impervious to bullets. Her physical prowess enabled her to withstand the kinetic force of gunfire, instilling no fear of the assailants. Her previous attempts to escape were mere displays of vulnerability, a ruse to draw the encircling black spider and his minions closer together, facilitating their capture. In the fleeting moment when the adversary's attention momentarily faltered, Lambert seized the opportunity. With a swift motion, he drew a quartet of throwing knives from his belt, each finding its mark in the throats of 4 foes in the blink of an eye. The remaining assailants were taken aback, half of them instinctively redirecting their weapons towards Lambert, when Youneng, with a powerful kick, shattered a nearby wall. Debris cascaded like rain, obstructing the black spider and his henchmen's advance, while Youneng descended upon them with the precision of a falcon in pursuit of its prey. The element of surprise was yet another advantage of the folding combat knife. What an exceptional weapon, Youneng mused, her eyes gleaming with admiration. The outcome was inevitable when ordinary gunmen faced a martial artist in close quarters. 30 seconds later, blood pooled across the ground, leaving only the maimed black spider sprawled on the floor. "Well done," Han Shao remarked calmly, having maintained silence throughout, exhibiting no concern for the trio's predicament. Thank you." Lin Yao stammered, feeling awkward in his gratitude, acutely aware of his own ineffectiveness. "Not including you," Lin Yao added, his spirits dampened, for he had contributed little to their endeavor. "You cannot kill me, little girl," the injured black spider rasped, a mocking grin spreading across his face as he regarded Youneng with unwarranted confidence. Without uttering a word, Lambert drew his firearm and decisively shot off the head of the black spider, painting the ground in a gruesome mixture of red and white. Youneng and Lin Yao exchanged silent glances with Lambert, who remained expressionless and remarked coolly, "We shall see." Youneng stretched languidly. At that moment, Han Shao interjected, "Do not let your guard down. The black spider is still alive." Youneng nearly strained her back, pointing at the mangled corpse with exasperation. "How could this possibly be alive?" Han Shao replied calmly, "He is an ability user, and his powers are quite troublesome. You will understand once you lift the mask off the first masked body on the left." Lin Yao hesitated. "But there has never been any intelligence on the dark web indicating that the black spider is an ability user. You must be mistaken." Youneng scoffed, her tone earnest. "It's not a possibility, it's a certainty that you are mistaken. I understand your eagerness to prove yourself, newcomer, but fabricating false intelligence is not the way to go." Han Shao, at a loss for words, thought to himself, "Oh, Navi girl, perhaps you should expand your understanding." Lately, an unsettling feeling has been gnawing at him, as if he were under the gaze of the void, leaving him to wonder if it were merely an illusion. During their first operation continued, "We shall see." Lambert, evidently a man of few words and decisive action, complied with Han Zhao's request and lifted the mask of the masked figure, revealing a featureless, smooth surface beneath, startling the other two. This cannot possibly be human." Lin Yao's face was etched with terror as he lifted the masks from everyone, revealing a cadre of faceless beings. At that moment, the faceless individual pointed out by Han Shao began to undergo a transformation. A black spider tattoo emerged, its hues deepening, gradually revealing distinct features that bore an uncanny resemblance to the black spider itself. Astonishingly, the wound appeared to be healing, and soon the corpse's eyelids twitched, as if awakening from slumber. "Shatter his skull." Han Zhao's voice was chilling. Lan Beat promptly shot the faceless being. Han Shao continued this process, each time discerning the changing faceless individual ahead of time. Youneng and Lin Yao were profoundly astonished, suppressing their doubts as they followed Han Zhao's directives with unwavering obedience. Though they were unclear about how Han Shao had come to know the black spider's secret, it did not hinder their growing trust in his judgment. As they approached the final faceless being, Han Shao commanded, "Do not kill him. Break his limbs." Without dissent, the three complied. Splintered Parasite, the black spider's extraordinary ability. Each fragment was equivalent to another life of the black spider. He could continuously resurrect within the nearest fragment. As long as a fragment existed, he would not perish. This ability, while lacking offensive power, possessed remarkable survivability, resembling an indestructible cockroach. proving exceedingly troublesome. This power had transformed the very essence of the black spider's existence. His physical form could not confine him, as his true self had evolved into a form of spiritual energy, residing within the fragments he created. The black spider found the situation utterly unbelievable. He had never disclosed his extraordinary abilities to anyone, as they constituted the very essence of his existence. How could this secret have been unveiled? Could it be that his recent surge in activity had led to vague suspicions about his powers? Han Xiao observed the astonished expression of the black spider on the screen and chuckled. If it had been some obscure minor boss, he might have struggled to recall them. But in his previous life, the black spider was notoriously difficult to kill, leaving a lasting impression. At this juncture, the black spider's mastery of his abilities was still in its infancy, representing the most opportune moment for confrontation. From Han Xiao's perspective, he could discern that this ability held immense potential for further development. However, the black spider had met an untimely demise in his previous life, never having the chance to elevate his powers to a higher echelon. You may wonder how he met his end. While the black spider's abilities were indeed troublesome, they were far from insurmountable. By shattering his soul on a spiritual level, one could ensure his complete annihilation. Yet, as previously mentioned, the number of spiritual ability users on the Blue Sea Star was exceedingly scarce, rendering players incapable of vanquishing the black spider. Consequently, he was ranked among the most formidable bosses in version 1.0 by the players of Blue Sea Star. Indeed, the black spider held this belief himself until he encountered Hela, after which there was no further tale to tell. The abilities within the realm of extraordinary powers are as diverse as they are peculiar. Unlike the other 4 superpower categories, one must awaken through genetic serums to transition into this realm, followed by an acquisition of occupational knowledge pertaining to extraordinary powers. Each player is granted but a singular opportunity to consume a genetic serum. Failure results in a permanent inability to transition into the extraordinary power category. The likelihood of awakening hinges upon the type of serum utilized. Your intuition proves correct. This contraption is a legendary item available in the game's shop, requiring monetary expenditure. The serum with the lowest success rate commands a staggering price of €398, while the most elite serum, the supreme luxurious perfect gene awakening liquid, ascends to an exorbitant €4,999, boasting a mere 18 success rate, with no assurances regarding the potential level of abilities awakened. Players with the means to purchase a gaming pod, approximately 60%, are willing to endure the cost of the genetic serum, eagerly attempting to awaken extraordinary powers. The gaming company profits immensely from this scheme. In his previous life, Han Xiao had also gritted his teeth to make a purchase, yet given his luck, the outcome was all but predictable, leading him to conclude that players within the extraordinary power category are either exceptionally fortunate or socially adept. Black Spider quickly regained composure, menacingly proclaiming, "I possess countless avatars. Destroying this body will not lead to my demise. Conversely, you, regardless of how far you flee, shall never experience a day of peace. I shall eventually twist your necks with my own hands." Lambert raised his weapon, but Han Xiao hastily intervened, instructing Li Yalan, "Repeat after me." Thus, Li Yalan followed Han Xiao's instructions through her earpiece, mimicking his demeanor with an air of profound mystery, and remarked nonchalantly, "Countless avatars? Do not deceive me. You can possess at most 50 avatars. There are 10 corpses here, and you have left the others in your hidden lairs scattered across the world. Those avatars serve as your trump cards. Someone has already discerned your extraordinary abilities. Who? Who could it be? Could it possibly be an ability user with telepathic powers? As long as this avatar of yours remains alive, you cannot be reborn. We may not be able to kill you, but we can imprison you for eternity." The black spider's expression shifted to one of sheer horror, and in a sudden attempt to sever his own tongue, Lambert preemptively dislocated his jaw. The black spider, desperate for death, fixed his gaze on Li Yalan, a mixture of astonishment and fury in his eyes. "So, you are finally afraid?" Li Yalan, witnessing the shock on the black spider's face, realized that Han Xiao had spoken the truth. The three exchanged glances, each harboring a singular thought. Who on earth is Han Xiao? Why does the 13th Bureau regard his identity as a closely guarded secret? How does he possess such confidential information? Soon, reinforcements arrived to don the black spider with a restraint suit and escort him away. Meanwhile, far away at headquarters, Han Xiao received a notification indicating the completion of his mission. E-level mission, Black Spider, completed. You have gained 5,000 experience points. Hidden requirement, capture the Black Spider completed. Please select your special reward, 40,000 experience points or mind stabilizer. The mind stabilizer is designed to enhance mental resilience, providing immunity against certain degrees of telekinesis and mental attacks, serving as a mechanical device specifically targeting magical civilizations. On the planet Azure Sea, there are few practitioners of telekinesis or magic, and even fewer mentalists. Thus, the utility of the mind stabilizer is limited. Han Xiao naturally opted for the more practical reward of 40,000 experience points. You have gained 40,000 experience. A satisfactory harvest indeed, which brought joy to Han Xiao. With a profound smile, Han Xiao remarked, "Give me 1 million, and I shall divulge the information." Li Yalan immediately felt deflated. "By the way, how do you plan to deal with the black spider?" Lin Yao scratched his head, explaining that he had heard the higher-ups intended to send him to the Beltol Island prison, where he would be confined in a straitjacket 24 hours a day, sustained by liquid sustenance, rendering him incapable of dying even if he wished to. Beltol Island Prison, a supermax facility jointly established by the Six Nations, is isolated overseas with no means of escape. It houses the most notorious individuals, including supercriminals, warlords of the Wandering Army, and leaders of underground forces. Once one sets foot on the island, it signifies the tolling of one's life bell, leading to the irrevocable loss of freedom, aside from death. There exists no other means of departure, which embodies the essence of Beltol Island. Han Xiao was quite satisfied with this course of action, as the black spider's abilities were indeed troublesome. If fixated upon by an indestructible madman, it could lead to numerous complications in the future. The first mission had been flawlessly successful, and the team had developed a slight rapport. After exchanging farewells, they prepared to return to their respective homes. At this moment, Feng Jun approached, an expression of helplessness etched upon his face. "The Ministry of Internal Affairs has requested your review." Noticing his unusual demeanor, Han Xiao inquired, "Hasn't my integration into the Bureau already been approved?" "The Ministry of Internal Affairs seeks a secondary examination of your case. This is within their rightful authority, and the higher-ups have no grounds to oppose it. Moreover, you are aware that your previous identity is rather sensitive." Lowering his voice, Feng Jun remarked, "There are two factions regarding your situation among the higher-ups. A group of conservatives from the intelligence and logistics departments tends to favor a collaborative approach with you, while the hardliners led by the Ministry of Internal Affairs hold the contrary view. They might impede your progress." Han Xiao understood, for wherever there are people, there exists a myriad of complexities. Upon arriving at the Ministry of Internal Affairs, after undergoing a check of her height and weight, Han Xiao was escorted to an interrogation room to face an investigator from the ministry. Name? Han Xiao. Gender? Female. The investigator's forehead tightened with veins. Yet he resolved to endure. Age? 30. Oh no, 31. The investigator slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Cooperate with me." Han Xiao, seemingly indifferent, replied, "You need not inquire about my gender or age. It's apparent you do not care about such details. Would it not be more efficient to proceed directly to the background check?" The investigator huffed in anger. Continue. Family relations? I am an orphan, without relatives. Place of birth? Mount Bujo. Nonsense. We have been unable to locate your birth records. Indeed, in this otherworldly realm, throwing out a jest receives no response. Han Xiao clicked his tongue and inquired about his superior. It was evident that the higher-ups would never divulge their confidential intelligence to ordinary members. This examination was merely a formality, a means for the Ministry of Internal Affairs to issue a warning or perhaps to vex him. The examiner, heeding the instructions in his earpiece, refrained from pursuing the matter further, suppressing his irritation, and commenced the psychological evaluation. The questions posed during the assessment were designed to describe various scenarios, prompting Han Xiao to make choices. He answered haphazardly, and the examiner sealed the documentation to submit it to the higher authorities, concluding the evaluation. Suddenly, the examiner coldly remarked, "Our Ministry of Internal Affairs is always watching you. Do not let us catch you in a compromising position." Thus, the implication was clear. You are currently powerless against me. Han Xiao raised an eyebrow, turned, and playfully patted the examiner on the backside before departing with a sense of satisfaction. The examiner's countenance darkened, his hand clenching the documents so tightly that the veins bulged, his knuckles cracking ominously. The 042 Research Department's covetousness, the folding combat knife, appeared to have considerable market potential. Han Xiao contemplated how to make more agents from the 13th Bureau aware of his capabilities as a mechanic. After some deliberation, he called Li Yalan, requesting her assistance in disseminating the information within the Bureau. After a bit of coaxing and negotiating, Han Xiao successfully persuaded Li Yalan to promote his work on the condition that he would offer her an 80% discount in the future. However, a predicament arose. Han Xiao was engaged in the creation of machinery at the repair shop, yet the lathe and equipment were limited, and with Lu Qian observing nearby, he found it inconvenient to produce in bulk. After much contemplation, he resolved to confront Lu Qian directly. "Sister Qian, I have something to discuss with you." Lu Qian trembled slightly, inwardly lamenting that this day had finally come. "Well, I have prepared myself for this moment. I wish to share something with you. The truth is." Before he could finish, Lu Qian abruptly turned around, her expression a blend of gentle determination, and with a deep bow, she stammered, Yes, I'm sorry. You are a good person." An awkward silence enveloped the two as they exchanged glances. Han Xiao felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Though he had no intention of pursuing her, her hasty rejection left him feeling quite displeased. "You've misunderstood. I am planning to renovate the repair shop by constructing a separate new room adjacent to it. I will work there, and the funds for the transformation will be provided by a friend of mine, essentially expanding the repair shop. What do you think? Was it truly a misunderstanding?" Lu Qian swayed slightly, her embarrassment nearly overwhelming, and she forced herself to respond, "Yes, that sounds good, very good. I agree." With that, she covered her face and fled in a panic. "Oh no, how embarrassing." Han Xiao sighed helplessly, suspecting that Lu Qian had not comprehended what he had said at all. Subsequently, Han Xiao submitted his application for the construction of the studio to Feng Jun, who would relay it to the higher-ups. The 13th Bureau placed great importance on him. This reasonable request was swiftly approved. The construction team from the engineering department arrived at the maintenance shop to undertake an expansion. 2 days later, a new mechanical workshop was established adjacent to the maintenance shop, with the 13th Bureau generously sponsoring the essential equipment, treating it as a loan to Han Xiao. At Han Xiao's request, the workshop included a basement for conducting discrete research and serving as a storage space. Li Yalan's promotional efforts proved effective, and within a few days, numerous agents expressed their desire to order folding combat knives. Han Xiao refrained from meeting clients personally, opting instead to have Li Yalan facilitate the orders. Although the clients were all agents of the 13th Bureau, Han Xiao remained cautious, aware that trust is often elusive. Shipments of alloy materials arrived at Han Xiao's workshop in batches. Over several days, he crafted dozens of folding combat knives, all of which sold rapidly. He gained substantial experience, leveling up his basic mechanical affinity to its maximum, thereby earning additional potential points. The agents, well informed, learned through Li Yalan's promotion that her team had enlisted a mechanic named Han Xiao, who offered private mechanical orders and repair services. Orders poured in like snowflakes, overwhelming Han Xiao. His daily production reached dozens of knives, yielding remarkable experience points, and gradually, his personal wealth began to flourish. In his previous life, manufacturing and selling machinery was a common path for mechanical players, characterized by intense market competition. However, Han Xiao now found himself nearly monopolizing the market for folding combat knives. His exclusive offering allowed him to reap substantial profits, marking the beginning of his financial success. Han Xiao intended to sell only 2 types of machinery, high-energy ammunition and folding combat knives. Out of a sense of obligation, he sold a lightweight power arm to Li Yalan. The folding combat knives were selling well, yet Han Xiao remained pessimistic. Although they had garnered short-term popularity, most customers merely purchased them out of curiosity. Their practical applications were limited, and the potential customer base was shallow. Moreover, the technology behind the folding combat knife was overly simplistic, allowing any knowledgeable mechanic to easily deduce the blueprints. Even stringent confidentiality measures would likely prove ineffective, and it wouldn't be long before counterfeit versions emerged. Han Xiao planned to make a quick profit from the folding combat knives, but he placed greater emphasis on the prospects of high-energy ammunition. This product was not only effective and affordable but also a consumable, fostering the development of a stable customer base. High-energy bullets inherently possessed significant confidentiality, as their core component was the combustible gas within the projectile. Once the projectile was disassembled, the gas would ignite, rendering it impossible to store safely. Without the extraction formula from the blueprints, replication would be nearly impossible. At least with the current technological level of Xinglong, Han Xiao intended to accumulate a certain inventory before seizing the opportunity to launch the high-energy bullets. With the profits earned from the folding combat knives, he purchased a substantial amount of bullet materials and dedicated time each day to their production. gradually amassing boxes of high-energy ammunition in his underground warehouse. On this particular day, Old LV and Old Gao were once again engaged in a game of chess outside the repair shop. Han Xiao had just completed a batch of orders and, noticing the scene, approached Old Gao with a smile, inquiring, "Is your prosthetic still comfortable?" "Not bad." Old Gao chuckled softly, rolling up his sleeves. At that moment, he wore a prosthetic limb, which was adorned with a layer of artificial silicone skin, nearly indistinguishable from the real thing. "As long as you like it. Feel free to seek my assistance should it malfunction," he remarked. Old Gao nodded, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he said, "I heard from Old LV that you've joined the 13th Bureau? Quite an achievement at your young age. Work hard and contribute to the nation." A quiet amusement flickered within Han Xiao. Old Gao had always assumed he was unaware of his true identity. There was no need to conceal his affiliation with the 13th Bureau. Although ordinary citizens of Xinglong might not encounter this level of society in their daily lives, they were certainly aware of the Bureau's existence and regarded it as a promising occupation. Han Xiao responded politely, inwardly estimating when Old Gao would confront him directly, contemplating whether to show him a semblance of surprise. At that moment, Feng Jun approached briskly, his expression grave, and said to Han Xiao, "May I have a word?" As Han Xiao's contact, Feng Jun had always led a small team, vigilantly monitoring the surroundings of the repair shop to guard against suspicious individuals. Fearing that the budding organization might discover Han Xiao's presence, Old Gao recognized Feng Jun and couldn't help but wonder what had prompted him to seek out Han Xiao personally. Han Xiao followed Feng Jun to the side, where Feng Jun immediately stated, "The Research and Development Department has set their sights on you." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, urging him to elaborate. "The authority of the Research and Development Department lies in the creation of various innovative weapons, and they possess the power to conduct risk assessments on the new weaponry employed by operatives. They have expressed concerns regarding the potential risks associated with the folding combat knife and have demanded the submission of its blueprints for their scrutiny. This is, indeed, within the purview of the Research and Development Department, rendering any interference from other departments unwarranted. It appears they have set their sights on my designs." "Risk assessment? Merely a pretext," Han Xiao scoffed, aware that once he submitted the blueprints for examination, the department could swiftly initiate mass production of the folding combat knife, thereby appropriating his designs as their own achievements. Through Feng Jun, Han Xiao gleaned insights into the internal dynamics of the 13th Bureau. The Research and Development Department, akin to the Internal Affairs Department, is composed of hardliners who harbor animosity towards him. This department is plagued by bureaucratic tendencies, having produced no new inventions or equipment for years, resulting in dwindling annual funding. In the eyes of operatives, its status is even inferior to that of the Logistics Department. They are in desperate need of tangible accomplishments to solidify their standing, hence their fixation on readily available blueprints, particularly that of the folding combat knife. Once they obtain the blueprints, the department need only draft a report for the higher-ups, transforming it into their own invention and achievements. "What if I refuse to comply?" Feng Jun chuckled wryly and replied, "You would find yourself blacklisted by the Research and Development Department, with a record that could jeopardize your prospects for advancement. However, you are not like the ordinary operatives. The Bureau places significant value on the intelligence you possess, so it is unlikely that you would encounter severe repercussions. The Research and Development Department cannot coerce you." "That is reassuring. I shall not relinquish the blueprints," Han Xiao declared resolutely, shaking his head. Although the market for folding combat knives may reach saturation in the future, it still offers substantial benefits at present, and Han Xiao is unwilling to relinquish his position easily. Old Gao made a phone call, and upon understanding the circumstances, his expression darkened. This group of inept individuals, achieving little but causing much trouble. Old Gao held Han Xiao in high regard. Under his guidance, the 13th Bureau had established a commendable cooperative relationship with him. However, the Research and Development Department, driven by their own interests, took unilateral action, bullying Han Xiao due to his perceived vulnerability, attempting to seize his designs, a veritable act of robbery. Most critically, this could provoke Han Xiao's resentment, rendering his efforts futile. Old Gao was seething with anger. What audacity! Li Yalan was visibly furious. If Han Xiao's business faltered, her discounted commission would be at risk. Lin Yao lamented, "These are decisions made by the higher-ups. We have no authority to intervene." Lambert, polishing a throwing knife, coolly suggested, "Perhaps we should eliminate the head of our D." Lin Yao was taken aback, exclaiming, "Uncle, such talk is highly inappropriate." Li Yalan, deep in thought, considered the possibility. Lin Yao was nearly in tears, pleading, "Sister, if you don't care for your lives, I still wish to preserve mine." Although Han Xiao had only recently joined. Following the actions of the Black Widow, Li Yalan and the others recognized him as their ally and felt compelled to take action. Why not ask Han Xiao what he intends to do? Lin Yao proposed. His address is confidential, and his whereabouts remain unknown. Recently, his phone has also been turned off. Li Yalan is in a state of agitation. What should be done? Should they merely watch as the RD department makes things difficult for Han Xiao? Lan Beat succinctly advises patience. Just as she feels utterly helpless, an unwelcome voice interrupts. "Oh, Xiaolin, I hear your new team member seems to be in trouble." Li Yalan's expression darkens immediately. Her teeth clenched as she retorts, "Susu, are you here to provoke me?" The short-haired beauty, Di Susu, unfazed, replies with a grin. "This is the headquarters. Do you dare to make a move?" Di Susu and Li Yalan have a notorious rivalry, knowing each other for over a decade. Their animosity traces back to their childhood, both being apprentices at the same martial arts dojo. In every assessment and competition, Di Susu invariably claims the top spot, while Li Yalan's performance remains mediocre. Each time, she finds herself bested by Di Susu, serving as a mere backdrop to highlight Di Susu's exceptional talent. "Hello, teacher." "Greetings." Typically. When saying this, the teacher pauses for a few seconds before displaying an apologetic smile. "I have a question I would like to ask. Everything is in the book. If you still don't understand, you can always ask Di Susu." "Goodbye, teacher." "I don't care. The show must go on." Later. Both individuals were simultaneously recruited by the 13th Bureau, assigned to different teams. History repeated itself. Di Susu's team boasted an impressive track record, surpassing Li Yalan by leaps and bounds, establishing itself as one of the elite units within the Secret Operations Department. What vexed her most was Di Susu's frequent appearances before her, unabashedly addressing her as Xiao Linlin. "How dare you presume such familiarity?" To Li Yalan. This was merely a calculated display of magnanimity on Di Susu's part, which only served to irritate her further. Di Susu chuckled lightly, "Hee. I heard you've recruited a new team member, so I came to have a look. Where is he? Surely he hasn't succumbed to shyness and hidden away?" Li Yalan, her expression frosty, retorted, "He is not here. You should leave quickly." It seemed her visit had been in vain. Though it was understandable, being scrutinized by the bureaucrats from the RD department, their new recruit was likely overwhelmed. Li Yalan's face darkened, resembling a growling puppy as she insisted, "Get lost. I don't want to see you." "How heartless. We are childhood friends," Di Susu pouted, casting a flirtatious smile at Lin Yao before sauntering away with a sway of her hips. "Childhood friends, indeed. Show a bit of awareness as my rival." Li Yalan was infuriated, only to notice Lin Yao, utterly entranced, staring blankly at Di Susu's retreating figure. Enraged, she seized Lin Yao by the collar and shouted in his ear, "With such a stunning beauty beside you, how can you ignore me and fixate on that scheming girl?" Lin Yao trembled with trepidation. However, the smile directed at him elicited a moment of hesitation. He sheepishly remarked, "I believe Sister Susu is more gentle than you." "Heh, little Yaozi, it seems your taste warrants a vigorous correction. Here, take this, a snow avalanche-style backflip." Lambert steadied the trembling cup of water and calmly dialed the medical department, requesting a doctor, specifically an orthopedist. Han Xiao declined to submit the schematics, an outcome anticipated by the head of the RD department, who subsequently disseminated information about a lucrative offer for the folding combat knife. For a mechanic, surrendering the schematics equates to relinquishing control over their lifeblood, thus losing their technological edge. Once a major power acquires the schematics, mass production ensues, leaving the original owner of the designs rendered obsolete. Han Xiao's orders, while niche, only cater to the personnel of the Covert Operations Department and are limited in production capacity. However, once the RD department obtains the schematics, they will allocate them to a military factory for mass production, distributing the equipment free of charge. As a result, whether it be the Covert Operations Department, the External Affairs Department, the Police Department, or the military, all will reap the benefits, which bolsters the RD department's confidence in securing substantial support. Although the RD personnel have not produced new works in quite some time, they remain discerning in their expertise. In their view, the folding combat knife is poised to replace military daggers, knives, and handguards, emerging as the new standard tactical melee weapon. As for Han Zhao's interests, they do not fall within the purview of the RD department. Regardless of the department's alignment with national interests, the hardliners find him unpalatable and show little regard for his perspective. Collaborating with an intelligence informant seems excessively lenient to them. In their view, he ought to be controlled and coerced into divulging all pertinent information. Conversely, the conservatives hold a markedly different stance. They are reluctant to jeopardize their rapport with Han Xiao over a mere blueprint for a conventional melee weapon. They firmly believe that Han Xiao is a valuable ally worth courting and disdain the hardliners' approach. Control him? What if that results in him refusing to share any information? Coercive interrogation? What if he remains unyielding? While it is true that severe measures may yield results, this is contingent upon the individual involved. Historical instances of detaining numerous budding members revealed that only a fraction, 1 in 10, would speak the truth, nearly leading the 13th Bureau into a trap on several occasions. After a brief interaction, Han Xiao does not appear to be easily swayed. If one offers no glimmer of hope, how can one expect cooperation? Such recklessness could easily alienate an ally who ought to be on our side. Thus, the conservatives are exasperated. The collaboration had been progressing smoothly, yet the hardliners insist on imposing their antiquated methods. They seem oblivious to the changing times. The era of wielding life and death over subordinates has long passed. The ranks of disillusioned elites from fallen states are numerous, and all 6 nations are luring talent under the banner of superior treatment and relaxed requirements, resembling commercial recruitment more than ever. From the conservatives' perspective, the hardliners' actions are tantamount to cutting off their own future prospects. Moreover, the department is not devoid of other engineers, and such behavior of poaching talent has a detrimental impact. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that these engineers have been nurtured by the state and are quite willing to submit their designs, with the Bureau prepared to offer them compensation. However, Han Xiao adamantly refuses to comply, leading certain high-ranking officials to deem him disloyal, intensifying the animosity from the hardliners. Yet, in this modern era, emphasizing loyalty only serves to alienate those talented individuals who do not belong to your nation. They were never your compatriots to begin with. While you extol patriotism and loyalty, they might just turn their guns upon you, offering no mercy. Let us not forget, the 6 nations are the very culprits behind the demise of other countries, and their sins cannot be washed away. However, since the 13th Bureau has delineated its spheres of authority, no one can intervene in the operations of the RD department unless higher-ups directly interfere. And their stance remains ambiguous, as if they are merely observing and waiting. It is evident that once the folding combat knife is submitted, it would offend Han Xiao, causing those covert operatives who purchased the knife to ponder its worth. Furthermore, the RD department's actions of undermining their own personnel's achievements have led many to harbor quiet disdain, perceiving their conduct as rather brazen. These operatives are unaware of Han Xiao's unique status. To pressure an ordinary engineer in such a manner is exceedingly excessive. Certain freelance operatives, however, remain indifferent to offending others, prioritizing profit above all. Platt, an operative who acquired the folding combat knife, was the first to sell it to the RD department, demanding a price of 30,000. A 30-fold increase, which the department ultimately acquiesced to. Pratt's thoughts were rather straightforward. The prospect of this extra income was too tempting to ignore, and he scoffed at his colleagues who hesitated. After all, he was merely a lowly mechanic. Once the RD department commenced mass production, what concern would there be for a mechanic? A simple dismissal would suffice, and there was no need to fret over offending him, as he would soon be of no use. In the RD department, the minister's secretary and Luo Xian gazed at the folding combat knife before them. Luo Xian, do you believe you can derive the blueprint? Thanks to the generous contributions from Zhu Zhongmangxia, Qing Xingma, Chang Li, Destiny, Mo Chen Wuming, and 16341918. Luo Xian scrutinized the knife for a moment and disdainfully remarked, "The technology is crude, lacking confidentiality, making it quite easy to deduce the blueprint. Then it shall be entrusted to you. Should you accomplish this task, we will transfer you from the logistics department, granting you a higher salary and greater authority." Luo Xian smiled with satisfaction. After experiencing unfair treatment previously, he felt increasingly disillusioned with the logistics department. Why should Han Xiao be specially recruited while he was left to languish and accumulate experience? Thus, he resolved to align himself with the hardliners and transfer to the RD department. Once he caught the attention of the higher-ups, a bright future awaited him, and he too would eventually enjoy the privileges bestowed upon Han Xiao. Deciphering the folding combat knife represented a chance to showcase his abilities, an opportunity he valued greatly. His inability to decode the lightweight power arm previously had left him unsettled, and this time, he eagerly anticipated a chance to compete with Han Xiao. Since the establishment of his independent mechanical workshop, Han Xiao has moved out of the repair shop and embraced a long-anticipated solitary life. Officially, he remains an employee of the repair shop, assisting Lu Qian with the daily orders. Due to previous misunderstandings, the arrangement of not having to meet has alleviated some of Lu Qian's burdens. With a scoff, he opened the smelting furnace, and scalding steam billowed forth. Clad in high-temperature work attire, Han Xiao deftly extracted elongated, crimson steel billets from the furnace using tongs. Under the current conditions, he has two methods for crafting blades. One involves traditional smelting, wherein the steel billets are heated and then hammered multiple times on an iron mat until they gradually take form. The other method employs a high-temperature furnace to heat the billets until they glow red, followed by stamping them into blade shapes in one swift motion. Each method possesses its own merits. The former is characterized by meticulous craftsmanship, while the latter boasts superior efficiency, allowing for mass production. The appeal of the folding combat knife lies in its portability and concealment. Han Xiao is not particularly invested in creating a renowned blade, opting instead for the more efficient stamping process. The steel billets he uses are sourced from the 13th Bureau, ensuring high quality. He sprays the billets with a chemical solution to eliminate oxides, followed by an additional firing. Once the billets are glowing red, he places them onto the stamping lathe and activates the machinery. Amidst the thunderous clattering, the steel billets transform into sharp blades. Next, Han Xiao undertakes the critical folding process, a meticulous task requiring chains and magnets, which he navigates with ease. Before long, a batch of 10 freshly minted folding combat knives emerges. With the creation of each folding combat knife, one can earn between 100 to 200 experience points. The blueprint for the folding combat knife has advanced to level 2, resulting in a slight enhancement of the finished product's attributes. Han Xiao, having shed his heat-resistant suit, wiped the sweat from his brow and counted the batch of combat knives he had crafted, fulfilling several orders with great satisfaction. At that moment, his phone rang with the old-fashioned jingle. It was a call from Li Yalan. "Not good," she said, her tone heavy with disappointment. "All orders for the agents that were previously placed have been cancelled." Han Xiao was taken aback, wondering what had transpired. The R&D department had derived the blueprint for the folding combat knife and submitted a report to higher management, requesting the official stamp of the R&D department and hinting at imminent mass production to supply various departments. Li Yalan's voice reflected her frustration. The R&D department prioritized performance and sought ownership of the invention of the blueprint, offering the equipment at no cost. Thus, although the agents looked down upon the actions of the R&D department, it was only natural for them to rescind their pre-orders from Han Xiao. The newly crafted batch of folding combat knives was now left unsold. Han Xiao's gaze flickered. He had not anticipated that the R&D department would audaciously encroach upon his business. Given the unique nature of the folding combat knife, its simplicity, he felt that the confidentiality measures were excessive. Han Xiao had a premonition that replicas would emerge, but he did not expect it to happen so swiftly. The profits he had anticipated were still far from his expectations. If he chose to submit the blueprint, it might enhance his contribution to the faction, yet it would also mean a loss of experience sources. The R&D department's forceful appropriation of the blueprint clearly did not count towards his contribution. This multifaceted obstruction has hindered his growth. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and dialed Feng Jun's number, speaking in a low voice. "Are you aware of the situation?" Feng Jun sighed. "The R&D department is quite audacious. Although the higher-ups have yet to review their report, they have already commenced mass production of the folding combat knife. Provide me with the details." Reluctantly, Feng Jun recounted the events, and Han Xiao took note of the names Kalat and Luo Xian. What did the R&D department say? They made no statements. Han Xiao's expression remained calm. Indeed, they were hardliners, even too indifferent to explain to him, the blueprint's master. The implication was for him to endure this silent loss, though the reaction of the conservative faction led by the old man Gao remained uncertain. This time, the R&D department acted unilaterally, and the higher-ups were evidently not in the dark. Their delay in reviewing the report likely aimed to gauge his stance. If he chose to concede, would the 13th Bureau's policies towards him become increasingly stringent? The hardliners sought to squeeze and intimidate him, while the conservatives leaned toward amicable collaboration. It was improbable for the higher-ups to wholly support the R&D department, as long as he escalated the issue without crossing any lines. The higher-ups would likely compromise and compensate him to some extent. There was considerable room for maneuvering in this matter. Suddenly, Han Xiao's eyes brightened. Perhaps this was an opportunity to seize advanced knowledge. The advanced knowledge was regarded as confidential by Xinglong and was tightly controlled. Han Xiao had long been troubled by how to complete the advancement task, and this presented a splendid opportunity to leverage the situation. A simple plan gradually took shape in his mind. Taking my possessions, unbothered by the heat, thinking they could exploit me without consequence, truly believed I was easy to bully. The secretary of the RD department remarked, "Haha, thanks to you this time. You truly live up to your reputation as the ace of the logistics department." Luo Xian smiled faintly, concealing his pride. "The director values you greatly. He has requested your resume from the logistics department to be entered into the database, effectively transferring you to our RD department. I wonder about my compensation. The director specifically instructed that you lead a work group independently, with your authority elevated by a level. As long as you perform well, the higher-ups will undoubtedly take notice of you." Luo Xian smiled with satisfaction and then inquired, "I have heard that Han Xiao is favored by the higher-ups. Could there be trouble?" "Rest assured, I possess some insider knowledge. Han Xiao can only swallow his grievances." The secretary recalled the RD director's confident words. Han Xiao must rely on the protection of the 13th Bureau if he wishes to survive. He dares not cause a stir. The conflict between the RD department and Han Xiao became a popular topic within the 13th Bureau. Members from various departments were unaware of Han Xiao's true background, believing him to be merely an ordinary mechanic without any connections, questioning how he dared to challenge the organization. In the following days, the atmosphere remained calm. Han Xiao made no move, leading the members of the 13th Bureau to think he had chosen to endure and avoid further conflict. Although aware that this was an act of desperation, Han Xiao was nonetheless looked down upon slightly. The attitude of the research department surprised everyone, despite the frequent criticism of their inventions. Their internal conduct had always been rather conventional. Why, then, were they so radical this time? Li Yaoan had been surrounded by the peculiar gazes of the agents these past few days, which left her infuriated and on edge, especially since she could not reach Han Xiao by phone, leaving her to stew in her own frustration. The rumors circulated wildly, yet Han Xiao had not been idle. Previously, he had sold folding combat knives, amassing nearly 100,000 high blue coins. After deducting the costs for high-energy ammunition materials, he still had 70,000 remaining. Han Xiao spent 30,000 on a batch of materials for the folding combat knives, and over the course of several days, he toiled day and night to forge a substantial quantity, exactly 100 knives. This quantity was nearly sufficient. Han Xiao procured a box to store all the folding combat knives, donned a mask to conceal his identity, and made his way to the 8th district to meet with an underground arms dealer. The societal environment on High Blue Star was rife with undercurrents, poised to erupt into war at any moment, as the 6 nations implemented strict firearm regulations, refusing to sell weapons to civilians. Without a special identity, carrying arms was impossible through the city checkpoints, a rule that applied equally to players. Each nation stood as its own faction, and players frequently received missions to create chaos or assassinate in foreign territories, typically procuring weapons from local arms dealers or commissioning them to deliver equipment. The positions of every arms dealer and intelligence operative were invaluable pieces of information painstakingly compiled by countless players in the past. In a city as significant as West Capital, Han Xiao was well aware of the intricacies surrounding those arms dealers. He approached the venerable arms dealer Matthews, who was backed by the formidable Farian Group, a powerful entity specializing in arms trafficking. The group conducted extensive business, facilitating the trade of weapons among various nations, warlords, and factions, even possessing channels to acquire missiles, tanks, and fighter jets. In the current tumultuous era, such a major arms dealer as Farian Group was in high demand, with their primary clientele being the roving warlords, and even the 6 nations occasionally placing orders with them. Matthews was eager to entertain visiting suppliers. Han Xiao successfully met with Matthews, presenting a batch of folding combat knives, meticulously explaining their operation and expressing his intent to sell. Matthews could readily discern the advantages of the folding combat knives, although close-range weapons were not particularly popular. Their merits lay in their concealability and surprise, making them undoubtedly appealing to intelligence agencies across various nations. "Can you supply these long-term?" Matthews inquired. Han Xiao smiled and replied, "Are you interested in acquiring the blueprints?" Matthews, taken aback, realized that blueprints were the lifeblood of a mechanic. Controlling the blueprints equated to controlling the supply. It was a rare occurrence for mechanics to sell their designs unless absolutely necessary. Overwhelmed with joy at what he perceived to be the naivety of a greenhorn, Matthews restrained his excitement and urged, "Name your price." "There are 100 folding combat knives, priced at 5,000 each. The blueprints are an additional 1 million. Matthews gasped in astonishment. 5,000 each. 1 million for the blueprints? Why not just rob a bank? Han Xiao responded with finality. That's my price. No negotiations. Instantly, Matthews suppressed his inclination to haggle and began contemplating the potential profits involved. Han Xiao remained composed, confident that Matthews would acquiesce. The blueprints for the folding combat knife held little monetary value, yet this very aspect could be leveraged effectively. The designs could be sold directly without any hesitation, yielding a considerable profit through reselling to other factions, all while bundling a substantial quantity of folding combat knives, akin to Han Xiao's current endeavors. This transaction could only occur once. However, if offered simultaneously to multiple clients, it would preclude those factions from having the opportunity to inquire, thus resulting in substantial gains. The Farian Group was perfectly suited for such an arrangement, boasting an extensive client network. With a straightforward exchange of cash for goods, Matthews, possessing ample resources, arranged for the creation of a dark web account, which held 150,000. He personally delivered the account slip to Han Xiao. The banks among the 6 nations did not interconnect, making the dark web account the designated bank for underground transactions, universally accepted and highly confidential. Han Xiao promptly logged into the account, confirmed his identity through fingerprint and iris recognition, and then tore up the account slip. Should further business arise, do not hesitate to reach out, he stated. Matthews then produced a sleek black and gold card, the VIP card of the Farian Group. We have outposts in most cities, and should you require weaponry, they will provide you with the finest service. Han Xiao accepted the card and tucked it away. The arms dealer represented a vital avenue for commerce. He would not confine himself solely to the intelligence apparatus of Star Dragon. Once he had gained sufficient strength, he would depart from Star Dragon. Establishing fruitful relations with these arms dealers would prove immensely beneficial. Wealth represents merely one facet of Han Xiao's desires. What he truly craves is experience in machinery fabrication. Had the 13th Bureau initially opted to acquire his blueprints, he might have considered acquiescing. However, the research department exhibited no intention of engaging in business discussions with him. While it may appear that he is being targeted, Han Xiao comprehends that he is merely a pawn in the invisible power struggle between 2 factions, indifferent to the chaotic demands for interests and political inclinations. He remains solely focused on his own gains. Although he aspires to foster prosperity through amicable means, he would not shy away if provoked. Han Xiao secretly chuckled. Since the research department has usurped the invention rights of the folding combat knife, they must shoulder the corresponding responsibilities. There is an adage that goes, to wear the crown, one must bear its weight, though it seems somewhat misplaced in this context. Nevertheless, the sentiment remains. The voices of those in high positions will not always align. And perhaps the conservatives are merely biding their time. He has merely provided them with ammunition. Were he an ordinary agent of the 13th Bureau, his current actions would lead to mutual destruction. Alas, he is not. Old Gao, I generously gifted you a bionic prosthesis. Do step up your game. The Minister of the Research Department has been in high spirits these days. Upon encountering the Minister of Intelligence in the corridor, he seized the initiative to boast. The partner you chose is nothing but a softy. With just a hint of firmness, he capitulates. I propose we strike while the iron is hot, seize control over him, and extract all the intelligence he possesses. The Minister of Intelligence, however, remained unperturbed, his gaze peculiar, a smile that barely touched his lips. He patted the shoulder of the Minister of Research and said, You may want to wish for your own fortune. The Minister of Research, bewildered, pondered the meaning of such a phrase. His confusion did not linger long, for he soon discovered the reason behind it. The director summoned him for a private discussion in his office, and the Minister of Research hurriedly made his way there. Director, you called for me? The report from the research department was approved yesterday. The folding combat knife is now credited as your invention. The Minister of Research beamed with joy, expressing his gratitude for the trust bestowed upon him by the higher-ups. The director, with a wry smile, responded coolly, Do not celebrate too soon. What is it? The Minister of Research, with a shift in his demeanor, believed he had discerned the higher-ups' intentions and carelessly remarked, There is no need to worry about Han Zhao's reaction. He will cling tightly to the leg of our Bureau 13. We hold the power over him, and he wouldn't dare to create a disturbance. Oh, is that your perspective? The Minister of Research nodded confidently. Then that is reassuring. The director chuckled softly, withdrew another document, and abruptly tossed it onto the Minister of Research's face, sternly declaring, You are suspected of abusing your authority to traffic arms. You have greatly disappointed me. The Minister of Research was left in a state of utter disbelief. What on earth? Trafficking arms? As a minister, if I were in need of money, I could simply embezzle public funds. It would be foolish of me to resort to arms trafficking. He picked up the document and hastily scanned it, and suddenly, darkness enveloped him. He nearly faltered in his stance. The intelligence report clearly states that the blueprints for the folding combat knife have been leaked. As the inventor of this weapon, the research department is undoubtedly liable. The head of the department, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "This is not my doing. It must be that little rascal Han Xiao. He is clearly framing us out of spite. Everyone in the Bureau knows that the blueprints originally belonged to him. He despises us for deciphering them. And Director, you must clarify this to the higher-ups." The report indicated that the research department held the rights to the invention of the folding combat knife. "And this burden falls upon you," the director declared emphatically. Suddenly, an icy chill ran down the research director's spine as he grasped the gravity of the situation. The simultaneous occurrence of the report's review and the arms trafficking allegations was too conspicuous to ignore. The higher-ups were backing Han Xiao. The conservatives had taken action. Initially, the higher-ups refrained from addressing the report, partly due to the internal divisions between the hardliners and conservatives, who would not immediately rally to Han Xiao's defense. Moreover, this served as a test, revealing how Han Xiao would respond when faced with adversity. If he chose to endure and retreat, the higher-ups would adjust their subsequent collaboration plans, gradually tightening the noose and extracting every ounce of profit from him. Conversely, if Han Xiao opted for a more confrontational approach, as long as he did not overstep certain boundaries, such as attempting to halt collaboration, the higher-ups would turn a blind eye, tolerating his unconventional actions. Han Xiao deliberately employed a rudimentary scheme to frame others, intending to convey to the upper management his dissatisfaction. "I am being wronged. Will you stand by and watch? Or will you help me regain my dignity? Here, I've provided you with the pretext." The higher-ups found themselves in a perplexing situation. They were acutely aware that the RD department was unjustly accused, yet they were more than willing to accommodate Han Xiao's sentiments. They promptly approved the RD department's report, compelling them to bear the brunt of the blame, thus metaphorically lifting a stone only to drop it on their own feet, all in an effort to soothe Han Xiao's feelings. The message conveyed was that they were in a phase of collaborative harmony and should not let such trivial matters provoke anger. They had taken on the burden for him. Moreover, it was evident that the upper management harbored intentions to reprimand the RD department. Han Xiao's folding combat knife was originally designated exclusively for the 13th Bureau. Although the production capacity was somewhat limited, it was at least a privilege solely enjoyed by them. However, due to the RD department's avarice, they interrupted Han Xiao's accomplishments, compelling him to sell the blueprints to arms dealers. Given Han Xiao's unique status, the higher-ups found it difficult to hold him accountable, as they were in the wrong. The blueprints were inherently his, and there was no obligation to offer them to the 13th Bureau free of charge. The RD department encroached upon his interests, leaving him no choice but to seek alternative means to mitigate his losses. If he had been an ordinary operative, they might have disregarded the matter entirely, subjecting him to a military tribunal and expelling him from the 13th Bureau. However, such an approach was unfeasible with Han Xiao, who had only recently joined, as the 13th Bureau still required his intelligence. Furthermore, Han Xiao had fortuitously avoided crossing the upper management's threshold. They remained oblivious as to whether he had unwittingly stumbled upon their limits or had astutely gauged them. If one were to hold Han Xiao accountable, the repercussions would be dire. What would other agents think? Should the perception arise that a large entity is bullying a smaller one, the fallout would far exceed the loss of a new equipment blueprint, a scenario the higher-ups are keen to avoid. The RD department, in pursuit of its own interests, audaciously disregarded the larger picture, provoking a predicament that has crossed the line with the upper echelon. The head of RD instantly comprehended that the higher-ups were resolutely determined to make him a scapegoat, leaving him disheartened. This time, in paving the way for the hardline leaders, he feared he might suffer significant repercussions. Regret flooded his mind. Had he known this individual was akin to a porcupine, he would have never provoked Han Xiao for the promise of increased funding from the hardline faction within the 7 Seats Committee. This was a grievous miscalculation. Accused of arms trafficking, though merely a stern warning from the upper management and not severe enough to warrant dire consequences, it nonetheless tarnished his political career, leaving indelible stains on his future achievements, which would henceforth yield diminishing returns. Being caught in a quagmire is akin to being covered in filth, regardless of the nature. The head of RD inwardly erupted. Han Xiao, you are truly a bottomless pit. The rumors surrounding the RD head's alleged arms trafficking spread like wildfire, leaving the entire 13th Bureau in a state of shock. The mere suspension without pay for such serious allegations was exceedingly peculiar. Typically, one would expect demotion, confinement, or even execution. This anomaly hinted at deeper intrigues. For several days, Han Xiao had remained silent, leading them to believe he had backed down. However, it now appeared to be the calm before the storm. Was this a trap? He truly dared to act. To their astonishment, the higher-ups were inexplicably supporting him. What surprised them most was the attitude of the upper management, who chose not to hold Han Xiao accountable. In their eyes, he suddenly became an enigma. Forever concealed behind a mask at headquarters, revealing his true self to no one, it seemed only the higher-ups were privy to his identity. The most elated among them was Li Yalan, who felt a surge of vindication, relishing the opportunity to flaunt her triumph before Di Susu, departing with an air of superiority. However, Di Susu was far from irate. Instead, she found herself intrigued by Han Xiao. Who exactly was this new teammate of Linlin? The head of our D was utterly frustrated, having been warned against repeating such behavior. Unable to confront Han Xiao directly, he vented his ire on his subordinates, with Luo Xian bearing the brunt of it. The previously promised elevation of his authority was rescinded, relegating Luo Xian to the status of an ordinary researcher, cast aside and disregarded. Scoundrel! Luo Xian's face twisted with indignation. His treatment was even worse than that in the logistics department. As colleagues in her D often whispered behind his back, their discussions undoubtedly unflattering, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. He sought out the minister's secretary. Yet the latter evaded him entirely, a stark contrast to the previous warmth shown. Unfair. Why does management protect Han Xiao? What makes him superior to me? Luo Xian seethed with resentment. The following day, Han Xiao received a notification from Feng Jun, indicating that the higher-ups wished to mediate on his behalf. Seeing my resilience and audacity, they have resolved to continue our previous gentle collaboration. The higher-ups have intervened to mediate, shifting all responsibility onto the Minister of Research and Development. This not only allows them to gauge my stance, but also serves to mend our relationship through this mediation. Their cunning calculations are indeed astute. Han Xiao shook his head. Although the Research and Development Department has been warned, the folding battle knives have already been confiscated and are being supplied in large quantities. The meat consumed cannot be regurgitated, which is also the reason the higher-ups decided to compensate him. This presents a prime opportunity to negotiate terms. Moreover, this opportunity may only arise once. In the future, hardliners will undoubtedly refrain from testing me so easily. This advancement task hinges on this singular moment. Han Xiao masked, arrived at headquarters and was escorted by Feng Jun to the director's office, where 3 individuals awaited: the director, the Minister of Research and Development, and an elderly gentleman with his back to the group, gazing out the window. Gu Hui, the executive director of the National Strategic Defense Bureau of Xinglong, introduced himself. Han Xiao feigned surprise. The name resonated. Gu Hui spoke in a deep tone. Someone wishes to meet you. The elderly man turned, a faint smile gracing his lips. Han Xiao aptly displayed a look of shock and bewilderment. Old Master Gao. The old man chuckled, seemingly amused. Didn't he expect that? Did you? Just know that I have the authority to intervene in the decisions of the 13th Bureau. He chuckled again. No need to be nervous. I have been observing you for quite some time, and you have left a favorable impression on me. Mission accomplished. Let's wrap this up. In the blink of an eye, Han Xiao resumed his impassive demeanor. Old Gao felt that Han Zhao's emotions had stabilized too swiftly, uncertain if it was merely an illusion. He scrutinized him a moment longer and gradually inquired, "Pray, tell me, how do you intend to resolve this matter?" Han Xiao replied with calmness, "I merely seek some form of compensation. Is selling the blueprints to arms dealers not sufficient compensation?" The Minister of Research could not refrain from scoffing. Han Xiao cast a glance at him and retorted, "Had you not pilfered my blueprints, I would have earned that money legitimately. It was rightfully mine. Do you truly consider this compensation? Had you approached me for a purchase, I might have consented to sell to the Bureau, yet did you ever consult me?" The Minister of Research opened his mouth, rendered speechless. Gu Hui spoke in a low voice, "State your conditions." Feigning contemplation, Han Xiao eventually stated, "I hope similar incidents do not recur in the future." "Quite reasonable," came the response. After all, Han Xiao's orders were directed towards the agents of the 13th Bureau. Ultimately, they served the same purpose, with the only distinction being a trivial matter of production scale. There was no justifiable reason to refuse, and should such an occurrence transpire again, it was conceivable that precious blueprints could again be compromised to other nations. The only individual dissatisfied with this decision was the Minister of Research. But under the scrutinizing gazes of old Gao and Gu Hui, he reluctantly acquiesced. Then, Han Xiao stroked his chin, as if struck by a sudden whim, and remarked, "I wish to explore advanced knowledge in the field of mechanics." Old Gao furrowed his brow, fixating on Han Xiao in silence, pondering whether this was a spontaneous whim or a premeditated scheme. The advanced knowledge of the mechanical department was a closely guarded secret of Youneng, accessible only to those with level 5 authority or above, which, for players, required a relationship status of respect. The Six Nations and the budding organization possessed distinct advanced knowledge, designed to cultivate fiercely loyal elite warriors. If such information were to leak, the repercussions would be dire. This was tied to his advancement quest, and the outcome hinged on this moment. A failure would severely hinder his growth. Why did he wish to access the advanced knowledge? His curiosity was piqued. All right. That is a compelling reason, Old Gao conceded, his temper dissipating. The tense silence lingered for 5 minutes before Old Gao reached a decision. Casting a penetrating glance at Han Xiao before slowly saying, "Very well, I agree." Han Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over him, suppressing his elation as he nodded calmly, embodying an unwavering composure, almost as if he were engaging in a game of deception. Just then, the head of research interjected, "Wait. Advanced knowledge can only be granted to level 5 personnel. This is against the regulations." Han Xiao's lips twitched in frustration as he witnessed his impending success threatened by an unwelcome interruption, akin to an urgent halt just as the dam was about to burst. He glared at the head of research with ill intent, resolving that if he dared to obstruct him, he would find a way to confront him under the cover of night. "What is your opinion on this matter?" Gu Hui's tone was anything but amiable. Old Gao, with a smile that seemed more enigmatic than genuine, cast a piercing gaze. "Are you threatening me?" The minister of RD lowered his head yet remained resolute. Within the senior ranks of the Youneng Intelligence Agency, there existed 2 distinct tiers. The first tier comprised the 13 ministers and deputy directors of the 13th Bureau, who wielded everyday authority, while the upper echelon was represented by a 7-member committee, including Director Gu Hui, composed of influential figures from the military and political realms, directly accountable to the highest echelons of Longjiao. Both Old Gao and Gu Hui were members of this committee, aligning with the conservative faction, while the RD minister's hardliners also held sway within the committee, emboldening him to challenge Old Gao at this moment. "As I am present, I can fully represent the committee," Old Gao stated calmly, his tone betraying no hint of emotion. The RD minister clenched his teeth, and a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. "I propose a singular suggestion, to restrict the viewing time for advanced knowledge, ensuring that those unqualified cannot access it freely. I recommend a time limit of half an hour." Old Gao and Gu Hui exchanged glances. This proposal was indeed pragmatic, as Han Xiao had merely expressed a desire to take a glance, and satisfying his curiosity sufficed. "Let us set it for 1 hour," Gu Hui decreed. The RD minister instantly felt invigorated. The intricacies of advanced knowledge were profound, and even 1 hour might not suffice to grasp a third of a subject. Thus, even if Han Xiao wished to study, he would find it inadequate, and any ulterior motives would be thwarted before they could materialize. A sense of triumphant satisfaction washed over him, believing he had succeeded in vexing Han Xiao. Han Xiao appeared indifferent, yet inwardly he chuckled. 1 hour? With a mere investment of potential points, he could master it in just a minute, quietly amassing wealth, maintaining a low profile. The advanced knowledge was secured with multiple layers of encryption, employing a random key algorithm that generated hundreds of 48-digit passwords every second, effectively eliminating the risk of hacking through network infiltration. The content of this advanced knowledge was immutable and unmovable, accessible only to a select few central terminals. Accompanying Gu Hui, he descended to the headquarters lower level via the elevator. As the doors opened, he was greeted by a brightly lit metallic corridor leading directly to the control room. Every 10 meters, a surveillance monitor and metal detector were installed, ensuring round-the-clock vigilance. An intricate network of infrared sensors blanketed the corridor, always on high alert. There were no guards present. Behind the metallic panels of the walls lay numerous remotely controlled machine guns, capable of responding within 0.3 seconds upon detecting an intruder. The defense was so stringent that infiltration was nearly impossible. How much did this corridor cost? Several hundred million, perhaps, Gu Hui remarked calmly beside him. Han Xiao shrugged, expressing his lack of envy. The central computer was the most advanced system of Youneng, capable of processing an immense volume of data each second, enough to cause a home computer to crash. It served as a fortress for Youneng in the realm of cyber warfare, safeguarding countless national secrets, with the advanced knowledge being merely one facet of its vast repository. Han Xiao quietly estimated that even if he elevated the foundational virtual electronic technology governing the branches to an apex level, it might still prove insufficient to breach the network firewall of the central system. The term foundational virtual electronic technology does possess a whimsical charm. In essence, it refers to network and programming technology. After traversing a metallic corridor for 5 minutes, he arrived at a spacious spherical chamber, where a seemingly suspended passage led to the center of the room. There, a rectangular screen, accompanied by a keyboard and mouse, constituted the operating system of the host. Surveying the surroundings, Han Xiao noted that the walls of the spherical chamber were composed of exceptionally resilient transparent blast-proof glass. Behind the glass lay a labyrinth of entangled wires, hardware modules, and chip arrays, all flickering with vibrant lights. The spherical chamber resembled a colossal server room. However, this sci-fi spectacle failed to stir Han Xiao, after all. He had witnessed the grandiosity of cosmic battles, having endured countless direct hits from asteroid-class annihilation cannons, yet he remained undeterred. At this moment, his attention was drawn to another pressing concern. The air was foul and stifling. Did you not ventilate this place regularly? Gu Hui's eyelids twitched. Why was your focus so peculiar? Shouldn't you be marveling at our stringent defense measures instead? Adjusting his mindset, Gu Hui replied, "That is the host. I have already granted access to advanced knowledge in the background. You are not authorized to access other confidential information. We are monitoring the central system in real-time. Although this may seem somewhat redundant, it is customary for me to say, do not attempt any tricks. Understood, we shall not resort to tricks, but rather to cunning strategies. Advancement in the realm of extraordinary abilities, second-tier genetic chain, enhancement of energy level. Advancement in the realm of extraordinary abilities, second-tier genetic chain, enhancement of control. Advancement in the martial arts realm, separation wave. Advancement in the martial arts realm, flash energy. Progression 048. Each primary profession possesses a distinct career tree. The mechanical domain is characterized by its mechanical knowledge tree. The martial arts domain is known as the Qi mastery technique tree. The extraordinary abilities domain is referred to as the genetic tree. The magical domain is identified as the magical knowledge tree. And the telekinetic domain is recognized as the mental cultivation tree. Within the cosmos, there exists a myriad of martial arts sects spanning various races, encompassing swordsmanship, knife techniques, martial skills, and more. For practitioners of martial arts, the Qi mastery technique tree serves as the foundation, while these sects represent the secondary creations of martial artists, each possessing unique skills categorized into various paths such as agility, strength, and defense. Extraordinary beings engage in combat relying on their unique abilities, each individual's power being singular and diverse. The genetic chain fundamentally determines the potency of these abilities. By upgrading the genetic tree, one can enhance the strength, control, and endurance of their powers while also unlocking new applications. Quality is valued over quantity. For instance, Magneto initially could only manipulate coins, but later gained the ability to control an entire stadium, and with further advancement, could even influence the magnetic field of planets. If this development continues, one might potentially control the magnetic fields of living organisms, achieving large-scale, precise extermination of life forms. Extraordinary abilities exhibit varying potentials. For example, among those with electrical control, one may engage in remote attacks and summon storms, while another may merely cling to the surface, transforming into a humanoid battery. The disparity in potential is evident and is assessed using a hierarchical system denoted by grades E, D, C, B, and A. These professional insights flickered momentarily in Han Xiao's mind, his attention captivated by the final project, Advanced Mechanical Engineering, Advanced Material Synthesis, a compendium of knowledge pertaining to the armed branch. Stellar Dragon possessed but a singular advanced mechanical knowledge, yet that sufficed. Having acquired this advanced knowledge, confronting Stellar Dragon became significantly easier. Whether to remain or depart rested entirely upon his discretion. Han Xiao activated Advanced Material Synthesis, and an array of profound mechanical theories and illustrations unfolded before him, incomprehensible even to an ordinary mechanic. Detected mechanical knowledge, Advanced Material Synthesis. Would you like to utilize 2 potential points for learning? Learn. Suddenly, Han Xiao's head surged with an influx of knowledge. Learning in progress. Please do not interrupt. 1. 12. 34. To Han Xiao, time seemed to stretch interminably until clarity struck him. New knowledge imprinted itself indelibly in his mind. Learning successful. You have mastered Advanced Material Synthesis. The Advanced Armed Branch has been unlocked. Level 20 Advanced Task completed. Detected that the prerequisites for Mechanical Novice have been fulfilled. Please select one of the following 3 paths: Gunner, Mechanic, Mech Warrior. The Mechanic has 3 distinct paths. Once chosen, it cannot be altered. The Gunner specializes in long-range heavy weaponry combat, bearing numerous compact artillery weapons. The Advanced Vocation, War Fortress, wields terrifying firepower, favoring long-range bombardment. A popular adage in the previous PK arenas proclaimed, "Distance determines the might of the gunner." Should you encounter a gunner within 100 meters, hesitate not, but confront him boldly. Should you find yourself within 1,000 meters of a gunner, proceed with caution. When within 3,000 meters of a gunner, the outcome hangs precariously by a thread. If discovered beyond 3,000 meters, dear friend, I shall await you at the resurrection point. However, these 2 paths forsake the quintessence of mechanical mastery. The path of the Mechanic demands 80% of blueprints as prerequisites. Opting for the Gunner or the Armament Engineer results in the forfeiture of numerous formidable blueprints. Although this may enhance combat prowess in the short term, it is akin to grasping at sesame seeds while discarding watermelons. The mighty machines, mechs, warships, spacecraft, and heavy artillery are all the creations of the Mechanic. The equipment of gunners and armament engineers is derived from the Mechanic's ingenuity. These 2 paths serve merely as supplements to the combat capabilities of the mechanical class, as not all players relish the monotonous crafting work of the Mechanic. Most players pursue exhilaration in their gaming experience, rendering skilled mechanics in the wild exceedingly rare. The players of the past first recognized the formidable power of the Mechanic during the 3rd season, in version 3.0. Han Xiao, once a prominent mechanic, experimented with the other 2 paths, fully aware of their pros and cons, and made his choice with certainty. Job change successful. You have acquired the new profession, Mechanic Apprentice LV1, Energy 30, Agility 1, Endurance 1, Intelligence 3, 3 free attribute points, and 1 potential point. You have completed your first advancement in the mechanical class, enhancing your endurance. 1 endurance yields an increase of 15 health points and 18 stamina points. The nascent force emerged from the void, and Han Xiao felt a profound transformation occurring within his body. The latent energy, once dormant in his cells, began to surge, creating a sensation of expansion akin to a tidal wave. He felt as though he were a balloon on the verge of bursting. However, to the observing Gu Hui, everything appeared normal. All changes unfolded silently within Han Xiao. Simultaneously, a plethora of information flashed across the panel. Your energy attribute has changed. Current attribute, magnetic. You have acquired the specialization, geometric thinking. You have comprehended the skill, energy refinement technique. You have mastered the skill, intermediate mechanical affinity. You have learned the skill, rapid fire slide. You have acquired the blueprint, titanium alloy. In that moment, Han Xiao felt as though he had been reborn. An array of previously unnoticed phenomena flooded his senses. He could perceive the intricate patterns of his palm skin, the minute dust particles hidden in the crevices of the keyboard, the hum of electricity coursing through the hardware behind the explosion-proof glass, and the soft rustle of air traveling through his trachea. It was done. Han Xiao felt invigorated as he examined his attribute panel. Name, Han Xiao race. Carbon-based human, yellow, template, NPC, public test countdown, 138 days, 3 hours, 51 minutes. Total level, 21 experience, 181,000 secondary occupation, civilian, LV1. Agent, LV9 primary profession, mechanical beginner, LV10 mechanic apprentice, LV1, 50,000. Health points, 670 stamina points, 854 attributes, strength 31, agility 18, endurance 38, intelligence 32. Mystique 1, charisma 5, luck 1 free attribute points, 3 energy, 160 LV3, new. Energy attributes, magnetic, increases mechanical affinity LV1, 10, strength 1, agility 1, endurance 1. Intelligence 1, stamina cap 20, mechanical power 1, manufacturing speed 1, LV2, 50, strength 3, agility 2, endurance 3, intelligence 1, stamina cap 50, mechanical power 2. Manufacturing speed 2, LV3, 100, strength 3, agility 3, endurance 5, intelligence 2, stamina cap 100, mechanical power 3. Manufacturing speed 3. Energy attribute bonuses may change upon class transition. Energy level, 98104 rank. E-class psionic. You have begun to transcend the realm of ordinary mortals. Yet a considerable journey remains before you can attain true extraordinary existence. Specializations, high concentration, basic mental resilience. Well-trained new. Geometric thinking, intelligence 5 skills, mechanical engineering, beginner mechanical affinity level 5, basic repair level 10, simple enhancement modification level 10, primary refinement level 1. Overload level 1, blueprint, cloud swallow glider level 1, blueprint, bionic prosthesis level 1, blueprint, lightweight power arm level 1, blueprint, ranger robot level 1. Blueprint, high explosive ammunition level 3, blueprint, folding combat knife level 2 new. Intermediate mechanical affinity level 1, mechanical quality 2. Manufacturing speed 2 new. Sliding rapid fire level 1. When equipped with firearms, allows for instantaneous lateral movement within 3 meters. With a 15 increase in firing speed for 2 seconds, unaffected by magazine capacity, defaults to the next round in the magazine i.e. Can still trigger rapid fire even if only 1 bullet remains, but cannot activate the skill if the magazine is empty, consuming 3 stamina and 15 vitality. With a cooldown of 12 seconds new. Blueprint, titanium alloy level 1. A new advanced material, grade, green, good, highly ductile and exceptionally resilient. Suitable for manufacturing armor and frames, manufacturing requirements, primary refinement level 5. General, basic hand-to-hand combat level 10. Increases unarmed attack power by 10, strength 2, stamina 1. Basic shooting level 8. Increases shooting accuracy by 8. Grappling level 5. Increases counterattack rate by 7 and unarmed attack power by 10. Precision shooting level 1. Increases shooting accuracy by 3 and long-range critical hit rate by 2. Special combat level 1. Increases close-range critical hit rate by 6 and unarmed attack power by 4. Thievery level 1. Please disregard. New. Chi power. The Chi refinement method. A foundational practice for superhumans to comprehend independently. Total effect. Chi power 10. Current training instances. 0-80. Each training session consumes 800 experience points and 500 stamina. Potential points, 16. Professional knowledge tree, armament. Basic assembly level 1, 0-1. Basic mechanical engineering level 2, 0-1. Basic bionics level 2, 0-1. Basic weaponry level 1, 0-1. Basic materials compendium level 1, 0-1. New. Advanced materials synthesis level 1, 0-2. 14 unlearned items. Energy. 20 unlearned items. Manipulation. 20 unlearned items. Influence. Budding organization. Hatred, -1000. Defector. Star Dragon National Strategic Defense Bureau. 13th Bureau Neutral. 300-500. Level 1 authorized personnel. Legend level. 0049 Captain discharged from hospital. 180,000 experience points, of which 45,000 stem from the Black Spider mission reward. While the majority is derived from Han Zhao's relentless production of folding combat knives and high-energy munitions over the past few days, these two schematics have ascended to levels 2 and 3, respectively. Such low-cost and easily manufactured schematics facilitate proficiency enhancement more readily than lightweight-powered arms or the first-generation Ranger. Particularly since practical opportunities abound, especially for consumable items like munitions, where proficiency can be amassed with relative ease. Having arrived in the capital city for approximately a month, he has accumulated over 200,000 experience points, equivalent to one-third of what he gained during 6 months in the budding organization. He possesses a substantial fortune of over 1.5 million, alleviating any immediate concerns regarding material expenses. The transformation brought about by his first advancement is the most significant, as it enables the acquisition of attributes related to vitality. As Han Xiao gently touches his index and thumb fingers together, a slender thread of energy, akin to an electric wire, connects his fingertips, subtly infused with a faint magnetic force. The magnetic attribute is one of the exclusive traits of the mechanical system. In combat, it cannot compete with the destructive power of more ferocious attributes like fire or lightning. Rather, its purpose lies in enhancing mechanical affinity. Once the level of vitality reaches a certain standard, one can fabricate machinery with their hands replaced by energy. The attributes of vitality are not confined to natural elements, but rather signify the utility of vitality within a profession. For instance, the vitality of a telekinetic system embodies the mental attribute. Moreover, the attributes of vitality are not immutable. For example, martial arts practitioners can alter their vitality attributes through the practice of different schools, embracing the explosions of fire, the swiftness of wind, or the resilience of iron, among others. Among the skills acquired post-advancement, geometric thinking is one of the specialties unlocked for mechanics, while intermediate mechanical affinity surpasses its basic counterpart in efficacy. And slide shot is a long-awaited active skill. Choosing the path of the gunsmith yields 3 principal skills, while opting for the mechanic path grants one of them. The skill known as sliding shot leans towards evasion. Although Han Xiao is not considered fragile, he indeed favors this versatile skill that balances offense and defense over the resource-intensive, high-damage ultimate abilities. Furthermore, its continuous fire is not constrained by magazine capacity, potentially allowing for remarkable efficacy in certain situations. The Qi refinement technique is a pivotal skill that inevitably unlocks upon the first advancement of the main profession. This is a unique type of skill that evolves through growth, devoid of a defined skill level. Its effectiveness can be enhanced through repeated practice, each session consuming experience and augmenting one's Qi. The accumulation of skill effect ceases only when the practice reaches its upper limit, with the efficacy depending upon the primary attributes of the main profession. Most of the training methods regarding Qi are growth-type skills. Qi serves as the foundation for super beings, significantly influencing their energy levels and ranks. The initial levels of Qi are categorized as follows: LV1-10, LV2-50, LV3-100, LV4-200, LV5-400, and LV6-1000. Achieving these standards facilitates the progression to the next Qi level, bestowing new attribute enhancements, with some critical levels unveiling new applications for Qi. The first advancement marks a watershed moment. At level 30, Hellas energy level reaches 500 auna, approximately 5 times greater than Han Xiao's, largely attributable to the Qi refinement technique. Titanium alloy is a new blueprint developed through the study of advanced material synthesis. It belongs to the category of material blueprints and is classified as a green quality material, ideal for the fabrication of external armor due to its exceptional impact resistance. The manufacturing requirement is primary refinement at level 5, with a total of 180,000 experience points. Han Xiao initially invested 25,000 to elevate his agent class to level 10. This enhancement yields additional attributes: Strength 2, Agility 2, Endurance 3, and Charisma 1, along with 1 potential point and 1 free attribute point. Detected advancement. Would you like to cancel the civilian class? The civilian class serves as the initial profession for the majority of humanoid players, akin to a novice guide to prevent players from being unable to level up at the commencement of their journey. Upon the first advancement, players can opt to relinquish the civilian class, which results in a reduction of attribute return experience. However, once the civilian class reaches its maximum level, it cannot be cancelled after advancement, leading to considerable frustration among many obsessive novice players. Cancel it, Han Xiao declared, as he had not derived any benefits from this class and thus would incur no loss. The subclass section of the interface witnessed the disappearance of civilian, leaving only the fully leveled agent, with an overall level still at 21. He then expended an additional 45,000 experience points to elevate basic shooting to level 10, resulting in a 10 increase in shooting accuracy and an additional agility point of 2, along with another potential point. At this point, he had spent a total of 70,000 experience points, and Han Xiao needed to reserve 64,000 experience points for Vitality Refinement method. Therefore, the experience points available for use remained. Let me calculate that on my fingers. There are still 47,000 experience points. Let us set it aside for now. Han Xiao sighed. For experience comes swiftly but departs just as quickly. Fortunately, he still possessed high-energy ammunition, which would provide a stable source of experience once he began its sale. Feng Jun had been waiting for quite some time and departed with Han Xiao. Suddenly, Han Xiao recalled something and said, "By the way, I heard that someone named Clad has surrendered a folding combat knife. Help me spread the word. I shall not sell him anything." Feng Jun, feeling helpless, replied, "Do you truly see me as a mere messenger?" Han Xiao was taken aback. "Isn't that so?" Feng Jun, momentarily silenced, muttered, "I will relay the message." "He claims he won't sell me anything?" Platt scoffed upon hearing the rumor, dismissing it with disdain. He was indifferent to Han Xiao's background. What mattered to him was tangible profit. In his eyes, Han Xiao might not possess superior machinery in the future, leaving no opportunity for business. Such a threat was utterly inconsequential. Han Xiao completed his advancement and began to familiarize himself with his newfound powers at home. Drawing upon past experiences, He swiftly integrated his knowledge and commenced training in the chi extraction method. Each training session consumed not only experience, but also physical stamina. With limited stamina recovery, he could only train twice a day while still engaging in machinery production. You have trained once in the chi extraction method, achieving a perfection rate of 81. Chi Level 3. The effectiveness of training hinges upon the primary attributes of the profession, with intellect being the cornerstone of the mechanical class. Han Xiao has allocated all 4 of his free attribute points into intellect, elevating it to a total of 36. Previously, in his quest to escape the base, he had invested considerable points into strength and endurance. Henceforth, he need only focus on intellect. The training effects of the Chi Energy Refinement method are categorized into 3 tiers. Below 40 perfection yields Chi Energy Level 1, between 40 and 80 yields Level 2, and above 80 results in Level 3. Han Xiao has just achieved the 3rd tier. Due to the lack of market for the folding combat knife, Han Xiao has not made any sales for several days. He believes it is time to unveil the new product, high-efficiency ammunition. Having accumulated thousands of rounds in various calibers over the past few days, just as he prepares to commission Li Yalan to disseminate the news, she unexpectedly calls him first. The captain has been discharged from the hospital and has summoned everyone. Upon arriving at the secret operations team's meeting room, Han Xiao notices his teammates have been waiting. His attention is immediately drawn to an unfamiliar man with a square face, exuding an air of righteousness and seriousness, his lips pressed together, appearing trustworthy. "Are you Han Xiao?" the captain inquires, his expression displeased, eyes filled with dissatisfaction and wariness as he scrutinizes Han Xiao. Taken aback, Han Xiao is gently tugged by Lin Yao, who whispers, "The team can only recruit new members with the captain's approval. However, your application was specially approved by the Bureau while the captain was recuperating, so he may harbor some reservations about you. But rest assured, although the captain is stern, he is a good person." Indeed, Han Xiao turned his head and was instantly startled. Lin Yao was completely wrapped in bandages, resembling a zongzi, with only his eyes and mouth exposed, presenting a woeful sight. Han Xiao asked in astonishment, "Who did this to you?" Li Yalan coughed softly. Lin Yao, with a look of grievance, corrected himself. I fell. Han Xiao's lips twitched. With such severe injuries, did you participate in an event akin to real men fall 100 times? Han Xiao was taken aback, wondering just how casually your parents chose your name. Only Yi Qiu and Yi Fan have a higher frequency of occurrence than you. Zhang Wei exclaimed in surprise. You know Yi Fan from the Haixia Military Intelligence Agency? Ahem. Before my hospitalization, I had collaborated with him a few times. Oh my, there truly is someone with that fated name. That fellow's luck must be off the charts. Returning to the main topic, Zhang Wei's gaze was intense, and he stated solemnly, "With you, our team will have 5 members restored. Your position will be logistics. But I must lay down a harsh truth. Your resume is blank. I do not trust your abilities. I will regard any orders from you with skepticism. If I deem you inadequate, even if you are a specially approved member, I will expel you from my team." 050 Rescue Operation, Part 1. Han Xiao raised an eyebrow. Trust must be cultivated over time. While Zhang Wei appeared aggressive, it also demonstrated his earnest commitment to his responsibilities as a captain, and naturally, Han Xiao held no resentment. However, it is impossible to expel him from the team. Even the upper echelons would not allow it. Zhang Wei was acutely aware that he could hardly contest the decisions made by higher authorities. Yet, as the captain, he bore the responsibility of leading the team. The sudden introduction of a complete newcomer with no prior experience, devoid of any relevant information, left him almost entirely ignorant of Han Xiao. How could he possibly lead the team under such circumstances? Zhang Wei's anger did not stem from a challenge to his authority as captain, but rather from the perception that the higher-ups were indifferent to the safety of their small unit. A parachuted novice, lacking sufficient capability, could easily make erroneous judgments, placing the entire team in jeopardy. Even if such mistakes were unintentional, they could still prove detrimental to the group. Zhang Wei held no prejudice against newcomers, however. He believed that one should undergo at least 2 to 3 years of rigorous training before being deemed worthy of joining the clandestine operations department. He had no desire to lead a novice into perilous missions. What did they think of his team? A mere nursery. Zhang Wei silently resolved that if Han Xiao could not integrate into the team, he would expel him, even at the risk of incurring the displeasure of the higher-ups. At the very least, he would pass this burden on to another team. Han Xiao remained oblivious to Zhang Wei's internal turmoil, only noticing the increasing hostility in his gaze. He was unaware of the convoluted thoughts swirling in the seemingly principled captain's mind, feeling as though he had inadvertently led someone astray. At that moment, Lin Yao's computer lit up, and he strained to turn his neck to glimpse the screen. His expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "We have an urgent mission. The higher-ups require us to depart immediately." Zhang Wei's countenance grew stern. "What are the specifics?" Ma Qingyang's squad was tasked with launching a surprise assault on the budding base. But they encountered an ambush. The higher-ups urgently requested our immediate assistance. The others would board the aircraft afterward. A surprise attack on the budding base? Han Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this was one of the 3 intelligence reports he had previously provided. After a brief contemplation, he surmised the likely sequence of events. All 3 budding base locations he had indicated were situated within the territory of the Star Dragon Nation, allowing them to mobilize their military swiftly for the assault. The 13th Bureau had already obliterated 2 budding bases within their borders, bringing his mission progress to 2-0. Even the budding organization, despite their naivety, would realize that their intelligence had been compromised, leading them to prepare an ambush at the 3rd base. Zhang Wei hurriedly made his way outside, pausing momentarily beside Han Xiao. Frowning as he instructed, "Lin Yao, you stay behind to fill the logistics position. Han Xiao, as a newcomer, this is a rare opportunity for you. Observe closely and strive to be of service soon." Lin Yao hesitated, wanting to speak, but Han Xiao smiled and casually replied, "Very well." Zhang Wei had not participated in the Black Spider operation. He would not place his trust in Han Xiao solely based on the Yaolin's exuberant descriptions. This was only natural. And Han Xiao understood, silently lamenting that he was indeed a perceptive man. After some thought, Han Xiao intercepted Li Yalin, producing 4 magazines filled with incendiary rounds. "Consider this my gesture of goodwill." Li Yalin's eyes brightened. "Is this your new invention? Use it sparingly." Han Xiao chuckled softly, his tone imbued with mystery. "It will ignite. You have triggered an E-level mission. Rescue. Task content. Rescue the pursued secret operations team. Your duty is to assist your teammates in completing this mission. Task requirement. Successfully rescue the Ma Qingyang team. Task reward. 8,000 experience. Special reward. None. 8,000 experience, though modest, is better than nothing. Yet it is merely a reflection of logistical standards. Xiao Gu, the captain is not deliberately targeting you. Do not take it to heart." Lin Yao spoke cautiously. "I understand." Sensing the natural tone in Han Xiao's voice, Lin Yao felt reassured and proceeded to open 3 computers, swiftly typing on the keyboards. He adjusted the frequencies to match those of the miniature cameras and earpieces worn by Li Yalin and the others, synchronizing sound and visuals. The screens displayed the first-person perspective of the 3. The team had already boarded the plane. The headquarters possesses a dedicated underground metro, enabling rapid transportation of personnel to the helipad on the outskirts of the city. The trio boarded a fighter jet, accompanied by a fully armed external operations team of 12. Han Xiao and Li Yalin engaged in casual conversation, while Zhang Wei and Lan Bi chose to rest with their eyes closed. An hour later, the fighter jet landed at the designated location. The scene revealed a vast expanse of arid desert, with barren hills stretching like the vertebrae of the earth. The azure sky blazed with the sun's radiant heat, distorting the air under the sweltering temperatures. The ground, strewn with yellow sand, resembled a searing iron plate, kissing the military boots and emitting a faint scent of char. "We have arrived at the location," Zhang Wei reported in a low voice. The trio was fully armed, with Li Yalin still clad in her signature yellow hooded sweatshirt and black bulletproof bodysuit. At her waist hung a folding combat knife, and she carried a black backpack containing a lightweight power arm. Lambert was equipped with dozens of folding throwing knives and a slender, high-caliber sniper rifle. However, Zhang Wei's weaponry astonished Han Xiao. It was a set of powered exoskeleton armor. The entire body was enveloped in dense gray-black armor, marked with visible scratches, while the helmet resembled those of ancient Western knights, exposing only slits for the eyes. The arm armor featured attachment rails carrying 2 modified heavy machine guns, with ammunition belts cleverly concealed beneath the armor, and the reload points secured on the outer thigh, tightly shielded. Additionally, he bore a hexagonal steel shield upon his back, resembling a turtle shell, rendering him a formidable figure, a veritable hunk of iron, robust and exceedingly simplistic in design, unmistakably indicative of a military tank. Han Xiao's interest was piqued. This was a prototype of the warrior armor, one of the few foundational powered armors from the Aquamarine Star 1.0 version. The 6 nations each controlled distinct advanced knowledge, developing unique weaponry characteristic of their respective factions. Players could only acquire this powered armor upon reaching a respect relationship within the Tilius faction, and it came at an exorbitant price. Merely the maintenance costs after each battle could amount to tens of thousands, a sum far beyond the earning capacity of most players, unlike Han Zhao's swift financial gains. As the team's logistics officer, responsible for equipment supply and maintenance, Zhang Wei's armor would henceforth be entrusted to him for repairs. As long as there are no confidentiality measures in place, a mechanic can reverse engineer blueprints through tangible objects, which can be categorized into two scenarios. First, if the mechanic has already acquired the prerequisite knowledge of the blueprint, the derivation process will be significantly expedited, and the experience required to comprehend the blueprint will remain within acceptable limits. In the second scenario, should the mechanic lack the requisite foundational knowledge, they may still deduce the blueprint, albeit at a snail's pace, with the necessary experience often reaching astronomical figures, frequently multiplying by dozens of times. The resultant blueprints are typically marked with suffixes indicating deficiencies or incompleteness, yielding results that pale in comparison to the official schematics. The prerequisite knowledge for the warrior armor pertains to advanced knowledge from another armament branch, which is held by Tilius. However, after some contemplation, he suppressed this notion, believing that, relying on his memory, he could synthesize superior mechanical blueprints that would cater to various needs. Deeming it unwise to expend vast amounts of experience on deducing a flawed armor blueprint, Lin Yu stated, the rescue team is located 13 kilometers away. The pursuing enemy consists of 15 armored off-road vehicles and 1 Black Hawk helicopter. The rendezvous point is tentatively set at a hill 3 kilometers from your position, which offers a commanding view. Your mission is to ambush the pursuers and assist your comrades without engaging in prolonged combat. I have already sent the rendezvous details to them. Be prepared. The orders were clear and concise. As the saying goes, the bystander sees clearly, which epitomizes the role of logistical intelligence personnel who orchestrate the overall strategy and swiftly devise suitable plans for the combatants' reference. The three, along with the external team, swiftly reached the designated location, crouching behind the hill as they awaited the enemy's arrival. Soon, the thunderous roar of engines echoed across the desolate plains. As a dozen armored vehicles from the budding organization pursued a single car, the incessant crackle of machine guns and the explosive booms of grenades filling the air. The fiery blast relentlessly chased the fleeing vehicle, churning up the earth and enveloping the scene in clouds of dust. The vehicle in flight belonged to Ma Qingyang's squad. Stand by. Zhang Wei commanded gravely, his gaze fixed on the rapidly diminishing distance. Only when they were within range did he decisively order, fire, hidden behind the hills. The support team unleashed a torrential downpour of steel rain, the flames of their guns erupting as a hail of bullets struck the armored plates of the pursuing vehicles, creating a shower of sparks that rang out like a cacophony of metal. Caught off guard by the ambush, the leading vehicles swerved hastily to avoid a frontal assault, nearly toppling over at high speed. In this rescue operation, Zhang Wei unleashed a barrage from his machine gun, watching as a multitude of large-caliber bullets shot forth, trailing two vivid flames like twin fire dragons. They swept across the front of the two leading armored off-road vehicles, which, moments later, erupted into fireballs. Their destruction a testament to their might. At that moment, Lambert showcased his prowess as a sniper, silent as a stone, continuously firing, utilizing armor-piercing steel core rounds. Each shot yielded results, striking tires or shattering the glass in front of the driver, significantly hampering the enemy's pursuit. Reinforcements have arrived. Ma Qingyang, driving for his life, felt a surge of joy, and hope blossomed among his team, nearly all of whom were injured, lying in the vehicle as if lifeless. As the vehicle reached the hilltop, Ma Qingyang poked his head out of the driver's seat and shouted, "Old Zhang, there are too many enemies. We must flee at once." At that moment, a strange and fierce wind suddenly surged from below the hill towards Zhang Wei and his companions, swirling up dust and sand to form a grotesque visage, complete with facial features. An unsettling wave of anxiety washed over everyone. "Dodge!" Zhang Wei roared, quickly rolling to the side. His heavy armor restricted his movements, forcing him to rely on this method of evasion. Li Yalan and Lan Beat reacted swiftly, immediately sidestepping the impending danger. The fierce wind erupted at their original position, hurling several field agents into the air. Suddenly, Zhang Wei felt a sharp, piercing pain in his head, as if he had been stung by a needle, and blood began to trickle from his nose. Alarmed, he noticed that the field agents who had failed to dodge were now sprawled on the ground, their faces drenched in blood, convulsing in unconsciousness. "It's a mental attack. The enemy possesses an esper." Zhang Wei gasped in horror. Upon closer inspection, he saw an armored vehicle open its top, and a live figure clad in black leather leaped out, hurtling towards them with remarkable speed. Her long, red curls whipped through the air like bolts of crimson lightning. Hyla's eyes glinted with a cold intensity as she raised her hand, summoning another visage of the fierce wind that swiftly took shape, hurtling towards Zhang Wei, the air filled with a piercing shriek that resembled a silent wail. No. This is not merely the sound of the wind. It is the lament of souls. This was the power of the force of the departed, an ability wielded by Hyla. Zhang Wei's consciousness spiraled into confusion, and he collapsed to the ground. Had it not been for his formidable physical prowess, this encounter would have surely claimed his life. Changing commanders at the last moment is a grave misstep. Zhang Wei was about to reprimand them when he was taken aback to see that Li Yalan and Lambert displayed no hesitation, turning to leave, placing their complete trust in Han Zhao's judgment. What made this newcomer so reliable? Hela swiftly ascended the hill, waving her hand, a hazy gray light sweeping across, incapacitating the entire field team without a trace of injury, leaving them breathless. Han Zhao's expression grew solemn. He was well aware of Hela's formidable abilities. Fortunately, when he escaped the laboratory, he had not encountered her directly. Her powers had been assessed as an S-class potential, an exceedingly rare ability that surpassed natural disasters. Even now, Hela had only scratched the surface of her powers, yet it was already impressive. She moved with astonishing speed. Li Yalan, intercept her. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yalan turned, executing a swift kick that exploded with a brilliant yellow flame, pushing Hela back several steps. A martial artist? Hela narrowed her eyes, bringing her hands together to conjure an even larger grimace aimed at Li Yalan. Remaining composed, Li Yalan performed a sliding tackle that slipped beneath the grimace, sustaining only a slight backlash. Her physique could easily withstand it as she closed the distance to Hela once more, drawing her folding combat knife and striking down fiercely. Hela was taken aback, forced to roll away to evade the blade. The Lingyan-style martial arts. Hela was enveloped in swirling gray energy, her arms forming a shield to deflect every blow, remaining unscathed like a rock. There was only one explanation. Hela's strength far exceeded that of Li Yalan. Even in the realm of close combat where the latter excelled, this series of confrontations lasted merely seconds, yet was fraught with peril. Utilizing the power arm, the enemy revealed a fleeting vulnerability, which Lambert seized to launch a precise shot. Li Yalan bit her lip, her left hand plunging into her backpack. When she emerged, she had donned the lightweight power arm, and with a forceful punch, the mechanical augmentation amplified her strength, shattering Hela's defensive posture and exposing her chest and abdomen. The iron fist struck true. A sickly flush crossed Hela's face as she let out a muffled groan, her hands twisted together, summoning a swirling gray energy that sparked as it spiraled in her palms. She then thrust her hands downward, unleashing a tempest that emanated from her feet, sweeping dust and debris in all directions. Li Yalan hurriedly retreated, yet even so, her mind felt as if it had been struck by a heavy blow. Her very soul seemed to be torn asunder, and she suffered intense pain, blood trickling from her nose. The landscape before her warped, tilting between earth and sky, and she nearly lost her balance. Hela, fixated on the familiar lightweight power arm, was consumed by a mix of anger and astonishment, demanding to know, what is your connection to Zero? Zero? Who is that? Li Yalan was utterly perplexed. At that moment, Lambert took action. Seizing the fleeting opportunity to fire a shot, Hela's expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly dodged to the side. The gray energy coalesced into a dense mist, shielding her body. But the large-caliber bullet struck her shoulder. Hela was sent spiraling away as if colliding head-on with a speeding train. Zhang Wei, take Li Yalan and run. When directly addressed by name, Zhang Wei expressed no objections. Under Han Zhao's command, Li Yalan and Lambert coordinated swiftly to incapacitate the troublesome adversary. He began to place his trust in Han Zhao's directives. Upon hearing the orders, he promptly scooped up the dazed Li Yalan and turned to flee. Hastening towards Ma Qingyang's vehicle, the three hurriedly leapt into the car, which lingered only a mere 2 seconds before nearly being riddled with gunfire. At last, Zhang Wei had a moment to assess the situation. The pursuing armored convoy was slower than them, and the formidable ability wielder was preoccupied with tending to their injuries, unable to give chase. If they could reach the aircraft, their escape would be assured. No problems here. Zhang Wei exhaled with relief. However, Han Xiao doused his optimism with a warning. Watch the skies. The skies? Indeed, the enemy still had a helicopter. Zhang Wei was taken aback. The Black Hawk helicopter finally made its appearance, its mounted machine guns raining fire down upon the vehicle. It was imperative to bring down that airborne threat. Zhang Wei assessed the situation quickly. Otherwise, their aircraft would be in jeopardy. Only Lambert's sniper rifle possessed the necessary range for such an endeavor. Lambert, expressionless, shook his head. I have exhausted my armor-piercing rounds. Only standard ammunition remains. The Black Hawk's armor is formidable. Even armor-piercing bullets would require more than 7 shots to penetrate. Were they to perish here? Ma Qingyang's face was filled with despair, the distance to the evacuation aircraft shrinking to a mere kilometer, yet it felt like an insurmountable chasm. Han Xiao suddenly interjected. Have you forgotten the gift I bestowed upon you? Li Yalan was taken aback, retrieving 4 magazines, one of which contained a sniper bullet, and inquired. What purpose does this serve? You'll find out once you try, replied Lan Bet without hesitation, loading the magazine and firing a shot toward the helicopter. All eyes were upon him, filled with anticipation. A single bullet, embodying their last hope. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. The bolt slid back, ejecting an empty brass casing. Flames and smoke erupted from the muzzle as the deep red sniper round, adorned with fiery patterns, was propelled forth by the primer's energy, accelerating and spinning in a graceful dance, ultimately kissing the helicopter's bulletproof glass. The red projectile swiftly fragmented, resembling a blooming lotus, as highly viscous flammable gas rapidly escaped. A blinding flash of fire expanded, and the helicopter erupted into a massive fireball, accompanied by an explosive force, flames engulfing the armor, giving the illusion that the very surface had ignited. The helicopter began to careen wildly, akin to a drunken reveler, as the pilot succumbed to panic, blinded by the flames. Spiraling away from the battlefield, everyone was taken aback, fixated on the incendiary magazine. It could even ignite armor. What kind of bullet is this? Ma Qingyang exclaimed in astonishment. Where on earth did you acquire such a remarkable item? A treasure has been discovered. Li Yalan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she swiftly replaced the ammunition with high-octane rounds, raising her weapon to fire. Each shot transformed numerous off-road vehicles into blazing fireballs. Even strikes to the ground ignited vast expanses of flames. The armor heated up, causing the temperature within the enemy vehicles to surge dramatically. Flames, fueled by gas, crept through the seams and engulfed the interiors, causing critical components such as engines and cylinders to overheat. The pursuing vehicles swerved in a frantic escape, unable to retaliate. Lambert seized the moment, landing 2 shots on the helicopter's rotor. It spun wildly, retreating completely from the battlefield. Ma Qingyang pressed the accelerator, charging into the aircraft's rear compartment. The already tense pilot took off immediately, and the plane swiftly vanished into the horizon. Hella's complexion paled as she felt the sting of a shallow wound on her shoulder, inflicted by a sniper's bullet. Gray mist swirled around the injury, quickly staunching the bleeding. With a reluctant gaze fixed on the distant plane, she activated the communication with her leader, gritting her teeth as she reported, I have located the whereabouts of 052 Harvest. Rescue completed. You have gained 8,000 experience. Strategic Defense Bureau of Star Dragon Nation Affection Level 100. Xiaogu, you are incredible. Lin Yao's eyes sparkled with admiration. Did you just realize this today? Han Xiao raised an eyebrow. Zhang Wei felt a sense of clarity, acknowledging his previous doubts about Han Xiao. He candidly apologized, saying, I sincerely apologize for questioning your capabilities. Without your command and the new equipment, we would surely have perished. On behalf of the team leader, I welcome you to our squad. Although this welcome from the captain was belated, Zhang Wei mused that it was better late than never. Han Xiao offered a smile that seemed to dance on the edge of irony, remarking, there is no need for such apologies over trivial matters, after all. I consider myself a magnanimous person. A chill unexpectedly crept down Zhang Wei's spine, leaving him with an uneasy feeling that her words might carry a hidden meaning. Han Xiao then inquired, by the way, who manufactured your armor? Oh, this is the prototype of the unfinished warrior armor, a trophy we acquired from Tilius several years ago. Currently, we possess only this single prototype, and the development of blueprints is progressing slowly. Even maintenance has proven quite troublesome. For now, it is my personal gear. The foundational knowledge for the warrior armor stems from the advanced military branch known as heavy mechanical modification, which encompasses numerous individual mechas, exoskeleton armors, and large-scale war vehicles. Tilius has only managed to produce a prototype, and it is certain that Xinglong's development pace will be even slower. A glimmer of insight sparkled in Han Zhao's eyes as she declared, from now on, I shall take charge of maintaining your armor. That would be splendid. Zhang Wei responded with delight, having come to trust Han Zhao's abilities after this operation. Li Yalan excitedly interjected through the earpiece. Is this bullet your latest invention? Han Xiao elaborated on the capabilities of the high-energy ammunition, and the seasoned agents present immediately grasped that this was an innovative type of incendiary round. Akin to armor-piercing incendiary shells, but with a significantly enhanced combustion capacity. While armor-piercing incendiary rounds can penetrate armor, igniting the combustible agent upon impact and requiring surrounding flammable materials to sustain combustion, the high-energy rounds utilize an unknown, novel combustion agent that ignites the air directly without the need for collision-induced heat. This unique ammunition adheres to any surface, igniting everything in its vicinity with an exceptionally high temperature, boasting a potency comparable to a highly concentrated incendiary device. Moreover, it can be fired from firearms, vastly outpacing hand-thrown alternatives in terms of speed and range, rendering it an exceedingly lethal weapon in jungle environments and offering a plethora of tactical options. Zhang Wei and others witnessed the formidable Black Hawk helicopter, capable of withstanding armor-piercing rounds, being set ablaze by 3 shots from Lambert, forcing it to withdraw from the battlefield. Unless composed of special heat-resistant materials, metals can easily reach temperatures unbearable to the human body, potentially damaging sensitive instruments as well. Ma Qingyang eagerly interjected into the conversation, inquiring whether these rounds were available for purchase. Indeed, each round is priced at 50, Han Xiao responded, his gaze shifting as he recognized a prime opportunity to launch the high-energy rounds into the market, bolstered by tangible combat results that would enhance their reputation. Ma Qingyang, unable to contain his enthusiasm, declared, I would like to pre-order 200 rounds, including 20 small-caliber rounds for pistols, 150 rounds for submachine guns, and 30 rounds for sniper rifles. Very well, they will be ready for collection within a day, Han Xiao replied, turning to Li Yalan. Please continue to assist me in processing the orders, and as before, I shall offer you a 20% discount. Li Yalan's eyes curved like a crescent moon, and the tale of the rescue of Ma Qingyang's team spread like wildfire through headquarters, bringing forth the illustrious reputation of the high-energy ammunition. Was it Han Xiao's new product? It was said that the survival of old Ma's team was solely attributed to the high-energy rounds. The incident involving the folding combat knife piqued the curiosity of many agents from the 13th Bureau, and upon learning that Ma Qingyang had ordered a batch of high-energy ammunition, they flocked to investigate. Having been saved by Han Xiao's team, Ma Qingyang, in a gesture of gratitude, demonstrated the functionality of the high-energy ammunition before the onlookers in the training field. A raging inferno ensued. The spectators were instantly captivated by the power of the high-energy rounds. What remarkable goods! Upon leaving the training ground, the agents hurriedly sought out Li Yalan to place their orders, which were substantial compared to close-range weapons. This multifunctional ammunition was indeed a hot commodity, just as Han Xiao had anticipated. The emergence of this new type of bullet immediately caught the attention of the higher-ups in the 13th Bureau, who were determined not to repeat past mistakes of leaking blueprints. Thus, the beleaguered head of research was once again summoned for a stern warning, much to his dismay, as he had no intention of provoking Han Xiao further. The 13th Bureau offered an unlimited purchase condition to equip the Field Department and Special Forces, albeit at a slightly reduced price of 20,000 for 500 rounds. Han Xiao accepted this price, as securing a stable order from the agents was paramount, and an additional sales avenue was most welcome. Han Xiao's stock of thousands of ammunition was swiftly depleted within a single day, yielding an impressive revenue of 200,000 sea blue coins. Coupled with his 1.5 million from the dark web, he found himself untroubled by financial concerns in the short term. After his advancement, Han Xiao's manufacturing speed saw yet another enhancement, as he devoted himself to the production of high-energy ammunition. In a show of support, the 13th Bureau provided a set of specialized equipment for crafting cartridge shells and primers, greatly alleviating the burden of shell polishing and significantly boosting efficiency. Each batch produced at least 300 rounds, and he was able to manufacture more than 10 batches in a single day. Each high-energy bullet bestowed a minimum of 510 experience points, leading to a steady accumulation of 20 to 30,000 experience points daily. The experience surged uncontrollably. Han Xiao was confident that no other player in the mechanical class could match his pace in experience grinding. Aside from his unwavering daily practice of the Qi refinement method, he immersed himself completely in the creation of high-energy bullets. High-energy ammunition is not for sale to me? Clad exclaimed in anger and disbelief. Having heard rumors of the high-energy ammunition, he sought to make a purchase. He initially planned to apologize should Li Yalan make things difficult, believing that Han Xiao would likely not pursue the matter further. After all, why forego profit? However, As soon as he expressed his intent, Li Yalan firmly rejected him. With a disdainful snort, she declared, Han Xiao has stated that you are on his blacklist and will not engage in any form of transaction with you. Nor will he accept any of your apologies. The agents surrounding them, waiting to place their orders, regarded Clat with amused expressions. Many agents who hesitated to sell the folding combat knife now found themselves immensely relieved, grateful that Krat had acted swiftly, nearly offending Han Xiao, who appeared to be quite serious about the matter. Krat's countenance darkened. With a huff of irritation, he turned to leave. Unwilling to believe that spending a little extra would deter his colleagues from reselling the high-energy bullets they had purchased. However, after inquiring around, he discovered that no one was willing to sell, even when he raised the price to 200 per round. Even those colleagues with whom he usually maintained a cordial relationship politely declined his offers. Why? Krat was utterly astonished, feeling the sting of exclusion. At last, an old friend revealed the reason. Selling to him would equate to offending Han Xiao, and who could predict the risk of being placed on his blacklist? Furthermore, Han Xiao might possess other valuable items in the future, making it hardly worth it to offend him on Krat's behalf. Suddenly, Krat recalled his previous thoughts, where he deemed it unworthy to forego the profits from the research department out of fear of offending Han Xiao. Now, his perspective had entirely reversed. To be placed on Han Xiao's blacklist for a mere pittance was indeed not worth it. How short-sighted he had been. Regret washed over Krat. In the research department, within a studio, Luo Xian's expression was icy as he produced a small box containing 20 high-energy bullets, which he had procured through an intermediary, on Han Xiao's blacklist. Only the Krat team is mentioned. The hacker Luo Xian is not included. Han Xiao perceives Luo Xian as a member of the RD department, who, through his own ingenuity, has deduced the blueprints, a responsibility he deems commendable and entirely justifiable, unlike the despicable Krat. With the RD department now operating under directives from higher-ups, Han Xiao believes there is no need to target Luo Xian. Moreover, he considers Luo Xian, a logistics personnel, unworthy of acquiring his equipment. However, Luo Xian harbors a contrary sentiment, feeling belittled. Han Xiao, is it true that you look down on me, even deeming me unworthy of your attention? Anger swells within him, accompanied by a profound sense of grievance. Yet, he has misconstrued the situation. Han Xiao does not disdain him, but rather has never truly acknowledged his existence. The head of the RD department has issued a stringent decree forbidding any research into high-energy ammunition. Yet Luo Xian discerns the significance the upper echelons of Bureau 13 place on it. Their reluctance is not due to a lack of desire for the blueprints, but rather a fear of offending Han Xiao. Thus, Luo Xian resolves to clandestinely develop the blueprints for high-energy ammunition, intending to discreetly present them to the higher-ups. Bureau 13 is home to numerous military factories capable of manufacturing the ammunition without Han Xiao's knowledge. It is implausible for him to remain informed about every detail. Following his previous success in deciphering the folding combat knife, Luo Xian has cultivated confidence, convinced that Han Xiao's technical prowess is rather ordinary. And he too can effortlessly crack the code for high-energy ammunition. Should he succeed, the higher-ups will undoubtedly regard him with newfound respect. This represents his singular opportunity for redemption. Failure is not an option. The more he contemplates, the more feasible his plan appears. As for the command issued by the Minister of Research and Development, Luo Xian paid it no heed. That scoundrel had betrayed him, and to seek favor again would be a mark of disgrace. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xian adjusted himself to the best state, skillfully manipulating the tweezers as he prepared to detach the warhead. The core of the incendiary device lay within the burning agent contained in the warhead, making the analysis of its composition the most crucial task. Clang! The warhead was successfully separated. The first step was accomplished. Next came the disassembly of the warhead to extract the burning agent within, a process that required utmost caution to avoid any collision or friction. A buffer conduit had been meticulously prepared to ensure that neither the powdered nor the liquid burning agents would ignite. Luo Xian felt he was performing flawlessly as he steadily opened the warhead. Success. Now, the focus shifted to the analysis of its constituents. Luo Xian was overjoyed. However, the moment he opened the shell, a violent blaze erupted before his eyes. Ding, ding, ding. The shrill fire alarm blared as thick black smoke billowed from the research department, engulfed in fierce flames, prompting the members to evacuate in haste. The ceiling's automatic sprinklers whirled into action, swiftly dousing the flames, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Various documents and blueprints turned into sodden mush at the slightest touch. While some non-waterproof computers malfunctioned, sparking electrical flames. The walls and floors were charred and blackened. What had caused the sudden inferno? The Minister of Research and Development, shaken, gazed sorrowfully at the chaos strewn across the floor. The guards swiftly arrived to inspect the scene. The fire had originated from the workshop. Luo Xian was drenched, wrapped in a blanket, his face covered in soot, and was escorted out by the guard, his visage charred, hair completely singed. Even his eyebrows had been burnt away, resembling a bald egg, or rather, a preserved egg. Luo Xian was filled with dread. Had he not evaded quickly and found a fire extinguisher nearby, he might have been disfigured. He never anticipated that the combustion agent of the high-energy ammunition was gas, leaking upon the opening of the projectile and igniting upon contact with the atmosphere, making it akin to a device that could not be opened once manufactured, capable of briefly igniting even in a vacuum. With his skills, he could never replicate it. Defeated, Luo Xian wore a look of discontent. "What have you done?" the head of research exclaimed furiously. The guard produced several charged shell casings, faintly revealing a crimson base, and solemnly stated, "These are the casings of high-energy ammunition. Your team has been researching it." The head of research's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at Luo Xian, rendered speechless. "Do you regard my orders as mere nonsense? If the higher-ups investigate, I will bear the brunt of this." He fumed. "You are all a liability." Gu Hui arrived promptly, his demeanor grave. "Explain this to me." The head of research, gritting his teeth, dragged Luo Xian forward, declaring it was all his unilateral decision. Gu Hui remained expressionless. "Do you have anything to say for yourself?" Luo Xian lowered his head. If his clandestine research were to succeed, it would be a remarkable achievement. However, having been exposed for willfully disobeying orders and causing a fire at headquarters, he, an ordinary member without connections, was bound to face dire consequences. A wave of despondency washed over him as he began to doubt whether his choices had been misguided. Had he not been so proud and narrow-minded from the outset? Perhaps he could have maintained a more balanced mindset and avoided such calamities. "I am still too young," he lamented. Meanwhile, Han Xiao learned of Luo Xian's predicament from Feng Jun and was astounded by the young man's audacity. Even he, the creator, would not dare to open the high-energy bullets post-formation. That gentleman was truly impressive. Soon, however, Han Xiao cast the matter aside, and his impression of Luo Xian remained merely a name. The warrior armor designed by Zhang Wei arrived at his studio, revealing a prototype that appeared rather rudimentary. Warrior armor, prototype, type, full coverage small infantry armor, quality, white, base attributes, armor value 682-1400, defense 35, power level 86, energy value 250-250. Equipment requirements, strength 42, endurance 48, attribute penalty, agility -10, height 1. 95 meters, weight 370 pounds, control method, human control, no chip, energy source, electric power, combat consumption, 5 energy minute, core power, 125-130 auna. Skeletal module, spring piston shock absorbing support. Reducing load by 65, slightly enhancing shock resistance, occupying 20 power, right arm module, large caliber triple-barreled machine gun, 1 shot, 3 bullets, attack power 105124, firing rate 5 rounds S. Maximum firing rate 8 rounds S, 5 seconds overload, ammunition capacity 30120, ammo belt, output energy level 75, occupying 35 power, left arm module, large caliber triple-barreled machine gun. As above, right wrist module, retractable alloy blade, attack power 1215, output energy level 9, occupying 5 power, legs module, spring-powered running device, movement speed 15. Activation consumption 1 energy minute, occupying 30 power, auxiliary module, basic thermal imaging device, no power, auxiliary module, hexagonal steel heavy shield. No power, additional ability, heavy armor reduces physical damage by 12, remarks, a veritable disgrace in the realm of armor. Subpar. Han Xiao could hardly bear to look. Moreover, regarding the power, only the legs possess a rudimentary mechanical drive, with not even an exoskeleton installed. All other components rely entirely on the user's own strength. He finally comprehended why Zhang Wei refrained from utilizing the steel shield on his back. Goodness, it was simply unmanageable. Additionally, the external armor was appallingly crude. Merely large iron plates hastily welded together as armor, showcasing the roughness of Tilius in all aspects. Even though this device is merely a prototype, it deserves my utmost attention. I must say, however, there is no rush in its modification. as certain concepts require the acquisition of new knowledge for comprehension. After hastily repairing it, Han Xiao entrusted it back to Zhang Wei through Feng Jun. The matter at hand now concerns another issue. 3 budding bases have been dismantled, and it is time to determine what intelligence to provide to Xinglong. The 3 sub-bases were but the tip of the iceberg of the budding organization. There are no other such bases within the borders of Xinglong. The locations subsequently suggested by Han Xiao necessitate that Xinglong's forces venture beyond their national borders for engagement. Armed forces unilaterally breaching another nation's territory is a blatant provocation of war. Although the 6 nations discreetly vie for supremacy, none wish to ignite conflict at this juncture. The monumental wars of the past, which spanned into a new era, have significantly drained national resources. All 6 nations are currently in a state of recuperation. Mending the wounds of war, whether hostilities will erupt again, remains uncertain. Therefore, cross-border operations must involve collaboration with other nations, which introduces numerous variables. Relying solely on his intelligence is insufficient. He must accompany the expedition to address any unforeseen circumstances. The pressing concern is whether the upper echelons of Xinglong will reject his application to leave Shidu. Suddenly, Feng Jun called, his tone grave. Han Xiao. The spies of the budding organization lurking in Shidu have begun their operations. They are searching for your whereabouts and seem to be aware of your involvement with us. I am aware, Han Xiao replied calmly, having anticipated this situation when he instructed Li Yalan to utilize the lightweight-powered arms. Rest assured. We have deployed a substantial number of personnel nearby, monitoring the area 24 hours a day. The West is the territory of the 13th Bureau. And even if the budding organization were to ascertain his location, the cost of confronting him would be substantial. Nevertheless, caution is paramount. Han Xiao is aware that the budding possesses several exceptionally formidable superpowered assassins. It is prudent to prepare some weapons for self-defense. Please procure 2 Desert Eagle handguns from your Bureau's armory. The Desert Eagle, renowned for its high caliber and close-quarters combat prowess, boasts a power comparable to that of a sniper rifle within a 30-meter range, though its effectiveness diminishes rapidly beyond that distance. The formidable handgun, when paired with the technique of slide shooting, offers a balanced approach to both offense and defense. In addition to the handguns, it is imperative to forge melee weapons as well. Over the past 3 days, the production of high-energy ammunition has yielded nearly 100,000 experience points. Without hesitation, Han Xiao expended 40,000 experience points to elevate elementary refinement to level 5, thereby meeting the manufacturing criteria for platinum alloy. He is intent on upgrading his equipment. A few days prior, the leader learned of Zero's lightweight power arm appearing on the Star Dragon operatives. This was connected to the 3rd encounter with military forces at the Star Dragon subbase. Despite the incredulity of the situation, he could only conclude that Zero had defected to Star Dragon, betraying the budding S intelligence. Is this a supernatural event? The leader found it difficult to comprehend. Zero had never been privy to such information, so how could he possibly know the locations of the organization's secret bases? Previously, he had not suspected Zero at all and had nearly misattributed blame to an internal traitor, which would have resulted in the significant loss of a high-ranking official. Over a month ago, Zero's arrogant proclamation echoed in his mind. I will annihilate you all. Is this your reliance? The leader clenched his fist abruptly, his gaze menacing. I have underestimated you, but you lack the qualifications to stand against us. I refuse to believe that you possess any significant classified information. Relay my orders to recruit some fresh faces and wanderers. Let them investigate the whereabouts of Zero and Xinglong. Should they yield results, the organization will bestow generous rewards. The leader's tone was frigid, his murderous intent resolute. If any clues are found, let Norsa deal with him. Norsa, of equal rank to Hela, is an executor of the budding organization, a skilled assassin. Each executor has their own strengths, and the number of executors within the budding organization has long remained a secret. Even to their own. The leader's gaze was profound. Do you think that aligning with Xinglong grants you impunity? Naive. Grateful thanks to Dao Minggue, Yuan Shui Yuan, Tang Keawaxi, for their rewarding contributions that enrich the mind and body, and to Gulong Dao, for the transformation of hidden beings into demons. 054 The assault of the internal test. The raw materials for titanium platinum alloy consist of several rare ores that are rather costly. Han Xiao expended considerable funds to procure sufficient raw materials. He synthesized titanium platinum alloy to forge a folding combat knife and a lightweight power arm, both exhibiting attributes superior to their predecessors, with the folding combat knife even attaining a green quality. Folding titanium platinum combat knife, quality, green, Basic attributes: attack power 24-28, durability 355, attribute bonus, agility 3, length 0, 77 meters, weight 8, 7 pounds, additional effects, shock resistant. Infused with a small amount of platinum alloy to enhance durability and reduce wear. Note: this is a blade that can also serve as a shield. The characteristics of platinum alloy include resilience and shock resistance, making it exceptionally suitable for armor. The next day, Feng Jun delivered 2 Desert Eagle handguns. Their barrels longer than those of typical pistols. Han Xiao fired a few rounds for testing, within a 30-meter range. The bullets possessed kinetic energy comparable to that of a sniper rifle, creating a substantial cavity in the head of a human target. The recoil was significant, causing the aim to drift upwards if not carefully managed. However, with his strength, he could master these formidable weapons. In preparation for the ever-present threat of assassination, Han Xiao carried both Desert Eagles and a folding platinum combat knife at all times. The inner lining of his clothing was crafted with convenient pockets, allowing him to carry 6 magazines, including 2 high-explosive magazines and 4 standard ones. The Desert Eagle had a limited capacity of only 8 rounds, so Han Xiao opted for steel core bullets in the standard magazines, which offered superior penetration at close range, making them ideal for the Desert Eagle. Han Xiao glanced at his panel. After leveling up, he had approximately 100,000 experience points remaining, with the recent success in crafting high-explosive ammunition. And after deducting the experience required for beginner refinement and the consumption for Qi refinement method, he still possessed nearly 200,000 experience points. It was only when the system broadcasted the first player ID to reach the level 60 cap of version 1.0 that everyone was left in astonishment, realizing that this was the very individual who had first proposed the concept of level compression. You old rascal! Han Xiao was not inclined to restrict his level. He was unbound by the limitations of version levels, which bestowed upon him a significant advantage, regardless of the wealth of experience he possessed. It would all be rendered futile if not transformed into combat prowess. Consequently, he decided to expend a total of 180,000 experience points, ascending 3 levels in one fell swoop. As a result of his apprentice mechanic upgrade, his physical strength increased by 30, agility by 1, endurance by 1, intelligence by 3, and he gained 3 free attribute points along with 1 potential point. Over the course of several days, he practiced the vitality refinement method 10 times, yielding an additional 30 points of vitality. Han Xiao's vitality reached a remarkable 280 points, meeting the requirements for level 4 and earning him the corresponding attribute bonuses. With his vitality now at level 4, 200, he gained 3 points in strength, 4 in agility, 5 in endurance, and 4 in intelligence, while his maximum health surged to 150, and his mechanical power and manufacturing speed each increased by 4. The overall enhancement in vitality was substantial, contributing an impressive 10 points in strength, 10 in agility, 14 in endurance, and 8 in intelligence, raising his maximum health to 320 and boosting both mechanical quality and manufacturing speed by 10. This represented nearly 1/3 of his foundational attributes, proving to be immensely beneficial. Given that the mechanic class relied on machinery for combat, investing in intelligence was undoubtedly a wise choice. Initially, in his quest to escape the laboratory, Han Xiao had allocated considerable points to strength and endurance to bolster his health. However, now that such needs had diminished, he channeled all 9 of his free attribute points into intelligence, elevating it to an impressive 58 points, which would significantly enhance both the speed and quality of his mechanical creations, as well as the effectiveness of utilizing machinery. As an apprentice mechanic at level 4, Han Xiao's overall level stood at 24, with his combat power reaching an extraordinary 160 units. Given the current momentum of development, by the time the public beta commences, my prowess may surpass that of the initial wave of players by several tiers. It seems that for a considerable period, players will find it difficult to reach my level. Han Xiao pondered silently, recognizing that player progression requires time, and in the short term, interactions with him would likely be limited. Suddenly, the notification sound of the interface echoed in his mind. Upon glancing at the content, he was momentarily taken aback. Internal testing detected, retrieving data. Data retrieval complete. Internal test duration, 12 days. Internal test? Han Xiao felt a surge of uncertainty. He had completely overlooked this detail. He vaguely recalled that in his previous life, there was a 2-day internal testing event, where the ratio of game time to real time was 6:1, equating to 12 days within the game. Star C is managed by the latest generation of quantum computers, entirely eliminating human intervention. Thus, the internal test serves merely as a trial run, resulting in a brief duration and limited slots. There are only 30,000 slots available, predominantly claimed by major guilds and professional clubs, with the remaining spots drawn from among millions of applicants. Han Xiao, having exhausted his luck back then, did not emerge victorious. According to his recollection, the internal test occurred 1 week prior to the public beta, which, when translated into game time, should amount to just over a month. Yet, his countdown to the public beta still exceeds 130 days. A hypothesis, previously unnoticed, began to take shape in Han Xiao's mind. Is it true that when players are absent, the passage of real time bears no relation to game time? Indeed, that appears to be the case. With each version update, merely 2 or 3 days elapse in the real world, while the time within the Star C realm stretches into years. This is undoubtedly good news. With every update, he gains additional development time compared to the players. However, it seems he must now begin to ponder the issue of his own lifespan. Han Xiao stroked his chin, feeling the prickly stubble that had begun to grow, having been in the Star C for over 6 months. Suddenly, he recalled one of the most controversial versions from years past, the Chosen Ones. This version was unanimously regarded by players as the most mindless iteration. Unlike other versions marked by calamities and significant events, this one was characterized by harmony, devoid of any central theme, and bore a name that seemed entirely disconnected from its essence, as if simply allowing players to explore at their leisure, leaving many bewildered. Unlock NPC template function. Unlock player forum. 2 new prompts appeared, startling Han Xiao. NPC function? Is there no introduction whatsoever? After scrutinizing the solitary panel hovering before him for a considerable time, it appeared that he would have to explore this on his own. Given the name, he likely possessed the ability to serve as an NPC for players, such as issuing quests, selling goods, imparting skills, and so forth. With 30,000 beta testers dispersed across a dozen or so novice planets, each accommodating between 1,000 to 2,000 individuals, the overall dynamics would remain unaffected. The beta test serves merely as an appetizer. The true chaos will arise with the impending grand launch, when players arrive in droves. For Han Xiao, the internal testing serves as an excellent opportunity to validate his hypotheses. By engaging with players, he can ascertain the practical utility of NPC functionalities. Another feature, the player forum, is one with which Han Xiao is well acquainted. This built-in official forum provides a diversion for players awaiting resurrection after death, and Han Xiao is no exception. To his surprise, the forum has also been unlocked for him. It seems that access is granted only when players descend into the game, aligning real-time with game time, which explains the current availability of the forum. The entrance to the forum is located in the corner of the panel. Upon clicking it, he is greeted by the familiar forum interface, which, at this moment, is devoid of posts, completely barren. He glances at the account status in the upper right corner, which displays visitor, while the registration option remains grayed out. Curiously, he clicks on register, only to be met with an unexpected prompt, detecting neural link to the game pod. No player detected, registration cannot proceed. As the saying goes, the market dictates everything. When costs become exorbitant, the influx of false accounts diminishes. The official forum boasts a relatively harmonious environment, clear and tranquil. It appears that he may never be able to register for a forum account. Yet, Han Xiao is not disheartened. The mere activation of the forum is a delightful surprise, as it allows him to peruse player posts and glean insights into their activities. Moreover, he harbors a persistent curiosity regarding his existence in the real world. To unravel this mystery, he must consistently monitor the forum, vigilant for any appearance of his former ID, while also considering the possibility of an altered identity. Since the player has emerged, it would be prudent to seize the opportunity for interaction. Han Xiao's gaze flickered. Username, Madblade, Furious Sword. A standard starting configuration has been selected. Character creation is complete. Race, carbon-based human, yellow. Based on your inclinations, a novice planet has been assigned, Azure Star. Generating random novice birthplace. Generation complete. Initial point, Great Horn Mountain Settlement. Coordinates, 24, 152, 182, 644. Descending now. Please be patient. Day 1 of the novice Great Horn Mountain Settlement. What are the initial points for newcomers on Azure Star? Madblade, Furious Sword's vision blurred, and he found himself in a bustling square, standing on earthen ground. The air, imbued with a rugged essence, filled his nostrils, rendering the experience strikingly authentic. He could even feel the warmth of the sunlight. Lowering his gaze to pinch his arm, the sensation of muscle was nearly indistinguishable from reality, leaving him utterly astonished. This square was modest, surrounded by hundreds of players who curiously scrutinized one another, their usernames hovering above their heads. Numerous wooden and stone encampments dotted the vicinity, while NPCs clad in rudimentary animal hide garments meandered about, whispering and gesturing towards the newcomers, seemingly engaged in hushed discussions. Following the novice guidance provided during character creation, Mad Blade, Furious Sword accessed his panel to review his level 1 character attributes, as detailed on the official website. The standard starting package included a novice set consisting of 3 items, a tunic, trousers, and boots, which, though never to be lost, possessed no attributes beyond mere modesty. He noticed a fellow beside him struggling to pull down his pants, laboring for quite some time to no avail, wearing an expression of regret. "I can't believe this. What a disgrace. What did you just say? What are you trying to do?" The player, known as Furious Blade, recoiled in horror and discreetly distanced himself from that individual. Furious Blade was an obscure professional player who had recently entered the competitive scene, still a tender novice. He had heard that even before the release of Star Ocean, the International Gaming Alliance was already preparing for the professional league, and thus he paid keen attention. When the much-anticipated closed beta was announced, he earnestly sought a coveted spot from the club's upper management. By gaining an early advantage during the exploration phase, he aspired to stay ahead of the competition. Players in the square were engaged in lively discussions. "This is so realistic. What should we do now? Are there any hints?" At that moment, an elderly man with white hair and a commanding presence, resembling a white-haired lion king, approached the crowd and announced loudly, "You outsiders. If you wish to thrive, you must find yourselves a job. Our settlement does not welcome idlers. The crops in the fields need harvesting, and the tailor and blacksmith shops to the south are in need of skilled workers. A shipment has just arrived at the entrance of the settlement that requires unloading. In short, as long as you are diligent, you shall not go hungry." Players have observed 2 additional indicators beside their health points, hunger and thirst levels. Once either of these metrics depletes to 0, the debuffs of hunger and thirst will manifest, resulting in diminished attributes and a continuous decline in health until death ensues. The player, wielding the Bladed Fury, cast a detection spell upon the elder. Based on your level, you have obtained the following information: Village Chief of the Sandriel Great Horn Mountain Settlement, level. Attributes: you may regard him as the chief of a novice village. Danger level: moderate. Players possess the ability to detect information about NPCs, revealing their names and details. However, should there be a significant level disparity, some information may remain undisclosed. The color of an NPC's name signifies their allegiance. Green denotes friendliness, yellow indicates neutrality, and red signifies hostility. The danger level reflects the disparity in strength between the player and the target. Currently, all players are at level 1, rendering them unable to discern the specific attributes of Sandriel. The weapon shop offers firearms, ammunition, and melee weapons, while numerous vendors in the market sell food and water. To the west, a beast arena provides rental mounts for riding. Should one wish to depart, a public transit train station lies a few kilometers to the north. For those aspiring to learn various life skills, both the blacksmith and tailoring shops present excellent opportunities. Based on Sandriel's description, the crowd gained a general understanding of the situation. The settlement offers only a few secondary life professions and a singular combat profession, novice hunter, all of which require monetary investment for training. At this moment, the player's map is shrouded in the fog of war, enveloped in darkness. Numerous celestial backgrounds, maps, and intelligence regarding power dynamics await exploration to illuminate the panel. The elements available for exploration are abundant, and the game Furious Blade and Wrathful Sword evokes a sense reminiscent of the Scroll of Maidens 21. Ultimately, all initial actions necessitate financial resources. Thus, it appears imperative to undertake life tasks for monetary gain from the outset. Is it possible to engage in monster hunting tasks directly? A guild leader inquired. And Furious Blade and Wrathful Sword recognized him as the leader of the Slayers of the World Guild, a name that hints at his character. Likely a person from the Guangdong province of China. Unexpectedly, Chandri muttered a few words questioning the meaning of hunting monsters, then burst into laughter. With your frail physiques, hunting beasts is akin to courting death. Do you see that mountain range? If you are unafraid of dying, venture into the mountains to hunt. Based on the prey you capture, I shall reward you accordingly, but frankly, I doubt you could even defeat a single weak hyena. Undeterred, the leader of the Slayers of the World gathered a few veteran guild members and, using the 100 blue coins provided to beginners, purchased crude melee weapons before rushing towards the mountains. His expression soured upon encountering a beast larger than a man, a gorilla. Just as he raised his weapon, he was struck down by a feces-throwing attack from the gorilla. He respawned nearby, his mind racing with absurd thoughts. Why does the monkey attack by throwing feces? Must it be so closely aligned with reality? The faint scent of fate lingers at the tip of my nose, churning within me like a tumultuous storm, almost inducing nausea. Goodness, the wild creatures are far too formidable. I perished without even discerning their nature. A single strike barely inflicts a point of damage. Oh no, the rudimentary stone knife I just acquired has been lost. The experience points lost upon death are contingent upon one's total level. The resurrection time escalates with each demise. The first death requires merely 10 seconds to revive, the second demands a minute, the third stretches to 5 minutes, and the fourth extends to half an hour, each interval growing longer. Resurrection times reset every 6 days within the game. Players promptly abandon the notion of battling monsters, opting instead to run errands for profit. Hundreds of players scurried about, fervently completing tasks, contributing to the socialist construction of Mount Dajiao. Sandriel, stroking his beard with a satisfied expression, observed the diligent efforts of these outsiders, recognizing their potential for development. The rewards are paltry, a mere 50 coins. Progression seems painfully slow after half an hour of tasks. I have scarcely amassed enough experience to level up. The sense of control feels remarkably authentic. Inflicting harm upon myself even results in loss of health. How delightful. Are you truly so naive? The game presents challenges from the outset without solely tormenting players, offering a high degree of freedom while providing optional objectives for novices. It is replete with amusement, evoking a bittersweet sensation that compels players to mentally position the game developer's spouses in various poses. Today, we are all Old Wong. Are you also a professional player? Upon hearing his name called, the player known as Fierce Blade turned to see 3 individuals approaching, all of whom he recognized as incredibly popular experts within the professional gaming community. Among them were the prodigious talent, Shining Fried Rice, the legendary veteran of virtual game leagues, Moonlight Long End, and the esports beauty with millions of fans, Jiang Yuluo. It was Moonlight Long End who spoke at that moment. In the presence of such esteemed peers, Fierce Blade felt dwarfed and awkwardly inquired, "Is there something you need?" Moonlight Long End smiled gently and remarked, "I wonder if you have noticed that the maps for sale at the market are priced at 3,000 ocean blue coins. The rewards for novice quests are rather meager, leaving almost no one inclined to purchase maps. As for the internal testers, they can be categorized into 3 types. Casual players who secured their spots through a lottery, dedicated players affiliated with large guilds and clubs, and professional players who obtained their positions through various channels. The latter 2 groups aim to explore and gain an advantage over all other players. With only 12 days of game time available for internal testing, undertaking novice tasks seems rather futile. You should have also observed that players enjoy considerable freedom. To establish a leading edge, one must venture into map exploration, which embodies the true essence of pioneering gameplay. Currently, we are in a golden period devoid of competitors, where areas beyond the novice village remain untouched, brimming with countless opportunities. The fervent sword and blade realized that the internal testing period was limited, and remaining in one place to grind tasks was an utter waste of time. While it might grant a few levels over the public testers, as everyone's level increased, this slight advantage would become inconsequential. The vast world resembled an untouched gold mine, with countless locations and factions. Being the first to arrive would signify an endless supply of subsequent quests and resources. As a player, being confined to a single area to grind tasks was far less engaging than pioneering new frontiers. In confusion, the fervent sword and blade inquired, "Why are you sharing this with me? We are all competitors. By alerting me, you merely create another rival." With a gentle smile, Mingwei Changjong replied, "Sooner or later, those large guilds will come to recognize this issue. They are numerous and can easily pool enough funds to purchase maps. Thus, we too must band together. I, along with Chao Fan and Yu Luo, have already formed a team. What do you say? Join us." Such an opportunity was not to be hesitated upon, and the fervent sword and blade readily agreed. Curiously, Shangwang Chaofan asked, "If 4 of us share the 3,000 yuan, how will we divide it?" Mingyue Changjong responded, "As the initiator, I shall contribute the majority. I dislike being indebted to others. I will put in 1,000, and that will suffice." Jiang Yuluo, with a cool demeanor, turned away to pursue her tasks, unwilling to waste a single moment. Mingwei Changjung chuckled wryly, scratching his nose, pondering why everyone felt the need to be so formal after knowing each other for several years. Was it not better to give others a chance to pursue you? One day later, the four individuals reconvened, having pooled their resources to acquire a map. Upon examining it, a multitude of regions illuminated on the panel, significantly diminishing the war fog. Moreover, the map provided fundamental insights into the societal conditions of the Azure Star, revealing the 6 nations, the burgeoning factions, and the roving warlords, each with their own realms of influence. After reviewing the information, Mingyue Changjong furrowed her brow in contemplation, stating, based on the contents, the predominant factions appear to be the 6 nations and the budding organization. The 6 nations seem to possess official academies and various dojos, and they are actively conscripting, making it easier to acquire primary professions. Therefore, we ought to choose a faction. I believe the Star Dragon would be a suitable option. The others nodded in agreement, as it was the nearest choice. The Dajiao Mountain settlement lies within the borders of the Star Dragon Kingdom, and a public train transfer station is not far from there. Such transfer stations are scattered throughout the wilderness, some established as public amenities by the state, while others serve as transport routes for different factions. These train stations facilitate swift and secure travel, accessible for a fee, for those unafraid of encountering wild beasts. One could also drive or ride beast mounts to traverse the mountains. Mingyue Changjong nodded, acknowledging the value of time. If they were to embark, the capital would be their destination, which could be reached in approximately 3 days. Guangdao Nujian felt a twinge of regret, pondering the waste of 3 days. Yet he hesitated to withdraw now, as their funds had already been expended, making it imprudent to abandon their quest. The train was crowded, and passengers could trigger minor quests, albeit of little significance. However, the inability to skip travel time proved arduous for the 4 professional players. Fortunately, they could occupy themselves by browsing the forum. Otherwise, the tedium would be unbearable. Players from various novice planets shared their experiences in the forum, with some engrossed in the tales while others, like the anxious Guangdao Nujian, counted down the seconds, his heart sinking with the thought of precious internal testing time slipping away. 3 days later, the train arrived at its destination, Shidu. Through the wire mesh barrier, they gazed upon the splendor of the city, and all received a new notification on their panels. Discovered the capital of Xinglong. Awarded a small amount of experience. It turned out that exploring the map also granted experience points. Flashing fried rice looked around in wonder. Astonished by the vividness of the passers-by, even the disdainful glances seemed so lifelike. The 4 of them advanced with the crowd and underwent inspection at the checkpoint, where soldiers employed various instruments to scan them, all indicators glowing green. Everything was smooth sailing. Upon passing the checkpoint, the guards presented them with a new item, a temporary identification card for Xinglong. Suddenly, Flashing Fried Rice halted, exclaiming in delight, "The faction notification has appeared." Without needing a reminder, Guangdao Nujian also noticed the panel indicating the activation of a new faction, Xinglong Kingdom. With a favorability rating of 0 and a current relationship status of cold, identifying him as a temporary citizen. Mingyue Changjong surveyed the group and asked, "Shall we continue to team up, or act separately?" "I'll stick with you," Flashing Fried Rice chuckled, eager to align with Mingyue Changjong from the same club. Jiang Yulua also opted to form a small team with Mingyue Changjong, as they were familiar faces, making collaboration more convenient. Tilting her head with a serious expression, she added, "You're not allowed to bully me." The bright moon hung high, leaving Mingyue Changjong in a state of helpless laughter. He had known Jiang Yulua for several years. Aware that this young lady could effortlessly blend seriousness with playful charm, often without intention. After exchanging a few light-hearted jests among the trio, Mingyue Changjong turned to Guangdao Nujian and casually inquired, "What about you?" Observing the 3 esteemed players engage in jovial banter, Guangdao Nujian felt a pang of inadequacy, recognizing his status as a newcomer. Throughout their journey, he had struggled to find a place in the conversation. Lingering at the periphery of the group, his presence seemingly inconsequential. This sensation was disconcerting, prompting him to awkwardly wave his hand and stammer, "No, it's fine. I prefer to act alone." "Very well then, perhaps we shall play together in the future," Mingyue Changjong replied nonchalantly as the trio departed. Guangdao Nujian watched their retreating figures, a flicker of resentment igniting within him. "I will inevitably carve my way into your circle," he murmured to himself. The internal test represented a golden opportunity for ascendance, and now, having arrived in Shidu, a clearly advanced area rife with potential quests. He stood on equal footing with Mingyu, Chaofan, and Jiang Yuluo. With his own prowess, he was confident he could make a name for himself. Shaking off his thoughts, Huang Dao knew Jian prepared to step forward when, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a young man wearing a mask. Intently gazing at him from beside the checkpoint exit, his gaze profound and unsettling. An instinctive chill ran down Huang Dao Nu Jian's spine, compelling him to throw a detection spell in the stranger's direction. Based on your level, you can only obtain the following information. Hanxiao Dash. Yellow name. Level. Attribute. Danger level. Extremely deadly. 0.57 task reward amount. Extremely deadly. The blade of fury swallowed hard. Having previously assessed the armed guards on the train as merely high risk. However, the individual before him was the most perilous he had ever encountered, aside from the name. All data was shrouded in mystery. What caliber of person was he dealing with? Surely, the city ought to be safe. Was he destined to meet his demise today? At that moment, Han Xiao spoke, his first words nearly causing the blade of fury to stumble in alarm. It's quite impolite to detect others upon first meeting. The blade of fury jolted in surprise. According to official guidelines, if there was a level disparity of over 30, players attempting to detect NPCs would be revealed. Had he truly encountered such a formidable opponent upon entering the city? Han Xiao chuckled inwardly. Oh, how naive. I am not unfamiliar with your kind. Engaging in detection upon first meeting, I was once like that myself. Ever since receiving news of the beta test's commencement, Han Xiao had contemplated connecting with players. Identifying all novice starting points on the map, the nearest was the Great Horn Mountain settlement, merely 3 days' journey away. However, with the budding interest in uncovering his whereabouts, Han Xiao was reluctant to leave the West capital so readily. Currently, only beta players could post, and Han Xiao monitored the forum closely. Soon discovering a thread that analyzed the advantages of the beta test, opening the map, with the ID unmistakably belonging to Mingyue Changzhou, a master-level professional player. Renowned for frequently crafting strategies and guiding posts, is a paragon of kindness, handsome in appearance, a point worth emphasizing, and possesses an extensive fan base. He is a true powerhouse, having garnered numerous accolades. In his previous life, he consistently ranked among the top 30 in the Huaxiao region's leaderboard, while Han Zhao's best achievement was a modest 47th place. During the years when he was not in a relationship, he even fell out of the top 100. Consequently, he arrived at a conclusion: to steer clear of romantic entanglements and focus on his career. Han Xiao shared this epiphany with the owner of a local convenience store, a lifelong single man of 28 years. The proprietor merely chuckled coldly and remarked, "Well said, but I choose women." Yet, the sentiment was not reciprocated. As a result, Han Xiao subsequently forfeited his privilege of a 9.5 discount at the store. The Huaxia region leaderboard evaluates strength not merely based on operational skills. The Star Sea features a plethora of competitive formats: individual duels, arena wheel battles, team matches, task competitions, time-free exploration, hunting survival contests, territorial offense and defense, racing chases, mixed slaughter matches, and secret realm challenges, among others. The narrow scope of direct dueling constitutes only a fraction of one's prowess. Han Xiao has long assisted others in seeking vengeance and boasts exceptional operational skills. However, his capabilities in other aspects are not as pronounced, particularly in the art of banter, which he has yet to master, though he has diligently practiced. Upon reading the post, Han Xiao surmised that there might be internal testers arriving in the western capital. A few days prior, he had been lingering near the outpost, and when 4 professional players passed through, he caught sight of them. It was not merely his keen eyesight. Rather, he realized he could see the names above the players' heads. What a dazzling array of professional IDs, all renowned figures from his past life, impossible to overlook. Could it be that I possess a player interface? Han Xiao pondered, intrigued. This was indeed promising news. Players had detection capabilities, allowing them to see the names of all NPCs, and he could easily identify players amidst the crowd. Am I an NPC endowed with player abilities, or a player possessing NPC traits? Han Xiao couldn't help but scoff inwardly. This encounter with players was intended to test the resilience of his NPC functionalities. Brave warrior, I require your assistance. Are you available? He inquired, delivering a quintessential task-triggering opening line, adorably. The player, Crazy Blade Fury Sword, was momentarily taken aback. Although he was unsure why Han Xiao sought him, it did not diminish his excitement. Triggering an advanced NPC right after entering the western capital was undoubtedly a stroke of luck. Thrilled beyond measure, he endeavored to maintain a calm tone. I am willing to assist. I need a loaf of bread. Can you procure one for me? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Han Shao received a prompt. Do you wish to issue a quest to Crazy Blade Fury Sword? Here it comes. Could it be that my interface can actually indicate NPC functionalities, allowing me to quantify all my actions? Perhaps this is not merely an ordinary player panel during the traversal. It has undergone a mutation, presenting a rather impressive appearance. Han Shao narrowed his eyes, for the next step was to test the specific effects. Please establish the task requirements and rewards, with experience limits dictated by your level, rank, influence within your faction, and legendary status. Before him appeared an ethereal box, divided into two sections. The left side offered a selection of task types, encompassing ordinary tasks, reward pool tasks, competitive tasks, challenge tasks, series tasks, circuit tasks, faction tasks, and more, an extensive array of options. The right side displayed the limits, segmented into two categories, the maximum reward limit and the daily total reward cap. Currently, the experience limit stood at 11,600. Below were the explanations: maximum reward limit, 11,600 experience, total level 24,700 upon advancement. The experience limit increases with each level. The first advancement grants an increase of 300 per level. Rank E, 3000. Faction, budding, hostile, 1000. 13th Bureau, neutral, for 100. Legendary status, 0. The maximum reward limit denotes the cap for a single task's reward, meaning Han Shao could assign a maximum of 11,600 experience for one task. The daily total reward cap, as the name suggests, is the total number of rewards that can be issued in a day. Currently set at 5 times the maximum reward limit, amounting to 58,000, which refreshes every 24 hours. After attempting to utilize the feature, Han Shao discovered that it was constrained by certain limitations. If his maximum reward quota did not meet the basic reward standard for the task's difficulty, the task would fail to be published. For instance, when posting a mission to annihilate the budding organization with an A-rank difficulty, the minimum reward requirement for an A-rank task far exceeded his quota, rendering the mission invalid. With a quota of 11,600, he could only issue E-rank ordinary tasks, as the minimum standard for D-rank tasks was 30,000 experience points. Furthermore, the various types of tasks had different quotas, yet the interface did not provide any clarification. Han Shao had to experiment individually, receiving prompts when a task could not be established. He whimsically wished he could convert his quota into personal experience. However, upon trying, he realized it was futile. The quota did not equate to his experience, nor could he assign tasks to himself. The target was exclusively limited to players. This confirmed his suspicion that he was not fundamentally a player but merely possessed a panel. Han Shao scoffed, acknowledging that he currently earned only 20,000 to 30,000 experience points daily, yet held nearly 60,000 in reward quota. If he devoted himself to nurturing a player, their progress would skyrocket. Though he had no intention of doing so, this feature appeared to allow him to direct players. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Han Shao as he recognized various potential applications. The most straightforward being to entice players into completing tasks, transforming them into his allies, which could prove remarkably effective in numerous scenarios. The interests of the players take precedence. They can be likened to a band of mercenaries devoid of principles. As long as the rewards are substantial, they can be utilized for one's own ends. Players will not squander their time on tasks that offer meager rewards. To spur the horse to run, one must provide it with fodder. Thus, increasing the reward is imperative. The higher the reward, the greater the benefit to oneself. In addition to experience points, Han Shao can also consume his own items as supplementary rewards. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. In any game, only those formidable or influential high-level NPCs bestow challenging tasks with generous rewards. This principle mirrors his own limitations concerning rewards. The only difference is that the game interface quantifies this data. Han Shao casually established a standard task and set it into motion. At the same moment, the player Furious Blade received the task and was immediately taken aback. What is this? Is the task from a high-level NPC truly this simple? A single piece of bread for a reward of merely 1 coin? Are you a pauper? Wait. Furious Blade suddenly grasped something. Based on his extensive experience in virtual gaming, this must be a prerequisite task, a test of sorts. To trigger subsequent quests, he must satisfy the NPC, or else he would lose the opportunity to engage with this character. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Without hesitation, he produced 7 loaves of bread, his entire stock, and handed them to Han Shao with sincerity, stating, "This is all the bread I possess. It is yours." Han Shao was bewildered. Upon receiving the bread, the task prompt indicated completion, and everything proceeded smoothly. Han Shao nodded in approval. There are numerous types of tasks, yet Han Shao does not intend to attempt them all at once. He prioritizes testing the functionalities of other NPCs. He notices a small humanoid symbol appearing next to the ID of the character Raging Blade, Furious Sword. Focusing intently on the symbol, a new prompt materializes on the panel, revealing an ethereal representation akin to a health bar. Only he can perceive it. A small pointer halts in the center, with red on the left and green on the right. Would you like to adjust the favorability of Raging Blade, Furious Sword? Can this thing actually be modified? Han Shao is taken aback. Could this possibly alter his own thoughts? If he were to max it out, would he suddenly change his stance? No. This is a risk he cannot afford to take. Han Shao attempts to nudge the pointer to the right. No, to the left, lowering the favor by 5 points. He notices that his thoughts remain unchanged, and he breathes a sigh of relief. Fortunately, favorability is merely a numerical value and does not affect his genuine sentiments. This feature seems rather superfluous, Han Shao muses. Han Zhao's favorability has decreased by 5 points. The current relationship is frosty. What on earth? Why does completing a task diminish favorability? Raging Blade, Furious Sword appears utterly bewildered. What nonsense! Having grasped the favorability function, Han Shao reflects and realizes he possesses the ability to sell items to players. He emits a peculiar, conspiratorial chuckle. Young one, you are quite impressive. I have high hopes for you. I shall only sell my wares to those destined to possess them. The Furious Blade, in a state of bewilderment, found himself utterly dumbfounded upon hearing those words. Ah, how perplexing. My favor has diminished, yet they still express confidence in me. Is the game's affection system truly inverted? He pondered, unnerved by the unsettling grin of the NPC, which sent chills down his spine. It was indeed quite sinister. Do you wish to open a personal shop for Furious Blade? Han Shao raised an eyebrow, responding affirmatively. Before him appeared an ethereal interface akin to a quest notification, divided into 2 sections. The left side featured an item shop, indicating that he could display his possessions even if they were not physically present. The right side showcased a skill shop, allowing him to list the abilities he had mastered. Han Shao proceeded to upload several items. Please set a price for the goods. Note, prices can be in currency, experience, or through barter. You may also establish purchasing conditions, including but not limited to favorability, level, skills, and profession. In the vastness of the cosmos, currencies abound. The sea blue coin is merely the currency of the sea blue star, while the universal currency is the Einal. The types of currency can be freely set, provided one has previously encountered them. This feature is indeed robust. This is merely a tactic employed by developers to retain players, enticing them to cultivate the NPC's favor, thereby artificially extending their playtime. I recall the days when I persevered through dozens of arduous quests just to elevate my reputation with the Radiant Federation to esteemed status, ultimately acquiring a prestigious flagship. Is this what it means to transform from a valiant fighter of the proletariat into a despised member of the corrupt capitalist class? How remarkable is my panel? Han Shao has set the merchandise and confirmed its release. Before the Furious Blade appeared a storefront interface, which captured his gaze, rendering him momentarily speechless. His face flushed with excitement as he managed to utter a single word. Divine Artifact. The Folding Warblade, High-Energy Ammunition, the Type 73 Hornet Pistol, the Jason Submachine Gun, and the Bayonet Rifle. The attributes of these weapons ignited a fervor within him, each one a divine instrument in his eyes, and possessing them would undoubtedly elevate him above all other players by several tiers. However, upon examining the prices, it felt as if a bucket of ice-cold water had been poured over him, chilling him to the bone, leaving his heart feeling desolate. The cheapest high-energy bullet costs 100. Why not just rob a bank? Furthermore, that lightweight power arm requires a favorability rating exceeding 10 points. Given the NPC's algorithm for lowering favorability through quest completion, is this equipment destined to remain forever out of my reach? No wonder the danger level is deemed exceedingly lethal. This NPC is clearly beyond my current level of engagement. The item shop drove him to the brink of madness, but upon glimpsing the skill shop, he was instantly revitalized. Basic combat, basic shooting, grappling. Just these universal skills made his mouth water, and as he scrolled down, he was left utterly astounded. Knowledge of mechanical professions required for job advancement. There exists a myriad of miscellaneous mechanical skills, yet what astonishes the fervent swordsman, Madblade Fury, most profoundly is the energy refinement technique. A divine skill, he exclaims inwardly. Suddenly, Han Xiao shakes his head, lamenting that you are not a mechanic and thus unable to learn my skills. Madblade Fury is momentarily taken aback, caught in a dilemma. He has come to regard Han Xiao as a mysterious mentor, akin to a hidden NPC, a rare opportunity indeed. Should he be able to learn from him, his growth would undoubtedly surpass that of all other players. However, his inclinations lean more towards martial arts, as indicated by his ID. After calculating his funds and experience, he realizes he possesses just enough to acquire a foundational knowledge in mechanics, and thus he resolves to seize this chance. Such an opportunity, akin to winning the lottery, must not be missed. He would surely regret it for a lifetime. He gambles, certain he will not suffer a loss this time. Shall he transition to the mechanical class? Confirmed. Your basic weaponry has been learned. You have gained 500 experience and 100 Azure coins. The cost associated with Madblade Fury skill acquisition will be remitted to Han Xiao, akin to tuition fees. The impartation of skills equates to instruction, and his own abilities will remain unaffected. The skills Han Xiao chooses to showcase are meticulously considered. He will certainly not sell advanced knowledge or blueprints, nor has he revealed active combat skills such as strafe shooting. Most of what he imparts consists of skills easily obtainable by players, though the majority remain unaware of this distinction for the time being. For instance, with the pneumatic refinement method, players at level 20 are guaranteed to awaken upon their first advancement. However, observing the fervent excitement of the character Frenzied Blade and Furious Sword, it is evident that he is unaware of this fact. Selling skills that players are destined to acquire is akin to engaging in a deceptive game of empty-handed trickery. Consequently, Frenzied Blade and Furious Sword is led into a misunderstanding, believing that Han Xiao is particularly fond of trading and that only by purchasing items can one enhance their affinity. He quietly resolves to patronize Han Xiao's business more frequently. After conducting preliminary tests of basic NPC functionalities, Han Xiao achieves his objective and begins to depart. Wait, don't go. I wish to accompany you, esteemed one. Frenzied Blade and Furious Sword exclaims in a flurry, urgently inquiring, where shall I find you in the future? Han Xiao pauses momentarily, scribbles the repair shop's address on a piece of paper, and leaves it for Frenzied Blade and Furious Sword before casually walking away, leaving behind an enigmatic silhouette. Frenzied Blade and Furious Sword treasures the note, tucking it away with great care, his heart racing with excitement. This is my opportunity. The powerful mechanical equipment and skills promised by this chance would undoubtedly place him ahead of all other players, granting him a distinct advantage. Yet, the crucial condition remains. This opportunity must be solely his. Frenzied Blade and Furious Sword muses to himself, I cannot allow others to discover this hidden NPC. To the few internal testers, the grand city of Shidu is but an inconspicuous droplet in the vast ocean, unnoticed and comprised of the impoverished. Han Xiao, for the time being, holds no interest in them. His visit is merely to test the NPC functionalities, a venture that has proven satisfactory, as his mind races with various schemes to ensnare the players. Han Xiao's gaze narrowed slightly, his thoughts drifting afar, as scenes from his memories emerged, tinged with a hazy hue, reminiscent of a mirage. In his previous life, the renowned Furious Blade and Angry Sword was among the first cohort of professional players to battle in the Star Sea. A master of martial arts, he made a striking impression in the inaugural season, securing one of the top 24 positions in the Huaxia region. This achievement propelled him onto the international stage to confront foreign foes, bestowing upon him a fame that solidified his standing. However, in the present, this future grandmaster of the martial arts realm found himself misled into the mechanical class. What the future holds remains uncertain, at least in the first and second seasons. Opportunities for prominence appear sparse, denying him the accolades that should have been his, thus diverting him onto an alternative path. Han Xiao's choice of the mechanical class stemmed from his awareness of its formidable potential in later stages, capable of overshadowing the majority of players. Yet, the current players, oblivious to this reality, perceive the early stages of the mechanical class as lackluster and weak. Countless mechanical players, many of whom are professionals, have previously deemed their future bleak and opted to switch classes. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had somehow misled himself. Han Xiao shook his head. To label it as such would be misleading. Strictly speaking, it was the choice of Furious Blade and Angry Sword. As long as he can persevere in a few updates, he will undoubtedly express gratitude for this decision. Perhaps. In the West City, numerous employment opportunities abound. The recruitment office at the checkpoint allows individuals to enlist in the Star Dragon Army. In the slums of the 8th District, certain nefarious forces are seeking male workers, laying bare the pervasive discrimination against women in the workplace. Various shops lining the streets offer countless daily tasks. Perhaps stopping a passerby could lead to uncovering a quest to locate a lost wallet or rescue a kitten stuck in a tree. Additionally, numerous establishments are hiring part-time workers, presenting a chance to earn money, thereby affirming Mingyue Changzhong's astute observations that the new map is replete with opportunities. However, the West City is ultimately a high-level area, and many locations remain inaccessible to novice players. Even Mingyue Changzhong and his companions faced obstacles. Jiang Yulua inquired about the West City Academy but was turned away, leaving her quite dejected. Shining Fried Rice attempted to enter the 1st District but was met with a gun at the checkpoint, narrowly escaping with their life. The following day, Mingyue Changzhong, Jiang Yulua, and Shining Fried Rice chose to enlist, officially joining the Star Dragon Army and becoming soldiers. They finally unlocked the combat profession of new recruit, reveling in various training tasks. Their allegiance shifted from the Star Dragon Nation to the Star Dragon Army, and their status transformed to private. Mingyue Changzhong did not forget about the solitary warrior, Fury Blade, and the group exchanged friend requests during their journey. He kindly informed Fury Blade via communication that joining the army was an option, but Fury Blade merely responded with indifference before terminating the conversation, leaving Mingyue Changzhong somewhat disheartened. Assuming that Fury Blade lacked interest, and he decided to disregard it thereafter. The bright moon lingers. Yet the fervent sword and furious blade remain indifferent to the opportunities he speaks of, entirely engrossed and clinging to Han Zhao's robust leg, reveling in ecstasy. In his quest to meticulously examine the various constraints of task issuance, Han Zhao continuously assigns a plethora of bizarre missions to the fervent sword and furious blade, which include kicking the behinds of 10 passers-by, disrobing a patrolling officer, performing a 5-minute swan-like spin, and shouting "stand straight" thrice while thrusting one's posterior. Through these trials, Han Zhao ultimately determines that as long as the reward threshold meets the difficulty standard, he is free to issue tasks of any nature, devoid of restrictions. However, the fervent sword and furious blade finds himself in a state of ecstatic despair, as these assignments are rife with a taste for the grotesque, leaving him increasingly unsettled under Han Zhao's gaze, feeling a chilling sensation surge from his loins to his very forehead. Why do my eyes brim with tears? It is a desperate lamentation for this world of peculiar tastes, a small, inconspicuous anomaly on the vast sea, through relentless accumulation, can transform into a tempest that engulfs the world. The internal testers may be impoverished, lacking in resources, yet in the grand scheme, players represent the most significant consumer demographic. Han Zhao meticulously controlled the task experience, surpassing that of novice missions, though the advantage remained limited. His subtle assistance allowed the character Furious Blade to flourish, a strategic maneuver on his part. With the tasks and equipment procured from Han Zhao, Furious Blade was poised to shine brightly while others stagnated in their growth. Even if Furious Blade desired to maintain a low profile, his club would undoubtedly promote him, igniting curiosity among other players regarding his opportunities and thereby expanding his potential clientele. When the time came to call upon this audience, a deluge of experience and currency would surely overwhelm him. While Furious Blade wished to guard his ambitions closely, Han Zhao was acutely aware of this, yet remained indifferent. It was merely human nature. As time flowed, public beta countdown, 126 days, 11 hours, 32 minutes. Aside from generating high-octane ammunition to rapidly accumulate experience, Han Zhao spent his leisure moments browsing player forums. The player forum served as an authoritative platform for communication among players, typically utilized to pass the time while setting up stalls or awaiting resurrection. Currently, only internal testers were active in posting. The women of Blue Star are truly enchanting, urgently seeking players to form a team to challenge the Yellow Sand Bandits. Location: Longsong Star, Falling Dragon Valley. Coordinates: captured a snapshot of the magical floating city of Palydon. I've randomly transformed into a tentacle monster. How can I change my race? Waiting online. Damn, I want to trade with you. I wish to become a tentacle monster. Post primarily consisted of requests for assistance, sharing intelligence, and showcasing guild progress to enhance their reputation. In a realm populated by numerous novice planets, one can encounter magical civilizations, ancient cultures, futuristic societies, martial arts traditions, and religious communities, among others. The diversity of races and the variety of social structures are indeed remarkable. The most favored of these planets is Frostwinter Star, the domain of the Void Demon race and a stronghold of the Extinction Legion, where the majority of players are not of the human race. Although their ideology of extinguishing the sparks of civilization is somewhat coherent, each time Han Xiao encounters the name of the Extinction Legion, he cannot help but feel a subtle discomfort. Suddenly, a new post emerged, instantly pinned to the top, capturing his attention. The first B-rank mission. Han Xiao expressed his surprise. He recalled that the first B-rank mission appeared after the public beta, and it was implausible for anyone to have encountered such a mission during the closed beta. Curiosity piqued. He clicked on the post, only to find a flurry of players fervently discussing and flooding the comments. Is this a scam? I haven't even seen a D-rank mission. To the fool above, the post includes images as proof. Surely it's fabricated. Otherwise, why only show the mission title without the content? How ridiculous. Do you think they would release it for you to undertake the mission? The difficulty must be exceedingly high. We haven't even passed the novice stage. How could we possibly complete it? The publisher is the Divine Race Guild. They are elite and may possess the means. Is there anyone who can share which planet this is? Apologies, my dog has run out. The post contained merely a screenshot of the task title, which instantly caused Han Xiao to narrow his eyes. B-rank task, investigate 0. Han Xiao immediately recalled the budding organization, and upon glancing at the poster, he noted the officially certified ID of the Divine Clan Guild. The Guild of the Temple Club? How nostalgic it was to reminisce about the thrill of hunting players. Han Xiao sighed, turning his gaze towards Crazy Blade Fury's sword. Crazy Blade Fury's sword was frozen in place, feeling the malice in Han Xiao's stare. Too frightened to move, standing like a wooden statue, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Han Xiao shook his head, lost in contemplation. In his previous life, the Divine Clan Guild had joined the budding faction, becoming one of the largest player guilds on that side. It seemed nothing had changed. Even a group of internal testers could receive a task to investigate him, indicating that Budding's intent to eliminate him was unwavering. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Han Xiao's eyes. For the current players, attempting to bypass the watchful eyes of the 13th Bureau to find Han Xiao, who could easily overpower them, was an insurmountable challenge. No wonder it was classified as a B-rank task. Only by leveraging their numerical superiority could they hope for even a faint chance. However, the Divine Clan Guild appeared to be lacking in manpower. Suddenly, Han Xiao realized which budding base would be his next target. The Divine Clan Guild had 15 internal testing slots, exemplifying what it meant to be a privileged class, with the president and vice president personally leading a select group of elite members into the internal testing phase, expressing their technological preferences in the systems survey. Their thoughts were quite straightforward. Since the backdrop of Starry Sea is the cosmos, technology must undoubtedly be the prevailing theme. Consequently, the Divine Clan Guild was assigned to the Azure Sea Star, and they swiftly gathered funds to acquire a map. After careful consideration, President Jupiter opted for the budding organization as their initial faction, fortuitously located near the Crow's Nest town, where a budding base was situated. Jupiter believed that the budding organization was destined to be the most formidable faction, opposing all nations on the planet, yet maintaining a stable existence. Indeed, how profound their influence must be. As for the ideological correctness of the NPC factions, it was of no concern to them. Only a terminally addicted gamer would care about the fate of a bunch of NPCs, all of whom required treatment from Yang's technology. Reality did not disappoint the Divine Clan Guild. Upon joining the budding faction, they were ushered into a new locale known as the Dark Crow Valley Base, officially becoming low-level members of the budding organization and receiving an abundance of training tasks. The greatest surprise was the B-grade mission titled Investigate 0, a boon that even the Divine Clan Guild had not anticipated, with rewards that stirred their deepest desires. The mission prompt was brief, revealing only that the target, 0, resided within the Star Dragon realm, leaving them completely unaware of any further clues. At that moment, the Divine Clan Guild was engaged in a fervent meeting, deliberating on how to accomplish this task. Jupiter spoke in a deep voice. This is our first B-level task, and it appears that combat may not be necessary. Given our current levels, it is indeed feasible for us to complete it. The rewards are extraordinarily generous, potentially placing us ahead of all other players. Whether we can suppress other guilds in the future hinges on our ability to seize this opportunity. We only know that 0 is located in Star Dragon, a vast expanse akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The chances of finding an NPC are slim, and considering the limited time remaining in the closed beta, Our hopes for accomplishing this task must rest on the open beta. Prior to that, we should conduct preliminary investigations, stated the core member Poseidon. The group nodded in agreement, engaging in lively discussions as ideas were proposed one after another. Jupiter, who relished uncovering hidden elements, pondered aloud. The task hint subtly indicates an adversarial relationship between Mengya and Zero. If we were to capture or even eliminate Zero, would there be additional rewards? That makes sense. Well done, old pig, someone remarked. However, that may well present an A-level challenge, Poseidon replied, his tone less optimistic. There are no tasks that are impossible to complete. We simply have yet to discover a shortcut, Jupiter asserted, tapping the conference table. 1 week after the closed beta is the open beta. During this time, we must devise a strategy with the other elders. Continuing this task in the open beta will serve as a breakthrough for our expedition. The vice president, Shiva, declared with pride, once the open beta begins, we will have the guild's resources at our disposal. If we cannot conquer this task, then no one will succeed. Indeed, Jupiter nodded in agreement. Poseidon proposed that leveraging the strengths of other players would expedite our progress far more efficiently than relying solely on ourselves. Jupiter's eyes lit up. It was a sound suggestion. He decided to post a public announcement detailing the appearance of Zero, offering a reward for any valuable clues that could lead us to him. The Temple Club, a prestigious establishment, was indeed affluent. An urgent assassination mission was underway. The divine race was undeniably wealthy. How I wished to locate Zero. Upon seeing the post from the Divine Guild, the Blade of Fury cast a glance at the reward amount, his face reflecting a sense of regret. However, he felt no envy towards the opportunities presented by the Grand Guild. Instead, his gaze fell upon Han Shao, brimming with fervor. Clinging to this formidable ally, I shall ascend in levels more swiftly than anyone else. The Blade of Fury felt a profound awakening within his thoughts, a dawning realization. Shame is but a genetic lock hindering the advancement of humanity. Perverse? No, that is merely the greatness of a pioneer incomprehensible to the ordinary. A transcendent martyr. Detached from the mundane, El Qian, with a peculiar expression, pointed at the Blade of Fury, who was sitting by the door, fixated on Han Shao. Is he pursuing you? She inquired. Han Shao replied. I see sincerity in him. Perhaps you should consider accepting his advances. El Qian chuckled mischievously, finally free from the awkwardness stemming from their previous misunderstanding, and resumed her playful banter with Han Shao. Han Shao, with a feigned air, reached out to tickle El Qian. She quickly dodged, shrieking in surprise, crossing her arms over her waist as she nervously eyed Han Shao, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Due to her grandfather's intentions to matchmake her with Han Shao, Lu Qian felt a lingering tension. However, she gradually realized that Han Zhao's affectionate demeanor was not indicative of any romantic interest. Rather, he simply did not regard her as a woman. Or perhaps he treated all women without any particular distinction. This revelation allowed Lu Qian to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet it also led her to question her own allure. The complexities of a woman's heart are as enigmatic as a needle in the ocean. If one seeks to please her, she will remain guarded, while indifference will incite her displeasure. Naturally, this scenario hinges on physical appearance. If one is sufficiently handsome, they may win her favor, and even if dismissed, they may still find success. Thus, it is not my pessimism, but rather the reality that most individuals are destined from birth to either feast on the spoils of love or suffer in solitude. Clad in revealing attire, Lu Qian's soft, white curves were accentuated perilously. Yet Han Shao remained utterly unfazed, displaying complete immunity to beauty. He had grown indifferent to such charms. With his recent routine of working 15-hour days, he seemed to be veering towards asexuality. While life may perish, the spirit must endure. Casting a glance at the frenzied swordsman, Han Shao silently calculated that there was only 1 day left in the beta test, and finally, this individual would depart. He had exclusively tested the NPC functionalities on the swordsman, choosing not to engage with the other professional players who had come to Shidu, deeming it unnecessary. Suddenly, a notification appeared on his interface. You have triggered an urgent mission, assassination. Mission prompt. Assassins are about to arrive on the battlefield. Mission requirement. Survive. Mission reward. Unknown. Han Zhao's expression abruptly turned serious. An urgent mission. An attack could occur at any moment. Alas, Old Man L is not home at this critical time. Huang Dao and Nu Jian hastily followed suit. Han Shao cast a glance at him, remaining silent, and moved swiftly. A sense of vigilance subtly emerging, as if someone were watching him from the shadows. If the adversary remained concealed, they would be akin to a ticking time bomb. It would be wiser to provoke an outbreak. The temperature dropped, and Kwang Dao rubbed his arms, suddenly feeling a twinge of fear. An invisible murderous intent began to coalesce. Suddenly, his vision darkened, plunging him into an abyss of obscurity, devoid of sound or any point of reference, as if he were ensconced in the womb, tranquil and serene, lulling him into a desire for eternal slumber. An illusion. Han Zhao's eyes widened in alarm, a surge of energy coursing through his mind. You have fallen into an illusion. Assessment in progress. Your intellect exceeds 50 points. Assessment passed. You are immune to this illusion. The darkness shattered, and the illusion dissipated. In the instant his perception returned, Han Zhao noticed an unfamiliar male assassin standing 5 meters away, brandishing a handgun aimed at his forehead. A chilling smirk of assured victory gracing his lips. Click. The assassin pulled the trigger. Han Zhao's expression shifted. At such a close range, how could he evade the bullet? It is often said that in the face of imminent peril, time stretches infinitely. Han Zhao felt as though time itself had slowed, and in the next moment, he suppressed all negative emotions with extreme rationality, his gaze turning as cold as ice. I am still alive. The efficacy of the gliding shot lies in its ability to accomplish a lateral movement of up to 3 meters in an instant. When the distance of movement is reduced, the requisite time diminishes proportionally. Han Zhao has set his movement distance to a mere 5 centimeters, enabling him to evade nearly instantaneously and avoid fatal strikes. A bullet grazes Han Zhao's cheek, leaving a searing, bloody mark that burns with pain, stimulating his nerves. The lethal round, deflected by his astonishing agility, narrowly missed its mark. The assassin's expression shifted. As an executioner for the burgeoning organization, Norsa, a premier assassin, had successfully eliminated over 100 targets using his illusionary abilities, never failing even against fellow ability users. The organization's intelligence indicated that Subject Zero possessed no more than elite agent-level strength, relying solely on mechanical combat, lacking inherent power. How could he possibly escape his illusion so swiftly? The intelligence was erroneous. As Han Zhao nimbly dodged, he simultaneously drew 2 twin eagles from his lower back, entering a rapid-fire mode. Infusing his pistols with fiery energy while activating Overload, he unleashed a barrage of thunderous, large-caliber bullets that surged forth, the recoil causing his wrists to tremble. The bullets struck Norsa, who could not evade in time, all slamming into his chest. The evasion and counterattack occurred in perfect synchrony. Han Zhao's mastery of gliding shots was nothing short of miraculous, appearing simple, yet representing the culmination of his extensive combat experience. Nosa's body trembled violently. Were it not for the protective force surrounding him, he would have nearly been rendered utterly cold, spitting forth a mouthful of blood. Summoning his strength, he swiftly retreated in an attempt to escape, yet one misstep led to successive failures. He adhered to the assassin's creed of retreating at the first sign of failure. Han Zhao's expression was frigid as he concentrated his energy into his legs, pursuing Nosa. He swiftly replaced his magazine with a high-velocity round, aiming with fierce intent at Nosa's path and firing without hesitation. A torrent of flames erupted, blocking the way ahead. Nosa hastily halted, gritting his teeth. He turned to face the advancing Han Zhao, his eyes igniting with swirling, colorful mist, deep and enigmatic. Illusion intrusion detected. Assessing. Your intelligence exceeds 50 points. Assessment successful. You are immune to this illusion. Bang. Han Zhao paused momentarily, then without a word, he fired a precise shot at Nosa's neck, creating a gaping wound. Nosa's eyes widened in terror as he clutched his throat, but the blood continued to spurt forth, and although he attempted to speak, his trachea had been severed, producing only raspy gasps. Why was the infallible illusion ability ineffective against Zero? Han Zhao advanced with purpose, his dual pistols poised like spears, toppling Nosa and pinning him to the ground with the barrels pressed against his chest as he resolutely squeezed the trigger. Boom. The sound of the gun was heavy. The bullet pierced flesh and exploded beneath Nosa, creating a spray of crimson akin to a blossoming rose. His features erupted in flames. As his internal organs were instantaneously reduced to charred remnants, his struggling hands falling limply to the ground. You have slain the executive officer of the budding organization. Nosa Kono, level 25 Esper, and gained 500 experience points. You have completed the urgent mission, assassination, and received a character arrival card. Han Zhao panted lightly, blood soaking his mask, trickling down his cheek to his jaw, each droplet shattering upon the ground like crimson blossoms. The the surroundings finally fell into silence, leaving only the crackling of flames. With Nosa's demise, the fierce sword of the Mad Blade broke free from the illusion. In his perception, merely an instant had passed. Yet the scene of battle before him left him utterly astonished. What transpired here just moments ago? 061. I graciously accept this gift, he thought. Feng Jun, accompanied by a fully armed field agent, rushed in, breathless. Upon their meeting, he urgently examined Han Xiao for injuries, exclaiming, "You aren't hurt, are you?" Han Xiao pointed to the abrasion on his cheek and retorted, "Are you blind?" "Thank goodness you're fine." Feng Jun sighed with relief, though his face betrayed his discomfort. He felt a stinging heat on his cheeks after a 24-hour protection detail had resulted in injuries to his charge. "It's not your fault," Han Xiao reassured him. He gestured toward Nosa's lifeless body, frowning as he stated, "This man was the executive officer of the budding organization, a super assassin who has never missed a mark." Nosa Kono? Feng Jun immediately recognized the name, unable to suppress his astonishment. He recalled a high-ranking official from Star Dragon who had met his end under Nosa's gun in plain sight. Nosa had always been a formidable asset to the budding organization, never faltering, akin to a lethal serpent that instilled great fear among the Six Nations. Feng Jun suddenly came to a realization, incredulously gazing at Han Xiao, his voice wavering. "Wait, you were ambushed by Nosa, yet you managed to turn the tables and kill him. How can you be so formidable? Have we just met?" Han Xiao retorted with irritation. His mind delved into the interface, revealing the reward information. Character summoning card. Unleash the abilities of the summoned character once. Character, Nosa Kono. Ability, Illusionary Power, E. Targets with intelligence exceeding 50 points may resist. Usage count. 0-1. Character summoning cards are relatively rare consumables, typically dropping only from special missions, allowing limited use of NPC abilities. In the past, dedicated studios would farm such cards, catering to those affluent individuals who preferred to wield their wealth in combat. Although Han Xiao did not rely on such items for battle, who wouldn't appreciate an additional trump card? He felt fortunate to have allocated his free attribute points to intelligence early on, inadvertently evading Nosa's powers. Had he only remembered to invest points after succumbing, the consequences would have been dire. Emerging organization, I graciously accept this gift, Han Xiao mused, his eyes flickering with determination. Since they were adversaries, it was only natural for the enemy to act against him. He would neither condemn nor express anger, but rather respond in kind. "Would you like to claim the reward?" "No. This ephemeral consumable could remain within the interface, to be claimed when needed." The furious swordsman, left aside, gazed in astonishment at the group of black-clad operatives, continuously scanning for information. Upon recognizing the affiliation of the field personnel with the Xinglong National Strategic Defense Bureau, he found Han Xiao increasingly enigmatic. Feng Jun pointed at the furious swordsman and inquired, "Are you acquainted with him?" "Pay him no mind," Han Xiao replied. Taking the handkerchief, Feng Jun offered to wipe the wound on his cheek, his brow furrowed in concern. "Nosa has pinpointed my location, which implies that Mingya has also been informed." "Not necessarily," Feng Jun countered, hesitating. "The intelligence department's hackers have blocked the network, simultaneously conducting program screening and manual verification. Any mention of you is prohibited from leaving Shidu." Han Xiao's expression turned serious. "Are you certain?" Feng Jun nodded, then added cautiously, "Nosa would not act recklessly. He must have relayed the information to the agents lurking in Shidu. It is only a matter of time before it is disseminated through human channels." Upon hearing this, Han Xiao turned and walked away without a word. "Hey, where are you going?" "I still need to take you to headquarters for a report," Feng Jun called out urgently. "There is no time for explanations. You must request a lockdown of the entire city," Han Xiao insisted. "Nosa has never failed. He is unlikely to exercise excessive caution. It is probable that he will act as soon as he locates me. His intelligence stems from the Mengya spies embedded in Shidu. Since the digital channels are compromised, the spies will have to exit the city. The information may not yet have reached the upper echelons of the Mengya organization." Han Xiao was acutely aware of the identity of the contact person for the Mengya organization in Shidu. The persistent discord with the liaison is deemed unnecessary. Eliminating one merely invites another unfamiliar face from the organization. Retaining a familiar thorn serves as a strategic advantage, to be removed at a critical juncture for greater efficacy. By dispatching Nuo Sa, the organization could ascertain Han Xiao's presence in the western capital, yet should he intercept intelligence, it would prolong their certainty regarding his precise location. Although this remains but a conjecture, and the intelligence may have already departed the city, The slightest possibility warrants exploration, as it has always been his guiding principle. Li Yalan promptly informed the others to rendezvous with me in Zone 8. This is my coordinates. Remember to drive over. Li Yalan, bewildered, inquired, "Are you treating us? It seems rather insincere to venture into the slums. Do not ask so many questions. Hurry." With that, Han Xiao ended the call, forcefully shattering the glass of a nearby vehicle with his elbow before leaping inside. The vehicle's owner, engaged in a phone conversation beside the car, was startled by the sound of breaking glass and rushed over, grasping Han Xiao by the collar, exclaiming, "Get out of there." Han Xiao's eyes glinted as he swiftly yanked the upper half of the owner into the car, pressing his head forcefully against the steering wheel, triggering a cacophonous honk. "Splendid. This saves me from hot wiring it." While restraining the struggling owner, Han Xiao rummaged through his pockets, retrieving the keys with ease. Igniting the engine before unceremoniously shoving the owner aside and flooring the accelerator, vanishing into the distance. The owner sat on the ground, his face stamped with the imprint of the steering wheel, a dazed expression overtaking him as he thought, "Is car theft truly this audacious nowadays?" Driving recklessly through the city, vehicles hastily veered away in alarm as he swiftly navigated several blocks. Suddenly, the wailing of sirens pierced the air. A traffic officer on a motorcycle pursued him, bellowing, "The vehicle ahead. Pull over immediately for inspection." Han Xiao tossed the owner's driving license out of the window with a flick of his wrist. "Go ahead and deduct points. I care not." Ignoring the officer's pursuit, Han Xiao arrived in the 8th district, alighting from the vehicle and striding purposefully toward his destination. The motorcycle officer, relentless, blocked his path, demanding, "Stop right there." Frustration surged within Han Xiao. Why was it that during times of urgency, everyone felt compelled to engage in conversation? With a swift strike of his hand, he caught the officer off guard, causing him to collapse, unconscious. Han Xiao continued his brisk pace, weaving through the labyrinthine alleys, inadvertently toppling 3 groups of would-be robbers, until he reached an abandoned chapel. This place had been overtaken by the impoverished, where many homeless souls spread out their makeshift bedding, enduring countless nights accompanied by fleas, filth, and the stench of sweat. In the realm of Hailan Xing, religion also existed. During the tumultuous times of the old era's wars, the suffering compelled many displaced individuals to seek spiritual solace. This sect, seizing the moment, infused their doctrine with the most cherished ideal of the wartime era: "I hope for world peace." Consequently, the number of adherents swelled into the millions. However, the sanctum of this sect was ultimately obliterated by nuclear devastation. The deity they revered, the celestial monarch, failed to deliver them from their plight, leading to the gradual decline of this faith. Rushing into the church, a group of homeless individuals, bleary-eyed, turned their gazes towards him. Han Xiao surveyed the surroundings, but failed to identify his target. Narrowing his eyes, he seized one of the homeless men and demanded, "Tell me, where is the man who resides here, sporting a beard, with a red wolf tattoo on the back of his hand, approximately 6 feet tall, around 40 years of age?" The homeless man, noticing Han Xiao's blood-soaked attire, recoiled slightly and replied cautiously, "Are you referring to Lu Gaoen? We all call him tongueless. He rarely speaks. And he hasn't been seen since noon today." Noon? Ordinary citizens must pass through checkpoints when leaving the western capital, undergoing a series of scrutiny procedures. It was now past 2 in the afternoon. There might still be a chance to intercept him. The western capital has 3 entry and exit checkpoints. Which one would Lu Gaoen choose? Han Xiao furrowed his brow in contemplation. He did not rely on the 13th Bureau to promptly seal off the city. Setting aside whether the higher-ups would consent to such drastic measures, even if they decided to enforce a lockdown, he was uncertain how long it would take. Lu Gaoen might have already escaped. Gradually, Han Xiao began to outline the process of the rendezvous between Nosa and Lu Gaoen. Firstly, Lu Gaoen had departed just over an hour ago, indicating he must have recently received the information. They acted separately. Nosa came to assassinate him, while Lu Gaoen opted to relay the intelligence, only to discover that all information regarding Zero had been sealed, prompting his decision to leave the city. Lu Gaoen was unaware that Han Xiao was cognizant of his identity, thus he should not be in a hurry to leave the city. In this scenario, he would likely opt for the most natural route out, with the northwestern checkpoint being the closest to the slums, thereby presenting the greatest possibility. However, it is also conceivable that Lu Gaoen might deliberately choose a contrary path, taking a circuitous route to the 2 more distant checkpoints. The clues are insufficient, leaving one at a loss. "Ah, Han Xiao, we have arrived. What do you need from us?" Li Yalan, Zhang Wei, and Lambert approached. with a yellow convertible parked outside Li Yalan's vehicle, known for its remarkable speed, allowing for their timely arrival. Han Xiao had donned a mask well before eliminating Nuasa. An urgent mission had arisen. The budding informant had acquired crucial intelligence, indicating a potential escape from one of the 3 checkpoints, and it was possible he had not yet exited the city. Li Yalan immediately retracted the smile from her face, adopting a serious demeanor. Do you have a description of his appearance? Han Zhao's eyes brightened as he quickly scavenged 3 discarded newspapers, utilizing his distant memories to sketch out the rough features of Lu Gaohen. It was a depiction of characteristics rather than an exact likeness, as he could not recall the specifics. He thrust the drawing in front of a hapless vagrant, demanding, "Look at this. Does he resemble Lu Gaohen?" The vagrant, trembling, replied, "His eye sockets are a bit deeper. His nose is slightly crooked, and his hair is cut very short." Based on the narration of the homeless man, the portrait was swiftly revised, now bearing a resemblance of about 70 to 80%. Han Xiao marked the salient features and distributed the tasks among the 3 members of the team, stating, "We shall split up to seek the officers at the checkpoints to inquire about surveillance footage to locate this individual. Li Yalan and I shall proceed together in her sports car to the most distant checkpoint. You 2 may choose one for yourselves." Zhang Wei's expression contorted. "Your command is delivered with such ease. Do you not acknowledge my position as the team leader?" Han Xiao leaped into the driver's seat of the yellow sports car, to which Li Yalan retorted, "Hey, that is my vehicle. Allow me to drive." "You are too slow," he replied. "Are you questioning the driving skills of an agent?" Li Yalan, indignant, furrowed her brows but realized time was of the essence, thus she reluctantly succumbed, sulking as she took her place in the passenger seat. "Fasten your seatbelt," Han Xiao reminded her. Li Yalan shot him a sidelong glance, dismissively retorting, "Are you jesting? I am a martial artist, no matter how fast you drive. I shall be unscathed. Just don't regret it." Han Xiao nodded, shifted gears, and pressed the accelerator. Half an hour later, the yellow sports car executed a sharp drift, the overheated tires leaving 4 distinct black marks on the pavement as it came to a steady halt at the entrance of the southernmost checkpoint. "Ugh. Hey, are you not a martial artist? You, do not speak to me." Li Yalan's face paled as she leaned against the car door, retching incessantly. The 30-minute journey across the city had resulted in 27 or perhaps 28 car accidents. Her head spun, making it impossible to count. "Who taught you how to drive?" Han Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. "Is there really a need for someone to teach you to drive?" "No, is there not? The first person to master driving was not taught by anyone else." "How reasonable." I found myself at a loss for words. Li Yalan stared blankly, struggling to articulate her thoughts, but the wave of nausea surged once more, prompting her to turn away and retch violently, expelling bile in the process. Was it truly necessary? It was merely a matter of driving a bit faster, after all. A bit faster? There is but one phrase that aptly describes your driving skills: brake failure. Li Yalan resembled an irate little lion, claws bared in fury, yet her pale complexion and bluish lips rendered her utterly devoid of intimidation. "Enough of this. We must hurry." Li Yalan felt as though the ground beneath her was shifting, nearly toppling over onto the vomit. Han Xiao quickly steadied her, shaking his head in resignation, dragging Li Yalan forward like a lifeless pig. Upon reaching the checkpoint, the soldier on duty barked, "Halt. Present your identification." Han Xiao rummaged through his pockets, only to be struck with a sudden realization. He had forgotten his credentials from the 13th Bureau. He turned to Li Yalan, directly reaching for her pockets. "In your jacket?" "Nothing." "In your trousers?" "Nothing." "Where are your documents?" Han Xiao inquired. Li Yalan remained in a daze, allowing Han Xiao to search her curvaceous form. "Am I being molested?" I found it." Han Xiao, filled with delight, laboriously extracted an identification document from Li Yalan's pocket and displayed it to the soldiers stationed, who were subtly salivating. It turned out to be a special agent. They were permitted entry. However, as Han Xiao took a few steps forward, he noticed that Li Yalan remained rooted in place, biting her lip and fixating her gaze upon him. In astonishment, Han Xiao exclaimed, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up." Li Yalan took a deep breath, suppressing her tempestuous emotions, and replied stiffly, "Return my identification to me." Her eyes widened in disbelief. Had I been violated again? With determined strides, Han Xiao entered the sentry post, locating the officer responsible for surveillance, and directly presented the portrait of Lu Gaohen. "Please hold on. The procedure is currently filtering the images." Li Yalan, biting her lip, followed him inside. She felt as though Han Xiao's touch upon her was akin to handling a slab of pork, which left her feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. Even her anger seemed to dissipate, replaced instead by an inexplicable sense of dissatisfaction as she glared fiercely at Han Xiao. Amidst the thronging crowd, Lu Gaoen discreetly advanced, trailing along towards the exit of the sentry post. Lu Gaoen was affiliated with an intelligence organization known as Wind Eye, serving as an undercover informant in the West City. The Wind Eye organization was a nascent subsidiary force, and many similar factions thrived without overtly bearing the banner of the burgeoning influence, sometimes facilitating their operations more conveniently. Lu Jian inadvertently learned from an informant about an individual bearing a resemblance to Zero, who was rumored to be lurking in the 7th district. The precise location remained unclear, but after careful observation, he discerned an area seemingly under clandestine guard, inaccessible to outsiders. He deduced that this locale was likely the hideout of Han Xiao. Shielded by the 13th Bureau, this very area was adjacent to the repair shop, where Feng Jun kept a watchful eye. When Lu Jian noticed that news of Zero had been effectively silenced online, he realized that hackers had successfully blocked the city's network. Exercising caution, he promptly disconnected from the internet and destroyed his computer to thwart any potential tracking by the hackers. He then made his way to the checkpoint, preparing to exit the city. Given Nosa's capabilities, he presumed that the mission had likely succeeded. At that moment, the iron wire gate ahead slammed shut, trapping those wishing to leave the city within the checkpoint. What is happening? Why are we being denied exit? A soldier bellowed. There are orders from above to temporarily seal the city. Complaints erupted among the crowd, but Lu Jian felt an unsettling tension. How could the city be sealed? Had Nosa failed? A wave of shock washed over him, and his expression turned grave. This was critical intelligence that must be relayed to the organization to elevate the perceived threat posed by Zero. As the soldiers were verifying everyone's identity, Lu Jian felt confident in his ability to remain undetected. He had spent 2 to 3 years in the western capital without ever raising suspicion. It was inconceivable they would uncover him. Yet, doubt crept in. Could it truly be him? Impossible. Lu Jian was taken aback, wishing to retreat, yet found himself surrounded by people on all sides. Glancing around at the omnipresent military installations and soldiers, a wave of despair washed over him as he was forcefully pushed to the ground, offering no resistance. Han Xiao approached, exhaling in relief. "You really caught up with me," he remarked. Li Yalan looked on in astonishment. Lu Jian lifted his head, his expression one of despondency, and asked, "How did you know it was me?" Han Xiao remained composed, recalling that this individual was the liaison for the budding faction in the western capital, his impression too vivid to forget. Lu Jian, in utter confusion and hopelessness, prepared to bite down on the poisoned sac hidden in his molars. His loyalty to budding was unwavering, and to safeguard their secrets, he resolved to end his own life. Suddenly, Han Xiao drew his pistol and shot Lu Jian in the head, the bullet piercing through the back of his skull, spilling a torrent of blood and brain matter. "You have slain Lu Jian, Cyberin, LV-12. You gain 3,500 experience." Han Xiao blew on the muzzle of his gun, thinking that even in death, Lu Jian could contribute a bit of experience. "Why did you kill him?" Li Yalan asked, her expression one of disbelief. To her, it seemed evident that they could have turned him over to the authorities for interrogation. He had poison in his teeth, toxins beneath his nails, and concealed needles in his undergarments. If he wished to die, no one could stop him, Han Xiao replied, shaking his head. Whether Lu Jian lived or died was inconsequential to him. He already possessed all the knowledge he required. It appeared that the plan needed to be executed swiftly. Han Xiao's gaze darkened, a sense of urgency rising within him. The internal testing has concluded, and the objectives have been established. Members of the God Clan gather at the Dark Crow Valley base. Jupiter furrows his brow, feeling somewhat distressed. The internal testers are preoccupied with leveling up and immersing themselves in the game, neglecting their bounties, which is quite disheartening. "President, the mission prompt has changed," the team members exclaim in unison. Jupiter is taken aback and quickly checks, discovering that the mission's designated area has indeed shifted, indicating that the precise location of Subject Zero is in West City. Has the mission suddenly updated? Jupiter wonders, perplexed. However, the narrowing of the scope from an entire nation to a single city is ultimately more advantageous for them. With 12 days of internal testing completed, today marks the final day. Having pinpointed the location, it is imperative for the guild members to head to West City after the public launch. They must uncover their target. Once the public launch commences, given the guild's numerical superiority, completing the mission should be entirely feasible. Jupiter exudes confidence. He perceives this B-level task as a mere formality, ripe for the taking. This time, He is certain he will triumph over those long-standing rivals, and his team members share his excitement. The leader stands with hands clasped behind his back, listening to the report from his aide. Executive Nosa has vanished in West City, accompanied by the disappearance of Liu Gao and Seaburin. Jino, the head of Windai, has indicated that a new contact will be dispatched to replace Liu Gaoan, tasked with overseeing the intelligence network in West City. Zero suddenly spoke. He has killed Norsa and Ligaoan. To avoid revealing his precise location, HM. It turns out he is hiding in the West City. He must be under the protection of the 13th Bureau of the Star Dragon. Norsa was the organization's elite assassin, and his loss at the hands of Zero is a tremendous blow. The leader also had a recollection of Ligaoan, who seemed to be an adept intelligence operative. Once again, it is Zero. The leader seethed with anger. Did Zero think that having a backing meant he was untouchable? According to the laboratory surveillance, Zero had not engaged in any aberrant behavior during his 6 months with the organization. The source of his intelligence remains a conundrum. Have the Windai operatives ascertain Han Zhao's exact location? Even if he is hidden within the headquarters of the 13th Bureau, he must be located, regardless of the cost. 200 night owls and 5 executive officers stood ready for action. Once his precise whereabouts were discovered, they were to eliminate him on my command. I permit the deployment of short-range missiles. The leader issued a flurry of orders, his tone laced with a chilling intent to kill. The moment you dare to show yourself, I shall end you. The internal testing period has arrived. Mad Blade, with a furious gaze, watched the 30-second countdown on the panel. Feeling a pang of regret, he wished for just a bit more time to hone his skills. Nevertheless, he was quite satisfied with his current progress. Although Han Zhao's missions were gruesome, the experience gained was invaluable. Moreover, he had acquired a substantial amount of Han Zhao's equipment, significantly bolstering his combat prowess. Although the skills of the mechanical department predominantly pertain to manufacturing, which does not particularly align with the tastes of the fierce blade and wrath, the thought of Han Zhao's prowess rekindles confidence within the latter. As long as he levels up, he too can attain such strength. In the professional realm, there must be a place for him. With the conclusion of the internal test, the exhilarated blade and wrath vanished from the spot. Internal test concluded. Public test countdown, 122 days, 1 hour, and 23 minutes. Han Zhao raised an eyebrow and glanced at the forum entrance, which had indeed turned gray, rendering it inaccessible. His suspicions were confirmed. The real time of the version update would not align with his current time. Han Zhao shook his head. What are you shaking your head about? What other information are you concealing? Gu Hui inquired solemnly. At that moment, Han Zhao was situated in the conference room of the headquarters, facing Gu Hui, the director, along with the intelligence minister and the covert operations minister, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a rigorous interrogation. The 13th Bureau was aware of Han Zhao's combat capabilities but were astounded by his ability to eliminate a bona fide superhuman, particularly one renowned as a formidable assassin. However, this was not the primary concern. The 13th Bureau was far more interested in how effortlessly Han Zhao had identified Liu Gaoan, an emerging informant. Liu Gaoan had been lurking in West City for over 2 years without revealing his true nature, and the 13th Bureau had repeatedly failed in their attempts to track him down. Yet, Han Zhao had pinpointed the target with such ease, suggesting that the intelligence he possessed was likely far greater than they had imagined. Hence, today's meeting was convened. Gu Hui sought to uncover more information. No longer concealing my intentions, I boldly choose to confront the burgeoning threat. In the next operation, I wish to participate personally. Gu Hui's brow furrowed, contorted as if the very space around him were bending. This approach is fraught with peril. If you reveal yourself, it will provide the burgeoning faction ample opportunities to strike. Han Zhao cleared his throat. May we speak privately for a moment? Gu Hui hesitated briefly before rising to follow Han Zhao aside. The Minister of Intelligence and the Minister of Covert Operations exchanged helpless glances, questioning the necessity of such distrust. To doubt the loyalty of others is to invite ruin. Han Zhao surveyed the surroundings and whispered, I possess the ability to alter my appearance. Gu Hui was taken aback. You have a special ability? Han Zhao shook his head. I can create a small device that will change my visage, ensuring my true identity remains concealed, preventing the burgeoning faction from ever locating me. A human skin mask? That could indeed serve as a viable solution. The 13th Bureau is capable of producing such items. Yet, judging by Han Zhao's tone, it seems his invention surpasses mere masks. Gu Hui pondered. Even if you employ a human skin mask, there will inevitably be moments when you must remove it, which remains excessively hazardous. A flicker of insight crossed Han Zhao's eyes. The masks I create will be exceptionally convenient to wear. Very well, once you have crafted it. I shall consent to your personal involvement in the operation. Han Zhao is resolute about participating directly, primarily to gain invaluable experience as the public test looms closer. With mounting pressure, and secondly, to escape the confines of Shi City, seizing the opportunity to engage in events unfolding in the external world. Following the assassination, Han Zhao has set his sights on a target, the Dark Raven Valley base located at the Haixiao border. This burgeoning stronghold far surpasses the scale of the previous 3 sub-bases, being fortified with armed guards, an array of vehicles, weaponry, and defensive installations to protect its premises. The base is overseen by the formidable Dao Soul, Pan Kuang, a martial artist who is on the brink of advancing to the D-level rank. Nearby, there exists a considerable settlement of wanderers known as Crow Forest Town, which serves as one of the starting points for novices. The Dark Raven Valley base is poised to become a pivotal stronghold for future players joining the burgeoning faction and is also the site where the Divine Clan Guild has received investigative assignments. Should Han Zhao succeed in dismantling the Dark Raven Valley base, it would significantly diminish the influx of new players into the burgeoning faction, an idea that struck him after perusing a post from the Divine Clan Guild on the forum. After careful consideration, he deemed the plan to be highly feasible. Disrupting a major asset for the burgeoning organization while remaining undetected by its leader presents an ideal opportunity for retribution. The thrill of such clandestine mischief is exhilarating. Haixiao border? Gu Hui mused, tapping his fingers on the table with a grave tone. We must first liaise with the Haixiao military intelligence before deciding whether to deploy forces for an expedition. I shall await your favorable response, Han Zhao replied, nodding as he exited the conference room. Feng Jun had been waiting outside and immediately lamented upon their meeting. You have put me in a difficult position this time. Why didn't you inform me sooner about the assassins? I was reprimanded by my superiors because of this. You are of no assistance, so why do you notify me? Han Zhao exclaimed in surprise. Feng Jun, feeling as if he had just consumed a plate of cockroaches, retorted angrily, though we are familiar with one another. Should you insult me, I will certainly take offense. Han Zhao smirked. Perhaps I ought to discuss with the director how my position was exposed. Feng Jun chuckled. Oh ho ho ho, my dear friend. How could I ever be upset with you? Such virtue. Han Zhao rolled his eyes. The notion of creating a disguise mask had long been on his mind, given his understanding of the burgeoning forces. He was acutely aware that he could not conceal his identity indefinitely. Once his position was revealed, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. The mask was one of the contingencies he had prepared for himself. It was highly likely that Xing Long would agree to this operation, which meant he needed to upgrade his combat gear. The lightweight powered arm and folding combat knife were insufficient to contend with the imminent threat. Moreover, this operation would take place beyond the national borders, prompting Han Zhao to consider the necessity of a dedicated vehicle, preferably one that could transport the entire team. Speaking of the team, Zhang Wei's war armor was in dire need of enhancements. A considerable undertaking indeed. Han Zhao rubbed his temples, swiftly sifting through a myriad of memories to locate a collection of blueprints most suited to the current circumstances, silently acknowledging. It seems I must learn a great deal this time. He knocked on old Lu's door, who was indulging in spicy chicken feet, thoroughly enjoying his meal. With greasy hands, he glanced at Han Zhao and remarked, You rascal, what brings you here? I wish to borrow some books on mechanical knowledge. Han Zhao turned to face the wall of bookshelves. He had anticipated that old Lu would, as before, decline his request. To his surprise, old Lu, upon hearing his words, readily acquiesced, gesturing towards the bookshelf, saying the key was in the drawer, and he could take whatever he wished, as long as he remembered to return it once he was finished. Han Zhao was taken aback. You actually agreed? I didn't think our friendship extended this far. Old Lu set aside his chicken claw and chuckled. Consider it my gratitude. Gratitude? Han Zhao frowned, uncertain. This isn't another one of your schemes to promote your granddaughter, is it? Old Lu's expression stiffened, visibly vexed. What is wrong with my granddaughter? Why can't you see her merits? However, old Lu's gratitude was not rooted in this matter. Old Gao had informed him of Han Zhao's previous assassination attempt, explaining how he had deliberately distanced himself from the repair shop to confront the enemy, ensuring that Lu Qian remained unharmed. This act of valor was the true reason behind old Lu's appreciation, and as a result, he had begun to view Han Zhao in a more favorable light. Young man, you are commendable, old Lu remarked, patting Han Zhao on the shoulder with a satisfied smile before striding out, leaving him to peruse the books at his leisure, a clear sign of his trust. Han Xiao glanced at the greasy handprint on his shoulder and grimaced. That old man. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself and made a decisive choice to pursue knowledge. Would you like to expend one potential point to study the energy branch fundamental energy theory? Energy branch fundamental biochemistry? Energy branch fundamental optics? Indeed. A torrent of knowledge surged into his mind, overwhelming him to the point where it felt as if his brain might burst. After a significant pause, Han Xiao gritted his teeth and resumed his study of the remaining tomes. Control branch, basic electromagnetic principles. Control branch, basic mechanics. Control branch, basic virtual electronic technology. Control branch, basic wide area induction. 7 foundational subjects. And that was not the end. Basic energy theory ascended to level 3. Basic electromagnetic principles reached level 2. Basic virtual electronic technology advanced to level 2. Basic mechanics elevated to level 2. The knowledge of basic mechanical engineering, which he was already proficient in, surged from level 2 to level 4. Basic weaponry progressed to level 3. Basic material compendium climbed to level 3. Basic assembly reached level 2. Advanced material synthesis ascended to level 2. The expenditure of potential points was swifter than a flowing stream. Han Xiao originally possessed 21 potential points, yet this fervent pursuit of knowledge consumed a staggering 20 points. He could assure that the knowledge he acquired was capable of merging into formidable blueprints, leaving no room for waste. Even so, it required a considerable amount of potential points. You have comprehended the skill, elementary programming. You have acquired the skill, chi power, electromagnetic enhancement. Elementary programming, originating from foundational virtual electronic technology, serves as a prerequisite skill for the creation of various chips and programming. Much like simple assembly and basic modifications, it constitutes a core competency for any mechanical engineer. The ability of pneumatic electromagnetic enhancement can be unlocked upon awakening the magnetic attribute within the mechanical discipline and subsequently learning the energy branch. This enhancement amplifies the efficacy of pneumatic magnetic attributes, thereby accelerating the manufacturing process and augmenting the power of machinery with a passive increase of 3 per level. The pneumatic refinement method has been practiced a total of 34 times, yielding an additional 72 points of pneumatic energy compared to the previous 10 attempts. Although it has yet to reach the standard for level 5, the experience panel displays 380,000 points, a reward from the mass production of high-energy bullets. With a steady influx of 20 to 30,000 experience points per day, financially, the situation is even more favorable. With a current accumulation of 3,600,000 Azure coins, ensuring ample operational funds, the first task is to merge the disguise blueprint. Han Xiao invested several thousand experience points to elevate elementary programming to level 3. Shall we proceed with the knowledge fusion, fundamentals of biochemistry level 1, fundamentals of optics level 1, comprehensive materials level 3, foundational virtual electronic technology level 2? This fusion will consume 20,000 experience points. Knowledge fusion is not limited to 2 domains. For each additional foundational knowledge integrated, the cost increases by 5,000 experience points, with subsequent fusions doubling this base cost. Typically, early-stage mechanical players engage in only dual knowledge fusion, as the probability of successfully generating blueprints from combinations exceeding 2 domains is relatively low. Han Xiao harbored no such concerns. He was acutely aware of the distribution of these combinations and could precisely merge them to produce the required blueprint. Fusion successful. Congratulations on developing the intelligent simulation optical mask. Han Xiao exhaled, for this invention was indeed a remarkable asset. It first emerged in version 3.0, when a player inadvertently stumbled upon this blueprint through a serendipitous fusion. Firstly, the stringent combination of 4 types of knowledge was unlikely to occur by chance, spanning 3 distinct branches. Secondly, the 4 knowledge levels had to meet his current standards. Thirdly, prerequisites for skills and attributes were necessary, demanding intermediate mechanical affinity, an intelligence of 55 points, and basic programming at level 3. Ultimately, one had to follow the mechanic pathway. Naturally, value is relative, and the efficacy of this blueprint warranted the stringent requirements. 065 Intelligent Simulation Optical Mask. Han Xiao composed a materials list and sent it to Feng Jun. My heavens! You require BOK composite colloid, Farl4 solvent, and 12 sets of miniature electronic components. Do you have any idea about the cost of these items? I have the funds, came Han Xiao's confident reply. Feng Jun was momentarily speechless. He suddenly recalled that Han Xiao was not like him, a civil servant living off a meager salary. Han Xiao had made an immense fortune from mechanical orders, embodying the archetype of a wealthy individual. An hour later, Feng Jun delivered 3 suitcases to Han Xiao's workshop. The suitcases were lined in black velvet. The first contained 3 10-centimeter-long transparent tubes filled with a milky, viscous solution. This was the BOK composite colloid. The second suitcase held small bottles of a light blue solution, the Farl-4 solvent. Both materials are novel substances that can only be synthesized in a laboratory. Exceedingly rare and precious, the mere handful of vials cost a staggering 120,000. The third box contains 12 sets of miniature electronic components, each merely the size of 2 or 3 fingernails, exceptionally thin, with intricate electronic patterns discernible from a microscopic perspective. These components are typically employed in precision instruments, totaling an expenditure of 60,000. Upon acquiring the materials, Han Xiao commenced his closed-door manufacturing process. He first crafted a facial mold from a plastic sheet, meticulously creating openings for the eyes, nose, and mouth. Subsequently, he punctured 12 distinct points on the mold using a steel needle, strategically positioned at various locations. Han Xiao then powered on his computer, connecting a specialized reading device to the miniature electronic components, resetting and synchronizing all of them to operate under a single program. He utilized a scanner to capture the contours of his facial features, compiling thousands of different appearances into a database to analyze the nuances of human likenesses. Following this, he embarked on programming, a task that lasted 2 to 3 hours, resulting in the creation of a rudimentary simulation program. He retrieved BK colloid and Farl-4 solvent, extracting unopened chemical apparatus from the storage, test tubes, conduits, and various instruments. After considerable effort and through a complex series of chemical processes, he successfully blended the 2 immiscible materials. Subsequently, utilizing a program primarily focused on ionization reactions, he forged a new composite material, not milky white nor pale blue, but rather a flesh-like hue. This novel material embodies the characteristics of BOK colloid and Farl-4 solvent, coupled with excellent conductivity, serving as the foundational substance for the intelligent simulated optical mask. Drawing upon knowledge from basic biochemistry, Han Xiao meticulously positioned the miniature electronic components at the 12 designated points on the mold, gently poured the new material solution, and after executing several procedures, sealed the mold to await the solidification reaction. Timing himself as the moment arrived, Han Xiao promptly opened the mold to reveal a mask as delicate as a cicada's wing, resting quietly within. At this juncture, the manufacturing process was nearing completion. Han Xiao swiftly executed the final steps, achieving great success. He pressed on the electronic components, feeling a slight firmness, yet overall, the texture was remarkably smooth. The surface of the mask was coated with liquid crystal. When he pressed his finger against it, colorful halos emerged around the pressure points, reminiscent of the changes on a liquid crystal display. You have created the intelligent simulated optical mask. You gain 5,000 experience. Intelligent simulated optical mask, facial equipment capable of altering features at will, disguising identity, with extremely low energy consumption, charging for 5 minutes, sustains operation for 10 hours. This mask costs nearly 200,000. Han Xiao picked up the mask and donned it upon his face, experiencing a cool and breathable sensation. Approaching the mirror, he pressed his finger against the electronic component on his jawline, and suddenly, the reflection morphed into the visage of an unfamiliar man. Han Xiao pressed a few more times, and the features transformed again, revealing an entirely different countenance each time. This is no ordinary human skin mask. Rather, it is a versatile visage-transforming marvel, a tool of stealth. Electronic components have been imbued with a simulated facial program, strategically positioned at the critical points that dictate the contours of the human face. By harnessing a built-in database, it can randomly generate images. The mask's coating resembles a screen, conforming to the angularity of the face, rendering it entirely three-dimensional and strikingly lifelike. With the mere press of a button, one's appearance can be altered at will. This intelligent optical simulation mask, succinctly referred to as the simulation mask, boasts 4 principal functions. The first is simulation, allowing for random alterations of facial features in accordance with the parameters set by Han Xiao, ensuring that the appearance remains within the realm of humanity, thus averting any grotesque transformation into otherworldly forms. The second function is memory, capable of storing 3 distinct appearances for replacement. The third is reset, enabling the user to restore any of the 3 memorized appearances at any moment, alleviating concerns about losing one's original guise post-simulation. The fourth function is scanning simulation, which employs hidden detectors within the mask to swiftly scan the facial features of a target, replicating their visage with an accuracy of 70 to 80, a true art of subterfuge. After experimenting with the mask, Han Xiao removed the intelligent optical simulation mask and proceeded to the headquarters to visit Gu Hui. "Have you created a disguised mask?" Gu Hui inquired. With a knowing smile, Han Xiao donned the mask. He had taken precautions, having memorized a nondescript youthful appearance prior to his visit, ensuring that he did not reveal the mask's extraordinary ability to alter features at will. This capability remained Han Xiao's trump card. Gu Hui glanced twice, initially believing that the mask worn by Han Xiao was merely a human skin disguise, something that the 13th Bureau could also manufacture, albeit not as convincingly as Han Xiao's. Moreover, this mask appeared remarkably lightweight, seemingly more convenient to carry. "Would you be interested in submitting the design to the Bureau?" Gu Hui inquired. Han Xiao chuckled softly. "It is merely a human skin mask. There is no design to speak of. Surely, you can create one yourselves, can't you?" After a moment of contemplation, Gu Hui agreed, ceasing to press the matter. Observing this, Han Xiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had successfully evaded suspicion. Hastily, he shifted the conversation. "May I participate in the operation personally?" Gu Hui pondered for a moment before nodding. Communication with Haixia had already taken place at higher levels, and the Haixia Military Intelligence Bureau had decided to collaborate with them. This time, he would accompany his team in the operation. The Dark Crow Valley base is situated on the border with Haixia. How could they allow others to rest upon their territory? Han Xiao anticipated that Haixia would not refuse. Confirming his involvement in the operation, Han Xiao stifled his excitement and inquired, "When do we depart?" "There is no rush. Mobilizing the troops requires time. Furthermore, the General Staff must first devise a concrete strategy with Haixia. It is estimated that we will not set out for at least another half-month." Half a month was sufficient for him to complete all necessary modifications. Upon returning to the workshop, Han Xiao pinned down his primary objectives for the upcoming fortnight. First, to enhance his own arsenal designs. Second, to procure a vehicle for the team's operations, as he would serve in a logistical capacity, necessitating a supply vehicle for equipment maintenance and support. Thirdly, it is imperative to enhance Zhang Wei's warrior armor. A monumental task indeed, but one step at a time. Han Xiao shook his head. First and foremost, he requires greater combat prowess, which can be contemplated from several perspectives. Defensive capability is paramount. It is the aspect he values the most, for survival is of utmost importance. Next is long-range offensive power, necessitating superior firearms. 2 Desert Eagles are barely sufficient, and a reinforcement will suffice. As for melee weapons, although Han Xiao favors range combat, he must also guard against close encounters. The lightweight powered arms require modification. Additionally, mobility in treacherous terrain is crucial. The Cloud Swallow glider, having gathered dust on the panel for so long, finally has the opportunity to be utilized. Explosions are an art form. Han Xiao swiftly formulated his thoughts, jotting down a materials list and instructing Feng Jun to retrieve the supplies from the warehouse. This batch of materials is valued at 300,000, a considerable expense. Feng Jun increasingly felt exasperated with Han Xiao, sensing a trend towards becoming a caretaker. The higher-ups had commanded him to provide comprehensive protection for Han Xiao, and dealing with him was quite a challenge. It seemed the higher authorities were well aware of this, and, in a gesture of consolation, had increased his remuneration. What more could Feng Jun say? For a monthly salary of 25,000 and the benefits of social insurance and housing fund, he had no choice but to comply. Perhaps this is the essence of greater power bringing greater responsibility. Feng Jun gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, overwhelmed with emotion. 066 Comprehensive Modification. With the materials and components in place, Han Xiao, as usual, encouraged Feng Jun with a series of platitudes, praising his exceptional work ethic and expressing the party's satisfaction, even suggesting the presentation of a banner in his honor. After receiving a dozen eye rolls, Han Xiao, content with himself, retreated to focus on his crafting. He took out 2 modified eagles to begin the enhancement process. Both basic weaponry and basic mechanical engineering had leveled up several times, yielding superior enhancement results. He replaced several parts with better materials. Now, he was affluent, leaving behind the days of financial struggle. Nostalgia for hardship was a futile endeavor. Han Xiao had become adept at modifying firearms with foundational technology, and before long, he completed the task. Enhanced Eagle. Quality, green, basic attributes, Attack power 7487. Rate of fire 1. 5 rounds S. Magazine capacity 8 rounds. Effective range 50 meters. Accuracy diminishes beyond 50 meters. Energy output level 45. Equipment requirement. Precision shooting LV3. Attribute bonus. Agility 2. Length 0. 21 meters. Weight 4. 2 pounds. Additional ability. Strong recoil. Strength below 30 points results in loss of shooting accuracy. Additional ability. Within the range of strong kinetic energy. There is a 10 chance to inflict an additional 15 points of damage. Additional ability. This firearm has been modified for double firing. When utilizing this feature, attack power is reduced by 20. Note: did you think that by changing sand to mad I would no longer recognize you? With Han Zhao's current capabilities, he possesses a 30 to 40 chance of enhancing ordinary equipment to green quality. In a stroke of luck, both of his firearms have attained this green status. However, this newfound advantage comes with stringent equipment requirements. Han Zhao discovers that his precision shooting skill is only at level 1. Although this does not impede his ability to wield both firearms, it significantly diminishes their power, preventing him from reaping the benefits of various skill enhancements. With a resigned shake of his head, Han Zhao invests experience points to elevate his precision shooting to level 3, thereby increasing his shooting accuracy by 3 and his long-range critical hit rate by 4. Basic shooting exceeds level 8. Precision shooting has reached level 3. Please select one of the following advanced skills: sniping, close-quarters gunplay, or suppressive fire. Han Zhao raised an eyebrow, engulfed in contemplation. For this was the first time he found himself hesitating over skill selection. Shooting skills are fundamental to a gunsmith, and they hold significant importance for a mechanic as well. The 3 distinct paths clearly delineate different combat styles: sniper, close-quarters gunner, and firepower specialist. The Wild Eagle is a close-range firearm, and logically, the choice of close-quarters gunplay offers the highest cost-effectiveness. Yet, Han Zhao must also consider future potential. Long-range combat will ultimately be the mechanic's forte. Conversely, the thrilling and stylish gunplay seems to hold the least utility. The firepower specialist excels in assault situations, requiring teammates for support, while the sniper is more suited for solo operations. Ruffling his hair, Han Zhao pondered, "I will inevitably operate alone. The greater the distance, the safer I become." While players may opt for the exhilarating gunplay and suppressive fire, the most fitting choice for me is undoubtedly sniping. In a previous life, gunfighting techniques were immensely popular, characterized by their elegance and dazzling displays. Players of the gunslinger profession in earlier seasons often showcased their skills in this art, making combat appear remarkably stylish. However, Han Zhao held little interest in such flamboyance. He was a pragmatist. To him, it mattered not whether a cat was black or white. As long as it could perform charmingly, it was a good cat. What significance did being impressive in battle hold for him? He did not require fans cheering in adoration. The best choice was simply that which suited him best. With this in mind, the master technician Han made his decision without hesitation. Opting for sniping, a prudent investment in the future. Acquired advanced skill, sniping LV1. For improvement in critical accuracy, 5 increase in range. All set. Han Zhao nodded with satisfaction and commenced his next task. The Cloud Swallow glider was successfully crafted, yielding 1,500 manufacturing experience. He incorporated the folding technology from the folding combat knife into its design, a testament to his ability to genuinely grasp knowledge and apply principles from various blueprints to other suitable mechanisms. The Cloud Swallow glider could serve as a parachute, conveniently carried on his back. Upon activation, 2-meter-long wings would unfurl, allowing for gliding through the air, surpassing the effectiveness of bat wings. Next, it is imperative to enhance close combat capabilities, specifically the power arm and power leg. These 2 components are part of a cohesive set, derived from the same amalgamation of knowledge that can yield blueprints. In the future, with further advancements, they could culminate in the rudimentary external skeletal power armor. However, Han Zhao does not intend to fabricate the power leg just yet, as his current expertise is insufficiently refined. Even if he were to create the power leg, it would only serve for long-distance travel, lacking the agility for swift maneuvers and evasions. Ironically, what Han Zhao requires most is the ability to dodge. Thus he refrains from squandering experience points. Han Zhao resolves to modify the power arm first, intending to reduce both its weight and volume slightly. A decrease in size invariably translates to diminished power. Therefore, he plans to employ an auxiliary device to amplify the potency of the power arm. Would you like to conduct knowledge fusion? Basic Weaponry LV3, Basic Assembly LV2, Basic Principles of Mechanics LV2. This fusion will consume 15,000 experience points. Fusion successful. Congratulations on developing the pneumatic oscillator. Success on the first attempt. Han Xiao is slightly elated. This combination offers numerous blueprints, and he has fortuitously developed the exact one he required, saving a considerable amount of experience points. The pneumatic oscillator operates on principles akin to those of an air gun. Yet it transforms compressed air into vibrational energy, delivering a direct impact to the internal structure of objects. It can bypass the defenses of standard armor, although its effectiveness diminishes significantly against specialized shock-resistant materials. After spending the better part of the day modifying the lightweight power arm, I have succeeded in reducing its cumbersome volume while extending its length to envelop the entirety of the arm. Additionally, I have equipped it with a titanium alloy exterior armor to conceal the internal components, significantly enhancing its durability. The new power arm presents a much more aesthetically pleasing appearance, resembling a gleaming silver metal limb. Han Xiao has crafted a pneumatic oscillator, which he installed in the palm of the mechanical hand. After a brief trial, it operated flawlessly. Lightweight power arm, left, oscillation modified version, quality, white, basic attributes, attack power 3048, defense power 1013, power level 33. Durability 470, equipment requirement, strength 24, attribute bonus, attack speed -2, length 0, 87 meters, from left palm to shoulder, weight 11. For pounds, additional effect, increases strength by 7 points. Additional ability, the palm is equipped with a pneumatic oscillator, allowing it to unleash oscillation attacks upon contact, inflicting 2,345 points of oscillation damage, ignoring armor that is not shock-resistant. It automatically collects air for recharging, usable once every 15 seconds. Additional ability, the shock-resistant exterior armor, crafted from titanium alloy, provides enhanced durability and is resistant to wear. Note, the modification maintains a coherent aesthetic, though the quality is categorized as white. The addition of components by Han Xiao has granted it 3 supplementary effects. The modifications to these pieces of equipment can be deemed rather conventional. However, the gear that Han Xiao is about to forge may be regarded as a true embodiment of the engineer's armament. Taking a deep breath, Han Xiao quietly recited, Amit Ba. May the Supreme Laozi respond swiftly to my call, and may the Almighty bestow his blessings upon me. I must succeed in fusing this blueprint on the first attempt, for I wish to avoid a second try, as it would be a grievous waste of experience. Would you like to proceed with Knowledge Fusion, Advanced Material Synthesis LV2, Basic Electromagnetic Principles LV2, Basic Assembly LV2? This fusion will consume 70,000 experience points. 067 Comprehensive Modification 2. Adding higher level knowledge for fusion will cause the experience cost to soar. For instance, if an advanced knowledge is added to the basic knowledge fusion, an additional 50,000 experience will be required, and the consumption of basic knowledge will also double, increasing from 5,000 to 10,000, and so forth. The inclusion of advanced knowledge in high-end knowledge fusion will similarly result in a doubling of costs. Confirm fusion. Han Xiao fixed his gaze firmly on the panel, hoping to maintain his previous good fortune. Fusion successful. Congratulations on developing the magnetically controlled metal extensible armor. Han Xiao was overjoyed. What did I say? My luck has truly been extraordinary lately. This blueprint is precisely his goal. This item is far beyond what one of his levels should possess, representing a defensive gear that transcends levels, capable of elevating his safety level by 2 tiers. Out of the 300,000 materials, 250,000 were prepared specifically for this blueprint. The advanced blueprints are exponentially more complex than the foundational ones. Even with a firm grasp of the designs and the requisite knowledge, Han Xiao spent an arduous hour deciphering the intricacies of the drawings. Upon calculating the manufacturing time, a bitter smile crept across his face. It would require at least 3 sleepless days of relentless effort. Without further ado, Han Xiao immersed himself in the daunting task of creation. 3 days later, the door of the workshop creaked open, revealing a disheveled Han Xiao. His eyes were devoid of life, adorned with the dark circles characteristic of a tribulation phase, and his expression was one of utter bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? Who is attacking me? As he unlocked his phone, a call from Youneng came through, rife with complaints. Han Xiao, why have you been unreachable these past few days? The orders for the agents have piled up into dozens, and they are pressing for delivery. You cannot accept deposits and then neglect your duties. I have put my reputation on the line for you. Moreover, you promised to tailor a piece of equipment for me. Do not let that slip your mind. Oh, by the way, we received a new assignment from above, and we are scheduled to depart for Haixia in 10 days. The captain was quite irate during the meeting yesterday, and you were absent. Be cautious when you next encounter him. Han Xiao's eyelids fluttered, battling the urge to succumb to slumber. All he desired was to sleep. He rolled into a blanket and collapsed onto the bed. The moment his head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep, impervious to Li Yalan's incessant chatter on the phone. Hello? Why are you silent? How infuriating. I have yet to settle the score from when you took my account last time. What is the first thing one does upon waking? Opening one's eyes? No. It is to use the restroom. The following morning, Han Xiao wandered into the restroom in a daze. After absent-mindedly relieving himself, he suddenly jolted awake, feeling a refreshing sense of clarity throughout his body. With a yawn, he mechanically brushed his teeth and washed his face, his eyes resembling those of a lifeless fish. He groggily opened the door of the repair shop and made his way to the kitchen, unceremoniously displacing LV Qian, despite her furious little fists raining down upon him. He calmly finished his breakfast. Old man LV, stroking his bald head, sighed in reflection, "It truly reminds me of my youth, how carefree it was. I need to change the keys." Old man LV mused, "Perhaps this is the essence of youthful love." Not at all. LV Qian roared like a lioness. This box of metallic sheets seemed utterly unrelated to the concept of armor, yet it was indeed a form of magnetically controlled metallic extensible armor, albeit an incomplete version. Han Xiao inhaled deeply, positioning his palm just 3 centimeters above the metallic sheets. He channeled the energy within him, allowing a tingling magnetic force to envelop his hand. A miraculous transformation occurred. The previously inert fish-scale metal sheets suddenly began to quiver, instinctively converging towards Han Xiao's palm, resembling lively fish swimming up his arm. "Form," Han Xiao commanded, as the energy coursed through his arm. In the blink of an eye, the metallic sheets unfurled, transforming into a lightweight armor resembling fish scales, perfectly fitted together without a single overlap. The metallic sheet appeared to cling to the arm, yet it hovered a few millimeters away from the skin, manipulated by magnetic repulsion, allowing for unhindered movement. Han Xiao drew forth the folding Tai bow combat knife and struck fiercely against the scaled armor, producing a crisp sound without the slightest spark, leaving the armor unscathed. Its defensive capabilities were exceptional. Han Xiao's expression radiated joy. Magnetic control metal expanding armor, incomplete form. Type, expandable full-body bulletproof suit, quality, green, basic attributes, defense power 75. Total expanded area 0.2 square meters, approximately equivalent to the entire back. Durability 1600, equipment requirements. Magnetic attribute Qi, intermediate mechanical affinity, effect, utilizing magnetic Qi for sensing. The armor's metallic sheets can be maneuvered via the magnetic field, allowing the formation of armor on any part of the body. Maintaining the armor shape requires a consumption of 10 Qi per minute. Additional ability, super toughness, exhibiting high resistance to heat, radiation, and penetration, efficiently safeguarding the human body. And resistant to wear. Additional ability, repulsive fit, damage received by the user is reduced by 20 to 30 points. Additional ability, when utilized within a special magnetic field, a layer of highly conductive magnetic field will form around the user. Note, a friendly reminder, please refrain from using this equipment during thunderstorms. Equipment that requires Qi for operation is referred to as super ability armament, and this magnetic control expanding armor is the exclusive gear for mechanics. The super ability armed forces represent a significant classification, characterized by their operation through the power of Qi. Generally speaking, their efficacy surpasses that of conventional machinery of the same grade. The raw material for these metallic sheets is an exceptionally rare and expensive metal ore, known for its remarkable conductivity and magnetism, and it is not an alloy. Even the 13th Bureau possesses only a limited stock. Han Xiao expended 250,000 to fabricate metallic sheets sufficient to cover his entire back. The essence of this equipment lies in the advanced material synthesis, which employs electromagnetic principles in a rather straightforward manner. Thus, only 2 levels of basic electromagnetic principles are necessary for satisfaction. The principle involves the fusion of the magnetic fields of these magnetically controlled metallic sheets, forming a magnetic chain. While they appear to be separate physically, their magnetic fields can coalesce at any moment. This is one of the reasons why they transform into armor rather than chaotic shapes. The most arduous aspect was the material synthesis of these metallic sheets, a laborious and monotonous task that drained him over 3 days. Nevertheless, this blueprint represents one of the less technically challenging designs among advanced schematics. At present, Han Zhao's level, knowledge, and technical prowess remain insufficient, allowing him to manufacture only incomplete advanced equipment. Completing this piece of gear would grant him 40,000 experience points, surpassing the initial creation of the first-generation Ranger. As Han Zhao maneuvered the magnetically controlled armor, he initially felt somewhat awkward. However, he quickly gained proficiency, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Many high-tier pieces of equipment necessitate practice for proper utilization, reflecting the operator's skill level. Han Zhao, with his extensive experience, exhibited expertise from the outset. With the magnetic-controlled metal armor, personal safety is significantly assured, and its covert nature adds to its advantage. When not in use, it is stored in a specially designed box with holes, discreetly hung at the lower back, concealed by clothing to avoid detection. Secretive, practical, and portable, Han Zhao is reluctant to reveal his trump card, not even to his own allies, for who can predict when a comrade might turn into an adversary? He has always believed that a slight paranoia and skepticism are forms of prudence. He has mastered the 4 essential aspects: range combat, close combat, mobility, and defense, leaving only the artistry to be addressed. Han Zhao has already conceived an idea. The explosives from the 13th Bureau are sufficient, requiring no new blueprints. Merely a few straightforward modifications. In the comprehensive overhaul, 60 fist-sized, smooth black spherical bombs are neatly arranged in 2 weapon cases. These are delayed fragmentation high-explosive grenades. Aptly dubbed delay bombs, and the name itself suggests a formidable explosive power. Priced at 800 C blue coins each, the total for 60 amounts to 48,000. It seems the calculation is correct. The bombs are ready-made, and Han Zhao has merely modified them, employing basic mechanical engineering principles. He has equipped the delay bombs with miniature propellers powered by a number 5 battery, providing them with brief propulsion, allowing for automatic flight rather than manual throwing, significantly extending their attack range. Although the design is somewhat eccentric, after several trials, an image of a round-headed, blue raccoon continually springs to mind. The simulation mask. The reinforced dual pistols of the Mad Eagle, the lightweight power arm, shockwave modification, the folding titanium warblade, the Cloud Swallow glider, the magnetic control expandable armor, and 60 rounds of delayed explosion ammunition. My equipment has been comprehensively upgraded. Moreover, I have access to various miscellaneous items provided by the 13 Bureau. At my current level, this constitutes a semi-divine arsenal, allowing for a reckless approach in uncertain situations. Such equipment suffices for my needs. Han Zhao marked the personal equipment update off his to-do list. The next task was to select a vehicle. After considerable deliberation, he decided on a detachable cargo truck, which would serve as a mobile warehouse and workshop, functioning as the logistics vehicle for his team. Han Zhao proceeded to purchase the vehicle directly from the 13 Bureau, confident that the military factory's products would be of exceptional quality. He had 2 options: to buy it outright or to exchange it using his goodwill points, essentially requesting the 13 Bureau to allocate the vehicle to him. After calculating his finances, he found himself with approximately 2,800,000 credits remaining. In just a few days, the mechanical system's tendency to consume funds like a torrent had become evident. Were it not for his ability to generate income, maintaining this pace would be untenable. Unaccustomed to the whims of fortune, he understood that financial security was essential for becoming an excellent mechanic. Han Zhao opted for the goodwill exchange, spending 150 points of 13 Bureau contribution. The monetary purchase would have cost over 800,000 C blue coins, making the goodwill exchange a more cost-effective choice. He requested Feng Jun to assist with the necessary paperwork. Please arrange for the vehicle to be delivered to me. How long will it take? I wish to pick it up from the military factory. It should take about 2 hours. It has been established that Feng Jun is a punctual individual, meticulously timing his arrival in a heavy-duty truck. However, a dilemma arises. Fear not, for there shall be no blue excrement excavators in my presence. Ahem, the issue is that the truck, being of considerable size, cannot fit into the repair shop. Despite all calculations, this oversight proves to be quite embarrassing. The 2 men stand at the entrance of the repair shop, exchanging bewildered glances. What shall we do now? Perhaps you could assist me in expanding the premises? Don't be absurd. The engineering department has no spare time for such endeavors. Han Xiao scratched his chin, a spark of inspiration illuminating his eyes. Did you not bring a team to surveil this neighborhood? Where is your base of operations? Please, be reasonable. Do you wish for us to be even more conspicuous? Han Xiao assessed the military-grade truck, which stood 4 meters tall and 3.5 meters wide. Trailing behind at the oversized cargo compartment, he specifically requested, measuring 11 meters in length and wider than the cab itself. Where's the conspicuousness? I fail to see it. Han Xiao remained unflustered. Feng Jun, exasperated, spat in Han Xiao's direction, exclaiming, surely, a truck of this size cannot be overlooked. Why resort to such spluttering while conversing? Han Xiao wiped his face with Feng Jun's sleeve, displaying clear disdain. I must say, your output is rather excessive. At that moment, old Lu emerged, exclaiming, what a massive truck! Han Xiao's eyes gleamed with a mischievous idea. Why not raise the repair shop to the ground? Leave me be, grumbled the elderly Lu, irritation evident in his voice as he touched his balding head. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a key from his pocket and tossed it to Han Xiao. I have a garage a few streets away. You may borrow it. Han Xiao was taken aback. What an extravagant gesture, old Lu. Have you taken leave of your senses today? Go play elsewhere. Lu snapped, shoving aside the two individuals blocking the alleyway before meandering off with a slight stagger. Han Xiao drove to the garage, arriving 10 minutes later. Ugh, seriously? Ma Jia, looking pale, clung to the car window, retching and wildly gesturing. Han Xiao was perplexed by Feng Jun's demeanor. Did it signify a refusal to ride in his vehicle again, or an indication that he need not concern himself with Feng's discomfort? Shaking his head, he dismissed this trivial matter and sent the unsteady Feng Jun on his way, then began to modify the military heavy truck. After thoroughly inspecting the truck, he found no listening devices or cameras. The quality of military factory products was trustworthy, featuring a robust internal structure with 10 cylinders, a turbocharger, and other enhancements to increase power, capable of reaching a maximum speed of 135 km/h. With 5 wheels on each side, all equipped with large, anti-slip, wear-resistant tires. The cargo area was spacious enough to accommodate considerable equipment. Han Xiao planned to convert it into a small workshop, necessitating the transfer of equipment from his current studio. The chassis has been meticulously designed for off-road capabilities, featuring a spring suspension system and air suspension shock absorbers, ensuring stable navigation through treacherous terrains. It is also equipped with a drill protection device to prevent smaller vehicles from penetrating the chassis, scenes reminiscent of protagonists in films maneuvering sports cars beneath trucks in a battle of wits with villains are simply implausible. Yet, one cannot help but wonder why one might unconsciously cast themselves in the role of the antagonist. The cabin space is far from cramped. It comfortably accommodates 6 individuals. It boasts a multi-speed transmission with 10 gears, facilitating smooth shifts, and the braking system is in impeccable condition. Han Xiao inspected the airbags, finding a total of 8. As long as occupants remain within the vehicle during a collision, injury is unlikely, allowing for an exhilarating sensation of being enveloped in safety. Regarding collisions, the front bumper lacks reinforced protection and requires manual installation, yet upon examining the windshield, Han Xiao noted it was made of bulletproof material, devoid of any cost-cutting measures. Overall, it adheres to standard specifications, with no significant modifications necessary. Han Xiao resolved to install several nitrogen bottles for acceleration boosts. The thought of a heavy-duty truck equipped with nitrogen acceleration is tantalizing, provided there are no leaks. It could outperform even the most formidable road warriors. Han Xiao proceeded with the modifications, transforming the cargo area into a compact workshop. The chassis and front bumper were reinforced with sturdy armor, clearly designed to withstand impact. For nitrogen acceleration bottles were secured inside for emergency sprints, and he purchased additional spare tires. A small radar antenna was also affixed to the roof to receive radio signals and transmit Wi-Fi. The cumulative expenses astonishingly exceeded 100,000, prompting Han Xiao to shake his head in resignation. Customizing vehicles truly is a lavish endeavor. Before him stood a pitch-black heavy truck, and as Han Xiao scratched his chin, an idea struck him. Bestowing a name upon the vehicle seemed rather delightful. Its imposing frame and dark exterior inspired a most fitting title, Big Black. Yes, that felt just right. 069. Let's roll. Goodness, Xiaoge, you purchased a heavy truck? The 4 teammates had been invited to the garage, where Li Yalan and Lin Yao gazed in awe and excitement, climbing up and down the truck. Lambert, captivated by the engine's design, quietly admired it as he opened the hood. Zhang Wei approached Han Xiao and solemnly expressed his gratitude. The logistics vehicle was a luxurious asset for a small team, and Han Xiao had covered the expenses himself, leaving Zhang Wei feeling somewhat embarrassed. Han Xiao chuckled, dismissing it as merely aiding a financially challenged teammate. Zhang Wei's lips twitched. Rendered speechless, while it was indeed the truth, Han Xiao's unvarnished honesty unsettled him. I racked my brain to name this truck, he said, his ears perked up with anticipation. Han Xiao cleared his throat and declared earnestly, Big Black. Zhang Wei slipped slightly, managing a forced smile. All right, that's a good name. Don't you think so? It's catchy and succinct. I must commend myself, Han Xiao remarked with a smirk. As long as you're happy. The driver's cabin is enormous. Li Yalan exclaimed, thoroughly enjoying herself, before suddenly recalling something. Who's South going to drive? Han Xiao. This is my vehicle, so naturally, I shall be the one to drive it. Li Yalan's complexion turned ashen, momentarily recalling the terror of being under Han Xiao's command. She stammered, "See, can I not sit?" Zhang Wei furrowed his brow and reprimanded. Han Xiao has spent money for our convenience. What are you refusing? Li Yalan's face was as pale as death, devoid of hope. Murmuring, "You will regret this." Regret? Zhang Wei was perplexed by Li Yalan's words. Did she mean to imply that Han Xiao's driving skills were subpar? What significance did that hold? No matter how poor one's driving might be, they were all well-trained operatives, possessing exceptional physical capabilities. Even riding a roller coaster would not faze them. Zhang Wei dismissed her concerns. By the way, we've been informed that we will be departing in 4 days. Lin Yao suddenly interjected. Han Xiao's gaze flickered. His complete vehicle modification had taken approximately 10 days. He had initially intended to install a turret on the heavy truck and had even acquired the knowledge for it. Regrettably, time was insufficient. After pondering, he addressed Zhang Wei. Bring over the Warbringer armor, and I shall make some modifications for you. Zhang Wei's eyes brightened. He had immense faith in Han Xiao's mechanical prowess. Upon hearing this, Li Yalan immediately rushed over, shaking Han Xiao's shoulder insistently, inquiring, "What about me? You promised to tailor equipment for me. I'll discuss it once I have inspiration." Han Xiao replied, pushing aside the chattering Li Yalan. "As a martial artist, focus on using your fists. Why do you keep meddling with my machinery?" The prototype of the warrior armor was swiftly delivered, resembling the exhibits in a museum, supported by a plastic frame and enclosed within a metal box of a man's height. Handled by the logistics personnel of the logistics department. Han Xiao remarked, "Time is of the essence. I intend to execute the most vital modifications. First, I will enhance the energy efficiency limit, followed by adjusting the power mode to reduce the burden and reinforcing the mechanical power exoskeleton to assist your movements." "This is wonderful," Zhang Wei exclaimed, his face lighting up. The armor was exceedingly heavy. Each use left him with sore muscles, back pain, and leg cramps. More exhausting than running 10,000 meters. Next, regarding the detection system, I will equip your armor with a straightforward chip to sense external conditions, and as a personal bonus, I can provide you with a fire control system that will allow your ranged weaponry to auto-target. If time permits, I will also outfit you with a basic melee weapon. Excellent. Zhang Wei's heart soared, fully transforming into a euphoric enthusiast. However, Han Xiao suddenly shifted his tone. Of course, all of this comes at a cost. Totaling 360,000. Wah, what? Zhang Wei's heart sank, for his savings barely exceeded 1 million. Do you find that exorbitant? Han Xiao cast a sidelong glance at him. Zhang Wei hastily nodded in agreement. Are your parents still alive? Zhang Wei was taken aback, questioning the relevance of such an inquiry, as they had passed away. Do you have any siblings? I am the sole heir of my family. Do you have a wife or girlfriend? No, I am solitary. Han Xiao tilted his head, a look of curiosity on his face. Then what do you save money for? A piercing pain shot through his heart. Enough. I will pay. Zhang Wei lamented, clutching his chest as if his heart were being mercilessly trampled by a stampede of 100,000 rhinoceroses. Han Xiao, ever the pragmatist, only began to modify the prototype of the warframe after Zhang Wei, trembling, handed over the advance payment. With a foundational understanding of energy theory at level 3, Han Xiao possessed the technical prowess to enhance energy dynamics. However, he was reluctant to undertake any significant modifications to Zhang Wei's armor, preferring to reserve the promising innovations for his own endeavors. The power-laden skeletal framework and the detection chip, both rather commonplace, were indeed suitable for his designs. Would you like to merge knowledge? Basic Wide Area Sensing LV1, Basic Virtual Electronics Technology LV2. This fusion will consume 10,000 experience points. Would you like to merge knowledge? Basic Mechanics Principles LV2, Basic Mechanical Engineering LV4. This fusion will consume 10,000 experience points. Fusion successful. Congratulations on developing the low-level intelligent chip. Fusion successful. Congratulations on developing the K600 model power exoskeleton. These were two rather ordinary mechanical blueprints, almost a rite of passage for any mechanical engineer. And Han Xiao was not surprised to achieve fusion on his first attempt. The rudimentary intelligent chip is available on the market. The distinction lies in the fact that once the blueprints are unlocked, Han Xiao can embark on DIY endeavors and program at will. The very term rudimentary suggests that advanced versions of these blueprints are forthcoming, potentially leading to sophisticated AI systems for large robots, vehicles, or warships, all derived from this foundational design. The K600 model serves as one of the basic variants within the internal exoskeleton series. Unlike the external exoskeleton, which is donned externally, the internal exoskeleton is an internal power structure concealed within full coverage armor, serving a similar function to the external variant by providing additional power. The internal exoskeleton is indispensable for the creation of powered armor, and one can easily speculate about its more advanced applications, ranging from small mechs to medium and large mechs, including colossal machines. Han Xiao dismantled the outer armor of the warrior, revealing its intricate components. After a moment of contemplation, he rolled up his sleeves and set to work. He began by augmenting the energy output, then crafted the framework, produced processing chips, and procured various cameras, sensors, and infrared detectors for surveillance purposes. By the early hours of the fourth day, he finally completed the modifications on the warrior's armor. While the exterior remained a formidable, jet-black heavy armor, the interior had undergone a significant transformation, now resembling a fledgling form of powered armor. However, time constraints precluded the rapid production of close combat weaponry, prompting Han Xiao to abandon that endeavor. Is it not entirely normal to collect payment without delivering services? He had even postponed the order for high-energy ammunition for half a month. Han Xiao yawned and glanced at the panel. Warrior armor, derivation progress. 2. The reverse engineering of blueprints is one of the avenues through which mechanics acquire schematics, and it comes with stringent requirements. Progress often becomes stagnant at certain junctures, prompting a reminder of prerequisites. For instance, upon reaching 30 completion, a sudden demand for intelligence exceeding a specified threshold appears. Only upon fulfilling this condition can progress continue. Even when the progress bar is full, a considerable amount of experience is required to officially master the blueprint. The essence of warrior armor lies in advanced mechanical knowledge, heavy machinery modification, and it is anticipated that at 50 progress, this prerequisite will emerge. The blueprint for the warrior armor is not indispensable for Han Xiao, and he chose to disregard it. Today marks the day of departure. The four-member team gathered in the garage. Lin Yao glanced at the computer and suddenly remarked, "The Bureau has called for a meeting at the Eastern Outpost." "All right. Let's get in the vehicle," Zhang Wei stated in a low voice. No sooner had he spoken than Li Yalan dashed to the driver's seat with remarkable swiftness. Her gaze fixed nervously on Han Xiao. Can I drive?" Han Xiao rubbed his eyes, having endured several sleepless nights. He felt as if he might ascend into the ether from exhaustion. Thus, he relented, advising her to drive carefully before stepping into the cargo area, where he grabbed a few backpacks to use as makeshift bedding and lay down to sleep. Li Yalan immediately breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as though she had narrowly escaped a perilous situation and found herself too fatigued to criticize Han Xiao for audaciously suggesting she drive cautiously. Observing Han Xiao's intent to rest, the others settled into the driver's cabin, choosing not to disturb him. In the western capital at the Eastern Outpost, the military train station stands. There is a significant emphasis on the offensive operation against the Anya Valley base. The 13th Bureau has dispatched 3 covert action teams to partake in this extensive joint operation. One team is led by Zhang Wei, another by Ma Qingyang, the very team that Zhang Wei had rescued. The final team is the elite unit of the Special Operations Department, commanded by Di Su, who serves as the team leader. At this moment, the 2 covert action teams await at the station, accompanied by an officer from the General Staff, who oversees and restrains the actions of the secret agents. There have been precedents in the past where each secret team, composed of highly opinionated elite agents, encountered divergences during operations, leading to unforeseen complications. In light of such occurrences, the 13th Bureau has revised its personnel strategy. When multiple teams collaborate, a member from the General Staff is assigned to coordinate the overall mission. The officer from the general staff has spent years studying various battlefield command strategies and reviews the profiles of team members prior to deployment, offering tactical advice for the operation. Although the agents unanimously regard the accompanying staff officer as primarily responsible for drafting reports and taking the blame, the regulations remain stringent. As long as the officer refrains from meddling, all parties coexist peacefully. Why hasn't that fellow Zhang Wei arrived yet? What time is it? Ma Qingyang muttered, glancing up at the sun while taking a drag from his cigarette, feeling somewhat discontented. He shares a good rapport with Zhang Wei, and the members of the two teams enjoy a harmonious relationship. Su, accompanied by her team, awaited on the other side, deftly toying with a coin that danced nimbly between her fingers, reflecting the blinding sunlight. She eagerly anticipated her upcoming meeting with Li Yalan, her heart fluttering at the thought of teasing little Linlin once more. Moreover, she harbored a keen curiosity about Li Yalan's new teammate, the mechanic named Han Xiao. The lead officer, Qi Baijia, furrowed his attractive brows, his eyes pained by the glare from the coin, and, in exasperation, averted his gaze. A distant rumble of engines approached, the sound alone suggesting immense horsepower. Even through their boots, they could feel the ground trembling slightly. Qi Baijia turned his attention to the source of the noise, as a formidable and modified military truck lumbered into view. Ma Qingyang discarded his cigarette, but, extinguishing it with the tip of his shoe. Su closed her fingers, securing the coin in her palm. Qi Baijia raised his hand, adjusting his collar. They had arrived. On the vehicle, the imposing black truck came to a gradual halt, and Zhang Wei along with his three companions disembarked from the front. I am the commanding officer for this mission, Qi Baijia, he stated with a serious demeanor, executing a crisp military salute, exuding confidence and poise. Greetings, and may our cooperation be fruitful. Zhang Wei nodded in acknowledgement before turning to embrace Ma Qingyang with hearty laughter. Get off, we are not that familiar, Li Yalan retorted, her brows furrowed in disdain as she swatted away Su's playful hand. Unfazed, Su cast a curious glance and inquired, where is your mechanic? Has he hidden away? Zhang Wei took the lead and remarked, he is somewhat fatigued and is resting in the vehicle. This vehicle is our logistics truck. Upon finishing his statement, Zhang Wei straightened his posture, wearing an expression of pride. Ma Qingyang and Su's team members cast envious glances at their respective leaders, silently expressing their discontent. We desire a logistics truck as well. Qi Baijia clapped his hands and announced, all right, it is getting late. Let us depart. At the station, a military train was stationed, and this time we opted for land travel instead of flying. Accompanying us were 40 external personnel, all well-trained soldiers, diligently loading crates of ammunition and firearms onto the train. Due to the abandonment of numerous roads, the six nations have vigorously developed railways, which are now extensive and interconnected. The military train utilizes specialized military routes, enabling it to travel faster than civilian trains, reaching its destination in just 3 days. Once everyone boarded, the military train rumbled to life, departing from the eastern checkpoint, basking in the scorching sunlight as it ventured into the desolate and perilous wilderness. Han Xiao felt a jolt in his dreams and awakened. The illumination fixtures mounted on the ceiling of the cargo compartment emitted a gentle white light, illuminating the surrounding space, revealing an array of cold, metallic machinery, yet providing him with a sense of security. Han Xiao pressed his thumb and index finger against the Jingming point, vigorously kneading it a few times, which invigorated him. He opened the cargo compartment door and discovered he was aboard a high-speed train. The fierce winds whipped through his disheveled hair, and the deck beneath his feet vibrated incessantly as the train thundered forward. The military train traversed the tracks, while the stars twinkled in the sky, enveloped in a veil of moonlight. In the distance, hills rose and fell, and wild grass flourished in the wilderness. Have I really slept the entire day? As Han Xiao entered, all conversation ceased, and curious gazes converged upon him, laden with scrutiny. Su was the first to rise, gracefully swaying her slender waist as she approached Han Xiao, exhaling softly with curiosity, inquiring, "Are you Han Xiao?" The expressions of those present stiffened, disbelief evident, after all. Everyone was in the carriage. Who else could he possibly be? Li Yalan, witnessing Su's embarrassment, couldn't help but relish the moment. Waving her hand vigorously, "Xiao Ge, come sit over here." Han Xiao nodded and took a seat beside Zhang Wei and the others. Li Yalan immediately leaned in to whisper to him, "Well done. You've made Su look foolish." Sex hormones? Han Xiao was taken aback. How could a girl refer to such a vulgar term? It's her, Su. A despicable and unreasonable woman. Li Yalan gritted her teeth. Han Xiao, with a vacant expression, mused, "Why do I feel as though you're describing yourself?" Lin Yao deeply agreed. Yet he refrained from speaking, fearing repercussions. Instead, he cast an admiring glance at Han Xiao, who, true to his moniker, exuded an effortless confidence, unabashedly voicing his thoughts. Su Su's expression shifted as she observed the seemingly intimate demeanor between Li Yalan and Han Xiao, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. Meanwhile, Ma Qingyang extended his hand with a smile, introducing himself. "Brother, it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I am Ma Qingyang." Han Xiao, while enduring Li Yalan's furious display, naturally shook his hand and replied, "Strictly speaking, we haven't met before." Ma Qingyang paused, his gaze drifting over Han Xiao's mask, bemused. Realizing the truth in the statement, Qi Baijia cleared his throat and laid out a series of documents, spreading a map across the table. "This operation is a joint effort between us and the Haixia Military Intelligence Agency. The Haixia troops are stationed at the border, poised for immediate action. Our mission is to infiltrate and gather intelligence on the enemy's defensive arrangements to support the military." He continued, "This map is provided by Haixia. The Dark Crow Valley is easily defensible yet challenging to attack. Its dense forests conceal the base from aerial reconnaissance, and the enemy's military strength remains unknown, as does the precise location, necessitating a ground invasion." As the discussion shifted to the mission, a solemn atmosphere enveloped the group. Su Su tapped her fingers against her brow, frowning as she inquired, "It sounds like a heavily fortified stronghold. Can't the Haixia troops launch a ground assault?" Qi Baijia shook his head, stating, "They are unwilling to do so." The crowd soon understood that Haixia's approach prioritized efficiency. He would exert only the minimum effort required, and would not allow the military to venture into uncharted territories until the situation was clearly defined, thus averting unnecessary losses. The Clandestine Operations Department specialized in high-risk tasks that involved boldly penetrating enemy lines. Li Yalan, unwilling to show weakness, quickly inquired, "What about the point of breakthrough?" Qi Baijia pointed to the map, indicating a sizable settlement of roving inhabitants to the west of Dark Crow Valley, known as Crow Forest. The existence of Crow Forest so close to the budding base suggested a covert collusion between the two, potentially harboring spies from the Dark Crow Valley base. Thus, this location served as the breakthrough point, offering a chance to acquire intelligence. According to the intelligence from above, there were 3 individuals of particular concern associated with the Dark Crow Valley base. Qi Baijia distributed the documents and, observing as the group perused the information, succinctly stated, "First is the General Supervisor, Pan Kuang, a 35-year-old man of Asian descent, classified as an E-rank martial artist and an executive at the budding base. Wielding a blade known as the Sword Soul, his most recent feat was 3 years ago, when he single-handedly eliminated 12 agents from Tilius at the border, 4 of whom were also superpowered individuals. The document depicted a man with an impassive expression, possessing an ordinary appearance, yet emanating an aura of fierce intimidation. An unapproachable character." The thought simultaneously crossed the minds of the onlookers. Next was the captain of the guard, Dormant, a 43-year-old Shanu man, proficient in various firearms and classified as an elite-level operative who once commanded a Night Owl team. Ma Qingyang wore a perplexed expression and inquired, "Was it not stated that the internal conditions of the Dark Crow Valley base are unclear? Where did this detailed intelligence originate?" The others shared his curiosity. Qi Baijia shook his head, indicating uncertainty, and remarked that it was classified information from above. The group responded with an understanding murmur, refraining from further inquiries. Han Xiao scratched his ear and quipped, "The source of this secrecy is sitting right beside you, comrades." Qi Baijia then proceeded to share several precautions before shifting the topic, stating, "In this joint operation, Haixia has also dispatched a special agent team from the Military Intelligence Bureau, which will collaborate with us upon arrival at the designated location." Zhang Wei's expression twitched as he exclaimed, "Are the agents from both sides going to act together?" Qi Baijia awkwardly cleared his throat and confirmed, "Indeed. Isn't that a recipe for chaos?" Zhang Wei continued, "It seemed that Haixia, having acquired intelligence from Xinglong, was not satisfied and had explicitly requested that the 13th Bureau also send personnel to partake in the operation." The group exchanged glances, acutely aware that the relations between the two nations were far from cordial, and that agents from each side held a mutual animosity, leading them to feel that this mission might prove to be quite troublesome. The intelligence was of little use to Han Xiao, who stifled a yawn and gazed out the car window. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, interrupting the ongoing discussion with a grave tone, "Beast attack." 071 beasts. I'm explosively strong. Han Xiao felt a jolt, as the bold notion he had just entertained vanished without a trace. Qi Baijia's expression shifted drastically. Black earthworm. Han Xiao drew the fierce eagle from his lower back and fired a shot at the stout, pitch-black chitinous worm. After glancing at the combat information displayed on the panel, he immediately felt a tightening in his lower abdomen. Black ground worm level, 48 profession, juvenile, LV10 young, LV10 mature, LV10 reproductive, LV10, LV8 age, 71 years attributes, strength 80, agility, endurance, intelligence, mystery, charm 1, luck 2 energy, 0 energy level, health points, special traits, thick chitinous exoskeleton, defense 20, dark adaptation, 15 bonus in dark environments, massive body, health points 1000, reduced critical hit rate by 20. Iron chewer, 25 extra damage to metal, thin dragon bloodline, health points 2000, 10 resistance to abnormalities. Skills, constriction LV7, earthwalk LV10, rotational bite LV6, acid spit LV5. Even a wild beast possesses slightly more luck than I do. Who can I appeal to for justice? Fire the weapon. The secret agents swiftly drew their sidearms and returned fire, the deafening gunfire erupting as bullets ricocheted off the worm's formidable exoskeleton, failing to inflict any significant damage. The azure starry wilderness is fraught with peril, teeming with various ferocious beasts. Throughout history, numerous tragic events have unfolded, where waves of beasts have laid waste to cities. It is only through the collective wisdom of humanity that we have managed to precariously position ourselves at the apex of the food chain. The black earthworm, with its prolonged lifespan, grows in length as it ages. Originally a creature of gentle disposition, it dwells in the depths of the earth, seldom stirring unless awakened by the tremendous vibrations of the surface above. It soon became evident to all that the colossal black earthworm had been roused by the passing train. The field agents, perceived as prey, hastily drew their weapons in a panic. However, the diminutive caliber of their handguns proved utterly ineffective against the formidable black earthworm, whose defensive capabilities exceeded 100 points, rendering their efforts akin to mere tickling. All explosives and high-caliber firearms were secured within the cargo compartments, fortuitously separated from the car under attack by the black earthworm. The agents found themselves bereft of their equipment, and the dire situation escalated. Chaos ensued as a fierce wind swept through the carriage, hurling various debris through the gaping holes and casting them into the turbulent air, propelled by the speeding train. The train tilted at a precarious 15-degree angle, the chassis grinding against the tracks with a piercing screech, sending forth a flurry of sparks, as if it were on the brink of toppling under the immense weight of the black earthworm. "Stand back," Li Yalan commanded fiercely, leaping into action. She unsheathed her folding combat knife, enveloped in a brilliant yellow blaze, and struck forcefully against the shell of the black earthworm, producing a resounding crack and a visible fissure. It was effective. The martial artist is capable of unleashing the full destructive potential of their energy, wielding fists and feet imbued with formidable strength, which serves a purpose in this context. With a flash of insight, Di Susu swiftly followed suit, drawing forth a folding combat knife, its blade enveloped in a cerulean flame. The speed of her strike was akin to lightning, delivering a powerful side slash that severed a small piece of exoskeleton, leaving a faint azure afterimage on the retinas of the onlookers. The field personnel were gripped by a chilling dread, the oppressive weight from the apex of the food chain rendering them nearly immobile, as if humanity had been stripped of its self-satisfied intellect and transformed into trembling lambs awaiting slaughter. "Fire! The black earth insect fears fire," Di Susu exclaimed. The black earth insect, with its deteriorated vision, is acutely sensitive to light and high temperatures, akin to the effect of a flashbang on humans, which would impair its sight. If the stalemate persisted, the train was destined for destruction. Realizing this, the group understood that their only recourse was to use fire to drive back the black earth insect. Zhang Wei hurriedly retrieved his high-explosive ammunition and replaced it, as such rounds are classified as special munitions, unlike the conventional ammunition typically employed by agents. In an instant, the impenetrable exoskeleton of the black earth insect was engulfed in the majestic flames of the FFF group. The previously composed black earth insect began to thrash wildly, the blaze and intense heat causing it immense discomfort, transforming it into a creature as agitated as a baboon experiencing a failed mating attempt. Han Xiao stood resolutely like a nail, increasingly concerned that the train might overturn due to the growing turbulence. Essentially, all secret agents from the 13th Bureau had procured his high-caliber ammunition. This predicament was best handled by the agents, while he contentedly observed from the sidelines. Flames erupted upon the black earthworm, and before long, it could no longer endure the blinding light assaulting its visage. With a shriek, it relinquished its hold on the carriage and swiftly burrowed into the ground, sending sand flying. In mere seconds, its lengthy form disappeared beneath the surface, leaving only a thin layer of loose soil to conceal the tunnel it had carved. The surviving field agents, their legs trembling, collapsed to the ground, still haunted by the ordeal. "We are saved. I am still alive. Oh, how I miss you, Mother." Within minutes of the black earthworm's appearance, it had wreaked havoc, with the carriage leaking air and in tatters. Had it not been expelled in time, the consequences could have been catastrophic, though not necessarily fatal. Certainly a delay would ensue. Fortunately, high-caliber bullets were at hand. The crowd turned their gaze towards Han Xiao, a flicker of gratitude blossoming in their hearts. Zhang Wei patted Han Xiao on the shoulder, sensing a mutual understanding that needed no words. Such a feeling was splendid. "If you wish to express your thanks, do so verbally." "I am not a mind reader." The group exchanged exasperated glances. "Your ability to disrupt the atmosphere is truly expert level." After a brief respite, the field agents rose to tidy up the chaos surrounding them. The assault by the black earthworms was merely a minor incident. It was proven that the route of the military railway was relatively safe, with this singular mishap being the only occurrence. The scenery along the way predominantly consisted of distant mountains shrouded in dense forests and vast, yellow plains, leading to a certain aesthetic fatigue after prolonged observation. Throughout the journey, Han Xiao remained in the large black freight car, diligently honing his strength, refining his techniques, and accumulating experience in machinery crafting. 3 days later, the train arrived at the Haixiao border station. Task 072 of the faction. Haixiao and Xinglong are situated on the same continent. Perhaps due to Haixiao's more humid and sweltering climate, the cultural customs are notably more open. Beyond the beaches, one could frequently observe numerous individuals, both men and women, leisurely strolling in their bikinis. The train halted at the military station, and through the window, Han Xiao glimpsed a solitary figure on the platform, a middle-aged man in a brightly colored, loose-fitting shirt and sunglasses, seemingly there to greet them. As Han Xiao disembarked with the group, Qi Baijia led the way and addressed the flamboyantly dressed man, stating, "Xinglong Bureau 13, Qi Baijia." The man chuckled, removing his sunglasses to reveal a face marked by stubble and an air of despondency. His demeanor was astonishingly unremarkable, akin to a lethargic uncle waiting for customers outside a small, roadside shop. "Yi Fan from the Haixiao Military Intelligence," he introduced himself. At that moment, Han Xiao couldn't contain his laughter. "Yi Fan? Which Yi Fan are you? What has happened to you? Where is your overwhelming charisma? Your striking aloofness? This appearance bears no resemblance to any Yi Fan I have ever known." Yi Fan cast a glance at the battered train and inquired, "Have you encountered beasts?" "It was merely a small black earthworm, hardly worth worrying about," Qi Baijia replied, clearing his throat. Although the situation had been perilous, it was imperative not to lose face in front of the Haixiao people. One must always maintain an air of nonchalance, a matter of political correctness, without a doubt. "How fortunate you are to arrive safely," Yi Fan chuckled, choosing not to delve into the veracity of Qi Baijia's words. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yi Fan donned his sunglasses once more and stated, "Time is of the essence. We must first report to the commander for documentation, and then we shall proceed. Do not find it bothersome. Compared to Hongfeng, we have at least eliminated 90% of the procedures." Some field personnel chuckled at this, as the rigidity of the Hongfeng system had become a running joke. It was said that during the last operation, the Shannu people, known for their impatience, were driven to the brink of madness by Hongfeng's convoluted reporting protocols when attempting to collaborate with them to eliminate a rogue warlord. They nearly clashed with officials at the headquarters of Hongfeng's intelligence agency, Karoma. The reporting process for joint operations required both parties to leave a record of the mission with the commander before commencing any actions. In this particular mission, the Haixiao army was tasked with a direct assault, while the agents were responsible for infiltrating and gathering intelligence prior to the onset of hostilities, scouting the precise location of the Dark Crow Valley base, the distribution of armed forces, and more. As we journeyed forth, we beheld an array of pristine military armored vehicles and compact tanks nestled within the garages, alongside missile trucks laden with hive launchers. while squads of soldiers busily transported munitions and supplies. Zhang Wei, Di Susu, Ma Qingyang, and other operatives of the Xinglong unit had grown taciturn, their demeanor starkly contrasting with the previous lively chatter aboard the train, likely influenced by a profound sense of national pride. Observing this, Han Xiao refrained from drawing attention to himself, opting instead to blend into the ranks. Clearing his throat, Yi Fan announced, "Colonel, the Xinglong personnel have arrived for registration." Upon turning to see Yi Fan, Celtic's expression softened momentarily. He narrowed his eyes, casting a scrutinizing and indifferent glance at the Xinglong agents, then let out a slight huff before retrieving a document from his drawer. With a decisive thud, he stamped it, stating plainly, "Let them rest for a while. We shall depart with our team in an hour." Celtic displayed a dismissive attitude towards the members of the 13th Bureau, prompting Yi Fan to escort his comrades to a modest lounge, where he cautioned, "Do not wander, we will be leaving shortly." After Yi Fan's departure, only familiar faces remained in the lounge. Lin Yao finally gathered the courage to speak, whispering, "Why do I feel that the soldiers outside regard us with such strange looks, as if they are subtly ostracizing us? And that commander seems to harbor animosity towards us." Ma Qingyang scoffed in response, "Are you not aware? Xinglong has previously engaged in conflict with Haixia, and the Haixia people are not fond of us. Operatives from other nations involved in joint operations inevitably face this hostility. That Celtic certainly does not strike me as a conciliatory figure. The factional strife within the 13th Bureau is not an anomaly. Rather, it is a phenomenon observed in nearly every nation. The Red Maple and Audi Fin tend to lean towards conservatism, while Ruolin and Tilius exhibit a more hardline approach. And both Xinglong and Haixia maintain a balanced stance." Lin Yao expressed disbelief, questioning why they would collaborate with Haixia in that situation. What if Haixia regarded them merely as cannon fodder? Who can predict the whims of those in power? It is prudent to rely on one's own caution. Ma Qingyang, unfazed, regarded such matters as commonplace, being a seasoned operative of the Secret Operations Department. Qi Baijia cleared his throat and reassured him, stating, "Rest assured. Any mobilization concerning you will require my approval." After some conversation, the group fell silent, closing their eyes to rejuvenate before the mission. "I'm stepping out for a smoke," Han Xiao announced as he rose and made his way to the lounge door. He lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply, allowing the smoke to circulate through his throat and lungs before exhaling 2 thick streams of smoke from his nostrils, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He paid no heed to the indifferent glances cast upon him by soldiers transporting supplies in the vicinity, instead immersing his mind in the newly received panel notifications. "You have triggered the faction mission, Operation Dark Crow Valley. Mission brief. This is a military operation of a small-scale warfare nature. As a member of the 13th Bureau, consider what you can contribute as a participant in this endeavor. Note, this mission is part of a series of faction tasks, and you may fulfill the following requirements during this undertaking. Reconnaissance I. Team mission, to investigate the situation in Crow's Nest Town. Reward, 3,000 experience. Reconnaissance 2. Team mission, to gather specific intelligence on the Dark Crow Valley base. Reward, 8,000 experience. Logistics team member, individual mission, to perform tool repairs for teammates 20 times. Reward, 5,000 experience. Dark Forest assassin, individual mission, to assassinate 8 Dark Watchers. Reward, 18,000 experience. Direct conflict, individual mission, to eliminate 50 Sprout soldiers. Reward, 35,000 experience. Decapitation I, eliminate Doman. Rewards based on contribution. Decapitation 3, eliminate Pan Quang. Rewards based on contribution. Destruction of Dark Crow Valley. Achieve operational objectives. Rewards based on task completion and contribution. Upon completion of the mission, participants will be rated based on the number of objectives achieved and performance, leading to additional rewards. Han Xiao initially believed this operation to be a routine task, only to discover it was a faction mission, which offered greater flexibility and opportunities for strategic maneuvering. The tasks varied widely, including competitive missions, prize pool missions, series missions, and faction missions, where fulfilling the majority of objectives promised substantial rewards, supplemented by additional incentives based on task evaluations. While Han Xiao was enjoying a cigarette, a woman with short red hair approached him, halting before him and inquiring with a hint of uncertainty, "Are you one of Star Dragon's personnel?" After casting a glance her way, Han Xiao nodded slightly, indicating, "I suppose so." As her words fell, the crimson-haired woman abruptly drew a dagger from her waist, thrusting it towards his neck without any forewarning. Han Xiao regarded her unflinchingly, unyielding in his stance. The dagger halted abruptly, a mere 3 centimeters from his carotid artery, the sudden shift in movement revealing her formidable physical control. A glint of menace flickered in her eyes. Why not evade? Why should I? Do you think I lack the courage to plunge it deeper? You may test that. Han Xiao's expression remained unchanged. Beneath his clothing, the magnetic-controlled exosuit had already latched onto the vicinity of his collar, poised to safeguard his neck at any moment, which instilled in him a sense of invulnerability. Furthermore, her audacious presence within the military encampment indicated she was likely an operative from Haixia. Thus, she could not genuinely intend to strike. This was likely a probe or an attempt to assert dominance. And he found it somewhat displeasing that he had been chosen as the target, causing his gaze to acquire an oppressive quality. Suddenly, a chill crept down the woman's back, leaving her bewildered about its origin. Steadying herself, she coldly declared, "Wenna, agent of the Military Intelligence Bureau." No sooner had she spoken than Wenna felt a firm object pressing against her abdomen. Looking down, she discovered a large-caliber handgun pointed at her midsection. At that moment, Han Xiao smiled and introduced himself. Han Xiao. Remarkably swift, she thought. I didn't even notice how he drew his gun. Wenna's pupils dilated, and she sheathed her dagger, while Han Xiao holstered his firearm. I shall remember this, Wenna stated as she turned to depart. Han Xiao shook her head, her gaze profound. Indeed, the people of Haixia were not friendly. She hoped they would not hinder her progress. The agent from Xinglong exuded an aura of undeniable danger. Wenna took a sip of water to moisten her parched throat and spoke in a low voice. That individual named Han Xiao may prove to be quite formidable. Han Xiao? That person had maintained a low profile since disembarking, only revealing a peculiar expression upon hearing my name. A strange character, Yi Fan concluded. Qi Baijia glanced over and suddenly inquired, did anything happen? Yes, I just witnessed a sow tumble into a ditch. Qi Baijia's face flushed with embarrassment. Could you please be serious? Well, it's nothing significant, Han Xiao said, digging into her ear. Since it was merely a harmless probe, she preferred to keep it discreet for 2 reasons. First, to consider the mission, and second, because it seemed unnecessary to act on impulse. In her mind, she categorized her adversaries into 3 types. The first consisted of those engaged in rivalry or infringing upon her interests. The second encompassed those who sought to take her life, posing a threat to her existence. And the third type represented implacable foes, characterized by both enmity and entangled interests, with Mingya emerging as such a foe. Confronting Mingya, the adversary of the highest priority, she decided to place the rivalry on the back burner for the time being. Qi Baijia cast a profound glance at Han Xiao, who was seated by the window, affording him a clear view of the entrance. He had witnessed the earlier scene unfold before his eyes. Drawing upon his extensive experience from numerous missions abroad, he understood well that foreign operatives were certain to probe and demonstrate their prowess. This was an unwritten rule of sorts. Agents, often possessing lofty ambitions, believed that without showcasing their abilities, they would lack the authority to voice their concerns, and complaints to superiors would merely invite ridicule. A hint of approval flickered in Qi Baijia's eyes. He was quite satisfied with Han Xiao's earlier performance, which had preserved their dignity. He felt a sense of relief that Han Xiao could maintain confidentiality, inwardly acknowledging, this fellow possesses both strength and a keen sense of the larger picture. Did they not engage in conflict? After hearing his aide's report, Kelt nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. It seems that the Star Dragons are well aware of whose territory this is. As departure time approached, the group gathered at the border exit. Yi Fan, accompanied by Wenna and a dozen other agents, prepared for the mission. The first destination was a remote location known as Crow Forest Town, where an abandoned secret base of Haixia lay, serving as a temporary refuge. The vehicles from the 13th Bureau had arrived via train, comprising standard off-road vehicles, save for Han Xiao's imposing black vehicle, which rumbled forth carrying his teammates. He drove with remarkable steadiness this time, moving smoothly along the journey, while Li Yalan was so moved that she was on the verge of tears. The 3 teammates squeezed into the passenger seat were utterly perplexed, unable to fathom why Li Yalan wore an expression of someone who had narrowly escaped disaster. The journey would span approximately half a day, with Haixia's convoy leading the way, followed closely by the 13th Bureau. Suddenly, the Haixia convoy accelerated, gradually widening the gap between both parties. Di Susu and Ma Qingyang, upon witnessing this, hastened to pursue. Only Han Xiao, driving the imposing black vehicle, maintained a leisurely pace at the back. Xiao Gu, we should hurry and catch up, Lin Yao urged anxiously. Han Xiao, with one hand gripping the steering wheel and the other resting casually outside the window, replied nonchalantly, "What's the rush? No matter how exuberantly they run, they will eventually have to slow down and wait for me." While his words held a semblance of truth, they were met with a crackle of laughter over the radio from Di Susu. "Xiao Lin, why have you all vanished? Hurry up and catch up. Is it that Han Xiao's driving skills are lacking?" "Fuel consumption," Han Xiao replied succinctly. Di Susu was taken aback, having never encountered such a refreshingly unconventional excuse before. "Do we agents really need to concern ourselves with fuel costs?" Ma Qingyang interjected over the comms. "Old Zhang, this is a display of power from the Haixia team. We cannot show weakness." Zhang Wei pondered for a few seconds before patting Han Xiao on the shoulder and saying, "Let us catch up." Li Yalan turned pale, hastily grasping Zhang Wei's sleeve. "No, Captain, maintaining this speed is perfectly fine. What are you really afraid of?" Zhang Wei asked, puzzled. "Captain, isn't it good to be alive?" Li Yalan's voice trembled with a hint of sobbing. Zhang Wei, utterly baffled, could not grasp the situation. "Are we really going to chase?" Han Xiao raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, we are," Zhang Wei affirmed with a nod. Han Xiao sighed, expertly shifting gears and urging everyone to brace themselves. Li Yalan, her face etched with terror, clutched the car door handle tightly, her teeth chattering audibly. You will surely regret this." In the afternoon, the group arrived at their destination. As everyone disembarked, they cast incredulous glances at the imposing black truck ahead. Their expressions a mixture of fear, astonishment, and disbelief. Recalling the earlier scene, a collective shiver ran through them. As seasoned agents, they had witnessed S-shaped maneuvers and Z-shaped trajectories. But this was their first encounter with a maneuver resembling in shape. Moreover, it outpaced them all. This was not mere drifting. It felt as if the vehicle was about to take flight. Surely, the truck driver must have been under the influence of counterfeit alcohol. "Ugh, I feel nauseous. I might die? I told you that you would regret this." Han Xiao nonchalantly exited the vehicle, savoring a cigarette, and remarked with a sidelong glance, "It was you who insisted I pursue. Were you previously driving bumper cars?" Han Xiao scoffed. "Bumper cars? You underestimate me. I used to pilot mechas." Lambert stepped out of the vehicle with a steady gait, appearing utterly unfazed. Han Zhao's spirits lifted at the sight. Finally, there was someone normal among them. As Lambert attempted to speak, the words barely left his lips before he was overtaken by a torrent of vomit, cascading forth like a waterfall. Once he had emptied his stomach, he addressed Han Xiao with an impassive expression. "If you touch the steering wheel again, I shall leap from the vehicle." 074 separate actions. The vehicle came to a halt outside, and the group began transporting equipment into the clandestine stronghold.